Hello, and welcome to the Mueller Report solo speedrun. I'm Growcover, and I actually have done readings on stream before. I've done epic readings on stream before, so this is not entirely out of my wheelhouse, but maybe a little bit more relevant. I'm getting a late start, so this is really going to be a speed run. So I'm just gonna, I don't know, dive in, or maybe I should just go through the FAQ real quick. So what am I doing? Okay, I'm speedrunning the Mueller Report solo on stream. All people are doing all sorts of live performances and collaborative readings, but I haven't seen anyone just read it for themselves or like race through it. I think making a whole thing of it kind of overemphasizes the Russiagate narrative a bit, considering the concentration camps and forever war and climate crisis things. Let's just see for ourselves what it says today, now that the Mueller testimony has been postponed. Who knows when that will actually happen? It was supposed to happen Wednesday. So yeah, what's with the hashtags? Well, I support a boycott of Prime Day in solidarity with Amazon warehouse workers around the world who will be striking to fight for better working conditions. And Twitch is owned by Amazon, and I encourage you to refrain from watching or streaming on Monday and Tuesday, or using other Amazon services where possible, which I understand half of the internet runs on AWS, so I understand that that's kind of, boycotts are interesting in the digital age, but you can participate. And also, I support the abolition of ICE as a part of comprehensive immigration reform. My understanding is that it was fairly hastily formed along with the Department of Homeland Security in 2002 and 2003, and I think we can do better. Amazon also supports ICE operations like this weekend's raids, literally 20 blocks that way from me right now in Sunset Park, through its work with the vampire Peter Thiel's Palantir. So, I think Trump should be impeached. I mean, probably, right? Forcing Congress to vote on it, even if it fails, seems better than tacitly approving this administration's behavior and risking who knows what else if he happens to win again. There's kind of a lot to go on, and we're going to get to that for the next, 12 hours. But I'm not a big Russiagate guy, right? I mean, I think most of this and probably much more is totally true, but it's just a few strands in the tapestry of global criminality by a variety of powers, right? That should be reformed to the point of being replaced. Am I right? Anyway, I'm gonna start and just keep going until it's done. I've set up the splits here, as you can see, based on just the sections and the subsections. There's subsections and subsections. But we will see how it goes. All right. Yeah, there's more information, and let's do it. I did all my butagettas already. All right, starting from the top. U.S. Department of Justice. Report on the investigation into Russian interference into the 2016 presidential election, Volume 1 of 2, Special Counsel Robert S. Mueller III, submitted pursuant to 28 CFR Section 600.8c, Washington, D.C., March 2019. This page was apparently intentionally left blank. Table of Contents, Volume 1. I'm going to read all of these titles as I go through, so I'm just going to scroll through this. Ooh, I'm going to turn on the smooth scroll. Here we go. All right. Introduction to Volume 1. This report is submitted to the Attorney General pursuant to 28 CFR Section 600.8c, which states that, quote, at the conclusion of the Special Counsel's work, he shall provide the Attorney General a confidential report explaining the prosecution or declination decisions the Special Counsel reached, end quote. The Russian government interfered in the 2016 presidential election in sweeping and systematic fashion. Evidence of Russian government operations began to surface in mid-2016. In June, the Democratic National Committee and its cyber response team publicly announced that the Russian hackers had compromised its computer network. Releases of hacked materials, hacks that public reporting soon attributed to the Russian government, began that same month. Additional releases followed in July through the organization WikiLeaks, with further releases in October and November. In late July 2016, soon after WikiLeaks' first release of stolen documents, a foreign government contacted the FBI about a May 2016 encounter with Trump campaign foreign policy advisor George Papadopoulos. Papadopoulos had suggested to a representative of that foreign government that the Trump campaign had received indications from the Russian government that it could assist the campaign through the anonymous release of information damaging to Democratic presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. That information prompted the FBI on July 31st, 2016 to open an investigation into whether individuals associated with the Trump campaign were coordinating with the Russian government in its interference activities. That fall, two federal agencies jointly announced that the Russian government, quote, directed recent compromises of emails from U.S. persons and institutions, including U.S. political organizations, and, quote, these thefts and disclosures are intended to interfere with the U.S. election process, unquote. After the election, in late December 2016, the United States imposed sanctions on Russia for having interfered in the election. By early 2017, several congressional committees were examining Russia's interference in the election. Within the executive branch, these investigatory efforts ultimately led to the May 2017 appointment of Special Counsel Robert S. Mueller III. The order appointing the special counsel authorized him to investigate, quote, the Russian government's efforts to interfere in the 2016 presidential election, end quote, including any links or coordination between the Russian government and individuals associated with the Trump campaign. As set forth in detail in this report, the special counsel's investigation established that Russia interfered in the 2016 election principally through two operations. First, a Russian entity carried out a social media campaign that favored presidential candidate Donald J. Trump and disparaged presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. Second, a Russian intelligence service conducted computer intrusion operations against entities, employees, and volunteers working on the Clinton campaign, and then released stolen documents. The investigation also identified numerous links between the Russian government and the Trump campaign. Although the investigation established that the Russian government perceived it would benefit from a Trump presidency and worked to secure that outcome, and that the campaign expected it would benefit electorally from information stolen and released through Russian efforts, the investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities. Below, we describe the evidentiary considerations underpinning statements about the results of our investigation and the special counsel's charging decisions, and we then provide an overview of the 2 volumes of our report. The report describes actions and events that the Special Counsel's Office found to be supported by the evidence collected in our investigation. In some instances, the report points out the absence of evidence or conflicts in the evidence about a particular fact or event. In other instances, where insubstantial, credible evidence enabled the Office to reach a conclusion with confidence. In other instances, when substantial, credible evidence enabled the Office to reach a conclusion with confidence, the report states that the investigation established that certain actions or events occurred. A statement that the investigation did not establish particular facts does not mean that there was no evidence of those facts. In evaluating whether evidence was collected, evidence about collective action of multiple individuals constituted a crime, we applied the framework of conspiracy law, not the concept of a quote-unquote collusion. In so doing, the Office recognized that the word collude was used in communications with the Acting Attorney General, confirming certain aspects of the investigation's scope, and that the term has frequently been invoked in public reporting about the investigation. But collusion is not a specific offense or theory of liability found in the United States Code, nor is it a term of art in federal criminal law. For those reasons, the Office's focus in analyzing questions of joint criminal liability was on conspiracy as defined in federal law. In connection with that analysis, we addressed the factual question whether members of the Trump campaign, quote-unquote, coordinated, a term that appears in the appointment order with Russian election interference activities. We understood coordination to require an agreement, tacit or express, between the Trump campaign and the Russian government on election interference. That requires more than the 2 parties taking actions that were informed by or responsive to the other's actions or interests. We applied the term coordination in that sense when stating in the report that the investigation did not establish that the Trump campaign coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities. The report on our investigation consists of 2 volumes. Volume 1 describes the factual results of the special counsel's investigation of Russia's interference in the 2016 presidential election and its interactions with the Trump campaign. Section 1 describes the scope of the investigation. Sections 2 and 3 describe the principal ways that Russia interfered with the 2016 presidential election. Section 4 describes links between the Russian government and individuals associated with the Trump campaign. Section 5 sets forth the special counsel's charging decisions. Volume 2 addresses the president's actions towards the FBI's investigation into Russia's interference in the 2016 presidential election and related matters, and his actions toward the special counsel's investigation. Volume 2 separately states its framework and the considerations that guided that investigation. Scroll, 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 scroll. 6 minutes. Executive summary to Volume 1. Russian social media campaign. The Internet Research Agency, IRA, carried out the earliest Russian interference operations identified by the investigation, a social media campaign designed to provoke and amplify political and social discord in the United States. The IRA was based in St. Petersburg, Russia, and received funding from Russian oligarch Yevgeny Prigozhin and companies he controlled. Prigozhin is widely reported to have ties to Russian President Vladimir Putin. Redacted. In mid-2014, the IRA sent employees to the United States on an intelligence gathering mission with instructions redacted. The IRA later used social media accounts and interest groups to sow discord in the U.S. political system through what it termed, quote-unquote, information warfare. The campaign evolved from a generalized program designed in 2014 and 2015 to undermine the U.S. electoral system to a targeted operation that by early 2016 favored candidate Trump and disparaged candidate Clinton. The IRA's operation also included the purchase of political advertisements on social media in the names of U.S. persons and entities, as well as the staging of political rallies inside the United States. To organize those rallies, IRA employees posed as U.S. grassroots entities and persons and made contact with Trump supporters and Trump campaign officials in the United States. The investigation did not identify evidence that any U.S. persons conspired or coordinated with the IRA. Section 2 of this report details the office's investigation of the Russian social media campaign. Russian hacking operation. At the same time that the IRA operation began to focus on supporting candidate Trump in early 2016, the Russian government employed a second form of interference: cyber intrusions, hacking, and releases of hacked material damaging to the Clinton campaign. The Russian intelligence service, known as the Main Intelligence Directorate of the General Staff of the Russian Army, GRU, carried out these operations. In March 2016, the GRU began hacking the email accounts of Clinton campaign volunteers and employees, including campaign chairman John Podesta. In April 2016, the GRU hacked into the computer networks of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, DCCC, and the Democratic National Committee, DNC. The GRU stole hundreds of thousands of documents from the compromised email accounts and networks. Around the time that the DNC announced in mid-June 2016 the Russian government's role in the hacking its network, the GRU began disseminating stolen materials through the fictitious online personas DC Leaks and Guccifer 2.0. The GRU later released additional materials through the organization WikiLeaks. The presidential campaign of Donald J. Trump, Trump Campaign, or Campaign, showed interest in WikiLeaks' release of the documents and welcomed their potential to damage candidate Clinton. Beginning in June 2016, redacted forecast to senior campaign officials that WikiLeaks would release information damaging to candidate Clinton. WikiLeaks' first release came in July 2016. Around the same time, candidate Trump announced that he hoped Russia would recover emails described as missing from a private server used by Clinton when she was Secretary of State. He later said he was speaking sarcastically. Redacted. WikiLeaks began releasing Podesta's stolen emails on October 7, 2016, less than 1 hour after a U.S. media outlet received video considered damaging to candidate Trump. Section 3 of this report details the office's investigation into the Russian hacking operations, as well as other efforts by Trump campaign supporters to obtain Clinton-related emails. Russian contacts with the campaign. The social media campaign and the GRU hacking operations coincided with a series of contacts between Trump campaign officials and individuals with ties to the Russian government. The office investigated whether those contacts reflected or resulted in the campaign conspiring or coordinating with Russia in its election interference activities. Although the investigation established that the Russian government perceived it would benefit from a Trump presidency and worked to secure that outcome, and that the campaign expected it would benefit electorally from information stolen and released through Russian efforts, the investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities. The Russian contacts consisted of business connections, offers of assistance to the campaign, invitations for candidate Trump and Putin to meet in person, invitations for campaign officials and representatives of the Russian government to meet, and policy positions seeking improved U.S.-Russian relations. Section 4 of this report details the contacts between Russia and the Trump campaign during the campaign and transition periods, the most salient of which are summarized below in chronological order. 2015. Some of the earliest contacts were made in connection with the Trump Organization real estate project in Russia known as Trump Tower Moscow. Candidate Trump signed a letter of intent for Trump Tower Moscow by November of 2015, and in January 2016, Trump Organization executive Michael Cohen emailed and spoke about the project with the Office of Russian Government Press Secretary Dmitry Peskov. The Trump Organization pursued the project through at least June 2016, including by considering travel to Russia by Cohen and candidate Trump. Spring 2016. Campaign foreign policy advisor George Papadopoulos made early contact with Joseph Mifsud, a London-based professor who had connections to Russia and traveled to Moscow in April 2016. Immediately upon his return to London from that trip, Mifsud told Papadopoulos that the Russian government had dirt on Hillary Clinton in the form of thousands of emails. 1 week later, in the first week of May 2016, Papadopoulos suggested to a representative of a foreign government that the Trump campaign had received indications from the Russian government that it could assist the campaign through the anonymous release of information damaging to candidate Clinton. Throughout that period of time, and for several months thereafter, Papadopoulos worked with Mifsud and two Russian nationals to arrange a meeting between the campaign and the Russian government. No meeting took place. Summer 2016. Russian outreach to the Trump campaign continued into the summer of 2016 as candidate Trump was becoming the presumptive Republican nominee for president. On June 9, 2016, for example, a Russian lawyer met with senior Trump campaign officials Donald Trump Jr., Jared Kushner, and campaign chairman Paul Manafort to deliver what the meeting had described as, quote, official documents and information that would incriminate Hillary, end quote. The materials were offered to Trump Jr. as, quote, part of Russia and its government's support for Mr. Trump, end quote. The written communication setting up the meeting showed that the campaign anticipated receiving information from Russia that could assist candidate Trump's electoral prospects, but the Russian lawyer's presentation did not provide such information. Days after the June 9 meeting, on June 14, 2016, a cybersecurity firm and the DNC announced that Russian government hackers had infiltrated the DNC and obtained access to opposition research on candidate Trump, among other documents. In July 2016, campaign foreign policy advisor Carter Page traveled in his personal capacity to Moscow and gave the keynote address at the New Economic School. Page had lived and worked in Russia between 2003 and 2007. After returning to the United States, Page became acquainted with at least two Russian intelligence officers, one of whom was later charged in 2015 with conspiracy to act as an unregistered agent of Russia. Page's July 2016 trip to Moscow and his advocacy for pro-Russian foreign policy drew media attention. The campaign then distanced itself from Page and, by late September 2016, removed him from the campaign. July 2016 was also the month WikiLeaks first released emails stolen by the GRU from the DNC. On July 22, 2016, WikiLeaks posted thousands of internal DNC documents revealing information about the Clinton campaign. Within days, there was public reporting that the U.S. intelligence agencies had high confidence that the Russian government was behind the theft of emails and documents from the DNC. And within a week of the release, a foreign government informed the FBI about its May 2016 interaction with Papadopoulos and his statement that the Russian government could assist the Trump campaign. On July 31, 2016, based on the foreign government reporting, the FBI opened an investigation into potential coordination between the Russian government and individuals associated with the Trump campaign. Separately, on August 2, 2016, Trump campaign chairman Paul Manafort met in New York City with his longtime business associate Konstantin Kilimnik, who the FBI assesses to have ties to Russian intelligence. Kilimnik requested the meeting to deliver in person a peace plan for Ukraine that Manafort acknowledged to the special counsel's office was a backdoor way for Russia to control part of eastern Ukraine. Both men believed the plan would require candidate Trump's assent to succeed were he to be elected president. They also discussed the status of the Trump campaign and Manafort's strategy for winning Democratic votes in Western states. Months before that meeting, Manafort had caused internal polling data to be shared with Kilimnik, and the sharing continued for some period of time after their August meeting. Fall 2016. On October 7, 2016, the media released video of candidate Trump speaking in graphic terms about women years earlier, which was considered damaging to his candidacy. Less than an hour later, WikiLeaks made its second release. Thousands of John Podesta's emails that had been stolen by the GRU in late March 2016. The FBI and other U.S. government institutions were at the time continuing their investigations of suspected Russian government efforts to interfere in the presidential election. That same day, October 7, the Department of Homeland Security and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence issued a joint public statement, quote, that the Russian government directed the recent compromises of emails from U.S. persons and institutions, including from U.S. political organizations, end quote. Those thefts and the disclosures of the hacked materials through online platforms such as WikiLeaks, the statement continued, quote, are intended to interfere with the U.S. Election process. Post-2016 election. Immediately after the November 8 election, Russian government officials and prominent Russian businessmen began trying to make inroads into the new administration. The most senior levels of the Russian government encouraged these efforts. The Russian embassy made contact hours after the election to congratulate the president-elect and to arrange a call with President Putin. Several Russian businessmen picked up the effort from there. Kirill Dmitriev, the chief executive officer of Russia's Sovereign Wealth Fund, was among the Russians who tried to make contact with the incoming administration. In early December, a business advocate steered Dmitry to Eric Prince, a supporter of the Trump campaign and an associate of senior Trump advisor Steve Bannon. Dmitriev and Prince later met face-to-face in January 2017 in the Seychelles and discussed U.S.-Russia relations. During the same period, another business associate introduced Dmitriev to a friend of Jared Kushner who had not served on the campaign or the transition team. Dmitriev and Kushner's friend collaborated on a short-written reconciliation plan for the United States and Russia, which Dmitriev implied had been cleared through Putin. The friend gave that proposal to Kushner before the inauguration, and Kushner later gave copies to Bannon and incoming Secretary of State Rex Tillerson. On December 29, 2016, then President Obama imposed sanctions on Russia for having interfered in the election. Incoming National Security Advisor Michael Flynn called Russian Ambassador Sergei Kislyak and asked Russia not to escalate the situation in response to the sanctions. The following day, Putin announced that Russia would not take retaliatory measures in response to the sanctions at the time. Hours later, President-elect Trump tweeted, quote, "Great move on delay by V. Putin." The next day, on December 31st, 2016, Kislyak called Flynn and told him the request had been received at the highest levels and Russia had chosen not to retaliate as a result of Flynn's request. On January 6, 2017, members of the intelligence community briefed President-elect Trump on a joint assessment, drafted and coordinated among the Central Intelligence Agency, FBI, and National Security Agency that concluded with high confidence that Russia had intervened in the election through a variety of means to assist Trump's candidacy and harm Clinton's. A declassified version of the assessment was publicly released that same day. Between mid-January 2017 and early February 2017, these three congressional committees, the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, HPSCI, the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, SSCI, and the Senate Judiciary Committee, SJC, announced that they would conduct inquiries, or had already been conducting inquiries, into Russian interference into the election. Then FBI Director James Comey later confirmed to Congress the existence of the FBI's investigation into Russian interference that had begun before the election. On March 20, 2017, in open session testimony before HPSCI, Comey stated, quote, "I have been authorized by the Department of Justice to confirm that the FBI, as part of our counterintelligence mission, is investigating the Russian government's efforts to interfere in the 2016 presidential election, and that includes investigating the nature of any links between individuals associated with the Trump campaign and the Russian government, and whether there was any coordination between the campaign and Russia's efforts. As with any counterintelligence investigation, this will also include an assessment of whether any crimes were committed." The investigation continued under then, end quote. The investigation continued under then-Director Comey for the next 7 weeks until May 9, 2017, when President Trump fired Comey as FBI Director, an action which is analyzed in Volume 2 of the report. On May 17, 2017, Acting Attorney General Rod Rosenstein appointed the special counsel and authorized him to conduct the investigation that Comey had confirmed in his congressional testimony, as well as matters arising directly from the investigation and any other matters within the scope of 28 CFR Section 600.4a, which generally covers efforts to interfere with or obstruct the investigation. President Trump reacted negatively to the special counsel's appointment. He told advisors that it was the end of his presidency, sought to have Attorney General Jeff Sessions unrecused from the Russia investigation, and to have the special counsel removed, and engaged in efforts to curtail the special counsel's investigation and prevent the disclosure of evidence to it, including through public and private contacts with potential witnesses. Those and related actions are described and analyzed in Volume 2 of the report. The special counsel's charging decisions. In reaching the charging decisions described in Volume 1 of the report, the office determined whether the conduct it found amounted to a violation of federal criminal law chargeable under the principles of federal prosecution. See Justice Manual Section 927 from 2018. The standard set forth in the Justice Manual is whether the conduct constitutes a crime. If so, whether admissible evidence would probably be sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction, and whether prosecution would serve a substantial federal interest that could not be adequately served by prosecution elsewhere or through non-criminal alternatives. See Justice Manual Section 927-220. Section 5 of the report provides detailed explanations of the office's charging decisions, which contain 3 main components. First, the office determined that Russia's 2 principal interference operations in the 2016 U.S. presidential election, the social media campaign and the hacking and dumping operations, violated U.S. criminal law. Many of the individuals and entities involved in this social media campaign have been charged with participating in a conspiracy to defraud the United States by undermining, through deceptive acts, the work of federal agencies charged with regulating foreign influence in U.S. elections, as well as related counts of identity theft. See United States versus IRA et al. Separately, Russian intelligence officers who carried out the hacking into Democratic Party computers and the personal email accounts of individuals affiliated with the Clinton campaign conspired to violate, among other federal laws, the Federal Computer Intrusion Statute, and they have been so charged. See United States versus Netdikshow et al. Redacted. Second, while the investigation identified numerous links between individuals with ties to the Russian government and individuals associated with the Trump campaign, the evidence was not sufficient to support criminal charges. Among other things, the evidence was not sufficient to charge any campaign official as an unregistered agent of the Russian government or other Russian principal. And our evidence about the June 9, 2016 meeting and WikiLeaks releases of hacked materials was not sufficient to charge a criminal campaign finance violation. Further, the evidence was not sufficient to charge that any member of the Trump campaign conspired with representatives of the Russian government to interfere with the 2016 election. Third, the investigation established that several individuals affiliated with the Trump campaign lied to the office and to Congress about their interactions with Russian-affiliated individuals and related partners. Those lies materially impaired the investigation of Russian election interference. The office charged some of those lies as violations of the Federal False Statements Statute. Former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn pleaded guilty to lying about his interactions with Russian Ambassador Kislyak during the transition period. George Papadopoulos, a foreign policy advisor during the campaign period, pleaded guilty to lying to investigators about, inter alia, the nature of timing of his interactions with Joseph Mifsud, the professor who told Papadopoulos that the Russians had dirt on candidate Clinton, and in the form of thousands of emails. Former Trump Organization attorney Michael Cohen pleaded guilty to making false statements to Congress about the Trump Moscow project. Redacted. And in February 2019, the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia found that Manafort lied to the office and the grand jury concerning his interactions and communications with Konstantin Kilimnik about Trump campaign polling data and a peace plan for Ukraine. The office investigated several other events that have been publicly reported to involve potential Russia-related contacts. For example, the investigation established that interactions between Russian Ambassador Kislyak and the Trump campaign officials, both at the candidate's April 2016 foreign policy speech in Washington, D.C. and during the week of the Republican National Convention, were brief, public, and non-substantive. And the investigation did not establish that one campaign official's efforts to dilute a portion of the Republican Party platform on providing assistance to Ukraine were undertaken at the behest of candidate Trump or Russia. The investigation also did not establish that a meeting between Kislyak and Sessions in September 2016 at Sessions' Senate office included any more than a passing mention of the presidential campaign. The investigation did not always yield admissible information or testimony or a complete picture of the activities undertaken by subjects of the investigation. Some individuals invoked their Fifth Amendment rights against compelled self-incrimination and were not, in the office's judgment, appropriate candidates for grants of immunity. The office limited its pursuit of other witnesses and information, such as information known to attorneys or individuals claiming to be members of the media, in light of internal Department of Justice policies. See, for example, Justice Manual subsection 913-400 and 13-410. Some of the information obtained via court process, moreover, was presumptively covered by legal privilege and was screened from investigators by a filter or taint team. Even when individuals testified or agreed to be interviewed, they sometimes provided information that was false or incomplete, leading to some of the false statement charges described above. And the office faced practical limits on its ability to access relevant evidence as well. Numerous witnesses and subjects lived abroad, and documents were held outside the United States. Further, the office learned that some of the individuals we interviewed or whose conduct we investigated included some associated with the Trump campaign, deleted relevant communications or communicated during the relevant period using applications that featured encryption and that do not provide for long-term retention of data or communication records. In such cases, the office was not able to corroborate witness statements through comparison to contemporaneous communications or fully question witnesses about statements that appeared inconsistent with other known facts. Accordingly, while this report embodies factual and legal determinations that the office believes to be accurate and complete to the greatest extent possible, given these identified gaps, the office cannot rule out the possibility that the unavailable information would shed additional light on or cast in a new light the events described in the report. I need more water. One, the Special Counsel's investigation. On May 17, 2017, Deputy Attorney General Rod J. Rosenstein, then serving as acting Attorney General for the Russia investigation following the recusal of former Attorney General Jeff Sessions, on March 2, 2016, appointed the Special Counsel, quote, to investigate Russian interference with the 2016 presidential election and related matters. Office of the Deputy Attorney General, Order Number 3915/2017, Appointment of Special Counsel to investigate Russian interference with the 2016 presidential election and related matters, May 17, 2017, quote-unquote, appointment order, relying on the, quote-unquote, the authority vested in the Acting Attorney General, including 28 U.S.C. subsection 509, 510, and 515, the Acting Attorney General ordered the appointment of a special counsel, quote, in order to discharge the Acting Attorney General's responsibility to provide supervision and management of the Department of Justice and to ensure a full and thorough investigation of the Russian government's efforts to interfere with it in the 2016 presidential campaign, end quote. Appointment order, introduction. Oh, that's where it's from. The special counsel, the order stated, quote, is authorized to conduct the investigation confirmed by then by then FBI Director James B. Comey in testimony before the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence on March 20, 2017, including 1. Any link and or coordination between the Russian government and individuals associated with the campaign of President Donald Trump, and 2. Any matters that arose or may arise directly from the investigation, and 3. Any other matters within the scope of 28 CFR Section 604A. Appointment order. B. Appointment order, paragraph B, section 600.4 affords the special counsel, quote, the authority to investigate and prosecute federal crimes committed in the course of and with intent to interfere with the special counsel's investigation, such as perjury, obstruction of justice, destruction of evidence, and intimidation of witnesses, 28 CFR section 600.4a. The authority to investigate, quote, any matters that arose directly from the investigation covers similar crimes that may have occurred during the course of the FBI's confirmed investigation before the special counsel's appointment. Quote, if the special counsel believes it is necessary and appropriate, the order further provided the special counsel is authorized to prosecute federal crimes arising from the investigation of these matters. Finally, the acting attorney general made applicable sections 600.4 through 600.10 of Title 28 of the Code of Federal Regulations. The acting attorney general further clarified the scope of the special counsel's investigatory authority in 2 subsequent memoranda. A memorandum dated August 2nd, 2017 explained that the appointment order had been quote, worded categorically in order to permit its public release without confirming specific investigations involving specific individuals, end quote. It then confirmed that the special counsel had been authorized since his appointment to investigate allegations that 3 Trump campaign officials, Carter Page, Paul Manafort, and George Papadopoulos, quote, committed a crime or crimes by colluding with Russian government officials with respect to the Russian government's efforts to interfere with the 2016 presidential campaign, end quote. The memorandum also confirmed the special counsel's authority to investigate certain other matters, including 2 additional sets of allegations involving Manafort, crimes arising from payments he received from the Ukrainian government, and crimes arising from the receipt of loans from a bank whose CEO was then seeking a position in the Trump administration, allegations that Papadopoulos committed a crime or crimes by acting as an unregistered agent of the Israeli government, and 4 sets of allegations involving Michael Flynn, the national security advisor to President Trump. On October 20, 2017, the acting attorney general confirmed in a memorandum the special counsel's investigative authority as to several individuals and entities. First, quote, as part of the full and thorough investigation of the Russian government's efforts to interfere in the 2016 presidential election, the special counsel was authorized to investigate, quote, the pertinent activities of Michael Cohen, Richard Gates, redacted, Roger Stone, and redacted. Confirmation of the authorization to investigate such individuals, the memorandum stressed, does not suggest that the special counsel has made a determination that any of them has committed a crime. Second, with respect to Michael Cohen, the memorandum recognized the special counsel's authority to investigate, quote, leads related to Michael Cohen's establishment and use of Essential Consultants LLC to, inter alia, receive funds from Russian-backed entities. Third, the memorandum memorialized the special counsel's authority to investigate individuals and entities who were possibly engaged in, quote, jointly undertaking activity with existing subjects of the investigation, including Paul Manafort. Finally, the memorandum described an FBI investigation opened before the special counsel's appointment into, quote, allegations that then Attorney General Jeff Sessions made false statements to the United States Senate, and confirmed the special counsel's authority to investigate the matter. The special counsel structured the investigation in view of his power and authority, quote, to exercise all investigative and prosecutorial functions of any United States attorney, unquote, 28 CFR section 606. Like a U.S. attorney's office, the special counsel's office considered a range of classified and unclassified information available to the FBI in the course of the office's Russia investigation, and the office structured that work around evidence for possible use in prosecutions of federal crimes, assuming that one or more crimes were identified that warranted prosecution. There was substantial evidence immediately available to the special counsel at the inception of the investigation in May 2016 because the FBI had, by that time, already investigated Russian election interference for nearly 10 months. The special counsel's office exercised its judgment regarding what to investigate and did not, for instance, investigate every public report of a contact between Trump campaign and Russian-affiliated individuals and entities. The office has concluded its investigation into links and coordination between the Russian government and individuals associated with the Trump campaign. Certain proceedings associated with the office's work remain ongoing. After consultation with the Office of the Deputy Attorney General, the office has transferred responsibility for those remaining issues to other components of the Department of Justice and FBI. Appendix D lists those transfers. 2 district courts confirmed the breadth of the special counsel's authority to investigate Russian interference and links and or coordination with the Trump campaign. See United States v. Manafort, 2018, United States v. Manafort, also 2018. In the course of conducting that investigation, the office periodically identified evidence of potential criminal activity that was outside the scope of the special counsel's authority established by the acting attorney general. After consultation with the Office of the Deputy Attorney General, the office referred that evidence to appropriate law enforcement authorities, principally other components of the Department of Justice, and to the FBI. Appendix D summarizes those referrals. I have to add Appendix D to the splits, damn it. To carry out the investigation and prosecution of the matters assigned to him, the special counsel assembled a team that at its high point included 19 attorneys, 5 of whom joined the office from private practice and 14 on detail or assigned from other Department of Justice components. These attorneys were assisted by a filter team of department lawyers and FBI personnel who screened materials obtained via court process for privileged information before turning those materials over to investigators. A support staff of 3 paralegals on detail from the department's antitrust division, and an administrative staff of 9 responsible for budget, financing, purchasing, human resources, records, facilities, security, information technology, and administrative support. The special counsel attorneys and support staff were co-located with and worked alongside approximately 40 FBI agents, intelligence analysts, forensic accountants, paralegal, and professional staff assigned by the FBI to assist the special counsel's investigation. Those assigned FBI employees remained under FBI supervision at all times. The matters on which they were assisted were supervised by the special counsel. During its investigation, the office issued more than 2,800 subpoenas under the auspices of a grand jury sitting in the District of Columbia, executed nearly 500 search and seizure warrants, obtained more than 230 orders for communications records under 18 U.S.C. Section 2703D, obtained almost 50 orders authorizing use of pen registers, made 13 requests to foreign governments pursuant to mutual legal assistance treaties, and interviewed approximately 500 witnesses, including almost 80 before a grand jury. From its inception, the office recognized that its investigation could identify foreign intelligence and counterintelligence information relevant to the FBI's broader national security mission. FBI personnel who assisted the office established procedures to identify and convey such information to the FBI. The FBI's counterintelligence division met with the office regularly for that purpose for most of the office's tenure. For more than the past year, the FBI also embedded personnel at the office who did not work on the special counsel's investigation, but whose purpose was to review the results of the investigation and to send in writing summaries of foreign intelligence and counterintelligence information to FBI HQ and FBI field offices. Those communications and other correspondence between the office and the FBI contain information derived from the investigation, not all of which is contained in this volume. This volume is a summary. It contains in the office's judgment that information necessary to account for the special counsel's prosecution and declination decisions and to describe the investigation's main factual results. Oh, where was the footnote? The matters on which they were assisted by were supervised by the special counsel. FBI personnel assigned to the special counsel's office were required to adhere to all applicable federal law and all department and FBI regulations, guidelines, and policies. An FBI attorney worked on FBI-related matters for the office, such as FBI compliance with all FBI policies and procedures, including the FBI's Domestic Investigations and Operations Guide, DIOG. That FBI attorney worked under FBI legal supervision, not the special counsel's supervision. It's like missing a warp level. Two, Russian active measures social media campaign. The first form of Russian election influence came principally from the Internet Research Agency, LLC, IRA, a Russian organization funded by Yevgeny Viktorovich Prigozhin and companies he controlled, including Conrad Management and Consulting LLC and Conrad Catering, collectively Concord. Why was I saying Conrad? Concord Managing and Consulting LLC and Concord Catering, collectively Concord. The office is aware of reports that other Russian entities engaged in similar active measures operations targeting the United States. Some evidence collected by the office corroborates those reports, and the office has shared that evidence with other offices in the Department of Justice and FBI. The IRA conducted social media operations targeted at large U.S. audiences with the goal of sowing discord in the U.S. political system. Redacted, see also the FBI case number cited here, and other FBI case numbers identified in the report should be treated as law enforcement sensitive given the context. The report contains additional law enforcement sensitive information. These operations constituted active measures, a term that typically refers to operations conducted by Russian security services aimed at influencing the course of international affairs. As discussed in Part 5 below, the active measures investigation has resulted in criminal charges against 13 individual Russian nationals and 3 Russian entities, principally for conspiracy to defraud the United States in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 371. The IRA and its employees began operations targeting the United States as early as 2014. Using fictitious U.S. personas, IRA employees operated social media accounts and group pages designed to attract U.S. audiences. These groups and accounts, which addressed divisive U.S. political and social issues, falsely claimed to be controlled by U.S. activists. Over time, these social media accounts became a means to reach large U.S. audiences. IRA employees traveled to the United States in mid-2014 on an intelligence gathering mission to obtain information and photographs for use in their social media posts. IRA employees posted derogatory information about a number of candidates in the 2016 U.S. presidential election. By early to mid-2016, IRA operations included supporting the Trump campaign and disparaging candidate Hillary Clinton. The IRA made various expenditures to carry out these activities, including buying political advertisements on social media in the names of U.S. persons and entities. Some IRA employees, posing as U.S. persons and without really revealing their Russian association, communicated electronically with individuals associated with the Trump campaign and with other political activists to seek to coordinate political activities, including the staging of rallies. Internet Research Agency indictment. Redacted. The investigation did not identify evidence that any U.S. persons knowingly or intentionally coordinated with the IRA's interference operation. By the end of the 2016 U.S. election, the IRA had the ability to reach millions of U.S. persons through their social media accounts. Multiple IRA-controlled Facebook groups and Instagram accounts had hundreds of thousands of U.S. participants. IRA-controlled Twitter accounts separately had tens of thousands of followers, including multiple U.S. figures who retweeted IRA-created content. In November 2017, a Facebook representative testified that Facebook had identified 470 IRA-controlled Facebook accounts and that collectively made 80,000 posts between January 2015 and August 2017. Facebook estimated the IRA reached as many as 126 million persons through its Facebook accounts. Social media influence in the 2016 U.S. election, hearing before the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence on November 1st, 2017. We estimate, quote, that roughly 29 million people were served content in their news feeds directly from the IRA's 80,000 posts over the 2 years. Posts from these pages were also shared, liked, and followed by people on Facebook, and as a result, 3 times more people may have been exposed to a story that originated from the Russian operation. Our best estimate is that the approximately 126 million people that may have been served content from a page associated with the IRA at some point during the 2-year period. The Facebook representative also testified that Facebook had identified 170 Instagram accounts that had posted approximately 120,000 pieces of content during that time. Facebook did not offer an estimate of the audience reached via Instagram. In January 2018, Twitter announced that it had identified 3,814 IRA-controlled Twitter accounts and notified approximately 1.4 million people Twitter believed may have been in contact with an IRA-controlled account. Twitter update on Twitter's reviews of the 2016 U.S. election from January 31st, 2018. A. Structure of the Internet Research Agency. Redacted, redacted, redacted. The organization quickly grew. Redacted. The growth of the organization also led to a more detailed organizational structure. Redacted, redacted. 2 individuals headed the IRA's management, its general director, Mikhail Bistrov, and its executive director, Mikhail Burchak. Redacted. As early as the spring of 2014, the IRA began to hide its funding and activities. Redacted. The IRA's U.S. operations are part of a larger set of interlocking operations known as Project Lakta. Redacted. B. Funding and oversight from Concord and Prigozhin. Until at least February 2018, Yevgeny Viktorovich Prigozhin and 2 Concord companies funded the IRA. Prigozhin is a wealthy Russian businessman who served as the head of Concord. Redacted. Prigozhin was sanctioned by the U.S. Treasury Department in December 2016. Redacted. Numerous media sources have reported on Prigozhin's ties to Putin, and the 2 have appeared together in public photographs. Redacted, 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 redacted. IRA employees were aware that Prigozhin was involved in the IRA's U.S. operations. Redacted. In May 2016, IRA employees claiming to be U.S. social activists and administrators of Facebook groups recruited U.S. persons to hold signs, including one in front of the White House, that read, quote, "Happy 55th birthday, dear boss," as an homage to Prigozhin, whose 55th birthday was on June 1st, 2016. Redacted, redacted. C. The IRA targets U.S. elections. 1. The IRA ramps up U.S. elections as early as 2014. The IRA's U.S. operations sought to influence public opinion through online media and forums. By the spring of 2014, the IRA began to consolidate U.S. operations within a single general department, known internally as the Translator Department. Redacted. IRA subdivided the Translator Department into 4 different responsibilities, ranging from operations on different social media platforms to analytics to graphics and IT. Redacted, 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 redacted. IRA employees also traveled to the United States on intelligence gathering missions. In June 2014, 4 IRA employees applied to the U.S. Department of State to enter the United States while lying about the purpose of their trip and claiming to be 4 friends who had met at a party. Ultimately, 2 IRA employees, Anna Bogacheva and Alexandra Krylova, received visas and entered the United States on June 4, 2014. Prior to traveling, Krylova and Bogacheva compiled itineraries and instructions for the trip. Redacted, redacted. 2. U.S. operations through IRA-controlled social media accounts. Dozens of IRA employees were responsible for operating accounts and personas on different U.S. social media platforms. The IRA referred to employees assigned to operate the social media platforms, social media accounts as specialists. Starting as early as 2014, the IRA's U.S. operations included social media specialists focusing on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. The IRA later added specialists who operated on Tumblr and Instagram accounts. Initially, the IRA created social media accounts that pretended to be personal accounts of U.S. persons. By early 2015, the IRA began to create larger social media groups or public social media pages that claimed falsely to be affiliated with U.S. political and grassroots organizations. In certain cases, the IRA created accounts that mimicked real U.S. organizations. For example, one IRA-controlled Twitter account, @10GOP, purported to be connected to the Tennessee Republican Party. More commonly, the IRA created accounts in the names created accounts in the names of fictitious U.S. organizations and grassroots groups and used these accounts to pose as anti-immigration groups, Tea Party activists, Black Lives Matter protesters, and other U.S. social and political activists. The IRA closely monitored the activity of its social media accounts. Redacted. By February 2016, internal IRA documents referred to support for the Trump campaign as opposition to candidate Clinton. For example, redacted directions to IRA operators, redacted, quote, main idea, use any opportunity to criticize Hillary Clinton and the rest, except Sanders and Trump. We support them. Redacted. The focus on the U.S. presidential campaign continued throughout 2016. In Redacted 2016, internal redacted, reviewing the IRA-controlled Facebook group, quote, Secured Borders, the author criticized the, quote, lower number of posts dedicated to criticizing Hillary Clinton and remind the Facebook specialist it is imperative to intensify criticizing Hillary Clinton. IRA employees also acknowledged that their work focused on influencing the U.S. presidential campaign. Redacted. 3. U.S. operations through Facebook. Many IRA operations used Facebook accounts created and operated by its specialist. Redacted. IRA Facebook groups active during the 2016 campaign covered a range of political issues and included purported conservative groups with names such as Being Patriotic, Stop All Immigrants, Secured Borders, and Tea Party News, purported black social justice groups, Black Matters, Blacktivist, and Don't Shoot Us, LGBTQ groups, LGBT United, and a religious group, United Muslims of America. Throughout 2016, IRA accounts published an increasing number of materials supporting the Trump campaign and opposing the Clinton campaign. For example, on May 31st, 2016, the operational account Matt Skyber began to privately message dozens of pro-Trump Facebook groups asking them to help plan a pro-Trump rally near Trump Tower. To reach larger U.S. audiences, the IRA purchased advertisements from Facebook that promoted the IRA groups on the news feeds of U.S. audience members. According to Facebook, the IRA purchased over 3,500 advertisements, and the expenditures totaled approximately $100,000. During the U.S. presidential campaign, many IRA purchased advertisements explicitly supported or opposed a presidential candidate or promoted U.S. rallies organized by the IRA, discussed below. As early as March 2016, the IRA purchased advertisements that overtly opposed the Clinton campaign. For example, on March 18, 2016, the IRA purchased an advertisement depicting candidate Clinton and a caption that read in part, quote, if one day God lets this liar enter the White House as president, that day would be a real national tragedy. Similarly, on April 6, 2016, the IRA purchased advertisements for its account Black Matters, calling for a flash mob of U.S. persons to, quote, take a photo with hashtag Hillary Clinton for Prison 2016 or hashtag No Hillary 2016. IRA purchased advertisements featuring Clinton. IRA purchased advertisements featuring Clinton were, with very few exceptions, negative. IRA purchased advertisements referencing candidate Trump largely supported his campaign. The first known IRA advertisement explicitly endorsing the Trump campaign was purchased on April 19, 2016. The IRA bought an advertisement for its Instagram account, Tea Party News, asking U.S. persons to help them, quote, make a patriotic team of young Trump supporters by uploading photos with the hashtag #KidsForTrump. In subsequent months, the IRA purchased dozens of advertisements supporting the Trump campaign, predominantly through the Facebook group Being Patriotic, Stop All Invaders, and Secured Borders. Collectively, the IRA's social media accounts reached tens of millions of U.S. persons. Individual IRA social media accounts attracted hundreds of thousands of followers. For example, at the time they were deactivated by Facebook in mid-2017, the IRA's United Muslims of America Facebook group had over 300,000 followers. The Don't Shoot Us Facebook group had over 250,000 followers. The Being Patriotic Facebook group had over 200,000 followers. And the Secured Borders Facebook group had over 130,000 followers. According to Facebook, in total, the IRA-controlled accounts made over 80,000 posts before their deactivation in August 2017, and those posts reached at least 29 million U.S. persons, and, quote, may have reached an estimated 126 million people. 4. U.S. operations through Twitter. A number of IRA employees assigned to the translator department served as Twitter specialists. Redacted. The IRA's Twitter operations involve two strategies. First, IRA specialists operated certain Twitter accounts to create individual U.S. personas. Redacted. Separately, the IRA operated a network of automated Twitter accounts, commonly referred to as a bot network, that enabled the IRA to amplify existing content on Twitter. A. Individualized accounts. Redacted. The IRA operated individualized Twitter accounts similar to the operation of its Facebook accounts by continuously posting original content to the accounts while also communicating with U.S. Twitter users directly through public tweeting or Twitter's private messaging. The IRA used many of these accounts to attempt to influence U.S. audiences on the election. Individualized accounts used to influence the U.S. presidential election included at 10_GOP, described above, at Jen_Abrams, claimed to be a Virginian Trump supporter with 70,000 followers, at Pamela_Moore13, claiming to be a Texan Trump supporter with over 70,000 followers, and at America_First_, an anti-immigration persona with 24,000 followers. Other individualized accounts included at Missouri News US, an account with 3,800 followers that posted pro-Sanders and anti-Clinton material. In May 2016, the IRA created the Twitter account at March_for_Trump, which promoted IRA organized rallies in support of the Trump campaign described below. Redacted. Using these accounts and others, the IRA provoked reactions from users and the media. Multiple IRA posted tweets gained popularity. For example, one IRA account tweeted, "To those people who hate the Confederate flag, did you know that the flag and the war wasn't about slavery, it was all about money?" The tweet received over 40,000 responses at Jen_Abrams, April 24th, 2017. U.S. media outlets also quoted tweets from IRA-controlled accounts and attributed them to the reactions of real U.S. persons. Josephine Luquito and Chris Wells reported on it. Similarly, numerous high-profile U.S. persons, including former Ambassador Michael McFaul, Roger Stone, Sean Hannity, and Michael Flynn Jr., retweeted or responded to tweets posted to these IRA-controlled accounts. Multiple individuals affiliated with the Trump campaign also promoted IRA tweets discussed below. Some of those include RT Jen Abrams. This is what happens when you add the voice of an old documentary about mental illness onto video of SJWs, from Michael Flynn Jr. B. IRA botnet activities. Redacted. A botnet refers to a network of private computers or accounts controlled as a group to send specific automated messages. On the Twitter network, botnets can be used to promote and retweet specific tweets or hashtags in order for them to gain a larger audience. Redacted. In January 2018, Twitter publicly identified 3,814 Twitter accounts associated with the IRA. According to Twitter, in the 10 weeks before the 2016 U.S. presidential election, these accounts posted approximately 175,993 tweets, quote, approximately 8.4% of which were election-related, end quote. Twitter also announced that it had notified approximately 1.4 million people who Twitter believed may have been in contact with an IRA-controlled account. 5. U.S. operations involving political rallies. The IRA organized and promoted political rallies inside the United States while posing as U.S. grassroots activists. First, the IRA used Twitter also reported identifying 50,258 automated accounts connected with the Russian government, which tweeted more than 1 million times in the 10 weeks before the election. Twitter also announced that it had notified approximately 1.4 million people who Twitter may have believed were in contact with IRA-controlled accounts. 5. U.S. operations involving political rallies. The IRA organized and promoted political rallies inside the United States while posing as U.S. grassroots activists. First, the IRA used one of its pre-existing social media personas, Facebook groups and Twitter accounts, for example, to announce and promote the event. The IRA then sent a large number of direct messages to followers of its social media account asking them to attend the event. From those who responded with interest in attending, the IRA then sought a U.S. person to serve as the event's coordinator. In most cases, the IRA account operator would tell the U.S. persons that they personally could not attend the event due to some pre-existing conflict or because they were somewhere else in the United States. The IRA then further promoted the event by contacting U.S. media about the event and directing them to speak with the coordinator. After the event, the IRA posted videos and photographs of the event to the IRA's social media accounts. The office identified dozens of U.S. rallies organized by the IRA. The earliest evidence of a rally was a Confederate rally in November 2015. Instagram ID post: "Good evening, buds. Well, I am planning to organize a Confederate rally in Houston on the 14th of November, and I want more people to attend." The IRA continued to organize rallies even after the 2016 presidential election. The attendance at rallies varied. Some rallies appeared to have drawn few, if any, participants, while others drew hundreds. The reach and success of these rallies was closely monitored. Redacted. From June 2016 until the end of the presidential campaign, almost all of the U.S. rallies organized by the IRA focused on the U.S. election, often promoting the Trump campaign and opposing the Clinton campaign. Pro-Trump rallies included 3 in New York, a series of pro-Trump rallies in Florida in August 2016, and a series of pro-Trump rallies in October 2016 in Pennsylvania. The Florida rallies drew the attention of the Trump campaign, which posted about the Miami rally on candidate Trump's Facebook account, as discussed below. The pro-Trump rallies were organized through multiple Facebook, Twitter, and email accounts. See, for example, Facebook ID, those folks. Rallies were organized in New York on June 25th, 2016, Florida on August 20, 2016, and Pennsylvania on August 2nd, 2016. Many of the same IRA employees who oversaw the IRA's social media accounts also conducted the day-to-day recruiting for political rallies inside the United States. Redacted 6. Targeting the recruiting of U.S. persons. As early as 2014, the IRA instructed its employees to target U.S. persons who could be used to advance its operational goals. Initially, recruitment focused on U.S. persons who could amplify the content posted by the IRA. Redacted. IRA employees frequently used redacted Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram to contact and recruit U.S. persons who followed the group. The IRA recruited U.S. persons from across the political spectrum. For example, the IRA targeted the family of redacted and a number of black social justice activists, while posing as a grassroots group called, quote, Black Matters U.S. In February 2017, the persona Black Fist, purporting to want to teach African Americans to protect themselves when contacted by law enforcement, hired a self-defense instructor in New York to offer classes sponsored by Black Fist. The IRA also recruited moderators and conservative social media groups to promote IRA-generated content, as well as recruited individuals to perform political acts, such as walking around New York City dressed up as Santa Claus with a Trump mask. Redacted. As the IRA's online audience became larger, the IRA tracked U.S. persons with whom they communicated and had successfully tasked with tasks ranging from organizing rallies to taking pictures with certain political messages. Redacted. 7. Interactions and contacts with the Trump campaign. The investigation identified 2 different forms of connections with the IRA and members of the Trump campaign. The investigation identified no similar connections between the IRA and the Clinton campaign. First, on multiple occasions, members and surrogates of the Trump campaign promoted, typically by linking, retweeting, or similar methods of reposting, pro-Trump or anti-Clinton content published by the IRA through IRA-controlled social media accounts. Additionally, in a few instances, IRA employees represented themselves as U.S. persons to communicate with members of the Trump campaign in an effort to seek assistance and coordination on IRA-organized political rallies inside the United States. A. Trump campaign promotion of IRA political materials. Among the U.S. leaders of public opinion targeted by the IRA were various members and surrogates of the Trump campaign. In total, Trump campaign affiliates promoted dozens of tweets, posts, and other political content created by the IRA. Posts from the IRA-controlled Twitter account at 10_GOP were cited or retweeted by multiple Trump campaign officials and surrogates, including Donald Trump Jr. See also, he did it a bunch. Eric Trump, who also did it a bunch. Kellyanne Conway, Brad Parscale, and Michael T. Flynn. These posts included allegations of voter fraud, as well as allegations that Secretary Clinton had mishandled information. Hold Hillary to the same standards as my son on classified info. Hashtag Hillary email. Hashtag Wienergate. On November 7, 2016, a November 7, 2016 post from the IRA-controlled Twitter account at Pamela_Moore13 was retweeted by Donald J. Trump Jr. Detroit residents speak out against the failed policies of Obama, Hillary, and Democrats. On September 19, 2017, President Trump's personal account at @RealDonaldTrump responded to a tweet from the IRA-controlled account at 10_GOP, the backup account of @_10GOP, which had already been deactivated by Twitter. The tweet read, "We love you, Mr. President." Real time. Thank you for your support, Miami. My team just shared photos from your Trump sign waving day yesterday. I love you, and there is no question. Together, we will make America great again. IRA employees monitored the reaction of the Trump campaign, and later, Trump administration officials to their tweets. For example, on August 23, 2016, the IRA-controlled persona Matt Skyber Facebook account sent a message to the U.S. Tea Party activist, writing that Mr. Trump posted about our event in Miami. This is great. The IRA employee included a screenshot of candidate Trump's Facebook account, which included a post about the August 2016 political rallies organized by the IRA. Redacted B. Contact with Trump campaign officials in connection to rallies. Starting in June 2016, the IRA contacted different U.S. persons affiliated with the Trump campaign in an effort to coordinate pro-Trump IRA-organized rallies inside the United States. In all cases, the IRA contacted the campaign while claiming to be U.S. political activists working on behalf of a conservative grassroots organization. The IRA's contacts included requests for signs and other materials to use at rallies, as well as requests to promote the rallies and help coordinate logistics, as cited. While certain campaign volunteers agreed to provide the requested support, for example, agreeing to set aside a number of signs, the investigation has not identified evidence that the Trump campaign official understood the requests were coming from foreign nationals. In sum, the investigation established that Russia interfered in the 2016 presidential election through the Active Measures social media campaign carried out by the IRA, an organization funded by Prigozhin and companies that he controlled. As explained further in Volume 1, Section 5, A, the office concluded, and a grand jury has alleged that Prigozhin, his companies, and IRA employees violated U.S. law through these operations, principally by undermining, through deceptive acts, the work of federal agencies charged with regulating foreign influence in U.S. elections. Okay. We're going to take a short 2-minute break. Be right back. And we're back with the Mueller Report solo speedrun. Took a quick break before Section 3. Yeah. Thanks for coming out. Let's do it. Section 3. Russian hacking and dumping operations. Beginning in March 2016, units of the Russian Federation's main intelligence directorate of the General Staff GRU hacked the computers and email accounts of organizations, employees, and volunteers supporting the Clinton campaign, including the email account of campaign chairman John Podesta, starting in April 2016. Oh, John Podesta, period. Starting in April 2016, the GRU hacked into the computer networks of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, the DCCC, and the Democratic National Committee, DNC. The GRU targeted hundreds of email accounts used by the Clinton campaign employees, advisors, and volunteers. In total, the GRU stole hundreds of thousands of documents from the compromised emails and email accounts and networks. As discussed in Section 5 below, our office charged 12 GRU officers with crimes arising from the hacking of these computers, principally with conspiring to commit computer intrusions in violation of 18 U.S.C. Subsections 1030 and sections 30 and 1030 and 371. Yeah. The GRU later released stolen Clinton campaign and DNC documents through online personas DC Leaks and Guccifer 2.0, and later through the organization WikiLeaks. The release of the documents was designed and timed to interfere with the with the 2016 U.S. presidential election and undermine the Clinton campaign. The Trump campaign showed interest in the WikiLeaks releases, and in the summer and fall of 2016, redacted WikiLeaks' first Clinton-related release. After redacted WikiLeaks' first Clinton-related release, redacted, the Trump campaign stayed in contact, redacted about WikiLeaks' activities. The investigation was unable to resolve, redacted WikiLeaks' release of the stolen Podesta emails on October 7th, 2017, the same day a video from years earlier was published of Trump using graphic language about women. A. GRU hacking directed at the Clinton campaign. 1. GRU units target the Clinton campaign. 2 military units of the GRU carried out the computer intrusions into the Clinton campaign, DNC, and DCCC. Military units 26165 and 74455. From the Netishko indictment. Paragraph 1. Military Unit 26165 is a GRU cyber unit dedicated to targeting military, political, governmental, and non-governmental organizations outside of Russia, including the United States. Separate from this office indictment of GRU officers, in October 2018, a grand jury sitting in the Western District of Pennsylvania returned an indictment charging certain members of Unit 26165 with hacking the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency, the World Anti-Doping Agency, and other international sports associations. The unit was subdivided into departments with different specialties. One department, for example, developed specialized malicious software, malware, while another department conducted large-scale spear phishing campaigns. A spear phishing email is designed to appear as though it originates from a trusted source and solicits information to enable the sender to gain access to an account or network, or causes the recipient to download malware that enables the sender to gain access to an account or network. Redacted, a Bitcoin mining operation to secure Bitcoins and to purchase computer infrastructure used in hacking operations. Bitcoin mining consists of unlocking new Bitcoins by solving computational problems. Redacted kept its newly mined coins in an account on the Bitcoin exchange platform cex.io. To make purchases, the GRU routed funds into other accounts through transactions designed to obscure the source of funds. Military Unit 74455 is a related GRU unit with multiple departments engaged in cyber operations. Unit 74455 assisted in the release of documents stolen by Unit 26165, the promotion of those releases, and the publication of anti-Clinton content on social media accounts operated by the GRU. Officers from Unit 74455 separately hacked computers belonging to state boards of elections, secretaries of state, and U.S. companies that supplied software and other technology related to the administration of U.S. elections. Beginning in mid-March 2016, Unit 26165 had primary responsibility for hacking the DCCC and DNC, as well as email accounts of individuals affiliated with the Clinton campaign. Unit 26165 used redacted to learn about redacted different Democratic websites, including Democrats.org, HillaryClinton.com, DNC.org, and DCCC.org. Redacted began before the GRU had obtained any credentials or gained access to these networks, indicating that the later DCCC and DNC intrusions were not crimes of opportunity, but rather the result of targeting. GRU officers also sent hundreds of spear phishing emails to the work and personal email accounts of Clinton campaign employees and volunteers. Between March 10, 2016 and March 15, 2016, Unit 6165 appears to have sent approximately 90 spear phishing emails to email accounts at HillaryClinton.com. Starting on March 15, 2016, the GRU began targeting Google email accounts used by Clinton campaign employees, along with a smaller number of DNC.org email accounts. The GRU spear phishing operation enabled it to gain access to numerous email accounts of Clinton campaign officials and volunteers, including campaign chairman John Podesta, junior volunteers assigned to the Clinton campaign's advance team, informal Clinton campaign advisors, and a DNC employee. GRU officers stole tens of thousands of emails from spear phishing victims, including various Clinton campaign-related communications. 2. Intrusions into the DCCC and DNC networks. A. Initial access. By no later than April 12, 2016, the GRU had gained access to the DCCC computer network using the credentials stolen from a DCCC employee who had been successfully spear phished the week before. Over the ensuing weeks, the GRU traversed the network, identifying different computers connected to the DCCC network. By stealing network access credentials along the way, including those of the IT administrators with unrestricted access to the system, the GRU compromises approximately 29 different computers on the DCCC network. Approximately 6 days after the first hacking into the DCCC network, on April 18, 2016, GRU officers gained access to the DNC network via a virtual private network VPN connection. A VPN extends a private network, allowing users to send and receive data across public networks, such as the internet, as if the connecting computer was directly connected to the private network. The VPN, in this case, had been created to give a small number of DCCC employees access to certain databases housed on the DNC network. Therefore, while the DCCC employees were outside the DNC's private network, they could access parts of the DNC network from their DCCC computers. Between the DCCC and DNC networks. Between April 18, 2016 and June 8, 2016, Unit 26165 compromised more than 30 computers on the DNC network, including the DNC mail server and shared file server. B. Implantation of malware on DCCC and DNC networks. Unit 26165 implanted on the DCCC and DNC networks two types of customized malware. Malware is short for malicious software, and here refers to software designed to allow a third party to infiltrate a computer without the consent or knowledge of the computer's user or operator. Known as X-Agent and X-Tunnel. Mimikatz, a credential harvesting tool, and rar.exe, a tool used in these intrusions to compile and compress materials for exfiltration. X-Agent was a multifunction hacking tool that allowed Unit 26165 to log keystrokes, take screenshots, and gather other data about the infected computers. For example, file directories, operating systems. X-Tunnel was a hacking tool that created an encrypted connection between the victim, DCCC and DNC computers, and the GRU-controlled computers outside the DCCC and DNC networks that was capable of large-scale data transfers. GRU officers then used X-Tunnel to exfiltrate stolen data from the victim's computers. To operate X-Agent and X-Tunnel on the DCCC and DNC networks, Unit 26165 officers set up a group of computers outside those networks to communicate with the implanted malware. In connection with these intrusions, the GRU used computers, virtual private networks, dedicated servers, virtual private networks, dedicated servers operated by hosting companies, etc., that it leased from third-party providers located all over the world. The investigation identified rental agreements and payments for computers located in inter alia, redacted, all of which were used in the operations targeting the U.S. election. The first set of GRU-controlled computers, known by the GRU as middle servers, sent and received messages to and from malware on the DNC-DCCC networks. The middle servers, in turn, relayed messages to a second set of GRU-controlled computers, labeled internally by the GRU as a AMS panel. The AMS panel, redacted, served as a nerve center through which GRU officers monitored and directed the malware's operations on the DNC-DCCC networks. The AMS panel used to control X-Agent during the DCCC and DNC intrusions was housed on a leased computer near Redacted, Arizona. Redacted. The Arizona-based AMS panel also stored thousands of files containing keylogging sessions captured through X-Agent. These sessions were captured as GRU officers monitored DCCC and DNC employees' work on infected computers regularly between April 2016 and June 2016. Data captured in these keylogging sessions included passwords, internal communications between employees, banking information, and sensitive personal information. C. Theft of documents from DNC and DCCC networks. Officers from Unit 26165 stole thousands of documents from the DCCC and DNC networks, including significant amounts of data pertaining to the 2016 U.S. federal elections. Stolen documents included internal strategy documents, fundraising data, opposition research, and emails from the work inboxes of DNC employees. The GRU began stealing DCCC data shortly after it gained access to the network. On April 14, 2016, approximately 3 days after the initial intrusion, GRU officers downloaded rar.exe onto the DCCC's document server. The following day, the GRU searched one compromised DCCC computer for files containing search terms that included Hillary, DNC, Cruz, and Trump. On April 25, 2016, the GRU collected and compressed PDF and Microsoft documents from folders on the DCC's shared file server that pertained to the 2016 election. The GRU appears to have compromised and exfiltrated over 70 gigabytes of data from this file server. The GRU also stole documents from the DNC network shortly after gaining access. On April 22, 2016, the GRU copied files from the DNC network to GRU-controlled computers. Stolen documents included the DNC's opposition research into candidate Trump. Between approximately May 25, 2016 and June 1, 2016, GRU officers accessed the DNC's mail server from a GRU-controlled computer leased inside the United States. During these connections, Unit 26165 officers appeared to have stolen thousands of emails and attachments, which were later released by WikiLeaks in July 2016. B. Dissemination of the hacked materials. The GRU's operations extended beyond stealing materials and included releasing documents stolen from the Clinton campaign and its supporters. The GRU carried out the anonymous release through two fictitious online personas that it created, DC Leaks and Guccifer 2.0, and later through the organization WikiLeaks. 1. DC Leaks. The GRU began planning the releases at least as early as April 19, 2016, when Unit 26165 registered the domain dcleaks.com through a service that anonymized the registrant. Approximately a week before the registration of dcleaks.com, the same actors attempted to register the website electionleaks.com using the same domain registration service. Where was the earlier footnote, which were released by WikiLeaks in July 2016. The last in time DNC email released by WikiLeaks was dated May 25th, 2016, the same period of time during which the GRU gained access to the DNC's email server. Okay. Unit 26165 paid for the registration using a pool of Bitcoin that it had mined. The DCLeaks.com landing page pointed to different tranches of stolen documents arranged by victim or subject matter. Other DCLeaks.com pages contained indexes of the stolen emails that were being released, bearing the sender, recipient, and date of the email. To control access and the timing of releases, pages were sometimes password protected for a period of time and later made unrestricted to the public. Starting in June 2016, the GRU posted stolen documents onto the website DC Leaks, including documents stolen from a number of individuals associated with the Clinton campaign. These documents appeared to have originated from personal email accounts, in particular Google and Microsoft accounts, rather than the DNC or DCC and DCCC computer networks. DC Leaks victims included an advisor to the Clinton campaign, a former DNC employee and Clinton campaign employee, and 4 other campaign volunteers. The GRU released through DCLeaks.com thousands of documents, including personal identifying and financial information, internal correspondence relating to the Clinton campaign and prior political jobs, and fundraising files and information. See, for example, Internet Archive, DCLeaks.com, archive dated November 10th, 2016. Additionally, DC Leaks released documents relating to redacted emails belonging to redacted and emails from 2015 relating to the Republican Party employees under the portfolio name, quote, the United States Republican Party. The United States Republican Party portfolio contained approximately 300 emails from a variety of GOP members, PACs, campaigns, state parties, and businesses dated between May and October 2015. According to open source reporting, these victims shared the same Tennessee-based web hosting company called Smartech Corporation. Okay. GRU officers operated a Facebook page under the DC Leaks moniker, which they primarily used to promote releases of materials. The Facebook page was administered through a small number of pre-existing GRU-controlled Facebook accounts. GRU officers also used the DC Leaks Facebook account, the Twitter account @DCLeaks_, and the email account DCLeaksProject@gmail.com to communicate privately with reporters and other U.S. persons. GRU officers using the DC Leaks persona gave certain reporters early access to archives of leaked files by sending them links and passwords to pages on the DCLeaks.com website that had not yet become public. For example, on July 14, 2016, GRU officers operating under the DC Leaks persona sent a link and password for a non-public DC Leaks webpage to a U.S. reporter via the Facebook account. Similarly, on September 14, 2016, GRU officers sent reporters Twitter direct messages from @DCLeaks_ with a password to another non-public part of the DCLeaks.com website. The DCLeaks.com website remained operational and public until March 2017. 2. Guccifer 2.0. On June 14th, 2016, the DNC and its cyber response team announced the breach of the DNC network and suspected theft of DNC documents. In the statements, the cyber response team alleged that Russian state-sponsored actors, which they referred to as, quote, Fancy Bear, were responsible for the breach. CrowdStrike updated its post after the June 15th, 2016 post by Guccifer 2.0 claiming responsibility for the intrusion. Apparently, in response to that announcement, on June 15, 2016, GRU officers using the persona Guccifer 2.0 created a WordPress blog. In hours leading up to the launch of that WordPress blog, GRU officers logged into a Moscow-based server used and managed by Unit 74455 and searched for a number of specific words and phrases in English, including some hundred sheets, Illuminati, and worldwide known. Approximately 2 hours after the last of those searches, Guccifer 2.0 published its first post, attributing the DNC server hack to a lone Romanian hacker and using several of the unique English words and phrases that the GRU officers had searched for that day. Nice. That same day, June 15, 2016, the GRU also used the Guccifer 2.0 WordPress blog to begin releasing to the public documents stolen from the DNC and DCCC computer networks. The Guccifer 2.0 persona ultimately released thousands of documents stolen from the DNC and DCCC in a series of blog posts between June 15, 2016 and October 18, 2016. Releases of documents on the Guccifer 2.0 blog occurred on June 15, 2016, June 20, 2016, June 21st, 2016, and a bunch of other dates. Released documents included opposition research performed by the DNC, including a memorandum analyzing potential criticisms of candidate Trump, internal policy documents such as recommendations on how to address politically sensitive issues, analyses of specific congressional races, and fundraising documents. Releases were organized around thematic issues such as specific states, for example Florida and Pennsylvania, that were perceived as competitive in the 2016 U.S. presidential election. Beginning in late June 2016, the GRU also used the Guccifer 2.0 persona to release documents directly to reporters and other interested individuals. Specifically on June 27, 2016, Guccifer 2.0 sent an email to the news outlet The Smoking Gun offering to provide, quote, exclusive access to some leaked emails linked to Hillary Clinton's staff, end quote. The GRU later sent the reporter a password and link to a locked portion of the DC Links website that contained an archive of emails stolen by Unit 26165 from the Clinton campaign volunteer in March 2016. That the Guccifer 2.0 persona provided reporters access to a restricted portion of the DC Links website tends to indicate that both personas were operated by the same or closely related group of people. Before sending the reporter the link and password to the closed DC Links website, and in apparent effort to deflect attention from the fact that DC Links and Guccifer 2.0 were operated by the same organizations, the Guccifer 2.0 persona sent the reporter an email stating that DC Links was a, quote, WikiLeaks subproject, and that Guccifer 2.0 had asked DC Leaks to release the leaked emails with, quote, closed access, end quote, to give reporters a preview of them. The GRU continued its release efforts through Guccifer 2.0 in August 2016. For example, on August 15, 2016, the Guccifer 2.0 persona sent a candidate for the U.S. Congress documents related to the candidate's opponent. On August 22, 2016, the Guccifer 2.0 persona transferred approximately 2.5 gigabytes of Florida-related data stolen from the DCCC to a U.S. blogger covering Florida politics. On August 22, 2016, the Guccifer 2.0 persona sent a U.S. reporter documents stolen from the DCCC pertaining to the Black Lives Matter movement. The GRU was also in contact with the Guccifer persona with Redacted, a former Trump campaign member, Redacted. In early August 2016, Redacted Twitter's suspension of the Guccifer 2.0 Twitter account. After it was reinstated, GRU officers posing as Guccifer 2.0 wrote, redacted via private message, "Thank you for writing back. Do you find anything interesting in the docs I posted?" On August 17, 2016, the GRU added, "Please tell me if I can help you anyhow. It would be a great pleasure to me." On September 9, 2016, the GRU, again posing as Guccifer 2.0, referred to a stolen DCCC document posted online and asked Redacted, "What do you think of the info on the turnout model for the Democrats' entire presidential campaign?" End quote. Redacted responded, quote, "Pretty standard," end quote. The investigation did not identify evidence of other communications between Redacted and Guccifer 2.0. 3. Use of WikiLeaks. In order to expand its interference in the 2016 U.S. presidential election, the GRU units transferred many of the documents they stole from the DNC and the chairman of the Clinton campaign to WikiLeaks. GRU officers used both the DC Leaks and Guccifer 2.0 personas to communicate with WikiLeaks through Twitter private messaging and through encrypted channels, including possibly through WikiLeaks' private communication system. A. WikiLeaks' expressed opposition toward the Clinton campaign. WikiLeaks, and particularly its founder Julian Assange, privately expressed an opposition to candidate Clinton well before the release of stolen documents. In November 2015, Assange wrote to other members and associates of WikiLeaks that, quote, "We believe it would be much better for GOP to win. Dems and media and liberals would then form a bloc to reign in their worst qualities. With Hillary in charge, GOP will be pushing for her worst qualities. Dems and media and neoliberals will be mute. She's a bright, well-connected, sadistic sociopath," end quote. In March 2016, WikiLeaks released a searchable archive of approximately 30,000 Clinton emails.
that had been attained through Freedom of Information Act litigation. Where is that? Twitter group chat at WikiLeaks et al. Assange also wrote that, quote, GOP will generate a lot opposition, including through dumb moves. Hillary will do the same thing, but co-opt the liberal opposition and the GOP opposition. Hence, Hillary has greater freedom to start wars than the GOP, and has the will to do so. In March, while designing the archive, one WikiLeaks member explained the reason for building the archive to another associate. Quote, we want this repository to become the place to search for background on Hillary's plotting at the State Department during 2009 to 2013. Firstly, because it's useful and will annoy Hillary, but secondly, because we want to be seen to be a resource/player in the U.S. election, because it may encourage people to send us even more important leaks. B. WikiLeaks' first contact with Guccifer 2.0 and DC Leaks. Shortly after the GRU's first release of stolen documents through DCLeaks.com in June 2016, GRU officers also used the DC Leaks persona to contact WikiLeaks about possible coordination in the future release of stolen emails. On June 14, 2016, at DCLeaks_ sent a direct message to WikiLeaks noting, you announced your organization was preparing to publish more Hillary's emails. We are ready to support you. We have some sensitive information too, in particular her financial documents. Let's do it together. What do you think about publishing our info at the same moment? Thank you. Redacted. Around the same time, WikiLeaks initiated communications with the GRU persona Guccifer 2.0 shortly after it was used to release documents stolen from the DNC. On June 22, 2016, 7 days after Guccifer 2.0's first releases of stolen documents, DNC documents, WikiLeaks used Twitter's direct message function to contact the Guccifer 2.0 Twitter account and suggest that Guccifer 2.0, quote, send any new material stolen from the DNC here for us to review and it will have much higher impact than what you are doing, end quote. On July 6, 2016, WikiLeaks again contacted Guccifer 2.0 through Twitter's private messaging function, writing, quote, if you have anything Hillary related, we want it in the next 2 days preferable because the DNC is approaching and she will solidify Bernie Sanders' support behind her after. The Guccifer 2.0 persona responded, okay, I see. WikiLeaks also explained, we think Trump has a 25% chance of winning against Hillary, so conflict between Bernie and Hillary is interesting. Oh, I missed a... From earlier in the page, encourage people to send us even more important leaks. Less than 2 weeks earlier, the same account had been used to send a private message opposing the idea of Clinton, quote, in the White House with her bloodlust and ambitions of empire with hawkish liberal interventionist appointees. Okay. C. The GRU's transfer of stolen materials to WikiLeaks. Both the GRU and WikiLeaks sought to hide their communications, which has limited the office's ability to collect all of the communications between them. Thus, after it is clear that the stolen DNC and Podesta documents were transferred from the GRU to WikiLeaks, redacted, the office was able to identify when the GRU, operating through its personas Guccifer 2.0 and DC Leaks, transferred some of the stolen documents to WikiLeaks through online archives set up by the GRU. Assange had access to the internet from the Ecuadorian embassy in London, England. Redacted. On July 14, 2016, GRU officers used a Guccifer 2.0 email account to send WikiLeaks an email bearing the subject Big Archive and the message A New Attempt. This was not the GRU's first attempt at transferring data to WikiLeaks. On June 29, 2016, the GRU had used a Guccifer 2.0 email account to send a large encrypted file to a WikiLeaks email account. The email appears to have been undelivered. The email contained an encrypted attachment with the name wkdnclink1.txt.gpg. Using the Guccifer 2.0 Twitter account, GRU officers sent WikiLeaks an encrypted file and instructions on how to open it. On July 18, 2016, WikiLeaks confirmed in a direct message to the Guccifer 2.0 account that it had the 1 gigabyte or so archive and would make a release of the stolen documents, quote, this week. On July 22, 2016, WikiLeaks released over 20,000 emails and other documents stolen from the DNC computer networks. The Democratic National Convention began 3 days later. Similar communications occurred between WikiLeaks and the GRU-operated persona DC Leaks. On September 15, 2016, DC Leaks wrote to @WikiLeaks, "Hi there, I'm from DC Leaks. How could we discuss some submission-related issues? I'm trying to reach out to you via your secured chat, but getting no response. I've got something that might interest you. You won't be disappointed, I promise." The WikiLeaks account responded, "Hi there," without further elaboration. The DC Leaks account did not respond immediately. The same day, the Twitter account @Guccifer_2 sent @DCLeaks_ a direct message, which is the first known contact between the personas. During subsequent communications, the Guccifer 2.0 persona informed DC Leaks that WikiLeaks was trying to contact DC Leaks and arrange for a way to speak through encrypted emails. An analysis of the metadata collected from the WikiLeaks site revealed that the stolen Podesta emails show a creation date of September 19, 2016. Based on information about Assange's computer and its possible operating system, this date may be when the GRU staged the stolen Podesta emails for transfer to WikiLeaks, as the GRU had previously done in July 2016 for the DNC emails. Redacted. At the time, certain Apple operating systems used a setting that left a downloaded file's creation date the same as the creation date shown on the host computer. This would explain why the creation date on WikiLeaks' version of the files still says September 19, 2016. The WikiLeaks site also released PDFs and other documents taken from Podesta that were attachments to emails in his account. These documents had a creation date of October 2, 2016, which appears to be the date the attachments were separately staged by WikiLeaks on its site. Beginning on September 20, 2016, WikiLeaks and DC Leaks resumed communications in a brief exchange. On September 22, 2016, a DC Leaks email account, dcleaksproject@gmail.com, sent an email to a WikiLeaks account with the subject, quote, "submission," and the message, quote, "Hi from DC Leaks." The email contained a PGP encrypted message with the file name wiki_mail.txt.gpg. Redacted. The email, however, bears a number of similarities to the July 14, 2016 email in which GRU officers used the Guccifer 2.0 persona to give WikiLeaks access to the archive of DNC files. On December 22, 2016, the same day of DC Leaks' email to WikiLeaks, the Twitter account @DCLeaks_ sent a single message to @WikiLeaks with a string of characters. Redacted. The office cannot rule out that stolen documents were transferred to WikiLeaks through intermediaries who visited during the summer of 2016. For example, public reporting identified Andrew Mueller as a WikiLeaks associate who may have associated with the transfer of these stolen documents to WikiLeaks. Redacted. On October 7, 2016, WikiLeaks released the first email stolen from the Podesta email account. In total, WikiLeaks released 33 tranches of stolen emails between October 7, 2016 and November 7, 2016. The releases include private speeches given by Clinton, internal communications between Podesta and other high-ranking members of the Clinton campaign, and correspondence related to the Clinton Foundation. In total, WikiLeaks released over 50,000 documents stolen from Podesta's personal email account. The last in-time email released from Podesta's account was dated March 21, 2016, 2 days after Podesta received a spear-phishing email sent by the GRU. D. WikiLeaks statements dissembling about the source of stolen materials. As reports attributing the DNC and DCCC hacks to the Russian government emerged, WikiLeaks and Assange made several public statements apparently designed to obscure the source of the materials that WikiLeaks was releasing. The file transfer evidence described above and other information uncovered during the investigation discredit WikiLeaks' claims that the source of material that it posted. Beginning in the summer of 2016, Assange and WikiLeaks made a number of statements about Seth Rich, a former DNC staff member who was killed in July 2016. The statements about Rich implied falsely that he had been the source of the stolen DNC emails. On August 9, 2016, the @WikiLeaks Twitter account posted, quote, "Announce, WikiLeaks has decided to issue a US $20,000 reward for information leading to the conviction for the murder of DNC staffer Seth Rich. Likewise, on August 25, 2016, Assange was asked in an interview, "Why are you so interested in Seth Rich's killer?" and responded, "We're very interested in anything that might be a threat to alleged WikiLeaks sources." End quote. The interviewer responded to Assange's statement by commenting, quote, "I know you don't want to reveal your source, but it certainly sounds like you're suggesting a man who leaked information to WikiLeaks was then murdered." End quote. Assange replied, quote, "If there's someone who's potentially connected to our publication and that person has been murdered in suspicious circumstances, it doesn't necessarily mean that the two are connected, but it is a very serious matter. That type of allegation is very serious, and it's taken very seriously by us." After the U.S. intelligence community publicly announced its assessment that Russia was behind the hacking operation, Assange continued to deny that the Clinton materials released by WikiLeaks had come from Russian hacking. According to media reports, Assange told a U.S. congressman that the DNC hack was a, quote, "inside job," and purported to have physical proof that Russians did not give materials to Assange. C. Ooh. I need to take a quick break, but I will be back in, let's say, 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you for your patience. I am, after all, oddly enough, a human. All right, here we go. C. Additional GRU cyber operations. While releasing the stolen emails and documents through DC Leaks, Guccifer 2.0, and WikiLeaks, GRU officers continued to target and hack victims linked to the Democratic campaign and eventually to target entities responsible for election administration in several states. 1. Summer and fall 2016 operations targeting Democrat-linked victims. On July 27, it's my sister's birthday, 2016, Unit 26165 targeted email accounts connected to candidate Clinton's personal office redacted. Earlier that day, candidate Trump made public statements that included the following quote: "Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. I think you will probably be rewarded mightily by our press." End quote. The 30,000 emails were apparently a reference to emails described in media accounts as having been stored on a personal server that candidate Clinton had used while serving as Secretary of State. Within approximately 5 hours of Trump's statement, GRU officers targeted for the first time Clinton's personal office. After candidate Trump's remarks, Unit 26165 created and sent malicious links targeting 15 email accounts at the domain redacted, including an email account belonging to Clinton aide redacted. The investigation did not find evidence of earlier GRU attempts to compromise accounts hosted on this domain. It is unclear how the GRU was able to identify these email accounts, which were not public. Unit 26165 officers also hacked into a DNC account hosted on a cloud computing service redacted. On September 20, 2016, the GRU began to generate copies of the DNC data using redacted function designed to allow users to produce backups of databases, referred to redacted as snapshots. The GRU then stole those snapshots by moving them to redacted account that they controlled. From there, the copies were moved to GRU-controlled computers. The GRU stole approximately 300 gigabytes of data from the DNC cloud-based account. 2. Intrusions targeting the administration of U.S. elections. In addition to targeting individuals involved in the Clinton campaign, GRU officers also targeted individuals and entities involved in the administration of the elections. Victims included U.S. state and local entities such as state boards of elections, SBOEs, secretaries of state, and county governments, as well as individuals who worked for those entities. The GRU also targeted private technology firms responsible for manufacturing and administering election-related software and hardware, such as voter registration software and electronic polling stations. The GRU continued to target these victims through the elections in November 2016. While the investigation identified evidence that the GRU targeted these individuals and entities, the office did not investigate further. The office did not, for instance, obtain or examine servers or other relevant items belonging to these victims. The office understands that the FBI, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, and the states have separately investigated that activity. By at least the summer of 2016, GRU officers sought access to state and local computer networks by exploiting known software vulnerabilities on websites of state and local government entities. GRU officers, for example, targeted state and local databases of registered voters using a technique known as SQL injection, by which malicious code was sent to the state or local website in order to run commands such as exfiltrating the database contents. In one instance, in approximately June 2016, the GRU compromised the computer network of the Illinois State Board of Elections by exploiting a vulnerability in the SBOE's website. The GRU then gained access to a database containing information on millions of registered Illinois voters and extracted data related to thousands of U.S. voters before the malicious activity was identified. GRU officers redacted, scanned state and local websites for vulnerabilities. For example, over a 2-day period in July 2016, GRU officers redacted for vulnerabilities on websites of more than 24 states. Redacted for vulnerabilities continued through the election. Unit 74455 also sent spear-phishing emails to public officials involved in election administration and personnel at companies involved in voting technology. In August 2016, GRU officers targeted employees of Redacted, a voting technology company that developed software used by numerous U.S. counties to manage voter rolls, and installed malware on the company network.
Similarly, in November 2016, the GRU sent spear phishing emails to over 120 email accounts used by Florida County officials responsible for administering the 2016 U.S. election. The spear phishing emails contained an attached Word document coded with malicious software, commonly referred to as a Trojan, that permitted the GRU to access the infected computer. The FBI was separately responsible for this investigation. We understand the FBI believes that this operation enabled the GRU to gain access to the network of at least one Florida county government. The office did not independently verify that belief and, as explained above, did not undertake the investigative steps that would have been necessary to do so. What? Yo, red flag right there. D. Trump campaign and dissemination of hacked materials. The Trump campaign showed interest in WikiLeaks releases of hacked materials throughout the summer and fall of 2016. Redacted A. Background. Redacted B. Contacts with the campaign about WikiLeaks. Redacted. On June 12, 2016, Assange claimed in a televised interview to quote, have emails relating to Hillary Clinton which are pending publication, but provided no additional context. In debriefings with the office, former Deputy Campaign Chairman Rick Gates said that redacted. In February 2018, Gates pleaded guilty pursuant to a plea agreement to a superseding criminal information charging him with conspiring to defraud and commit multiple offenses, that is, tax fraud, failure to report foreign bank accounts, and acting as an unregistered agent of a foreign principal against the United States, as well as making false statements to our office. Superseding criminal information, United States v. Richard Gates, from 2018. The plea agreement, 2018. Gates has provided information and in-court testimony with the office that the office has deemed to be reliable. Redacted. Gates recalled candidate Trump being generally frustrated that the Clinton emails had not been found. Paul Manafort, who would later become campaign chairman, redacted. As explained further in Volume 1, Section 4A, subsection A, subsection 8, Manafort entered into a plea agreement with our office. We determined that he breached the agreement by being untruthful in proffer sessions and before the grand jury. We have generally recounted his version of events in this report only when his statements are sufficiently corroborated to be trustworthy, to identify issues on which Manafort's untruthful responses may by themselves be of evidentiary value, or to provide Manafort's explanations for certain events, even when we were unable to determine whether that explanation was credible. His account appears here principally because it aligns with those of other witnesses. Redacted. Michael Cohen, former executive vice president of the Trump Organization and special counsel to Donald J. Trump, told the office that he recalled an incident in which he was in candidate Trump's office in Trump Tower. In November 2018, Cohen pleaded guilty pursuant to a plea agreement to a single-count information charging him with making false statements to Congress in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1001A and C. He had previously pleaded guilty to several other criminal charges brought by the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York after a referral from this office. In the months leading up to his false statements guilty plea, Cohen met with our office on multiple occasions for interviews and provided information that the office has generally assessed to be reliable, and that is included in this report. Redacted. Cohen further told the office that after WikiLeaks' subsequent release of stolen DNC emails in July 2016, candidate Trump said to Cohen something to the effect of redacted. According to Gates, Manafort expressed excitement about the release. Redacted. Manafort, for his part, told the office that shortly after WikiLeaks' July 22 release, Manafort also spoke with candidate Trump. Redacted. Manafort also wanted to be kept apprised of any developments with WikiLeaks and separately told Gates to keep in touch, redacted, about future WikiLeaks releases. According to Gates, by the late summer of 2016, the Trump campaign was planning a press strategy, a communications campaign, and messaging based on the possible releases of Clinton emails by WikiLeaks. Redacted, while Trump and Gates were driving to LaGuardia Airport. Redacted, shortly after the call, candidate Trump told Gates that more releases of damaging information would be coming. Redacted. Corsi is an author... Corsi is an author who holds a doctorate in political science. Corsi first rose to public prominence in August 2004 when he published his book Unfit for Command, Swift Vote Veterans Speak Out Against John Kerry. In the 2008 election cycle, Corsi gained prominence for being a leading proponent of the allegation that Barack Obama was not born in the United States. Corsi told the office that Donald Trump expressed interest in his writings and that he spoke with Trump on the phone on at least 6 occasions. In 2016, Corsi also worked for the media outlet WorldNet Daily, WND. Redacted. Corsi was first interviewed on September 6, 2018, at the special counsel's office in Washington, D.C. He was accompanied by counsel throughout the interview. Corsi was subsequently interviewed on September 17, 2008, September 21st, 2018, October 31st, 2018, and a bunch of other dates. Counsel was present for all interviews, and the interviews beginning on September 21st, 2018, were conducted pursuant to a proffer agreement that precluded affirmative use of his statements against him in limited circumstances. Redacted. Corsi told the office during interviews that he must have previously discussed Assange with Malik. Redacted. According to Malik, Corsi asked him to put Corsi in touch with Assange, whom Corsi wished to interview. Malik recalled that Corsi had suggested that individuals in the orbit of UK politician Nigel Farage might be able to connect Assange, and asked if Malik knew them. Malik told Corsi that he would think about the request, but made no actual attempt to connect Corsi with Assange. Malik denied ever communicating with Assange or WikiLeaks, stating that he did not pursue the request to contact Assange because he believed he had no connections to Assange. Redacted. Malik stated to investigators that beginning in or about August 2016, he and Corsi had multiple FaceTime discussions about WikiLeaks. Redacted had made a connection to Assange, and that the hacked emails of John Podesta would be released prior to Election Day and would be helpful to the Trump campaign. In one conversation in or around August or September 2016, Corsi told Malik that the release of the Podesta emails was coming, after which we were going to be in the driver's seat. Redacted. D. WikiLeaks October 7, 2016 release of stolen Podesta emails. On October 7, 2016, 4 days after the Assange press conference, redacted, the Washington Post published an Access Hollywood video that captured comments by candidate Trump some years earlier and that was expected to adversely affect the campaign. Candidate Trump can be heard off camera making graphic statements about women. Less than an hour after the video's publication, WikiLeaks released the first set of emails stolen by the GRU from the account of Clinton campaign chairman John Podesta. Redacted. Corsi said that because he had no direct means of communicating with WikiLeaks, he told members of the news site WND, who were participating on a conference call with him that day, to reach Assange immediately. In a later November 2018 interview, Corsi stated, redacted, that he believed Malik was on the call, but then focused on other individuals who were on the call invitation, which Malik was not. Separate travel records show that at the time of the call, Malik was aboard a transatlantic flight. Corsi at one point stated that after WikiLeaks' release of stolen emails on October 7, 2016, he concluded Malik had gotten in contact with Assange. Corsi claimed that the pressure was enormous and recalled telling the conference call recalled telling the conference call the Access Hollywood tape was coming. During the same interview, Corsi also just suggested that he may have sent out public tweets because he knew Assange was reading his tweets. Our office was unable to find evidence of any such tweets. Corsi stated that he was convinced that his efforts had caused WikiLeaks to release the emails when they did. In a later November 2018 interview, Corsi stated that he thought that he had told people on a WND conference call about the forthcoming tape, and he had sent out a tweet asking whether anyone could contact Assange, but then said that maybe he had done nothing. The office investigated Corsi's allegations about the events of October 7, 2016, but found little corroboration for his allegations about the day. Redacted. However, the phone records themselves do not indicate that the conversation was with any of the reporters who broke the Access Hollywood story, and that the office had not otherwise been able to identify the substance of the conversation. Redacted. However, the office has not identified any conference call participant or anyone who spoke to Corsi that day who says that they received non-public information about the tape from Corsi or acknowledged having contacted a member of WikiLeaks on October 7, 2016 after a conversation with Corsi. E. Donald Trump Jr. interaction with WikiLeaks. Donald Trump Jr. had direct electronic communications with WikiLeaks during the campaign period. On September 20, 2016, an individual named Jason Fishbein sent WikiLeaks the password for an unlaunched website focused on Trump's, quote, unprecedented and dangerous ties to Russia, PutinTrump.org. Twitter DM messages. When interviewed by our office, Fishbein produced what he claimed to be logs from a chat room in which the participants discussed U.S. politics. One of the other participants had posted the website and password that Fishbein sent WikiLeaks. WikiLeaks publicly tweeted, "Let's bomb Iraq. Progress for America PAC to Let's bomb Iraq. Progress for America PAC to launch PutinTrump.org at 9:30 a.m. Oops, password is PutinTrump, PutinTrump.org. Several hours later, WikiLeaks sent a Twitter direct message to Donald Trump Jr., quote, a PAC-run anti-Trump site, PutinTrump.org, is about to launch. The PAC is a recycled pro-Iraq war PAC. We have guessed the password. It is Putin Trump. See about for who is behind it. Any comments? Several hours later, Trump Jr. emailed a variety of senior campaign staff. Quote, guys, I got a weird Twitter DM from WikiLeaks. See below. I tried the password and it works. And the about section they reference contains the next pick in terms of who is behind it. Not sure if this is anything, but it seems like it's really WikiLeaks asking me as I follow them, and it is a DM. Do you know the people mentioned and what the conspiracy they are looking for could be? These are just screenshots, but it's a fully built out page claiming to be a PAC. Let me know your thoughts and if we want to look into it. Trump Jr. attached a screenshot of the About page for the unlaunched site PutinTrump.org. The next day, after the website had launched publicly, Trump Jr. sent a direct message to WikiLeaks. Quote, off the record, I don't know who that is, but I'll ask around. Thanks. On October 3rd, 2016, WikiLeaks sent another direct message to Trump asking you guys to help disseminate a link alleging candidate Clinton had advocated using a drone to target Julian Assange. Trump Jr. responded that he had already had done so and asked, what's behind this Wednesday leak that I keep reading about? WikiLeaks did not respond. On October 12, 2016, WikiLeaks wrote again that it was, quote, great to see you and your dad talking about our publications. Strongly suggest your dad tweets this link if he mentions us, WLSearch.tk. WikiLeaks wrote that the link would help Trump in, quote, digging through leaked emails and stated, quote, we just released Podesta emails part 4. 2 days later, Trump Jr. publicly tweeted this WLSearch.tk link. 2. Other potential campaign interest in Russian hacked materials. Throughout 2016, the Trump campaign expressed interest in Hillary Clinton's private email server and whether approximately 30,000 emails from that server had been in fact permanently destroyed as reported by the media. Several individuals associated with the campaign were contacted in 2016 about various efforts to obtain the missing Clinton emails and other stolen materials in support of the Trump campaign. Some of these contacts were met with skepticism and nothing came of them. Others were pursued to some degree. The investigation did not find evidence that the Trump campaign recovered any such Clinton emails or that these contacts were part of a coordinated effort between Russia and the Trump campaign. A. Henry Okniansky, a.k.a. Henry Greenberg. In the spring of 2016, Trump campaign advisor Michael Caputo learned through a Florida-based Russian business partner that another Florida-based Russian, Henry Okniansky, who also went by the name Henry Greenberg, claimed to have information pertaining to Hillary Clinton. Caputo notified Roger Stone and brokered communication between Stone and Okniansky. Okniansky and Stone set up a May 2016 in-person meeting. Okniansky was accompanied to the meeting by Alexei Racine, a Ukrainian associate involved in Florida real estate. At the meeting, Racine offered to sell Stone derogatory information on Clinton that Racine claimed to have obtained while working for Clinton. Racine claimed to possess financial statements demonstrating Clinton's involvement in money laundering with Racine's companies. According to Okniansky, Stone asked if the amounts in question totaled millions of dollars, but was told it was closer to hundreds of thousands. Stone refused the offer, stating that Trump would not pay for opposition research. Okniansky claimed to the office that Racine's motivation was financial. According to Okniansky, Racine had tried unsuccessfully to shop the Clinton information around to other interested parties, and Okniansky would receive a cut if the information was sold. Racine is noted in public source documents as the director and or registered agent for a number of Florida companies, none of which appears to be connected with Clinton. The office found no other evidence that Racine worked for Clinton or any Clinton-related entities. In their statements to investigators, Okniansky and Caputo had contradictory recollections about the meeting. Okniansky claimed that Caputo accompanied Stone to the meeting and provided an introduction, whereas Caputo did not tell us that he had attended and claimed that he was never told what information Okniansky offered. Caputo had also stated that he was unaware Okniansky sought to be paid for the information until Stone informed him after the fact. The office did not locate Racine in the United States, although the office confirmed Racine had been issued a Florida driver's license. The office otherwise was unable to determine the content and origin of the information he was purportedly offered to Stone. Finally, the investigation did not identify evidence of a connection between the outreach or the meeting and Russian interference efforts. B. Campaign efforts to obtain deleted Clinton emails. After candidate Trump stated on July 27, 2016 that he hoped Russia would quote, find the 30,000 emails that are missing, end quote, Trump asked individuals affiliated with his campaign to find the deleted Clinton emails. Michael Flynn, who would later serve as national security advisor in the Trump administration, recalled that Trump had made this request repeatedly, and Flynn subsequently contacted multiple people in an effort to obtain the emails. Barbara Ledeen and Peter Smith were among the people contacted by Flynn. Ledeen, a longtime Senate staffer who had previously sought the Clinton emails, provided updates to Flynn about her efforts throughout the summer of 2016. Smith, an investment advisor who was active in Republican politics, also attempted to locate and obtain the deleted Clinton emails. Ledeen began her efforts to obtain the Clinton emails before Flynn's request, as early as December 2015. On December 3, 2015, she emailed Smith a proposal to obtain the emails stating, quote, "Here is the proposal I briefly mentioned to you. The person I described to you would be happy to talk with you either in person or over the phone. The person can get the emails which, one, were classified, and two, were purloined by our enemies. That would demonstrate what needs to be demonstrated," end quote. Attached to the email was a 25-page proposal stating that the Clinton email server was, in all likelihood, breached long ago, end quote, and that the Chinese, Russian, and Iranian intelligence services would, quote, reassemble the server's email content, end quote. The proposal called for a three-phase approach. The first two phases consisted of open source analysis. The third phase consisted of checking with certain intelligence sources, quote, that have access through liaison work with various foreign services, end quote, to determine if any of those services has gotten to the server. The proposal noted, quote, even if a single email was recovered and the provenance of that email was a foreign service, it would be catastrophic to the Clinton campaign. Smith forwarded the email to two colleagues and wrote, quote, we can discuss to whom it should be referred. On December 16th, 2015, Smith informed Ledeen that he declined to participate in her, quote, initiative. According to one of Smith's business associates, Smith believed Ledeen's initiative was not viable at that time. Just 2 weeks after Trump's July 2016 request to find the Clinton emails, however, Smith tried to locate and obtain the emails himself. He created a company, raised tens of thousands of dollars, and recruited security experts and business associates. Smith made claims to others involved in the effort and those from whom he sought funding that he was in contact with hackers with ties and affiliations to Russia who had access to the emails, and that his efforts were coordinated with the Trump campaign. On August 28, 2016, Smith sent an email from an encrypted account with the subject, quote, Secretary Clinton's unsecured private email server to an undisclosed list of recipients, including campaign co-chairman Sam Clovis. The email stated that Smith was, quote, just finishing 2 days of sensitive meetings here in D.C. with involved groups to poke and probe on the above. It is clear that the Clintons' home-based unprotected server was hacked with ease by both state-related players and private mercenaries. Parties with varying interests are circling to release ahead of the election, end quote. On September 2nd, 2016, Smith directed a business associate to establish KLS Research LLC in furtherance of his search for the deleted Clinton emails. One of the purposes of KLS Research was to manage the funds Smith raised in support of his initiative. KLS Research received over $30,000 during the presidential campaign, although Smith represented that he raised even more money. Smith recruited multiple people for his initiative, including security experts to search for and authenticate the emails. In early September 2016, as part of his recruitment and fundraising effort, Smith circulated a document stating that his initiative was, quote, in coordination with the Trump campaign, quote, to the extent permitted as an independent expenditure organization, end quote. The document listed multiple individuals affiliated with the Trump campaign, including Flynn, Clovis, Bannon, and Kellyanne Conway. The same recruitment document listed Jerome Corsi under, quote, independent groups, organizations, individuals, and described him as, quote, an established author and writer from the right on President Obama and Secretary Clinton. The investigation established that Smith communicated with at least Flynn and Clovis about his search for the deleted Clinton emails. But the office did not identify evidence that any of the listed individuals initiated or directed Smith's efforts. In September 2016, Smith and Ledeen got back in touch with each other about their respective efforts. Ledeen wrote to Smith, quote, wondering if you had some more detailed reports or memos or other data you could share, because we have come a long way in our efforts since we last visited. We would need as much technical discussion as possible so we could marry it against the new data we have found, and we could share it back to your eyes only, end quote. Ledeen claimed to have obtained a trove of emails from what she described as the, quote, dark web that purported to be the deleted Clinton emails. Ledeen wanted to authenticate the emails and solicited contributions to fund that effort. Eric Prince provided funding to hire a tech advisor to ascertain the authenticity of the emails. According to Prince, the tech advisor determined that the emails were not authentic. A backup of Smith's computer contained 2 files that had been downloaded from WikiLeaks that were originally attached to emails received by John Podesta. The files on Smith's computer had creation dates of October 2nd, 2016, which was prior to the date of their release by WikiLeaks. Forensic examination, however, established that the creation date did not reflect when the files were downloaded to Smith's computer. It appears the creation date was when WikiLeaks staged the document for release, as discussed in Volume 1, Section 3B3C. The investigation did not otherwise identify evidence that Smith obtained the files before the release by WikiLeaks. Smith continued to send emails to an undisclosed recipient list about Clinton's deleted emails until shortly before the election. For example, on October 28, 2016, Smith wrote that there was a, quote, tug of war going on within WikiLeaks over its planned releases in the next few days, and that WikiLeaks, quote, had maintained that it will save its best revelations for last, under the theory that this allows little time for response prior to the U.S. election November 8th. Oh, I missed a... It appears the creation date was when WikiLeaks staged the document for release, as discussed in Volume 1. The forensic analysis of Smith's computer devices found that Smith used an older Apple operating system that would have preserved that October 2nd, 2016 creation date when it was downloaded, no matter what day it was in fact downloaded by Smith. Preserved that date, yes, okay. The office tested this theory in March 2019 by downloading 2 files found on Smith's computer from WikiLeaks' site using the same Apple operating system as Smith's computer. Both files were successfully downloaded and retained the October 2nd, 2016 creation date. An attachment to the email claimed that WikiLeaks would release, quote, all 33,000 deleted emails by November 1st. No emails obtained from Clinton's server were subsequently released. Smith drafted multiple emails stating or intimating that he was in contact with Russian hackers. For example, in one such email, Smith claimed that in August 2016, KLS Research had organized meetings with parties who had access to the deleted Clinton emails, including parties with, quote, ties and affiliations to Russia. The investigation did not identify evidence that any such meetings occurred. Associates and security experts who worked with Smith on the initiative did not believe that Smith was in contact with Russian hackers and were aware of no such connection. The investigation did not establish that Smith was in contact with Russian hackers or that Smith, Ledeen, or other individuals in touch with the Trump campaign ultimately obtained the deleted Clinton emails. In sum, the investigation established that the GRU hacked into email accounts of persons affiliated with the Clinton campaign, as well as the computers of the DNC and DCCC. The GRU then exfiltrated data related to the 2016 election from these accounts and computers and disseminated that data through fictitious online personas, DC Leaks and Lucifer 2.0, and later through WikiLeaks. The investigation also established that the Trump campaign displayed interest in the WikiLeaks releases and that redacted, as explained in Volume 1, Section 5B, the evidence was sufficient to support computer intrusion and other charges against GRU officers for their role in election-related hacking. Redacted. All right. This is a particularly long section, so I also need to take a quick break. So I am going to throw up a 5-minute timer, and I will resume for probably what is the longest section in the report in 5 minutes.
Okay, welcome back. About to launch into what I know to be the longest single section, according to my splits, because I've only arranged them by section and subsection. So, and I would like to not pause it except between splits. So, I mean, I'm making my own rules here, so. Alright. Back at it. Everything set up? Okay, good. Okay. Here we go. Four, Russian government links to and contacts with the Trump campaign. The office identified multiple contacts, links in the words of the appointment order, between Trump campaign officials and individuals with ties to the Russian government. The office investigated whether those contacts constituted a third avenue of attempted Russian interference or influence on the 2016 presidential election. In particular, the investigation examined whether these contacts involved or resulted in coordination or a conspiracy with the Trump campaign in Russia, including with respect to Russia providing assistance to the campaign in exchange for any sort of favorable treatment in the future. Based on the available information, the investigation did not establish such coordination. This section describes the principal links between the Trump campaign and individuals with ties to the Russian government, including some contacts with campaign officials or associates that have been publicly reported to involve Russian contacts. Each subsection begins with an overview of the Russian contact at issue, and then describes in detail the relevant facts, which are generally presented in chronological order, beginning with the early months of the campaign and extending through the post-election transition period. A. Campaign period, September 2015 to November 8, 2016. Russian government-connected individuals and media entities began showing interest in Trump's campaigns in the months after he announced his candidacy in June 2015. For example, on August 18, 2015, on behalf of the editor-in-chief of the internet newspaper The Zgliad, Georgy Asatrian emailed campaign press secretary Hope Hicks asking for a phone or in-person candidate interview. One day earlier, the publication's founder and former Russian parliamentarian Konstantin Ryakov had registered two Russian websites, Trump2016.ru and DonaldTrump2016.ru. No interview took place. Because Trump's status as a public figure at the time was attributable in large part to his prior business and entertainment dealings, the office investigated whether a business contact with Russia-linked individuals and entities during the campaign period, the Trump Tower Moscow Project, see Volume 1, Section 4A1, led to or involved coordination of election assistance. Outreach from individuals with ties to Russia continued in the spring and summer of 2016 when Trump was moving toward and eventually becoming the Republican nominee for president. As set forth below, the office also evaluated a series of links during this period, outreach to two of Trump's then recently named foreign policy advisors, including a representation that Russia had dirt on Clinton in the form of thousands of emails, Volume 1, Sections 4A2 and 4A3, dealings with a DC-based think tank that specializes in Russia and has connections with its government, Volume 1, Section 4A4, a meeting at Trump Tower between the campaign and a Russian lawyer promising dirt on candidate Clinton that was, quote, part of a Russian and its government's support of Trump, events at the Republican National Convention, post-convention contacts between Trump campaign officials and Russia's ambassador to the United States, and contacts through campaign chairman Paul Manafort, who had previously worked for a Russian oligarch and a pro-Russian political party in Ukraine. 1. Trump Tower Moscow Project. The Trump Organization has pursued and completed projects outside the United States as part of its real estate portfolio. Some projects have involved the acquisition and ownership through subsidiary corporate structures of property.
In other cases, the Trump Organization has executed licensing deals with real estate developers and management companies, often local to the country where the project was located. Between at least 2013 and 2016, the Trump Organization explored a similar licensing deal in Russia involving the construction of a Trump-branded property in Moscow. The project, commonly referred to as a Trump Tower Moscow or Trump Moscow project, anticipated a combination of commercial, hotel, and residential properties, all within the same building. Between 2013 and June 2016, several employees of the Trump Organization, including then president of the organization Donald J. Trump, pursued a Moscow deal with several Russian counterparties. From the fall of 2015 until the middle of 2016, Michael Cohen spearheaded the Trump Organization's pursuit of a Trump Tower Moscow project, including by reporting on the project's status to candidate Trump and other executives in the Trump Organization. A. Trump Tower Moscow venture with the Crocus Group, 2013 to 2014. The Trump Organization and the... did I miss something? Yes. As noted in Volume 1, Section 3D1, in November 2018, Cohen pleaded guilty to making false statements to Congress concerning, among other things, the duration of the Trump Tower Moscow project. Just saying. The Trump Organization the Trump Organization and the Crocus Group, a Russian real estate conglomerate owned and controlled by Aras Agalarov, began discussing a Russia-based real estate project shortly after the conclusion of the 2013 Miss Universe pageant in Moscow. Quote, following the pageant, the Trump Organization and Mr. Agalarov's company, Crocus Group, began preliminarily discussing potential real estate projects in Moscow. End quote. As has been widely reported, the Miss Universe pageant, which Trump co-owned at the time, was held at the Agalarov-owned Crocus City Hall in Moscow in November 2013. Both groups were involved in organizing the pageant, and Aras Agalarov's son, Amin, was a musical performer at the event which Trump attended. Donald J. Trump Jr. served as the primary negotiator on behalf of the Trump Organization. Amin Agalarov, son of Aras Agalarov, and Irakli Ike Kavaladze represented the Crocus Group during negotiations, with the occasional assistance of Robert Goldstone. In December 2013, Kavaladze and Trump Jr. negotiated and signed preliminary terms of an agreement for the Trump Tower Moscow project. On December 23, 2013, after discussions with Donald J. Trump, the Trump Organization agreed to accept an arrangement whereby the organization received a flat 3.5% commission on all sales, with no licensing fees or incentives. The parties negotiated a letter of intent during January and February 2014. From January 2014 through November 2014, the Trump Organization and Crocus Group discussed development plans for the Moscow project. Sometime before January 24, 2014, the Crocus Group sent the Trump Organization a proposal for an 800-unit, 194-meter building to be constructed at an Agalarov-owned site in Moscow called Crocus City, which had also been the site of the Miss Universe pageant. In February 2014, Ivanka Trump met with Amin Agalarov and toured the Crocus City site during a visit to Moscow. From March 2014 through July 2014, the groups discussed design standards and other architectural elements. For example, in July 2014, members of the Trump Organization sent Crocus Group counterparties questions about the, quote, demographics of these prospective buyers in the Crocus City area, the development of neighboring parcels in Crocus City, and concepts for redesigning portions of the building. In August 2014, the Trump Organization requested specifications for a competing Marriott-branded tower being built in Crocus City. Beginning in September 2014, the Trump Organization stopped responding in a timely fashion to correspondence and proposals from the Crocus Group. Communications between... noting the last response was on August 26, 2014. Another email suggesting silence proves my fear that these guys are bailing out on the project. And another email from Crocus Group contractor about development specifications. Communications between the two groups continued through November 2014 with decreasing frequency. What appears to be the last communication is dated November 2014, November 24, 2014. The project appears not to have developed past the planning stage, and no construction occurred. B. Communications with IC Expert Investment Company and Georgi Richgladze, summer and fall of 2015. In the late summer of 2015, this Trump organization received a new inquiry about pursuing a Trump Tower project in Moscow. In approximately September 2015, Felix Sater, a New York-based real estate advisor, contacted Michael Cohen, then executive vice president of the Trump organization and special counsel to Donald Trump. Sater provided information to our office in two 2017 interviews conducted under a proffer agreement. Sater had previously worked with the Trump organization and advised it on a number of domestic and international projects. Sater had explored the possibility of a Trump Tower project in Moscow while working with the Trump organization, and therefore knew of the organization's general interest in completing a deal there. Sater had also served as an informal agent of the Trump organization in Moscow previously, and had accompanied Ivanka Trump and Donald Trump Jr. to Moscow in the mid-2000s. Sater contacted Cohen on behalf of IC Expert Investment Company, IC Expert, a Russian real estate development corporation controlled by Andrei Vladimirovich Rozov. Sater had known Rozov since approximately 2007, and in 2014 had served as an agent on behalf of Rozov during Rozov's purchase of a building in New York City. Sater later contacted Rozov and proposed that IC Expert pursue a Trump Tower Moscow project in which IC Expert would license the name and brand from the Trump organization but construct a building of its own. Okay. Sater worked on the deal with Rozov and another employee of IC Expert. Cohen was the only Trump organization representative to negotiate directly with IC Expert or its agents. In approximately September 2015, Cohen obtained approval to negotiate with IC Expert from candidate Trump, who was then president of the Trump organization. Cohen provided updates directly to Trump about the project throughout 2015 and into 2016, assuring him the project was continuing. Cohen also discussed the Trump Moscow project with Ivanka Trump as to design elements such as possible architects to use on the project, and Donald Trump Jr. about his experience in Moscow and possible involvement in the project during the fall of 2015. Also during the fall of 2015, Cohen communicated about the Trump Moscow proposal with Georgi Richgladze, a business executive who previously had been involved in a development deal with the Trump organization in Batumi, Georgia. Cohen stated that he spoke to Richgladze in part because Richgladze had pursued business ventures in Moscow, including a licensing deal with the Agalarov-owned Crocus Group. On September 22, 2015, Cohen forwarded a preliminary design study for the Trump Moscow project to Richgladze, adding, "I look forward to your reply about this spectacular project in Moscow." Richgladze forwarded Cohen's email to an associate and wrote, quote, if we could organize the meeting in New York at the highest level of the Russian government and Mr. Trump, this project would definitely receive the worldwide attention. Richgladze was a U.S.-based executive of the Georgian company Silk Road Group. In approximately 2011, Silk Road Group and the Trump organization entered into a licensing agreement to build a Trump-branded property in Batumi, Georgia. Richgladze was also involved in discussions for a Trump-branded project in Astana, Kazakhstan. The office twice interviewed Richgladze, redacted. On September 24, 2014, Richgladze and Cohen sent Cohen an attachment that he described as a proposed, quote, letter to the mayor of Moscow from Trump Org, end quote, explaining that, quote, we need to send this letter to the mayor of Moscow, second guy in Russia. He is aware of the potential project and will pledge his support. In a second email to Cohen sent the same day, Rishkaladze provided a translation of the letter, which described the Trump-Moscow project as, quote, a symbol of stronger economic, business, and cultural relationships between New York and Moscow, and therefore United States and the Russian Federation. On September 27, 2015, Rishkaladze sent another email to Cohen proposing that the Trump Organization partner on the Trump-Moscow project with Global Development Group LLC, which he described as being controlled by Mikhail Posikin, a Russian architect, and Simon Nijaradze. Cohen told the office that he ultimately declined the proposal and instead continued to work with IC Expert, the company represented by Felix Sater. C. Letter of Intent and Contacts to Russian Government, October 2015 to January 2016. I. Trump signs the letter of intent on behalf of the Trump Organization. Between approximately October 13, 2015 and November 2, 2015, the Trump Organization, through its subsidiary Trump Acquisition LLC and IC Expert, completed a letter of intent, LOI, for a Trump Moscow property. The LOI, signed by Trump for the Trump Organization and Rozov on behalf of IC Expert, was intended to facilitate further discussions in order to attempt to enter into a mutually acceptable agreement related to the Trump-branded project in Moscow. The LOI contemplated a development with residential, hotel, commercial, and office components, and called for, quote, approximately 250 first-class luxury residential condominiums, as well as one first-class luxury hotel consisting of approximately 15 floors and containing not fewer than 150 hotel rooms. For the residential and commercial portions of the project, the Trump Organization would receive between 1% and 5% of all condominium sales. The LOI called for the Trump Organization to receive 5% of all gross sales up to $100 million, 4% of all gross sales up from $100 million to $250 million, 3% of all gross sales from $250 million to $500 million, 2% of all gross sales from $500 million to $1 billion, and 1% of all gross sales over $1 billion, plus 3% of all rental and other revenue. For the project's hotel portion, the Trump Organization would receive a base fee of 3% of gross operating revenues for the first 5 years and 4% thereafter, plus a separate incentive fee of 20% for operating profit. Under the LOI, the Trump Organization also would receive a $4 million upfront fee prior to the groundbreaking. Under these terms, the Trump Organization stood to earn substantial sums over the lifetime of the project without assuming significant liabilities or financial commitments. On November 3, 2015, the day after the Trump Organization transmitted the LOI, Sater emailed Cohen suggesting that the Trump-Moscow project could be used to increase candidate Trump's chances at being elected, writing, quote, buddy, our boy can become president of the USA and we can engineer it. I will get all of Putin's team to buy into this. I will manage the process. Michael, Putin gets on stage with Donald for a ribbon cutting for Trump Moscow, and Donald owns the Republican nomination and possibly beats Hillary, and our boy is in. We will manage this process better than anyone. You and I will get Donald and Vladimir on a stage together very shortly. That the game changer. Later that day, Sater followed up. Donald doesn't stare down. He negotiates and understands the economic issues, and Putin only want to deal with a pragmatic leader, and a successful businessman is a good candidate for someone who knows how to negotiate. Business, politics, whatever, all is the same for someone who knows how to deal. I think I can get Putin to say that at the Trump-Moscow press conference. If he says that we own this election, America's most difficult adversary agreeing that Donald is a good guy to negotiate, we can own this election. Michael, my next steps are very sensitive with Putin's very, very close people. We can pull this off. Michael, let's go. 2 boys from Brooklyn getting a USA president elected. This is good, really good. According to Cohen, he did not consider the political import of the Trump-Moscow project to the 2016 U.S. presidential election at the time. Cohen also said he did not recall candidate Trump or anyone affiliated with the Trump campaign discussing the political implications of the Trump-Moscow project with him. However, Cohen recalled conversations with Trump in which the candidate suggested that his campaign would be a significant infomercial for Trump-branded properties. 2. Post-LOI contacts with individuals in Russia. Given the size of the Trump-Moscow project, Sater and Cohen believed the project required approval, whether express or implicit, from the Russian national government, including from the presidential administration of Russia. Sater stated that he therefore began to contact the presidential administration through another Russian business contact. In earlier negotiations with the Trump organization, Sater had alluded to the need for government approval and his attempts to set up meetings with Russian officials. On October 12, 2015, for example, Sater wrote to Cohen that, quote, "All we need is Putin on board and we are golden," and that a meeting with Putin and top deputy is tentatively set for 14th of October. Redacted, this meeting was being coordinated by associates in Russia and that he had no direct interaction with the Russian government. Approximately a month later, after the LOI had been signed, Lana Urkova emailed Ivanka Trump on behalf of Urkova's then-husband, Dmitry Klokov, to offer Klokov's assistance to the Trump campaign. Ivanka Trump received an email from a woman who identified herself as Lana E. Alexander, which said in part, quote, "If you ask anyone who knows Russian to Google my husband, Dmitry Klokov, you see he is close to and that he has done Putin's political campaigns." Klokov was at the time director of external communications for PJSC, Federal Grid Company of Unified Energy System, a large Russian electricity transmission company, and had been previously employed as an aide and press secretary to Russia's energy minister. Ivanka Trump forwarded the email to Cohen. He told the office that, after receiving this inquiry, he had conducted an internet search for Klokov's name and concluded incorrectly that Klokov was a former Olympic weightlifter. During his interviews with the office, Cohen still appeared to believe that the Klokov he spoke with was the Olympian. The investigation, however, established that the email address used to communicate with Cohen belongs to a different Dmitry Klokov, as described above. Between November 18 and 19, 2015, Klokov and Cohen had at least one telephone call and exchanged several emails. Describing himself in emails to Cohen as a trusted person who could offer the campaign political synergy and synergy on a government level, Klokov recommended that Cohen travel to Russia to speak with him and an unidentified intermediary. Klokov said that those conversations could facilitate a later meeting in Russia between the candidate and an individual Klokov described as our person of interest. In an email to the office, Urkova later identified the person of interest as Russian President Vladimir Putin. In July 2018, the office received an unsolicited email purporting to be from Urkova, in which she wrote that, quote, "At the end of 2015 and beginning of 2016, I was asked by my ex-husband to contact Ivanka Trump and offer cooperation to Trump's team on behalf of Russian officials." The email claimed that the officials wanted to offer candidate Trump, quote, "land in Crimea, among other things, and unofficial meeting with Putin." In order to vet the email's claims, the office responded requesting more details. The office did not receive any reply. In the telephone call and follow-on emails with Klokov, Cohen discussed his desire to use a near-term trip to Russia to do site surveys and talk over the Trump-Moscow project with local developers. Cohen registered his willingness to also to meet with Klokov and the unidentified intermediary, but was emphatic that all meetings in Russia involving him or candidate Trump, including a possible meeting between candidate Trump and Putin, would be in conjunction with the development of an official visit, with the Trump organization receiving a formal invitation to visit. Klokov had written previously that, quote, "the visit by candidate Trump to Russia has to be informal." Klokov had also previously recommended to Cohen that he separate their negotiations over a possible meeting between Trump and the, quote, "person of interest" from any existing business track. I would suggest separating your negotiations and our proposal to meet. I assure you, after the meeting level of projects and their capacity can be completely different, I assure you, after the meeting, level of projects and their capacity can be completely different, having the most important support. Klokov had also previously recommended to Cohen that he separate their negotiation. Oh, I just read that. Re-emphasizing that his outreach was not done on behalf of any business, Klokov added in a second email. Oh, I found a typo. Page 73. Klokov added in a second email to Cohen that, if publicized well, such a meeting could have, quote, phenomenal impact, quote, in a business dimension, and that the person of interest's most important support could have significant ramifications for the, quote, level of projects at their capacity. Klokov concluded by telling Cohen that there was, quote, no bigger warranty in any project than the consent of the person of interest. Cohen rejected the proposal, saying that, quote, currently our LOI developer is in talks with the VP's chief of staff and arranging a formal invite for the two to meet. The email appears to be their final exchange, and the investigation did not identify evidence that Cohen brought Klokov's initial offer of assistance to the campaign's attention, or that anyone associated with the Trump organization or the campaign dealt with Klokov at a later date. Cohen explained that he did not pursue the proposed meeting because he was already working on the Moscow project with Sater, who Cohen understood to have his own connections to the Russian government. By late December 2015, however, Cohen was complaining that Sater had not been able to use those connections to set up the promised meeting with Russian government officials. Cohen told Sater that he was, quote, setting up the meeting himself. On January 11, 2016, Cohen emailed the office of Dmitry Peskov, the Russian government's press secretary, indicating that he desired contact with Sergei Ivanov, Putin's chief of staff. Cohen erroneously used the email address pr_Peskova@ppress.gofru instead of pr_Peskova@prpress.gov.ru. So the email apparently did not go through. On January 14, 2016, Cohen emailed a different address, info@prpress.gov.ru, with the following message. Dear Mr. Peskov, over the past few months, I have been working with a company based in Russia regarding the development of a Trump Tower Moscow project in Moscow City. Without getting into lengthy specifics, the communication between our two sides has stalled. As this project is too important, I am hereby requesting your assistance. I respectfully request someone, preferably you, contact me so that I might discuss the specifics as well as arranging meetings with the appropriate individuals. I thank you in advance for your assistance and look forward to hearing from you soon. 2 days later, Cohen sent an email to pr_Peskova@prpress.gov.ru, repeating his request to speak with Sergei Ivanov. Cohen testified to Congress and initially told the office that he did not recall receiving a response to this email inquiry, and that he decided to terminate any further work on the Trump Moscow project as of January 2016. Cohen later admitted that these statements were false. In fact, Cohen had received and recalled receiving a response to his inquiry, and he continued to work on and update candidate Trump on the project through as late as June 2016. On January 20, 2016, Cohen received an email from Elena Polyakova, Peskov's personal assistant. Writing from her personal email account, Polyakova stated that she had been trying to reach Cohen and asked that he called her on her personal number that she provided. Cohen's I missed a note. He continued to work update through June 2016. Cohen's interactions with President Trump and the president's lawyers when preparing his congressional testimony are discussed further in Volume 2. Footnote 40 through 50. Mr. Cohen, I can't get through to both your phones. Please call me. Shortly after receiving Polyakova's email, Cohen called and spoke to her for 20 minutes. Telephone records show a 20-minute call on January 20, 2016 between Cohen and the number Polyakova provided in her email. Call records of Michael Cohen redacted. After the call, Cohen saved Polyakova's contact information in his Trump Organization Outlook contact list. OPSEC. Cohen described to Polyakova his position at the Trump Organization and outlined the proposed Trump-Moscow project, including information about the Trump counterparty with which the Trump Organization had partnered. Trump requested assistance in moving the project forward, both in securing land and to build the project and with financing. According to Trump, Polyakova asked detailed questions and took notes, stating that she would need to follow up with the others in Russia. Cohen could not recall any direct follow-up from Polyakova or from any other representative of the Russian government, nor did the office identify any evidence of direct follow-up. However, the day after Cohen's call with Polyakova, Sater texted Cohen asking him to, quote, call me when you have a few minutes to chat. It's about Putin that they called today, end quote. Sater then sent a draft invitation to Cohen to visit Moscow to discuss the Trump-Moscow project. The invitation purported to be from Genbank, a Russian bank that was, according to Sater, working at the behest of a larger bank, VTB, and would consider providing financing. Along with the note to, quote, tell me if the letter is good and amended by me, or make whatever changes you want and send it back to me. After a further round of edits on January 25, 2016, Sater sent Cohen an invitation, signed by Andrei Ryabinsky of the company MHJ, to travel to Moscow for a working visit about the, quote, prospects of development and the construction business in Russia, and the various land plots available suited for construction of this enormous tower, and the opportunity to coordinate a follow-up visit to Moscow by Mr. Donald Trump, end quote. According to Cohen, he elected not to travel at the time because of concern about the lack of concrete proposals about land plots that could be considered as options for the project. D. Discussions about Russia travel by Michael Cohen or candidate Trump, December 2015, June 2016. 1. Sater's overtures to Cohen to travel to Russia. The late January communication was neither the first nor the last time that Cohen contemplated visiting Russia in pursuit of the Trump-Moscow project. Beginning in late 2015, Sater repeatedly tried to arrange for Cohen and candidate Trump, as representatives of the Trump Organization, to travel to Russia to meet with Russian government officials and possible financing partners. In December 2015, Sater sent Cohen a number of emails about logistics for traveling to Russia for meetings. Quote, please scan and send me a copy of your passport for the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, end quote. On December 19th, 2015, Sater wrote, quote, please call me. I have Evgeny Dvoskin on the other line. Toll records show that Sater was speaking to Evgeny Dvoskin. Call records of Felix Sater redacted. Dvoskin is an executive of Genbank, a large bank with lending focused in Crimea, Ukraine. At the time that Sater provided this financing letter to Cohen, Genbank was subject to U.S. government sanctions. See Russia-Ukraine-related sanctions and identifications, Office of Foreign Assets Control, available online. Dvoskin, who had been deported from the United States in 2000 for criminal activity, was under indictment in the United States for stock fraud under the aliases Eugene Slusker and Gene Shoestar. He needs a copy of your and Donald's passports. They need a scan of every page of the passports. Invitations and visas will be issued this week by VTB Bank to discuss financing the Trump Tower, Moscow. Politically, neither Putin's office nor Ministry of Foreign Affairs cannot issue invite, so they are inviting commercially business. VTB is Russia's second biggest bank, and VTB Bank CEO Andrei Kostin will be at all meetings with Putin, so that it is a business meeting, not political. We will be invited to Russian consulate this week to receive invite and have visa issued. In response, Cohen texted Sater an image of his own passport. Cohen told the office that at one point he requested a copy of candidate Trump's passport from Rona Graf, Trump's executive assistant at the Trump Organization, and that Graf later brought Trump's passport to Cohen's office. The investigation did not, however, establish that the passport was forwarded to Sater. Into the spring of 2016, Sater and Cohen continued to discuss a trip to Moscow in connection with the Trump-Moscow project. On April 20, 2016, Sater wrote Cohen, quote, the people want to know when you're coming, end quote. Oh, I missed a The investigation did not, however, establish that the passport was forwarded to Sater. On December 21st, 2015, Sater sent Cohen a text message that read, "We need a copy of DJT passport," to which Cohen replied, "After I return from Moscow with you with a date for him." Into the spring of 2016, Sater and Cohen continued to discuss a trip. On May 4th, 2016, Sater followed up, "I have a chat with Moscow. Assuming the trip does happen, the question is before or after the convention. I said I believe, but I don't know for sure. It's probably after the convention. Obviously, the pre-meeting trip you only can happen anytime you want, but the two big guys were the question. I said I would confirm and revert. Let me know about if I was right by saying I believe after Cleveland, and also when you want to speak to them and possibly fly over." End quote. Cohen responded, quote, "My trip before Cleveland. Trump once he becomes the nominee after the convention." End quote. The day after this exchange, Sater tied Cohen's travel to Russia to the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, an annual event attended by prominent Russian politicians and businessmen. Sater told the office that he was informed by a business associate that Peskov wanted to invite Cohen to the forum. On May 5, 2016, Sater wrote to Cohen, quote, "Peskov would like to invite you as his guest to the St. Petersburg Forum, which is Russia's Davos. It's June 16th to 19th. He wants to meet you there. He wants to meet there with you and possibly introduce you to either Putin or Medvedev, as they are not sure if I or both will be there. This is perfect. The entire business class of Russia will be there as well. He said anything you want to discuss, including dates and subjects, are on the table to discuss." The following day, Sater asked Cohen to confirm those dates would work for him to travel. Cohen wrote back, quote, "Works for me." On June 9, 2016, Sater sent Cohen a notice that he, Sater, was completing the badges for the forum, adding, quote, "Putin is there on the 17th. Very strong chance you will meet him as well," end quote. On June 13, 2016, Sater forwarded Cohen an invitation to the forum signed by the director of the Roscongress Foundation, the Russian entity organizing the forum. Sater also sent Cohen a Russian visa application and asked him to send 2 passport photos. According to Cohen, the invitation gave no indication that Peskov had been involved in inviting him. Cohen was concerned that Russian officials were not actually involved or were not interested in meeting with him, as Sater had alleged, and so he decided not to go to the forum. On June 14, 2016, Cohen had met Sater in the lobby of the Trump Tower in New York and informed him that he would not be traveling at the time. 2. Candidate Trump's opportunities to travel to Russia. The investigation identified that during the period the Trump-Moscow project was under consideration, the possibility of candidate Trump visiting Russia arose in 2 contexts. First, in interviews with the office, Cohen stated that he discussed the subject of traveling to Russia with Trump twice, once in late 2015 and again in spring 2016. According to Cohen, Trump indicated a willingness to travel if it would assist the project significantly. On one occasion, Trump told Cohen to speak with then campaign manager Corey Lewandowski to coordinate the candidate's schedule. Cohen recalled that he spoke with Lewandowski, who suggested that they speak again when Cohen had actual dates to evaluate. Cohen indicated, however, that he knew that travel prior to the Republican National Convention would be impossible given the candidate's pre-existing commitments to the campaign. Second, like Cohen, Trump received and turned down an invitation to the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. In late December 2015, Mira Duma, a contact of Ivanka Trump's from the fashion industry, first passed along invitations for Ivanka Trump and candidate Trump from Sergei Prikodko, a deputy prime minister of the Russian Federation. On January 14, 2016, Rona Graf sent an email to Duma stating that Trump was, quote, honored to be asked to participate in the highly prestigious, end quote, forum event, but that he would have to decline the invitation given his very grueling and full travel schedule as a presidential candidate. Graf asked Duma whether she recommended that Graf, quote, send a formal note to the deputy prime minister declining his invitation. Duma replied that a formal note would be great. It does not appear that Graf prepared the note immediately. According to written answers from President Trump, Graf received an email from Deputy Prime Minister Prokodko on March 17, 2016, again inviting Trump to participate in the 2016 forum in St. Petersburg. Going back just a second, as explained in Volume 2 and Appendix C, on September 17th, 2018, the office sent written questions to the President's Council. On November 20, 2018, the President provided written answers to those questions through Council. Documents show that Ms. Graff prepared, quote, "for my signature, a brief response declining the invitation." 2 weeks later, on March 31st, 2016, Graff prepared for Trump's signature a two-paragraph letter declining the invitation. The letter stated that Trump's, quote, "schedule had become extremely demanding," end quote, because of the presidential campaign, and that he, quote, "already had several commitments in the United States," end quote, for the time of the forum, but that he otherwise, quote, "would have gladly given every consideration to attending such an important event," end quote. Graff forwarded the letter to another executive assistant at the Trump Organization with instructions to print the document on letterhead for Trump to sign. At approximately the same time that the letter was being prepared, Robert Forsman, a New York-based investment banker, began reaching out to Graff to secure an in-person meeting with candidate Trump. According to Forsman, he had been asked by Anton Kobiakov, a Russian presidential aide involved with the Roscongress Foundation, to see if Trump would speak at the forum. Forsman first emailed Graff on March 31st, 2016, following a phone introduction brokered through Trump business associate Mark Burnett, who produced the television show The Apprentice. In the email, Forsman referenced his longstanding personal and professional expertise in Russia and Ukraine, his work setting up early, quote, private channels between Vladimir Putin and former U.S. President George W. Bush, and an approach he had received from senior Kremlin officials about the candidate. Forsman had asked Graff for a meeting with the candidate, Corey Lewandowski, or another relevant person to discuss this and other concrete things. Forsman felt uncomfortable discussing over unsecure email. On April 4, 2016, Graff forwarded Forsman's meeting request to Jessica Makia, another executive assistant to Trump. With no response forthcoming, Forsman twice sent reminders to Graff, first on April 26 and again on April 30th, 2016. Graff sent an apology to Forsman and forwarded his April 26 email, as well as his initial March 2016 email, to Lewandowski. On March 2nd, 2016, Graff forwarded Forsman's April 30 email, which suggested an alternative meeting with Donald Trump Jr. or Eric Trump, so that Forsman could convey to them information that, quote, should be conveyed to the candidate personally or to someone the candidate absolutely trusts, end quote, to policy advisor Stephen Miller. No communication or other evidence obtained by the office indicate that the Trump campaign learned that Forsman was reaching out to invite the candidate to the forum, or that the campaign otherwise followed up with Forsman's staff until after the election, when he interacted with the transition team as he pursued a possible position in the incoming administration. When interviewed by the office, Forsman denied that the specific approach from senior Kremlin officials noted in his March 31, 2016 email was anything other than Kobyakov's invitation to Roscongress. According to Forsman, the concrete things he referenced in the same email were a combination of the invitation itself, Forsman's personal perspectives on the invitation and Russia's policy in general, and details of a Ukraine plan supported by a U.S. think tank, East-West Institute. Forsman told the office that Kobyakov had extended similar invitations through him to another Republican presidential candidate and one other politician. Forsman had also said that Kobyakov had asked Forsman to invite Trump to speak after that other presidential candidate withdrew from the race and the other politician's participation did not work out. To speak after, right, the other. Finally, Forsman claimed to have no plans to establish a back channel involving Trump, stating the reference to his involvement in the Bush-Putin back channel was meant to burnish his credentials to the campaign. Forsman commented that he had not recognized any of the experts announced as Trump's foreign policy team in March 2016 and wanted to secure an in-person meeting with the candidate to share his professional background and policy views, including that Trump should decline Kobyakov's invitation to speak at the forum. Interesting. 2. George Papadopoulos. George Papadopoulos was a foreign policy advisor to the Trump campaign from March 2016 to early October 2016. Papadopoulos met with our office for debriefings on several occasions in the summer and fall of 2017 after he was arrested and charged in a sealed criminal complaint with making false statements in a January 2017 FBI interview about, among other things, I guess, inter alia, the timing, extent, and nature of his interactions and communications with Joseph Mifsud and 2 Russian nationals, Olga Polanskaya and Ivan Timofeev. Papadopoulos later pleaded guilty, pursuant to a plea agreement, to an information charging him with making false statements to the FBI in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1000A. In late April 2016, Papadopoulos was told by London-based Professor Joseph Mifsud, immediately after Mifsud's return from a trip to Moscow, that the Russian government had obtained dirt on candidate Clinton in the form of thousands of emails. 1 week later, on May 6, 2016, Papadopoulos suggested to a representative of a foreign government that the Trump campaign had received indications from a Russian government that it could assist the campaign through the anonymous release of information that would be damaging to candidate Clinton. Papadopoulos shared information about Russian dirt with people outside of the campaign, and the office investigated whether he also provided it to a campaign official. Papadopoulos and the campaign officials with whom he interacted told the office that they did not recall that Papadopoulos passed along the information. Throughout the relevant period of time, and for several months after, Papadopoulos worked with Mifsud and 2 Russian nationals to arrange a meeting with the campaign and the Russian government. This meeting never came to pass. A. Origins of campaign work. In March 2016, Papadopoulos became a Russian policy advisor to the Trump campaign. As early as the summer of 2015, he had sought a role as a policy advisor to the campaign, but in a September 30, 2015 email, he was told that the campaign was not hiring policy advisors. In late 2015, Papadopoulos obtained a paid position on the campaign of Republican presidential candidate Ben Carson. Although Carson remained in the presidential race until early March 2016, Papadopoulos had stopped actively working for his campaign by early February 2016. At that time, Papadopoulos reached out to a contact at the London Centre of International Law Practice, LCILP, which billed itself as a, quote, unique institution comprising high-level professional international law practitioners dedicated to the advancement of global legal knowledge and the practice of international law, end quote. Papadopoulos said that he had finished his role with the Carson campaign and asked if LCILP was hiring. In early February, Papadopoulos agreed to join the LCILP and arrived in London to begin work. As he was taking his position at LCILP, Papadopoulos contacted Trump campaign manager Corey Lewandowski via LinkedIn and emailed campaign official Michael Glasner about his interest in joining the Trump campaign. On March 2, 2016, Papadopoulos sent Glasner another message reiterating his interest. Glasner passed along word of Papadopoulos' interest to another campaign official, Joy Lutz, who notified Papadopoulos by email that she had been told by Glasner to introduce Papadopoulos to Sam Clovis, the Trump campaign's national co-chair and chief policy advisor. At the time of Papadopoulos' March 2 email, the media was criticizing the Trump campaign for lack of experienced foreign policy or national security advisors within its ranks. To address that issue, senior campaign officials asked Clovis to put a foreign policy team together on short notice. After receiving Papadopoulos' name from Lutz, Clovis performed a Google search on Papadopoulos, learned that he had worked at the Hudson Institute, and believed that he had credibility on energy issues. On March 3, 2016, Clovis arranged to speak with Papadopoulos by phone to discuss Papadopoulos joining the campaign as a foreign policy advisor, and on March 6, 2016, the two spoke. Papadopoulos recalled that Russia was mentioned as a topic, and he understood that from the conversation that Russia would be an important aspect of the campaign's foreign policy. At the end of the conversation, Clovis offered Papadopoulos a role as a foreign policy advisor to the campaign, and Papadopoulos accepted the offer. B. Initial Russia-related contacts. Approximately a week after signing on as a foreign policy advisor, Papadopoulos traveled to Rome, Italy, as part of his duties with LCILP. The purpose of the trip was to meet officials affiliated with Link Campus University, a for-profit institution headed by a former Italian government official. During the visit, Papadopoulos was introduced to Joseph Mifsud. Mifsud is a Maltese national who worked as a professor at the London Academy of Diplomacy in London, England. Although Mifsud worked out of London and was also affiliated with LCILP, the encounter in Rome was the first time that Papadopoulos met him. Mifsud maintained various Russian contacts while living in London, as described further below. Among his contacts was Redacted, a one-time employee of the IRA, the entity that carried out the Russian social media campaign. See Volume 1, Section 2. In January and February 2016, Mifsud and Redacted discussed Redacted possibly meeting in Russia. The investigation did not identify evidence of them meeting. Later, in the spring of 2016, Redacted was also in contact. Redacted, that was linked to an employee of the Russian Ministry of Defense, and that account had overlapping contacts with a group of Russian military-controlled Facebook accounts that included accounts used to promote the DC Leaks releases in the course of the GRU's hack and release operations. See Volume 1, Section 3, B1 above. According to Papadopoulos, Mifsud at first seemed uninterested in Papadopoulos when they met in Rome. After Papadopoulos informed Mifsud about his role in the Trump campaign, however, Mifsud arranged to take greater interest in Papadopoulos. The two discussed Mifsud's European and Russian contacts and had a general discussion about Russia. Mifsud also offered to introduce Papadopoulos to European leaders and others with contacts to the Russian government. Papadopoulos told the office that Mifsud's claim of substantial connections with Russian government officials interested Papadopoulos, who thought that such connections could increase his importance as policy advisor to the Trump campaign. On March 17, 2016, Papadopoulos returned to London. 4 days later, candidate Trump publicly named him as a member of the Foreign Policy and National Security Advisory Team chaired by Senator Jeff Sessions, describing Papadopoulos as, quote, an oil and energy consultant and an excellent guy. On March 24, 2016, Papadopoulos met with Mifsud in London. Mifsud was accompanied by a Russian female named Olga Polinskaya. Mifsud introduced Polinskaya as a former student of his who had connections to Vladimir Putin. Papadopoulos understood at the time that Polinskaya may have been Putin's niece, but later learned that this was not true. Papadopoulos' internet search history indicate, revealing late morning and early afternoon searches on March 24, 2016 for, quote, Putin's niece, Olga Putin, Russian President niece Olga, among other terms. During the meeting, Polinskaya offered to help Papadopoulos establish contacts in Russia and stated that the Russian ambassador in London was a friend of hers. Based on this interaction, Papadopoulos expected Mifsud and Polinskaya to introduce him to the Russian ambassador in London, but that did not occur. Following his meeting with Mifsud, Papadopoulos sent an email to members of the Trump campaign's foreign policy advisory team. The subject line of the message was, quote, meeting with Russian leadership, including Putin. The message stated in part, quote, I just finished a very productive lunch with a good friend of mine, Joseph Mifsud, the director of the London Academy of Diplomacy, who introduced me to both Putin's niece and the Russian ambassador in London, who also acts as the deputy foreign minister. Papadopoulos' statements to the campaign were false. As noted above, the woman he met with was not Putin's niece, he had not met with the Russian ambassador in London, and the ambassador did not also serve as Russia's deputy foreign minister. Quote, the topic of the lunch was to arrange a meeting between us and the Russian leadership to discuss U.S.-Russia ties under President Trump. They are keen to host us in a neutral city or directly in Moscow. They said the leadership, including Putin, is ready to meet with us, and Mr. Trump should be there should there be interest. And President Trump, should there be interest. Waiting for everyone's thoughts on moving forward with this very important issue. Papadopoulos' message came at a time when Clovis perceived a shift in the campaign's approach towards Russia, from one of engaging with Russia through the NATO framework and taking a strong stance on Russian aggression in Ukraine. Redacted. Clovis's response to Papadopoulos, however, did not reflect that shift. Replying to Papadopoulos and the other members of the Foreign Policy Advisory team copied on the initial email, Clovis wrote, quote, "This is most informative. Let me work it through the campaign. No commitments until we see how this plays out. My thought is that we probably should not go forward with any meetings with the Russians until we have an occasion to sit with our NATO allies, especially France, Germany, and Great Britain. We need to reassure our allies that we are not going to advance anything with Russia until we have everyone on the same page. More thoughts later today. Great work." C. March 31 Foreign Policy Team Meeting. The campaign held a meeting of the Foreign Policy Advisory Team with Senator Sessions and candidate Trump approximately 1 week later on March 31, 2016 in Washington, D.C. The meeting, which was intended to generate press coverage for the campaign, took place at the Trump International Hotel. Papadopoulos flew to Washington for the event. At the meeting, Senator Sessions sat at one end of an oval table while Trump sat at the other. As reflected in the photograph below, which was posted to Trump's Instagram account, Papadopoulos sat between the two seats to Sessions' left. I think. During the meeting, each of the newly announced foreign policy advisors introduced themselves and briefly described their areas of experience or expertise. Papadopoulos spoke about his previous work in the energy sector and then brought up a potential meeting with Russian officials. Specifically, Papadopoulos told the group that he had learned through his contacts in London that Putin wanted to meet with candidate Trump and that these connections could help arrange a meeting. Trump and Sessions both reacted to Papadopoulos' statement. Papadopoulos and campaign advisor J.D. Gordon, who told investigators in an interview that he had a crystal clear recollection of the meeting, have stated that Trump was interested in and receptive to the idea of a meeting with Putin. Papadopoulos understood Sessions to be similarly supportive of his efforts to arrange a meeting. Gordon and two other attendees, however, recall that Sessions generally opposed the proposal, though they differ in their accounts of the concerns he voiced or the strength of the opposition he expressed. D. George Papadopoulos learns that Russia has dirt in the form of Clinton emails. Whatever Sessions' precise words at the March 31 meeting, Papadopoulos did not understand Sessions or anyone else in the Trump campaign to have directed that he refrained from making any further attempts to arrange a meeting between the campaign and the Russian government. To the contrary, Papadopoulos told the office that he understood the Trump campaign to be supportive of his efforts to arrange such a meeting. Accordingly, when he returned to London, Papadopoulos resumed those efforts. Throughout April 2016, Papadopoulos continued to correspond with, meet with, and seek Russia contacts through Mifsud and at times Polonskaya. For example, within a week of her initial March 24 meeting with him, Polonskaya attempted to send Papadopoulos a text message, which email exchanges show to have been drafted or edited by Mifsud. Addressing Papadopoulos' quote, "wish to engage with the Russian Federation," end quote, attempted to send Papadopoulos a text message addressing Papadopoulos' wish to engage with the Russian Federation. When Papadopoulos learned from Mifsud that Polonskaya had tried to message him, he sent her an email seeking another meeting. Polonskaya responded the next day that she was back in St. Petersburg, but would be very pleased to support Papadopoulos' initiatives between our two countries and to meet him again. Papadopoulos stated in reply that he thought a good step would be to introduce him to, quote, the Russian ambassador in London, and that he thought he would like to talk to the ambassador or anyone else you recommend about a potential foreign policy trip to Russia. Mifsud, who had been copied on the email exchanges, replied on the morning of April 11, 2016. He wrote, quote, "This has already been agreed. I'm flying to Moscow on the 18th for a Valdai meeting, plus other meetings at the Duma. We will talk tomorrow." The two bodies referenced by Mifsud are part of our are part of or associated with the Russian government. The Duma is a Russian legislative assembly, while Valdai refers to the Valdai Discussion Club, a Moscow-based group that is, quote, close to Russia's foreign policy establishment. Papadopoulos thanked Mifsud and said that he would see him tomorrow. For her part, Polonskaya responded that she had already alerted my personal links to our conversation and your request, that, quote, we are all very excited the possibility of a good relationship with Mr. Trump, and that, quote, the Russian Federation would love to welcome him once his candidature would be officially announced, end quote. Papadopoulos' and Mifsud's mentions of seeing each other, quote, tomorrow referenced a meeting that the two had scheduled for the next morning, April 12th, 2016, at the Andaz Hotel in London. Papadopoulos acknowledged the meeting during interviews with the office, and records from Papadopoulos' UK cell phone and his internet search history all indicate that the meeting took place. Including his search for Andaz Hotel, Liverpool Street. Following the meeting, Mifsud traveled as planned to Moscow. On April 18, 2016, while in Russia, Mifsud introduced Papadopoulos over email to Ivan Timofeev, a member of the Russian International Affairs Council, RAIC. Mifsud had described Timofeev as having connections with the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the executive entity in Russia responsible for Russian foreign relations. During the campaign period, Papadopoulos connected over LinkedIn with several MFA-affiliated individuals in addition to Timofeev. On April 25, 2016, he connected with Dmitry Andreyko, publicly identified as first secretary at the Russian embassy in Ireland. In July 2016, he connected with Yuri Melnik, the spokesperson for the Russian embassy in Washington, and with Alexei Krasilnikov, publicly identified as a counselor with the MFA. And on September 16, 2016, he connected with Sergei Nolobin, also identified as an MFA official. See Papadopoulos LinkedIn connections. Over the next several weeks, Papadopoulos and Timofeev had multiple conversations over Skype and email about setting the groundwork for a potential meeting between the campaign and Russian government officials. Papadopoulos told the official that on one Skype call, he believed that his conversations with Timofeev was being monitored or supervised by an unknown third party because Timofeev spoke in an official manner and Papadopoulos heard odd noises on the line. Timofeev also told Papadopoulos in an April 25, 2016 email that he had just spoken, quote, to Igor Ivanov, the president of RIAC and former foreign minister of Russia, and conveyed Ivanov's advice on how to arrange a Moscow visit. After a stop in Rome, Mifsud returned to England on April 25, 2016. The next day, Papadopoulos met Mifsud for breakfast at the Andaz Hotel, the same location as their last meeting. During that meeting, Mifsud told Papadopoulos that he had met with high-level Russian government officials during his recent trip to Moscow. Mifsud had also said that on the trip, he learned that the Russians had obtained dirt on Hillary Clinton. As Papadopoulos later stated to the FBI, Mifsud said that the dirt was in the form of emails of Clinton, and that they have thousands of emails. On May 6, 2016, 10 days after that meeting with Mifsud, Papadopoulos suggested to a representative of a foreign government that the Trump campaign had received indications from the Russian government that it could assist the campaign through the anonymous release of information that would be damaging to Hillary Clinton. E. Russia-related communications with the campaign. While he was discussing with his foreign contacts a potential meeting of campaign officials with Russian government officials, Papadopoulos kept campaign officials apprised of his efforts. On April 25, 2016, the day before Mifsud told Papadopoulos about the emails, Papadopoulos wrote to a senior policy advisor, Stephen Mueller, that, quote, the Russian government has an open invitation by Putin for Mr. Trump to meet him when he is ready, and that the advantage of being in London is that these governments tend to speak a bit more openly in neutral cities, end quote. On April 27, 2016, after his meeting with Mifsud, Papadopoulos wrote a second message to Miller stating that, quote, some interesting messages were coming in from Moscow about a trip when the time is right, end quote. The same day, Papadopoulos sent a similar email to campaign manager Corey Lewandowski, telling Lewandowski that Papadopoulos had, quote, been receiving a lot of calls over the last month about Putin wanting to host Trump and the team when the time is right, end quote. Jumping back to this footnote, the information is contained in the FBI case opening document and related materials. Which information? The foreign government conveyed this information to the U.S. government on July 26, 2016, a few days after WikiLeaks' release of Clinton-related emails. The FBI opened its investigation of potential coordination between Russia and the Trump campaign a few days later based on this information, based on Papadopoulos' suggestion. Got it, okay. Papadopoulos' Russia-related communications with campaign officials continued throughout the spring and summer of 2016. On May 4, 2016, he forwarded to Lewandowski an email with Timofeyev raising the possibility of a meeting with Moscow, asking Lewandowski whether that was something we want to move forward with. The next day, Papadopoulos forwarded the same Timofeyev email to Sam Clovis, adding to the top of the email, quote, Russia update. He included the same email on May 21st, 2016, in a May 21, 2016 message to senior campaign official Paul Manafort under the subject line, quote, request from Russia to meet Mr. Trump, stating that, quote, Russia has been eager to meet Mr. Trump for quite some time and have been reaching out to me to discuss, end quote. Manafort forwarded the message to another campaign official without including Papadopoulos and stated, quote, let's discuss. We need someone to communicate that Trump is not doing these trips. It should be someone low level in the campaign so as not to send any signal. On June 1st, 2016, Papadopoulos replied to an earlier email chain with Lewandowski about a Russia visit, asking if Lewandowski wanted to have a call about this topic and whether we were following up with it. After Lewandowski told Papadopoulos to connect with Clovis because he was running point, Papadopoulos emailed, after Lewandowski told Papadopoulos to connect with Clovis because he was running point, Papadopoulos emailed Clovis that the Russian MFA was asking him if Mr. Trump is interested in visiting Russia at some point. Papadopoulos wrote in an email that he wanted to pass some info along to you for you to decide what's best to do with it and what message I should send or to ignore. Papadopoulos' email coincided in time with another message to Clovis suggesting a Trump-Putin meeting. First, on May 15, 2016, David Klein, a distant relative of then-Trump Organization lawyer Jason Greenblatt, emailed Clovis about a potential campaign meeting with Beryl Lazar, the chief rabbi of Russia. The email stated that Klein had contacted Lazar in February about a possible Trump-Putin meeting and that Lazar was, quote, a very close confidant of Putin. The investigation did not find evidence that Clovis responded to Klein's email or that any further contacts of significance came out of Klein's subsequent meeting with Greenblatt and Rabbi Lazar at Trump Tower. After several email and Skype exchanges with Timofeyev, Papadopoulos sent one more email to Lewandowski on June 19, 2016, Lewandowski's last day as campaign manager. The email stated that the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs had contacted him and asked whether, if Mr. Trump could not travel to Russia, a campaign representative such as Papadopoulos could attend meetings. Papadopoulos told Lewandowski that he was willing to make the trip off the record if it's in the interest of Mr. Trump and the campaign to meet specific people. Following Lewandowski's departure from the campaign, Papadopoulos communicated with Clovis and Walid Fares, another member of the Foreign Policy Advisory Team, about an off-the-record meeting with between the campaign and Russian government officials or with Papadopoulos' other Russia connections, Mifsud and Timofeyev. Papadopoulos also interacted directly with Clovis and Fares in connection with the summit of the Transatlantic Parliamentary Group on Counterterrorism, TAG, a group for which Fares was co-secretary general. On July 16, 2016, Papadopoulos attended the TAG summit in Washington, D.C., where he sat next to Clovis, as reflected in this photo. Although Clovis claimed to have no recollection of attending the TAG summit, Papadopoulos remembered discussing Russia and a foreign policy trip with Clovis and Ferez during the event. Papadopoulos' recollection is consistent with emails sent before and after the TAG summit. The pre-summit messages included a July 11, 2016 email in which Ferez suggested meeting Papadopoulos the day after the summit to chat, and a July 12 message in the same chain in which Ferez advised Papadopoulos that other summit attendees are very nervous about Russia, so beware. 10 days after the summit, Papadopoulos sent an email to Mifsud listing Ferez and Clovis as other participants in a potential meeting at the London Academy of Diplomacy. Finally, Papadopoulos' recollection is also consistent with handwritten notes from a journal that he kept at the time. These notes, which are reprinted in part below, appear to refer to potential September 2016 meetings in London with representatives of the Office of Putin and suggest that Ferez, Clovis, and Papadopoulos, Walid Sami, would attend without the official backing of the campaign. No official letter, no message from Trump. Papadopoulos declined to assist in deciphering the notes, telling investigators he could not read his own handwriting from the journal. The notes, however, appear to read as listed in the column to the left of the image above. September. Have an exploratory meeting or lose. In September, if followed, they will blast Trump. We want the meeting in London, England. Walid Sami, no official letter, no message from Trump. They are talking to us. It is a lot of risk. Office of Putin. Explore. We are a campaign. Off Israel. Egypt. Willingness to meet the FM SPA with Salam, Walid, and Sam. FM coming. Useful to have a session with him. Later communications indicate that Clovis determined that he, Clovis, could not travel. On August 15, 2016, Papadopoulos emailed Clovis that he had received requests from multiple foreign governments, even Russia, for closed-door workshop consultations abroad, and asked whether there was still interest for Clovis, Faris, and Papadopoulos to go on that trip. Clovis copied Faris on his response, which said he could not travel before the election, but that he would exchange Papadopoulos and Walid to make their trips if it is feasible. Papadopoulos was dismissed from the Trump campaign in early October 2016 after an interview he gave to a Russian news agency, Interfax, generated adverse publicity. F. Trump campaign knowledge of dirt. Papadopoulos admitted telling at least one individual outside of the campaign, specifically the then Greek foreign minister, about Russia's obtaining Clinton-related emails. In addition, a different foreign government informed the FDI that 10 days after the meeting with Mifsud in late April 2016, Papadopoulos suggested that the Trump campaign had received indications from the Russian government that it could assist the campaign through the anonymous release of information that would be damaging to Hillary Clinton. This conversation occurred after the GRU spearphished Clinton campaign chairman John Podesta and stole his emails, and the GRE hacked into the DCCC and DNC, see volume sections 3A and 3B. Such disclosures raised questions about whether Papadopoulos informed any Trump campaign official about the emails. When interviewed, Papadopoulos and the campaign officials who interacted with him told the office that they could not recall Papadopoulos sharing the information that Russia had obtained dirt on candidate Clinton in the form of emails, or that Russia could assist the campaign through the anonymous release of information about Clinton. Papadopoulos stated that he could not clearly recall having told anyone on the campaign and wavered about whether he accurately remembered an incident in which Clovis had been upset after hearing Papadopoulos tell Clovis that Papadopoulos thought they have her emails. Wavered about whether he recalled that accurately. The campaign officials who interacted or corresponded with Papadopoulos have similarly stated with varying degrees of certainty that he did not tell them. Senior policy advisor Stephen Mueller, for example, did not remember hearing anything from Papadopoulos or Clovis about Russia having emails of or dirt on candidate Clinton. Clovis stated that he did not recall anyone, including Papadopoulos, having given him non-public information that a foreign government might be in possession of material damaging to Hillary Clinton. Redacted. No documentary no documentary evidence, and nothing in the email accounts or other communications facilities reviewed by the office shows that Papadopoulos shared this information with the campaign. G. Additional George Papadopoulos contact. The office investigated whether Russia-related contact with Papadopoulos investigated another Russia-related contact with Papadopoulos. The office was not fully able to explore the contact because the individual at issue, Sergei Milyan, remained out of the country since the inception of our investigation and declined to meet with members of the office despite our repeated attempts to obtain an interview. Papadopoulos first connected with Milyan via LinkedIn on July 15, 2016, shortly after Papadopoulos had attended the TAG summit with Clovis. Milyan, an American citizen who was a native of Belarus, introduced himself, quote, as president of the New York-based Russian-American Chamber of Commerce, unquote, and claimed that through that position he had, quote, insider knowledge and direct access to the top hierarchy of Russian politics, end quote. Papadopoulos asked Timofeev whether he had heard of Milyan. Although Timofeev said no, Papadopoulos met Milyan in New York City. The meetings took place on July 30 and August 1, 2016. Afterwards, Milyan invited Papadopoulos to attend and potentially speak at 2 international energy conferences, including one that was to be held in Moscow in September 2016. Papadopoulos ultimately did not attend either conference. On July 31st, 2016, following his first in-person meeting with Milyan, Papadopoulos emailed Trump campaign official Bo Denzik to say that he had been contacted, quote, by some leaders of Russian-American voters here in the U.S. about their interest in voting for Mr. Trump, end quote, and to ask whether he should, quote, put you in touch with their group, U.S.-Russia Chamber of Commerce, end quote. Denizik thanked Papadopoulos for taking the initiative, but asked him to hold off with outreach to Russian Americans because too many articles had already portrayed the campaign, then campaign chairman Paul Manafort, and candidate Trump as being pro-Russian. On August 23, 2016, Milyan sent a Facebook message to Papadopoulos promising that he would, quote, share with you a disruptive technology that might be instrumental in your political work for the campaign, end quote. Papadopoulos claimed to have no recollection of this matter. On November 9, 2016, shortly after the election, Papadopoulos arranged to meet Milyan in Chicago to discuss business opportunities, including potential work with Russian billionaires who are not under sanctions, end quote. The meeting took place on November 14, 2016, at the Trump Hotel and Tower in Chicago. According to Papadopoulos, the two men discussed partnering on business deals, but Papadopoulos perceived that Milyan's attitude toward him had changed when Papadopoulos stated that he was only pursuing private sector opportunities and was not interested in a job in the administration. The two remained in contact, however, and had extended online discussions about possible business opportunities in Russia. The two also arranged to meet at a Washington, D.C. bar when both attended Trump's inauguration in late January 2017. Papadopoulos. 3. Carter Page. Carter Page worked for the Trump campaign from January 2016 to September 2016. He was formally and publicly announced as a foreign policy advisor by the candidate in March 2016. Page was interviewed by the FBI during 5 meetings in March 2017 before the special counsel's appointment. Redacted. Page had lived and worked in Russia, and he had been approached by Russian intelligence officers several years before he volunteered for the Trump campaign. During his time with the campaign, Page advocated pro-Russia foreign policy positions and traveled to Moscow in his personal capacity. Russian intelligence officials had formed relationships with Page in 2008 and 2013, and Russian officials may have focused on Page in 2016 because of his affiliation with the campaign. However, the investigation did not establish that Page coordinated with the Russian government in its efforts to interfere with the 2016 presidential election. A. Background. Before he began working for the campaign in January 2016, Page had substantial prior experience studying Russian policy issues and living and working in Moscow. From 2004 to 2007, Page was the deputy branch manager of Merrill Lynch's Moscow office. There, he worked on transactions involving the Russian energy company Gazprom and came to know Gazprom's deputy chief financial officer, Sergei Yatsenko. In 2008, Page founded Global Energy Capital LLC, GEC, an investment management and advisory firm focused on the energy sector in emerging markets. Redacted. The company otherwise had no sources of income, and Page was forced to draw from his life savings to support himself and pursue his business venture. Page asked Yatsenko to work with him at GEC as a senior advisor on a contingency basis. Redacted. In 2008, Page met with Alexander Bulatov, a Russian government official who worked at the Russian consulate in New York. Page later learned that Bulatov was a Russian intelligence officer. Redacted. In 2013, Viktor Podobny, another Russian intelligence officer working covertly in the United States under diplomatic cover, formed a relationship with Page. Podobny met Page at an energy symposium in New York City and began exchanging emails with him. Podobny and Page also met in person on multiple occasions, during which Page offered his outlook on the future of the energy industry and provided documents to Podobny about the energy business. In a recorded conversation on April 8, 2013, Podobny told another intelligence officer that Page was interested in business opportunities in Russia. In Podobny's words, Page, quote, got hooked on Gazprom thinking that if they have a project, he could rise up. Maybe he can. It's obvious that he wants to earn a lot of money. Podobny said that he had led Page on by feeding him empty promises, that Podobny would use his Russian business connections to help Page. Podobny told the other intelligence officer that his method of recruiting foreign sources was to promise them favors and then discard them once he obtained relevant information from them. In 2015, Podobny and two other Russian intelligence officers were charged with conspiracy to act as an unregistered agent of a foreign government. The criminal complaint detailed Podobny's interactions with and conversations about Page, who was identified only as Male 1. Based on the criminal complaint's description of the interactions, Page was aware that he was the individual described as Male 1. Page later spoke with a Russian government official at the United Nations General Assembly and identified himself so that the official would understand he was Male 1 from the Podobny complaint. Page told the official that he didn't do anything. Redacted. In interviews with the FBI before the office's opening, Page acknowledged that he understood that the individuals he had associated with were members of the Russian intelligence services, but he stated that he had only provided immaterial, non-public information to them, and that he did not view this relationship as a back channel. Page told investigating agents that, quote, the more immaterial, non-public information I give them, the better for this country. B. Origins of and early campaign work. In January 2016, Page began volunteering on an informal, unpaid basis for the Trump campaign after Ed Cox, a state Republican Party official, introduced Page to the Trump campaign. Page introduced Page to Trump campaign officials. Page told the office that his goals in working on the campaign was to help candidate Trump improve relations with Russia. To that end, Page emailed campaign officials offering his thoughts on U.S.-Russia relations, prepared talking points and briefing memos on Russia, and proposed that candidate Trump meet with President Vladimir Putin in Moscow. See, for example, the January 30th email, Page to Glasner, Page to Clovis, attaching President's daily brief prepared by Page that discussed the severe degradation of U.S.-Russia relations following Washington's meddling in Ukraine. Redacted. In In communications with campaign officials, Page also repeatedly touted his high-level contacts in Russia and his ability to forge connections between candidate Trump and senior Russian government officials. For example, on January 30, 2016, Page sent an email to senior campaign officials stating that he had, quote, spent the past week in Europe and had been in discussions with some individuals with close ties to the Kremlin, end quote, who recognized that Trump could have a game-changing effect in bringing the end of the new Cold War, end quote. The email stated that, quote, through his discussions with these high-level contacts, Page believed that a direct meeting in Moscow between Mr. Trump and Putin could be arranged. Page closed the email by criticizing U.S. sanctions on Russia. Redacted. On March 21, 2016, candidate Trump formally and publicly identified Page as a member of his foreign policy team to advise on Russia and the energy sector. Over the next several months, Page continued providing policy-related work product to campaign officials. For example, in April 2016, Page provided feedback on an outline for a foreign policy speech that the candidate gave at the Mayflower Hotel. See Volume 1, Section 4A4. In May 2016, Page prepared an outline of an energy policy speech for the campaign and then traveled to Bismarck, North Dakota, to watch the candidate deliver the speech. Chief Policy Advisor Sam Clovis expressed appreciation for Page's work and praised his work to other campaign officials. C. Carter Page's July 2016 trip to Moscow. Page's affiliation with the Trump campaign took on a higher profile and drew the attention of Russian officials after the candidate named him a foreign policy advisor. As a result, praised his work to other campaign officials. For example, a March email, Clovis to Lewandowski and the rest, forwarding notes prepared by Page and stating, quote, I wanted to let you know the type of work some of our advisors are capable of. Interesting. Page's affiliation with the Trump campaign took on a higher profile and drew the attention of Russian officials after the candidate named him a foreign policy advisor. As a result, in late April 2016, Page was invited to give a speech at the July 2016 commencement ceremony at the New Economic School NES in Moscow. The NES commencement ceremony generally featured high-profile speakers. For example, President Barack Obama delivered a commencement speech at the school in 2009. NES officials told the office that the interest in inviting Page to speak at NES was based entirely on his status as a Trump campaign advisor who served as the candidate's Russia expert. Andrei Krikovic, an associate of Page's and assistant professor at the Higher School of Economics in Russia, recommended that NES rector Shlomo Weber invite Page to give the commencement address based on his connection to the Trump campaign. Denis Klementov, an employee of NES, said that when Russians learned of Page's involvement in the Trump campaign in March 2016, the excitement was palpable. Weber recalled that in summer 2016, there was a substantial interest in the Trump campaign in Moscow, and he felt that bringing a member of the campaign to the school would be beneficial. Page was eager to accept the invitation to speak at NES, and he sought approval from the Trump campaign officials to make a trip to Russia. On May 16, 2016, while that request was still under consideration, Page emailed Clovis, J.D. Gordon, and Walid Perez and suggested that candidate Trump take his place speaking at the commencement ceremony in Moscow. On June 19, 2016, Page followed up again to request approval to speak at the NES event and to reiterate that NES, quote, would love to have Mr. Trump speak at this annual celebration, end quote, in Page's place. Campaign manager Corey Lewandowski responded the same day, saying, quote, if you want to do this, it would be outside of your role with the DJT for president campaign. I am certain Mr. Trump will not be able to attend. Interesting. In early July 2016, Page traveled to Russia for the NES events. On July 5, 2016, Denis Klementov, copying his brother Dmitry Klementov, emailed Maria Zakharova, the director of the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs Information and Press Department about Page's visit and his connection to the Trump campaign. Denis Klementov said in the email that he wanted to draw the Russian government's attention to Page's visit in Moscow. His message to Zakharova continued, quote, Page is Trump's advisor on foreign policy. He's a known businessman. He used to work in Russia. If you have any questions, I will be happy to help. Contact him. End quote. Dmitry Klementev then contacted Russian press secretary Dmitry Peskov about Page's visit to see if Peskov wanted to introduce Page to any Russian government officials. Okay. The following day, Peskov responded to what appears to have been the same Denis Klementov-Zakharova email thread. Peskov wrote, quote, I have read about Page. Specialists say that he is far from being the main one, so I better not initiate a meeting in the Kremlin. End quote. On July 7, 2016, Page delivered the first of his two speeches in Moscow at NES. In the speech, Page criticized the U.S. government's foreign policy towards Russia, stating that Washington, quote, Washington and other Western capitals have impeded potential progress through their often hypocritical focus on ideas such as democratization, inequality, corruption, and regime change. See Carter W. Page, the lecture of Trump's advisor Carter Page in Moscow, a YouTube link. On July 8, 2016, Page delivered a speech during the NES commencement. After Page delivered his commencement address, Russian Deputy Prime Minister and NES board member Arkady Dvorovich spoke at the ceremony and stated that the sanctions the United States had imposed on Russia had hurt the NES. Page and Dvorkovich shook hands at the commencement ceremony, and Weber recalled that Dvorkovich made statements to Page about working together in the future. Redacted. Page said that during his time in Moscow, he met with friends and associates he knew from when he lived in Moscow, including Andrei Baranov, a former Gazprom employee who had become head of investor relations at Rosneft, a Russian energy company. Page stated that he and Baranov talked about immaterial, non-public information. Page believed he and Baranov discussed Rosneft President Igor Sechin, and he thought Baranov might have mentioned the possibility of a sale of a stake of Rosneft in passing. Page recalled mentioning his involvement in the Trump campaign with Baranov, although he did not remember details of this conversation. Page also met with individuals from Tatneft, a Russian energy company, to discuss possible business deals, including having Page work as a consultant. On July 8, 2016, while he was in Moscow, Page emailed several campaign officials and stated that he would send, quote, a readout soon regarding some incredible insights and outreach I've received from a few Russian legislators and senior members of the presidential administration here. On July 9, 2016, Page emailed Clovis, writing in pertinent part, quote, Russian Deputy Prime Minister and NES board member Arkady Dvorkovich also spoke before the event. In a private conversation, Dvorkovich expressed strong support for Mr. Trump and a desire to work together toward devising better solutions in response to the vast range of current international problems. Based on feedback from a diverse array of other sources close to the presidential administration, it was readily apparent that this sentiment is widely held at all levels of government. Despite these representations to the campaign, redacted, the office was unable to obtain additional evidence or testimony about who Page may have communicated with in Moscow. Thus, Page's activities in Russia, as described in his emails with the campaign, were not fully explained. D. Later campaign work and removal from the campaign. In July 2016, after returning from Russia, Page traveled to the Republican National Convention in Cleveland. While there, Page met with Russian ambassador to the United States, Sergei Kislyak. That interaction is described in Volume 1, Section 4, A6A. Page later emailed campaign officials with feedback he said he received from ambassadors he had met at the convention, and he wrote that Ambassador Kislyak was very worried about candidate Clinton's worldviews. Redacted. Following the convention, Page's trip to Moscow and his advocacy for pro-Russia foreign policy drew the media's attention and began to generate substantial press coverage. The campaign responded by distancing itself from Page, describing him as a, quote, informal foreign policy advisor who did, quote, not speak for Mr. Trump or the campaign. On September 23, 2016, Yahoo News reported that U.S. intelligence officials were investigating whether Page had opened private communications with senior Russian officials to discuss U.S. sanctions policy under a possible Trump administration. A campaign spokesman told Yahoo News that Page had no role in the campaign and that the campaign was not aware of any of his activities, past or present. On September 24, 2016, Page was formally removed from the campaign. Oh, that's not the quote. Anyway. Although Page had been removed from the campaign after the election, he sought a position in the Trump administration. On November 14, 2016, he submitted an application to the transition team that inflated his credentials and experiences, stating that in his capacity as a Trump campaign foreign policy advisor, he had met with the top world leaders and effectively responded to diplomatic outreach efforts from senior government officials in Asia, Europe, the Middle East, Africa, and the Americas. Page received no response from the transition team. When Page took a personal trip to Moscow in December 2016, he met again with at least one Russian government official. That interaction and a discussion of the December trip are set forth in Volume 1, Section 4b-6. 4. Dmitry Symes and the Center for the National Interest. Members of the Trump campaign interacted on several occasions with the Center for the National Interest, CNI, principally through its president and chief executive officer, Dmitry Symes. CNI is a think tank with expertise in and connections to the Russian government. Symes was born in the former Soviet Union and immigrated to the United States in the 1970s. In April 2016, candidate Trump delivered his first speech on foreign policy and national security at an event hosted by the International Interest, a publication affiliated with CNI. Then Senator Jeff Sessions and Russian Ambassador Kislyak both attended the event, and as a result, it gained some attention in relation to Sessions' confirmation hearings to become Attorney General. Sessions had various other contacts with CNI during the campaign period on foreign policy matters, including Russia. Jared Kushner also interacted with Symes about Russian issues during the campaign. The investigation did not identify evidence that the campaign passed or received any messages to or from the Russian government through CNI or Symes. A. CNI and Dmitry Symes connect with the Trump campaign. CNI is a Washington-based nonprofit organization that grew out of a center founded by former President Richard Nixon. CNI describes itself, quote, as a voice for strategic realism in U.S. foreign policy, end quote, and publishes a bi-monthly foreign policy magazine, The National Interest. CNI is overseen by a board of directors and an advisory council that is largely honorary and whose members at the relevant time included Sessions, who served as an advisor to candidate Trump on national security and foreign policy issues. Dmitry Symes is president and CEO of CNI and the publisher and CEO of the National Interest. Symes was born in the former Soviet Union, emigrated to the United States in the early 1970s, and joined CNI's predecessor after working at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Symes personally has many contacts with current and former Russian government officials, as does CNI collectively. As CNI stated when seeking a grant from the Carnegie Corporation in 2015, CNI has, quote, unparalleled access to Russian officials and politicians among Washington think tanks, end quote. In part because CNI has arranged for U.S. delegations to visit Russia and for Russian delegations to visit the United States as part of so-called Track 2 diplomatic efforts. On March 14, 2016, CNI board member Richard Plepler organized a luncheon for CNI and its honorary chairman, Henry Kissinger, at the Time Warner Building in New York. The idea being the event was to generate interest in CNI's work and recruit new board members for CNI. Along with Symes, attendees at the event included Jared Kushner, son-in-law of candidate Trump. Kushner told the office that the event came at a time when the Trump campaign was having trouble securing support from experienced foreign policy professionals, and that, as a result, he decided to seek Symes' assistance during the March 14 event. Symes and Kushner spoke again on a March 24, 2016 telephone call, 3 days after Trump had publicly named the team of foreign policy advisors that had been put together on short notice. On March 31, 2016, Symes and Kushner had an in-person one-on-one meeting in Kushner's New York office. During that meeting, Symes told Kushner that the best way to handle foreign policy issues for the Trump campaign would be to organize an advisory group of experts to meet with candidate Trump and develop a foreign policy approach that was consistent with Trump's voice. Symes believed that Kushner was receptive to that suggestion. Symes also had contact with other individuals associated with the Trump campaign regarding the campaign's foreign policy positions. For example, on June 17, 2016, Symes sent J.D. Gordon an email with a, quote, memo to Senator Sessions that we discussed at our recent meeting, end quote, and asked Gordon to both read it and share it with Sessions. The memorandum proposed building a, quote, small and carefully selected group of experts, quote, end quote, to assist Sessions with the campaign, operating under the assumption, quote, that Hillary is very vulnerable on national security and foreign policy issues, end quote. The memorandum outlined key issues for the campaign, including a, quote, new beginning with Russia, end quote. B. National Interest hosts a foreign policy speech at the Mayflower Hotel. During both their March 28 phone call and their March 31 in-person meeting, Symes and Kushner discussed the possibility of CNI hosting a foreign policy speech by candidate Trump. Following those conversations, Symes agreed that he and others associated with CNI would provide behind-the-scenes input on the substance of the foreign policy speech, and that CNI officials would coordinate the logistics of the speech with Sessions and his staff, including Sessions' chief of staff, Rick Dearborn. In mid-April 2016, Kushner put Symes in contact with senior policy advisor Stephen Miller and forwarded to Symes an outline of the foreign policy speech that Miller had prepared. Symes sent back to the campaign bulleted points with ideas for the speech that he had drafted with CNI Executive Director Paul Saunders and board member Richard Burt. Symes received subsequent draft outlines from Miller, and he and Saunders spoke to Miller by phone about substantive changes to the speech. It is not clear, however, whether CNI officials received an actual draft of the speech for comment. While Saunders recalled having received an actual draft, Symes did not, and the emails that CNI produced to this office do not contain such a draft. After board members expressed concern to Symes that CNI's hosting the speech could be perceived as an endorsement of a particular candidate, CNI decided to have its publication, The National Interest, serve as the host and to have the event at the National Press Club. Kushner later requested that the event be moved to the Mayflower Hotel, which was another venue that Symes had mentioned during initial discussions with the campaign in order to address concerns about security and capacity. On April 25, 2016, Saunders booked event rooms at the Mayflower to host both the speech and a VIP reception that was to be held beforehand. Saunders understood that the reception, at which invitees would have the chance to meet candidate Trump, would be a small event. Saunders decided who would attend by looking at the list of CNI's invitees to the speech itself and then choosing a subset for the reception. CNI's invitees to the reception included Sessions and Kislyak. The week before the speech, Symes had informed Kislyak that he would be invited to the speech and that he would have an opportunity to meet Trump. Ooh. When the pre-speech reception began on April 27, a receiving line was quickly organized so that the attendees could meet Trump. Sessions first stood next to Trump to introduce him to the members of Congress who were in attendance. After those members had been introduced, Symes stood next to Trump and introduced him to the CNI invitees in attendance, including Kislyak. Symes perceived the introduction to be positive and friendly, but thought it clear that Kislyak and Trump had just met for the first time. Kislyak also met Kushner during the pre-speech reception. The two shook hands and chatted for a minute or two, during which Kushner recalled Kislyak saying, "We like what your candidate is saying. It's refreshing." Several public reports state that in addition to speaking to Kushner at the pre-speech reception, Kislyak also met or conversed with Sessions at that time. Sessions stated to investigators, however, that he did not remember any such conversation. Nor did anyone else affiliated with CNI or the national interest specifically recall a conversation or meeting between Sessions and Kislyak at the pre-speech reception. It appears that if a conversation occurred at the pre-speech reception, it was a brief one conducted in public view, similar to the exchange between Kushner and Kislyak. The office found no evidence that Kislyak conversed with either Trump or Sessions after the speech, or would have had the opportunity to do so. Symes, for example, did not recall seeing Kislyak at the post-speech luncheon, and the only witness who accounted for Sessions' whereabouts stated that Sessions may have spoken to the press after the event, but then departed for Capitol Hill. Saunders recalled, based in part on a food-related request he received from a campaign staff member, that Trump left the hotel a few minutes after the speech to go to the airport. C. Jeff Sessions' post-speech interactions with CNI. In the wake of Sessions' confirmation hearings as Attorney General, questions arose about whether Sessions' campaign period interactions with CNI, apart from the Mayflower speech, included any additional meetings with Ambassador Kislyak or involved Russian-related matters. With respect to Kislyak contacts, on May 23, 2016, Sessions attended CNI's Distinguished Service Award dinner at the Four Seasons Hotel in Washington, D.C. Sessions attended a pre-dinner reception and was seated at one of two head tables for the event. A seating chart prepared by Saunders indicates that Sessions was scheduled to be seated next to Kislyak, who appeared to have responded to the invitation by indicating that he would attend the event. Sessions, however, did not remember seeing, speaking with, or sitting next to Kislyak at the dinner, although CNI board member Charles Boyd said he may have seen Kislyak at the dinner. Symes, Saunders, and Jacob Helbrun, editor of the National Interest, had no recollection of seeing Kislyak at the May 23 event. Kislyak also does not appear in any of the photos from the event that the office obtained. In the summer of 2016, CNI organized at least two dinners in Washington for Sessions to meet with experienced foreign policy professionals. The dinners included CNI-affiliated individuals such as Richard Burt and Zalmay Khalilzad, a former U.S. ambassador to Afghanistan and Iraq, and the person who had introduced Trump before the April 27, 2016 foreign policy speech. Khalilzad also met with Sessions one-on-one separately from the dinners. At the dinners and in the meetings, the participants addressed U.S. relations with Russia, including how U.S. relations with NATO and European countries affected U.S. policy toward Russia. But the discussions were not exclusively focused on Russia. Khalilzad, for example, recalled discussing nation-building and violent extremism with Sessions. In addition, Sessions asked Saunders of CNI to draft two memoranda not specific to Russia, one on Hillary Clinton's foreign policy shortcomings and another on Egypt. D. Jared Kushner's continuing contacts with Symes. Between the April 2016 speech at the Mayflower Hotel and the presidential election, Jared Kushner had periodic contacts with Symes. These contacts consisted of both in-person meetings and phone conversations, which concerned how to address issues relating to Russia in the campaign and how to move forward with the advisor group of foreign policy experts that Symes had proposed. Symes recalled that he, not Kushner, initiated all conversations about Russia, and that Kushner had never asked him to set up back-channel conversations with Russia. According to Symes, after the Mayflower speech in late April, Symes raised the issue of Russian contacts with Kushner, advised that it was bad optics for the campaign to develop hidden Russian contacts, and told Kushner both that the campaign should not highlight Russia as an issue and should handle any contacts with Russians with care. Kushner generally provided a similar account of the interactions with Symes. During this period of time, the campaign received a request for a high-level campaign official to meet with an officer at a Russian state-owned bank to, quote, discuss an offer that the officer claims to be carrying from President Putin to meet with candidate Trump. Copying Manafort and Gates, Kushner responded, "Pass on this. A lot of people claiming to carry messages. Very few are able to verify. For now, I think we decline such meetings. Most likely these people go back home and claim they have special access to gain importance for themselves. Be careful." Among the Kushner-Symes meetings was one held on August 17, 2016 at Symes' request in Kushner's New York office. The meeting was to address foreign policy advice that CNI was providing and how to respond to the Clinton campaign's Russia-related attacks on candidate Trump. In advance of the meeting, Symes sent Kushner a Russia policy memo laying out what, quote, Mr. Trump may want to say about Russia. In a cover email transmitting the memo and a phone call to set up the meeting, Symes mentioned, quote, a well-documented story of highly questionable connections with Bill Clinton, end quote, and the Russian government, quote, parts of which, according to Symes, had even been discussed with the FBI or with the CIA and the FBI in the late 90s and shared with the independent counsel at the end of the Clinton presidency. The memorandum recommended downplaying Russia as a U.S. foreign policy priority at this time and suggested that some tend to exaggerate Putin's flaws. The memorandum also recommended approaching general Russian-related questions in the framework of, quote, how to work with Russia to advance important U.S. national interests, and that a Trump administration not go abroad in search of monsters to destroy. The memorandum did not discuss sanctions, but did address how to handle Ukraine-related questions, including questions about Russia's invasion and annexation of Crimea. Kushner forwarded the email to senior Trump campaign officials Stephen Miller, Paul Manafort, Rick Gates with the note, suggestion only. Manafort subsequently forwarded the email to his assistant and scheduled a meeting with Symes. Manafort was on the verge of leaving the campaign by the time of the scheduled meeting with Symes, and Symes ended up meeting only with Kushner. During the August 17 meeting, Symes provided Kushner the Clinton-related information that he had promised. Symes told Kushner that, redacted. Symes claimed that he had received this information from former CIA and Reagan White House official Fritz Ermoth, who claimed to have learned it from U.S. intelligence sources, not from Russians. Symes perceived that Kushner did not find the information to be of interest or use to the campaign because it was, in Symes' words, old news. When interviewed by The Office, Kushner stated that he believed that there was little chance of something new being revealed about the Clintons given their long career as public figures, and that he never received from Symes information that could be operationalized for the Trump campaign. Despite Kushner's reaction, Symes believed he provided the same information at a small group meeting of foreign policy experts that CNI organized for Sessions. Five, June 9, 2016 meeting at Trump Tower. On June 9, 2016, senior representatives of the Trump campaign met in Trump Tower with a Russian attorney expecting to receive derogatory information about Hillary Clinton from the Russian government. The meeting was proposed to Donald Trump Jr. in an email from Robert Goldstone at the request of his then-client Amin Agalarov, the son of Russian real estate developer Aris Agalarov. Goldstone relayed to Trump Jr. that the Crown Prosecutor of Russia offered to provide the Trump campaign with some official documents and information that would incriminate Hillary and her dealings with Russia as part of Russia and its government's support for Mr. Trump. Trump Jr. immediately responded that if it's what you say, I love it, and arranged the meeting through a series of emails and telephone calls. Trump Jr. invited campaign chairman Paul Manafort and senior advisor Jared Kushner to attend the meeting, and both attended. Members of the campaign discussed the meeting before it occurred, and Michael Cohen recalled that Trump Jr. may have told candidate Trump about an upcoming meeting to receive adverse information about Clinton, without linking the meeting to Russia. According to written answers submitted by President Trump, he has no recollection of learning of the meeting at the time, and the office had found no documentary evidence showing that he was made aware of the meeting or its Russian connection before it occurred. The Russian attorney who spoke at the meeting, Natalia Veselnitskaya, had previously worked for the Russian government and maintained a relationship with that government throughout this period of time. She claimed that funds derived from illegal activities in Russia were provided to Hillary Clinton and other Democrats. Trump Jr. requested evidence to support those claims, but Veselnitskaya did not provide such information. She and her associates then turned to a critique of the origins of the Magnitsky Act, a 2012 statute that imposed financial and travel sanctions on Russian officials and that had resulted in a retaliatory ban on adoptions of Russian children. Trump Jr. suggested that the issue could be revisited when and if candidate Trump was elected. After the election, Veselnitskaya made additional efforts to follow up on the meeting, but the Trump transition team did not engage. A. Setting up the June 9 meeting. 1. Outreach to Donald Trump Jr. Aris Agalarov is a Russian real estate developer with ties to Putin and other members of the Russian government, including Russia's Prosecutor General Yuri Chakai. Aris Agalarov is the president of the Crocus Group, a Russian enterprise that holds substantial Russian government construction contracts, and that, as discussed above, Volume 1, Section 4A1, worked with Trump in connection with the 2013 Miss Universe pageant in Moscow and a potential Trump Moscow real estate project. The relationship continued over time as the parties pursued the Trump Moscow project in 2013-2014 and exchanged gifts and letters in 2016. For example, in April 2016, Trump responded to a letter from Aris Agalarov with a handwritten note. Aris Agalarov expressed interest in Trump's campaign, passed on congratulations for winning the primary, and, according to one email drafted by Goldstone, an offer of his support and that of many of his important Russian friends and colleagues, especially with reference to U.S.-Russian relations. On June 3, 2016, Amin Agalarov called Goldstone Amin's then publicist. Goldstone is a music and events promoter who represented Amin Agalarov from approximately late 2012 until late 2016. While representing Amin Agalarov, Goldstone facilitated the ongoing contact between the Trumps and the Agalarovs, including an invitation that Trump sent to Putin to attend the 2013 Miss Universe pageant in Moscow. Redacted, Goldstone understood, redacted, a Russian political connection, and Amin Agalarov indicated that the attorney was a prosecutor. Goldstone recalled that the information that might interest the Trumps involved Hillary Clinton. Redacted. The redacted mentioned by Amin Agalarov was Natalia Veselnitskaya. From approximately 1998 until 2001, Veselnitskaya worked as a prosecutor for the Central Administrative District of the Russian Prosecutor's Office, and she continued. Veselnitskaya was Natalia Veselnitskaya. In December 2018, a grand jury in the Southern District of New York returned an indictment charging Veselnitskaya with obstructing the Previzon litigation discussed in the text above. See the indictment. The indictment alleges, among other things, that Veselnitskaya lied to the district court about her relationship to the Russian Prosecutor General's office and her involvement in responding to a U.S. document request sent to the Russian government. From approximately 1998 until 2001, Veselnitskaya worked as a prosecutor for the Central Administrative District of the Russian Prosecutor's Office, and she continued to perform government-related work and maintain ties to the Russian government following her departure. Testimony. She lobbied and testified about the Magnitsky Act, which imposed financial sanctions and travel restrictions on Russian officials, and which was named for a Russian tax specialist who exposed a fraud and later died in Russian prison. Sergei Magnitsky was a Russian tax specialist who worked for William Browder, a former investment fund manager in Russia. Browder hired Magnitsky to investigate tax fraud by Russian officials, and Magnitsky was charged with helping Browder embezzle money. After Magnitsky died in Russian prison, Browder lobbied Congress to pass the Magnitsky Act. Putin called the statute, quote, a purely political, unfriendly act, quote, end quote, and Russia responded by barring a list of current and former U.S. officials from entering Russia and by halting the adoption of Russian children by U.S. citizens. Veselnitskaya performed legal work for Denis Katsev, the son of Russian businessman Peter Katsev, and for his company Prevezon Holdings, which was Prevezon Holdings Limited, which was a defendant in a civil forfeiture action alleging the laundering of proceeds from the fraud exposed by Magnitsky. She also appears to have been involved in the April 2016 approach to a U.S. congressional delegation in Moscow offering confidential information from the Prosecutor General of Russia about interactions between certain political forces in our two countries. Shortly after his June 3rd call shortly after his June 3 call with Amin Agalarov, Goldstone emailed Trump Jr. The Russian Prosecutor General is an official with broad national responsibilities in the Russian legal system, by the way. The email stated, "Good morning. Amin just called and asked me to contact you with something very interesting. The Crown Prosecutor of Russia met with his father, Aras, this morning, and in their meeting offered to provide the Trump campaign with some official documents and information that would incriminate Hillary and her dealings with Russia and be very useful to your father. This is obviously very high-level and sensitive information, but is part of Russia and its government's support for Mr. Trump, helped along by Aras and Amin. What do you think is the best way to handle this information? Would you be able to speak to Amin about it directly? I can also send this info to your father via Rona, but it is ultra-sensitive, so I wanted to send it to you first. Best, Rob Goldstone." Within minutes of this email, Trump Jr. responded, emailing back, "Thanks, Rob. I appreciate it. I'm on the road at the moment, but perhaps I just speak to Amin first. Seems we have some time, and if it's what you say, I love it, especially later in the summer. Could we do a call first thing next week when I am back?" Goldstone conveyed Trump Jr.'s interest to Amin Agalarov, emailing that Trump Jr., quote, wants to speak personally on the issue. On June 6, 2016, Amin Agalarov asked Goldstone if there was, quote, any news, and Goldstone explained that Trump Jr. was likely still traveling for the, quote, final elections, where Trump will be crowned the official nominee. On the same day, Goldstone again emailed Trump Jr. and asked when Trump Jr. was free to talk with Amin about this Hillary info. Trump Jr. asked if they could speak now, and Goldstone arranged a call between Trump Jr. and Amin Agalarov. On June 6 and June 7, Trump Jr. and Amin Agalarov had multiple brief calls. Also on June 6, 2016, Aras Agalarov called Ike Kavaladze and asked him to attend a meeting in New York with the Trump Organization. Kavaladze is a Georgia-born, naturalized U.S. citizen who worked in the United States for the Crocus Group and reported to Aras Agalarov. Kavaladze told the office that in a second phone call on June 6, 2016, Aras Agalarov asked Kavaladze if he knew anything about the Magnitsky Act, and Aras sent him short synopsis for the meeting and Veselnitskaya's business card. According to Kavaladze, Aras Agalarov said the purpose of the meeting was to discuss the Magnitsky Act, and he asked Kavaladze to translate. 2. Awareness of the meeting within the campaign. On June 7, Goldstone emailed Trump Jr. and said that, quote, Amin asked that I schedule a meeting with you and the Russian government attorney who is flying over from Moscow, end quote. Trump Jr. replied that Manafort identified as the campaign boss, Jared Kushner, and Trump Jr. would likely attend. Goldstone was surprised to learn that Trump Jr., Manafort, and Kushner would attend. Kavaladze redacted, puzzled by the list of attendees, and that he checked with one of Amin Agalarov's assistants, Roman Benyaminov, who said that the purpose of the meeting was for Vasilnitskaya to convey negative information on Hillary Clinton. Benyaminov, however, stated that he did not recall having known or said that. Early on June 8, 2016, Kushner emailed his assistant asking her to discuss a 3 p.m. meeting the following day with Trump Jr. Later that day, Trump Jr. forwarded the entirety of his email correspondence regarding the meeting with Goldstone to Manafort and Kushner under the subject line "Forward Russia Clinton Private and Confidential," adding a note that quote that the quote meeting got moved to for tomorrow at my offices, end quote. Kushner then sent his assistant a second email informing her that the quote meeting with Don Jr. is 4 p.m. now, end quote. Manafort responded, quote, "See you then, P." Rick Gates, who was the deputy campaign chairman, stated during interviews with the office that in the days before the June 9 meeting, the June 9, 2016 in the days before June 9, 2016, Trump Jr. announced at a regular morning meeting of senior campaign staff and Trump family members that he had a lead on negative information about the Clinton Foundation. Although the March 1, 302 refers to although the March 1 refers to June 19, that is likely a typographic error. External emails indicate that a meeting with those participants occurred on June 6th. Where was it? Gates believed that Trump Jr. said the information was coming from a group in Kyrgyzstan and that he was introduced to the group by a friend. Gates recalled that the meeting was attended by Trump Jr., Eric Trump, Paul Manafort, Hope Hicks, and joining late Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner. According to Gates, Manafort warned the group that the meeting likely would not yield vital information and they should be careful. Hicks denied any knowledge of the June 9 meeting before 2017, when Kushner did not recall if the planned June 9 meeting came up at all earlier in the week. Michael Cohen recalled being in Donald J. Trump's office on June 6 or 7 when Trump Jr. told his father that a meeting to obtain adverse information about Clinton was going forward. Cohen did not recall Trump Jr. stating that the meeting was connected to Russia. From the tenor of the conversation, Cohen believed that Trump Jr. had previously discussed the meeting with his father, although Cohen was not involved in any such conversation. In an interview with the Senate Judiciary Committee, however, Trump Jr. stated that he did not inform his father about the emails or the upcoming meeting. The Senate Judiciary Committee interview was not under oath, but Trump Jr. was advised that it is a violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1001 to make materially false statements in a congressional investigation. And similarly, neither Manafort nor Kushner recalled anyone informing candidate Trump of the meeting, including Trump Jr. President Trump has stated to this office in written answers to questions that he has, quote, no recollection of learning at the time that his son Manafort or Kushner was considering participating in a meeting in June 2016 concerning potentially negative information about Hillary Clinton. Written responses to we considered whether one sequence of events suggested that candidate Trump had contemporaneous knowledge of the June 9 meeting. On June 7, 2016, Trump announced his intention to give a major speech, probably Monday of next week, which would have been June 13th, about all of the things that have taken place with the Clintons. Following the June 9 meeting, Trump changed the subject of his planned speech to national security. But the office did not find evidence that the original idea for the speech was connected with the anticipated June 9 meeting, or that the change of topic was attributable to the failure of the meeting to produce concrete evidence about Clinton. Other events, such as the Pulse nightclub shooting on June 12, could well have caused the change. The president's written answers to our questions state that the speech's focus was altered, quote, in light of the Pulse of nightclub shootings. See the written responses that we'll read. As for the original topic of the June 13 speech, Trump has said that, quote, he expected to give a speech referencing the publicly available negative information about the Clintons, and that the draft of the speech prepared by the campaign staff was based on publicly available material, including in particular information from the book Clinton Cash by Peter Schweitzer. Written responses, above. In a later June 22 speech, Trump did speak extensively about allegations that Clinton was corrupt, drawing from the Clinton Cash book. B. The events of June 9, 2016. 1. Arrangements for the meeting. Veselnitskaya was in New York on June 9, 2016 for appellate proceedings in the Prevezon case civil forfeiture litigation. That day, Veselnitskaya called Renat Akhmetsin, a Soviet-born U.S. lobbyist, redacted, and when she learned that he was in New York, invited him to lunch. Akhmetsin told the office that he had worked on issues relating to the Magnitsky Act and had worked on the Prevezon litigation. Kavaladze and Anatoly Samacharnov, a Russian-born translator who had assisted Veselnitskaya with Magnitsky-related lobbying in the Prevezon case, also attended the lunch. Redacted. Veselnitskaya said she was meeting redacted and asked Akhmetsin what she could tell him. According to several participants in the lunch, Veselnitskaya showed Akhmetsin a document alleging financial misconduct by Bill Browder and the Ziff brothers, Americans with business in Russia, and those individuals subsequently making political donations to the DNC. Redacted. The group then went to Trump Tower for the meeting. Samachornov did not recall the planned subject matter of the Trump Tower meeting coming up at lunch. In her later Senate statement and interactions with the press, Veselnitskaya produced what she claimed were the talking points that she brought to the June 9 meeting. Two, conduct of the meeting. Trump Jr., Manafort, and Kushner participated on the Trump side, while Kavaladze, Samachornov, Akhmetsin, and Goldstone attended with Veselnitskaya. The office spoke to every participant except Veselnitskaya and Trump Jr., the latter of whom declined to be voluntarily interviewed by the office. Redacted. The meeting lasted approximately 20 minutes. Redacted. Goldstone recalled that Trump Jr. invited Veselnitskaya to begin, but did not say anything about the subject of the meeting. Participants agreed that Veselnitskaya stated that the Ziff brothers had broken Russian laws and had donated their profits to the DNC or the Clinton campaign. She asserted that the Ziff brothers had engaged in tax evasion and money laundering in both the United States and Russia. Redacted. According to Akhmetsin, Trump Jr. asked follow-up questions about how the alleged payments could be tied specifically to the Clinton campaign, but Veselnitskaya indicated that she could not trace the money once it had entered the United States. Kavaladze similarly recalled that Trump Jr. asked what they have on Clinton, and Kushner became aggravated and asked, quote, "What are we doing here?" Akhmetsin then spoke about U.S. sanctions imposed under the Magnitsky Act and Russia's response prohibiting the U.S. adoption of Russian children. Several participants recalled that Trump Jr. commented that Trump is a private citizen and there was nothing they could do at that time. Trump Jr. said that they could revisit the issue if and when they were in the government. Trump Jr. confirmed this in a statement he made in July 2017 after news of the June 2016 meeting broke. Notes that Manafort took on his phone reflect the general flow of the conversation, although not all of its details. Manafort's notes state, Bill Browder, offshore Cyprus, 133 million shares. Companies, not invest, loan. Value in Cyprus as Inter, Elise. Active sponsors of RNC, Browder had hired Joanna Glover, tied into Cheney, Russian adoption by American families. At some point in the meeting, Kushner sent an iMessage to Manafort stating, "Waste of time," followed immediately by 2 separate emails to assistants by Kushner companies with requests that they call him to give him an excuse to leave. Samachornov recalled that Kushner departed the meeting before it concluded. Veselinskaya recalled the same when interviewed by the press in July 2017. Veselinskaya's press interviews and written statements to Congress differ materially from other accounts. In a July 2017 press interview, Veselinskaya claimed that she had no connection to the Russian government and had not referred to any derogatory information concerning the Clinton campaign when she met with the Trump campaign officials. Veselinskaya's November 2017 written submissions to the Senate Judiciary Committee stated that the purpose of the June 9th meeting was not to connect with the Trump campaign, but rather to have a private meeting with Donald Trump Jr., a friend of my good acquaintance's son, on the matter of assisting me or my colleagues in informing the Congress members as to the criminal nature and manipulation and interference with legislative activities of the U.S. Congress. In other words, Veselinskaya claimed her focus was on Congress and not the campaign. No witness, however, recalled any reference to Congress during the meeting. Veselinskaya also maintained that she, quote, attended the meeting as a lawyer of Denis Katsev, end quote, the previously mentioned owner of Previzon Holdings, but she did not, quote, introduce herself in this capacity. In a July 2017 television interview, Trump Jr. stated that while he had no way to gauge the reliability, credibility, or accuracy of what Goldstone had stated was the purpose of the meeting, if, quote, someone has information on our opponent, maybe this is something. I should hear them out, end quote. Trump Jr. further stated in September 2017 congressional testimony that he thought he should, quote, listen to what Rob and his colleagues had to say, end quote. Depending on what, if any, information was provided, Trump Jr. stated he could then, quote, consult with counsel to make informed decision as to whether to give it any further consideration. After the June 9 meeting concluded, Goldstone apologized to Trump Jr. According to Goldstone, he told Trump Jr. redacted and told Amin Agalarov in a phone call that the meeting was about adoption. Redacted. The week after the June 9 meeting, a cybersecurity firm at the DNC announced the Russian hack of the DNC. See Volume 1, Section 3B2. Redacted. Aris Agalarov asked Kavaladze to report in after the meeting, but before Kavaladze could call, Aris Agalarov called him. Oh, I forgot to read all this. Redacted, and one text message shows that shortly after the DNC announcement, Goldstone made comments connecting the DNC hacking announcement to the June 9 meeting. The investigation did not identify evidence connecting the events of June 9 to the GRU's hack and dump operation. With Veselinskaya next to him, Kavaladze reported that the meeting had gone well, but he later told Aris Agalarov that the meeting about the Magnitsky Act had been a waste of time because it was not with lawyers and they were, quote, preaching to the wrong crowd. C. On June 14, 2016, Kavaladze's teenage daughter emailed asking how the June 9 meeting had gone, and Kavaladze responded, meeting was boring. The Russians did not have any bad info on Hillary. C. Post-June 9 events. Veselinskaya and Aris Agalarov made at least 2 unsuccessful attempts after the election to meet with Trump representatives to convey similar information about Browder and the Magnitsky Act. On November 23, 2016, Kavaladze emailed Goldstone about setting up another meeting with T people and sent in a document bearing allegations similar to those conveyed on June 9. Kavaladze followed up with Goldstone, stating that, quote, Mr. A, which Goldstone understood to mean Aris Agalarov, called to ask about the meeting. Goldstone emailed the document to Ronak Graf, saying that Aris Agalarov has asked me to pass on this document in hope that it can be passed on to the appropriate team. If needed, a lawyer representing the case is in New York currently and happy to meet with any other member of the transition team. According to Goldstone, around January 2017, Kavaladze contacted him again to set up another meeting, but Goldstone did not make the request. Oops. Nose is itchy. The investigation did not identify evidence of the transition team following up. Participants in the June 9, 2016 meeting began receiving inquiries from attorneys representing the Trump organization starting in approximately June 2017. On approximately June 2nd, 2017, Goldstone spoke with Alan Garten, general counsel of the Trump organization, about his participation in the June 9 meeting. The same day, Goldstone emailed Veselinskaya's name to Garten, identifying her as, quote, the woman who was the attorney who spoke at the meeting from Moscow. Later in June 2017, Goldstone participated in a lengthier call with Garten and Alan Futerfas, outside counsel for the Trump organization and subsequently personal counsel for Trump Jr. On June 27, 2017, Goldstone emailed Amin Agalarov with the subject Trump attorneys and stated that he was, quote, interviewed by attorneys about the June 9 meeting who were, quote, concerned because it links Don Jr. to officials from Russia, which he has always denied meeting, end quote. Goldstone stressed that he, quote, did say at the time that this was an awful idea and a terrible meeting, end quote. Amin Agalarov sent a screenshot of the message to Cavaladze. The June 9 meeting became public in July 2017. In a July 9, 2017 text message to Amin Agalarov, Goldstone wrote, quote, I made sure I kept you and your father out of this story, and if contacted, I can do a dance and keep you out of it. Goldstone added, quote, FBI now investigating, and I hope this favor was worth for your dad. It could blow up. On July 12, 2017, Amin Agalarov complained to Cavaladze that his father, Aras, quote, never listens to him, and that their relationship with Mr. T had been thrown down the drain. The next month, Goldstone commented to Amin Agalarov about the volume of publicity the June 9 meeting had generated, stating that his reputation was basically destroyed by this dumb meeting which your father insisted on, even though Ike and me told him would be bad news and not to do it. Goldstone added, quote, I am not able to respond out of courtesy to you and your father, so am painted as some mysterious link to Putin, end quote. After public reporting on the June 9 meeting began, representatives from the Trump organization again reached out to participants. On July 10, 2017, Futerfas sent Goldstone an email with a proposed statement for Goldstone to issue, which read, quote, as the person who arranged the meeting, I can definitively state that the statements I have read by Donald Trump Jr. are 100% accurate. The meeting was a complete waste of time, and Don was never told by Mrs. Veselinskaya's name, prior to the meeting. Ms. Veselinskaya mostly talked about the Magnitsky Act and Russian adoption laws, and the meeting lasted 20 to 30 minutes at most. There was never any follow-up, and nothing ever came of the meeting, end quote. Redacted. The statement drafted by Trump organization representatives was redacted. He proposed a different statement, asserting that he had been asked, quote, by his client in Moscow, Amin Agalarov, to facilitate a meeting between a Russian attorney, Natalia Veselinskaya, and Donald Trump Jr. The lawyer had apparently stated that she had some information regarding funding to the DNC from Russia, which she believed Mr. Trump Jr. might find interesting, end quote. Goldstone never released either statement. On the Russian end, there were also communications about what participants should say about the June 9 meeting. Specifically, the organization that hired Samachornov, an anti-Magnitsky Act group controlled by Veselinskaya, and the owner of Prevezon, offered to pay $90,000 of Samachornov's legal fees. At Veselinskaya's request, the organization sent Samachornov a transcript of a Veselinskaya press interview, and Samachornov understood that the organization would pay his legal fees only if he made statements consistent with Veselinskaya's. Samachornov declined, telling the office that he did not want to perjure himself. The individual who conveyed Veselinskaya's request to Samachornov stated that he did not expressly condition payment on following Veselinskaya's answers, but in hindsight recognized that by sending the transcript, Samachornov could have interpreted the offer of assistance to be conditioned on his not contradicting Veselinskaya's account. Volume 2, Section 2G discusses interactions between President Trump, Trump Jr., and others in June and July 2017 regarding the June 9 meeting. 6. Events at the Republican National Convention. Trump campaign officials met with Russian Ambassador Sergei Kislyak during the week of the Russian National Convention. The evidence indicates that these interactions were brief and non-substantive. During platform committee meetings immediately before the convention, J.D. Gordon, a senior campaign advisor on policy and national security, diluted a proposed amendment to the Republican Party platform expressing support for providing lethal assistance to Ukraine in response to Russian aggression. Gordon requested that platform committee personnel revise the proposed amendment to state that only appropriate assistance be provided to Ukraine. The original sponsor of the lethal assistance amendment stated that Gordon told her, the sponsor, that he was on the phone with candidate Trump in connection with his request to dilute the language. Gordon denied making the statement to the sponsor, although he acknowledged it was possible he mentioned having previously spoken to the candidate about the subject matter. The investigation did not establish that Gordon spoke to or was directed by the candidate to make that proposal. Gordon said that he sought the change because he believed the proposal language was inconsistent with Trump's position on Ukraine. Ambassador Kislyak's encounters with Senator Sessions and J.D. Gordon the week of the RNC. In July 2016, Senator Sessions and Gordon spoke at the Global Partners in Diplomacy event, a conference co-sponsored by the State Department and the Heritage Foundation held in Cleveland, Ohio, the same week as the Republican National Convention, RNC or convention. Approximately 80 foreign ambassadors to the United States, including Kislyak, were invited to the conference. On July 20, 2016, Gordon and Sessions delivered their speeches at the conference. In his speech, Gordon stated in pertinent part that the United States should have better relations with Russia. During Sessions' speech, he took questions from the audience, one of which may have been asked by Kislyak. When the speeches concluded, several ambassadors lined up to greet the speakers. Gordon shook hands with Kislyak and reiterated that he had meant what he said in the speech about improving U.S.-Russia relations. Sessions separately spoke with between 6 and 12 ambassadors, including Kislyak. Although Sessions stated during interviews with the office that he had no specific recollection of what he discussed with Kislyak, he believed that the two spoke for only a few minutes and that they would have exchanged pleasantries and said some things about U.S.-Russia relations. Later that evening, Gordon attended a reception as part of the conference. Gordon ran into Kislyak as the two prepared plates of food, and they decided to sit at the same table. They were joined at that table by the ambassadors from Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan, and by Trump campaign advisor Carter Page. As they ate, Gordon and Kislyak talked for what Gordon estimated to have been 3 to 5 minutes, during which Gordon again mentioned that he meant what he said in his speech about improving U.S.-Russia relations. B. Change to Republican Party platform. In preparation for the 2016 election, foreign policy advisors to the Trump campaign, working with the Republican National Committee, reviewed the 2012 convention's foreign policy platform to identify divergence between the earlier platform and candidate Trump's positions. The campaign team discussed toning down language from the 2012 platform that identified Russia as the country's #1 threat, given the candidate's belief that there needed to be better U.S. relations with Russia. The RNC Platform Committee sent the 2016 draft platform to the National Security and Defense Platform Subcommittee on July 10, 2016, the evening before the first meeting to propose amendments. Although only delegates could participate in formal discussions and vote on the platform, the Trump campaign could request changes, and members of the Trump campaign attended committee meetings. John Mashburn, the campaign's policy director, helped oversee the campaign's involvement in the platform committee meetings. He told the office that he directed campaign staff at the convention, including J.D. Gordon, to take a hands-off approach and only to challenge platform planks if they directly contradicted Trump's wishes. On July 11, 2016, Delegate Diana Denman submitted a proposed platform amendment that included provision of armed support for Ukraine. This amendment described Russia's ongoing military aggression in Ukraine and announced support for maintaining and, if warranted, increasing sanctions against Russia until Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity are fully restored, and for, quote, providing lethal defensive weapons to Ukraine's armed forces and greater coordination with NATO on defense planning, end quote. Gordon reviewed and proposed platform changes, including Denman's. Gordon stated that he flagged this amendment because of Trump's stated position on Ukraine, which Gordon personally heard the candidate say at the March 31 foreign policy meeting, namely that the Europeans should take primary responsibility for any assistance to Ukraine, that there should be improved U.S.-Russia relations, and that he did not want to start World War III over that region. Gordon told the office that Trump's statements on the campaign trail following the March meeting underscored these positions to the point where Gordon felt obliged to object to the proposed platform change and seek its dilution. On July 11, 2016, at a meeting of the National Security and Defense Platform Subcommittee, Denman offered her amendment. Gordon and another campaign staffer, Matt Mueller, approached a committee co-chair and asked him to table the amendment to permit further discussion. Gordon's concern with the amendment was the language about providing, quote, lethal defensive weapons to Ukraine. Miller did not have any independent basis to believe that this language contradicted Trump's views and relied on Gordon's recollection of the candidate's views. According to Denman, she spoke with Gordon and Matt Miller, and they told her that they had to clear the language and that Gordon was talking to New York. Denman told others that she was asked by the two Trump campaign staffers to strike lethal defense weapons from the proposal, but that she refused. Denman recalled Gordon saying that he was on the phone with candidate Trump, but she was skeptical whether that was true. Gordon denied having told Denman that he was on the phone with Trump, although he acknowledged it was possible that he mentioned having previously spoken to the candidate about the subject matter. Gordon's phone records revealed a call to Sessions' office in Washington that afternoon, but do not include calls directly to a number associated with Trump. And according to the president's written records to the office's questions, he does not recall being involved in the change in language of the platform amendment. Gordon stated that he tried to reach Rick Dearborn, a senior foreign policy advisor, and Mashburn, the campaign policy director. Gordon stated that he connected with both of them. He could not recall if by phone or in person, and apprised them of the language he took issue with in all three that he took within the proposed amendment. Gordon recalled no objection by either Dearborn or Mashburn, and that all three campaign advisors supported the alternative formulation, appropriate assistance. Dearborn recalled Gordon warning them about the amendment, but not weighing in because Gordon was more familiar with the campaign's foreign policy stance. Mashburn stated that Gordon reached him, and he told Gordon that Trump had not taken a stance on the issue and that the campaign should not intervene. When the amendment came up again in the committee's proceedings, the subcommittee changed the amendment by striking the lethal defense weapons language and replacing it with appropriate assistance. Gordon stated that he and the subcommittee co-chair ultimately agreed to replace the language about armed assistance with appropriate assistance. The subcommittee accordingly approved Denman's amendment but with the term appropriate assistance. Gordon stated that, to his recollection, this was the only change sought by the campaign. Sam Clovis, the campaign's national co-chair and chief policy advisor, stated he was surprised by the change and did not believe that it was in line with Trump's stance. Mashburn stated that when he saw the word appropriate assistance, he believed that Gordon had violated Mashburn's directive not to intervene. 7. Post-convention contacts with Kislyak. Ambassador Kislyak continued his efforts to interact with campaign officials with responsibility for foreign policy portfolio, among them Sessions and Gordon, in the weeks after the convention. The office did not identify evidence in those interactions of coordination between the campaign and the Russian government. The campaign did not identify evidence of those in those interactions of coordination between the campaign and the Russian government. A. Ambassador Kislyak invites J.D. Gordon to breakfast at the ambassador's residence. On August 3rd, 2016, an official from the Embassy of the Russian Federation in the United States wrote to Gordon on behalf of Ambassador Kislyak, inviting Gordon to have breakfast tea with the ambassador at his residence in Washington, D.C. the following week. Gordon responded 5 days later to decline the invitation. He wrote, "These days are not optimal for us, as we are busily knocking down a constant stream of false media stories while also preparing for the first debate with HRC. Hoping to take a rain check for another time when things quiet down a bit. Please pass along my regards to the ambassador." The investigation did not identify evidence that Gordon made any other arrangement to meet or met with Kislyak after this email. B. Senator Sessions' September 2016 meeting with Ambassador Kislyak. Also in August 2016, a representative of the Russian embassy contacted Sessions' Senate office about setting up a meeting with Kislyak. At the time, Sessions was a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and would meet with foreign officials in that capacity. But Sessions' staff reported, and Sessions himself acknowledged, that meeting requests from ambassadors increased substantially in 2016 as Sessions assumed a prominent role in the Trump campaign, and his name was mentioned for potential cabinet-level positions in a future Trump administration. On September 8, 2016, Sessions met with Kislyak in his Senate office. Sessions said that he believed he was doing the campaign a service by meeting with foreign ambassadors, including Kislyak. He was accompanied in the meeting by at least two of his Senate staff, Sandra Luff, his legislative director, and Peter Landrum, who handled military affairs. The meeting lasted less than 30 minutes. Sessions voiced concerns about Russia's sale of missile defense systems to Iran, Russian planes buzzing U.S. military assets in the Middle East, and Russian aggression in emerging democracies such as Ukraine and Moldova. Kislyak offered explanations on these issues and complained about NATO land forces in former Soviet bloc countries that border Russia. Landrum recalled that Kislyak referred to the presidential campaign as an interesting campaign, and Sessions also recalled Kislyak saying that the Russian government was receptive to the overtures Trump had laid out during his campaign. None of the attendees, though, remembered any discussion of Russian election interference or any request that Sessions convey information that the Russian government or convey information from the Russian government to the Trump campaign. During the meeting, Kislyak invited Sessions to further discuss U.S.-Russian relations with him over a meal at the ambassador's residence. Sessions was non-committal when Kislyak extended the invitation. After the meeting ended, Luff advised Sessions against accepting the one-on-one meeting with Kislyak, whom she assessed to be an old-school KGB guy. Neither Luff nor Landrum recalled that Sessions followed up on the invitation or made any further effort to dine or meet with Kislyak before the November 2016 election. Sessions and Landrum recalled that after the election, some efforts were made to arrange a meeting between Sessions and Kislyak. According to Sessions, the request came through CNI and would have involved a meeting between Sessions and Kislyak, two other ambassadors, and the governor of Alabama. Sessions, however, was in New York on the day of the anticipated meeting and was unable to attend. The investigation did not identify evidence that the two men met at any point after their September 8th meeting. 8. Paul Manafort. Paul Manafort served on the Trump campaign, including a period as campaign chairman from March to August 2016. Manafort had connections to Russia through his prior work for Russian oligarch Oleg Deripaska and later through his work for a pro-Russian regime in Ukraine. Manafort stayed in touch with these contacts during the campaign period through Konstantin Kilimnik, a longtime Manafort employee who previously ran Manafort's office in Kiev and who the FBI assesses to have ties to Russian intelligence. Manafort instructed Rick Gates, his deputy on the campaign and a longtime employee, to provide Kilimnik with updates on the Trump campaign, including internal polling data, although Manafort claims not to recall that specific instruction. Manafort expected Kilimnik to share that information with others in Ukraine and with Deripaska. Gates periodically sent such polling data to Kilimnik during the campaign. Jumping back to a quick footnote on Paul Manafort. On August 21st, 2018, Manafort was convicted in the Eastern District of Virginia on 8 tax, foreign bank account registration, fee bar, and bank fraud charges. On September 14, 2018, Manafort pleaded guilty in the District of Columbia to 1 conspiracy to defraud the United States and conspiracy to commit offenses against the United States, money laundering, tax fraud, FBAR, Foreign Agents Registration Act, FARA, and FARA false statements, and 2, conspiracy to obstruct justice, witness tampering. Manafort also admitted criminal conduct with which he had been charged in the Eastern District of Virginia, but as to which the jury hung. The conduct at issue in both cases involved Manafort's work in Ukraine and the money he earned for that work, as well as crimes after the Ukraine work ended. On March 7, 2019, Manafort was sentenced to 47 months of imprisonment in the Virginia prosecution. On March 13, this district court in D.C. sentenced Manafort to a total term of 73 months, 60 months on the count 1 conspiracy, with 30 of those months to run concurrent to the Virginia sentence, and 13 months on the count 1 conspiracy to be served consecutive to the other 2 sentences. The 2 sentences resulted in a total term of 90 months. As noted in Volume 1, Section 3D1B, Gates pleaded guilty to 2 criminal charges in the District of Columbia, including making a false statement to the FBI pursuant to a plea agreement. He has provided information and in-court testimony that the office has deemed to be reliable. Manafort also twice met Kilimnik in the United States during the campaign period and conveyed campaign information. The second meeting took place on August 2, 2016, in New York City. Kilimnik requested the meeting to deliver in person a message from former Ukrainian President Viktor Yanukovych, who was then living in Russia. The message was about a peace plan for Ukraine that Manafort had since acknowledged was a backdoor means for Russia to control eastern Ukraine. Several months later, after the presidential election, Kilimnik wrote an email to Manafort expressing the view, which Manafort later said he shared, that the plan's success would require U.S. support to succeed. All that is required to start the process is a very minor wink or slight push from Donald Trump. End quote. The email also stated that if Manafort were designated as a U.S. representative and started the process, Yanukovych would ensure his reception in Russia at the very top level. Manafort communicated with Kilimnik. I'm missing some of this. Manafort communicated with Kilimnik about peace plans for Ukraine on at least 4 occasions after the first discussion of the topic on August 2. December 2016, the Kilimnik email described above. January 2017, February 2017, and again in the spring of 2018. The office reviewed numerous Manafort email and text communications and asked President Trump about the plan in written questions. According to the president's written answers, he does not remember Manafort communicating to him any particular positions that Ukraine or Russia would want the United States to support. Written responses of Donald J. Trump, which we'll read. The investigation did not uncover evidence of Manafort's passing along information about Ukrainian peace plans to the candidate or anyone else in the campaign or administration. The office was not, however, able to gain access to all of Manafort's electronic communications. In some instances, messages were sent using encryption applications. And while Manafort denied that he spoke to members of the Trump campaign or the new administration about the peace plan, he lied to the office and the grand jury about the peace plan and his meetings with Kilimnik, and his unreliability on this subject was among the reasons that the district judge found that he had breached his cooperation agreement. The office could not reliably determine Manafort's purpose in sharing internal polling data with Kilimnik during the campaign period. Manafort redacted did not see a downside to sharing campaign information. Oh, jumping back real quick. The district found that he breached his cooperation agreement. Manafort made several false statements during debriefings. Based on that conduct, the office determined that Manafort had breached his plea agreement and could not be a cooperating witness. The judge presiding in Manafort's D.C. criminal case, found by a preponderance of the evidence that Manafort intentionally made multiple false statements to the FBI, the office, and the grand jury regarding his interactions and communications with Kilimnik and concerning two other issues. Although the report refers at times to Manafort's statements, it does so only when the statements are insufficiently corroborated to be trustworthy, to identify issues on which Manafort's untruthful responses may themselves be of evidentiary value, or to provide Manafort's explanations for certain events, even when we were unable to determine whether the explanation was credible. The office could not reliably determine Manafort's purpose in sharing internal polling data with Kilimnik during the campaign period. Manafort redacted did not see a downside to sharing campaign information and told Gates that his role in the campaign would be good for business and potentially a way to be made whole for work he previously completed in the Ukraine. As to Deripaska, Manafort claimed that by sharing campaign information with him, Deripaska might see value in their relationship and resolve a disagreement, a reference to one or more outstanding lawsuits. Because of the questions about Manafort's credibility and our limited ability to gather evidence on what happened to the polling data after it was sent to Kilimnik, the office could not assess what Kilimnik, or others he may have given it to, did with it. The office did not identify evidence of a connection between Manafort's sharing polling data and Russia's interference in the election, which had already been reported by U.S. media outlets at the time of the August 2 meeting. The investigation did not establish that Manafort otherwise coordinated with the Russian government on its election interference efforts. A. Paul Manafort's ties to Russia and Ukraine. Paul Manafort's Russian contacts during the campaign and transition periods stem from his consulting work for Deripaska from approximately 2015 to 2015, from 2005 to 2009, and his separate political consulting work in Ukraine from 2005 to 2015, including through his company DMP International LLC, DMI. Kilimnik worked for Manafort in Kiev during this entire period and continued to communicate with Manafort through at least June 2018. Kilimnik, who speaks and writes Ukrainian and Russian, facilitated many of Manafort's communications with Deripaska and Ukrainian oligarchs. 1. Oleg Deripaska consulting work. In approximately 2005, Manafort began working for Deripaska, a Russian oligarch who has a global empire involving aluminum and power companies and who is closely aligned with Vladimir Putin. A memorandum describing work that Manafort performed for Deripaska in 2005 regarding the post-Soviet republics referenced the need to brief the Kremlin and the benefits that the work could confer on the Putin government. Gates described the work Manafort did for Deripaska as political risk insurance, and explained that Deripaska used Manafort to install friendly political officials in countries where Deripaska had business interests. Manafort's company earned tens of millions of dollars from its work for Deripaska and was loaned millions of dollars by Deripaska as well. In 2007, Deripaska invested through another entity in Pericles Emerging Market Partners LP Pericles, an investment fund created by Manafort and former Manafort business partner Richard Davis. The Pericles Fund was established to pursue investments in Eastern Europe. Deripaska was the sole investor. Gates stated in interviews with the office that the venture led to a deterioration of the relationship between Manafort and Deripaska. In particular, when the fund failed, litigation between Manafort and Deripaska ensued. Litigation between Manafort and Deripaska ensued. Gates stated that by 2009, Manafort's business relationship with Deripaska had dried up. According to Gates, various interactions with Deripaska and his intermediaries over the past few years have been involved trying to resolve the legal dispute. As described below, in 2016, Manafort, Gates, Kilimnik, and others engaged in efforts to revive the Deripaska relationship and resolve the litigation. 2. Political consulting work. Through Deripaska, Manafort was introduced to Rinat Akhmetov, a Ukrainian oligarch who hired Manafort as a political consultant. In 2005, Akhmetov hired Manafort to engage in political work supporting the Party of Regions, a political party in Ukraine that was generally understood to align with Russia. Manafort assisted the Party of Regions in regaining power, and its candidate, Viktor Yanukovych, won presidency in 2010. Manafort became a close and trusted political advisor to Yanukovych during his time as president of Ukraine. Yanukovych served in that role until 2014, when he fled to Russia amidst popular protests. 3. Konstantin Kilimnik. Kilimnik is a Russian national who has lived in both Russia and Ukraine and was a longtime Manafort employee. Kilimnik had direct and close access to Yanukovych and his senior entourage, and he facilitated communications between Manafort and his clients, including Yanukovych and multiple Ukrainian oligarchs. Kilimnik also maintained a relationship with Deripaska's deputy, Viktor Boyarkin, a Russian national who previously served in the defense attaché office of the Russian embassy to the United States. Manafort told the office that he did not believe Kilimnik was working as a Russian spy. The FBI, however, assesses that Kilimnik has ties to the Russian intelligence. Several pieces of the office's evidence, including witness interviews and emails obtained through court-authorized search warrants, support the assessment. Kilimnik was born on April 27, 1970, in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, then of the Soviet Union, and attended the Military Institute of the Ministry of Defense from 1987 until 1992. Sam Patton, a business partner to Kilimnik, the FBI, however, assesses that Kilimnik has ties to Russian intelligence. The office has noted Kilimnik's assessed ties to Russian intelligence in public court filings. Okay. Back to it. Sam Patton, a business partner to Kilimnik. In August 2018, Patton pleaded guilty pursuant to a plea agreement to violating the Foreign Agents Registration Act and admitted in his statement of offense that he had also misled and withheld documents from the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence in the course of an investigation of Russian election interference. Stated that Kilimnik told him that he was a translator for in the Russian army for 7 years, and that he later worked in the Russian armament industry selling arms and military equipment. U.S. government visa records reveal that Kilimnik obtained a visa to travel to the United States with a Russian diplomatic passport in 1997. Kilimnik worked for the International Republican Institute's IRI's Moscow office, where he did translation work in general office management from 1998 to 2005. While another official recalled the incident differently, one former associate of Kilimnik's at IRI told the FBI that Kilimnik was fired from his post it's a little boring, because his links to Russian intelligence were too strong. The same individual stated that it was well known at IRI that Kilimnik had links to the Russian government. Jonathan Hawker, a British national who was a public relations consultant at FTI Consulting, worked with DMI on a public relations campaign for Yanukovych. After Hawker's work for DMI ended, Kilimnik contacted Hawker about working for a government entity on a public relations project that would promote in Western and Ukrainian media Russia's position on its 2014 invasion of Crimea. Gates suspected that Kilimnik was a spy, a view that he shared with Manafort, Hawker, and Alexander van der Zwaan. Van der Zwaan's pleaded guilty in the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia to making false statements to the Special Counsel's office. An attorney who had worked with DMI on a report for the Ukrainian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Redacted. B. Contacts during Paul Manafort's time with the Trump campaign. 1. Paul Manafort joins the campaign. Manafort served on the Trump campaign from late March to August 19, 2016. On March 29, 2016, the campaign announced that Manafort would leave as the campaign's convention manager. On May 19, 2016, Manafort was promoted to campaign chairman and chief strategist, and Gates, who had been assisting Manafort on the campaign, was appointed deputy campaign chairman. Thomas Barak and Roger Stone both recommended Manafort to candidate Trump. Jumping back, Manafort said in an interview that Gates had joked with Kilimnik about Kilimnik's going to meet with his KGB handler. Stone had worked with Manafort from approximately 1980 until the mid-90s through various consulting and lobbying firms. Manafort met Trump in 1982 when Trump hired the Black Manafort, Stone, and Kelly lobbying firm. Over the years, Manafort saw Trump at political and social events in New York City and at Stone's wedding, and Trump requested VIP status at the 1988 and 1996 conventions worked by Manafort. According to Gates, in March 2016, Manafort traveled to Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida to meet Trump. Trump hired him at that time. Manafort agreed to work on the campaign without pay. Manafort had no meaningful income at this point in time, but resuscitated his domestic political campaign career if he could be financially beneficial in the future. But resuscitating his domestic political campaign career could be financially beneficial in the future. Gates reported that Manafort intended, if Trump won the presidency, to remain outside the administration and monetize his relationship with the administration. 2. Paul Manafort's campaign period contacts. Immediately upon joining the campaign, Manafort directed Gates to prepare for his review separate Miranda addressed to directed Gates to prepare for his review separate memoranda addressed to Deripaska, Akhmetov, Serhiy Lyovochkin, and Boris Kolesnikov, the last three being Ukrainian oligarchs who were senior opposition bloc officials. The memoranda described Manafort's appointment to the Trump campaign and indicated his willingness to consult on Ukrainian politics in the future. On March 30, 2016, Gates emailed the memoranda and the press release announcing Manafort's appointment to Kilimnik for translation and dissemination. Manafort followed up with Kilimnik to ensure his messages had been delivered, emailing on April 11, 2016 to ask whether Kilimnik had shown our friends the media coverage of his new role. Kilimnik replied, "Absolutely, every article." Manafort further asked, How do we use to get whole? Has OVD, Oleg Vladimirovich Deripaska, operation seen?" Kilimnik wrote back the same day, quote, "Yes, I have been sending everything to Viktor Boryarkin, Deripaska's deputy, who has been forwarding the coverage directly to OVD." Gates reported that Manafort said that being hired on the campaign would be good for business and increased the likelihood that Manafort would be paid the approximately $2 million he was owed for previous political consulting work in Ukraine. Gates also explained to the office that Manafort thought his role on the campaign could help confirm that Deripaska had dropped the Pericles lawsuit, and that Gates believed Manafort sent polling data. Gates also explained to the office that Manafort thought his role on the campaign could help confirm that Deripaska had dropped the Pericles lawsuit, and that Gates believed Manafort sent polling data, to Deripaska, as discussed further below, so that Deripaska would not move forward with his lawsuit against Manafort. Gates further stated that Deripaska wanted a visa to the United States, that Deripaska could believe that having Manafort in a position inside the campaign or administration might be helpful to Deripaska, and that Manafort's relationship with Trump could help Deripaska in other ways as well. Gates stated, however, that Manafort never told him anything specific about what, if anything, Manafort might be offering Deripaska. Gates also reported that Manafort instructed him in April 2016 or early May 2016 to send Kilimnik campaign internal polling data and other updates so that Kilimnik in turn could share it with Ukrainian oligarchs. Gates understood that the information would also be shared with Deripaska. Redacted. In a later interview with the office, Gates stated that Manafort directed him to send polling data to Kilimnik after a May 7 meeting between Manafort and Kilimnik in New York. Gates reported to the office that he did not know why Manafort wanted him to send polling information, but Gates thought it was a way to showcase Manafort's work, and Manafort wanted to open doors to jobs after the Trump campaign ended. Gates said that Manafort's instruction included sending internal polling data prepared for the Trump campaign by pollster Tony Fabrizio. Fabrizio had worked with Manafort for years, but was brought into the campaign by Manafort. Gates stated that he, in accordance with Manafort's instruction, he periodically sent Kilimnik polling data via WhatsApp. Gates then deleted the communications on a daily basis. Gates further told the office that after Manafort left the campaign in mid-August, Gates sent Kilimnik polling data less frequently, and that the data he sent was more publicly available information and less internal data. Gates' account about polling data is consistent, redacted, with multiple emails that Kilimnik sent to U.S. associates and press contacts between late July and mid-August of 2016. Those emails reference internal polling, described the status of the Trump campaign and Manafort's role in it, and assessed Trump's prospects for victory. Manafort did not acknowledge instructing Gates to send Kilimnik internal data. Redacted. The office also obtained contemporaneous emails that shed light on the purpose of the communications with Deripaska and that are consistent with Gates' account. For example, in response to the June 7, 2016 email from a Ukrainian reporter about Manafort's failed Deripaska-backed investment, Manafort and Kilimnik whether there had been any Manafort asked Kilimnik whether there had been any movement on this issue with our friend. Gates stated that our friend likely referred to Deripaska, and Manafort told the office that the issue, our biggest interest, as stated below, was a solution to the Deripaska-Pericles issue. Kilimnik replied, quote, I am carefully optimistic on the question of our biggest interest. Our friend, Boyarkin, said that there is lately significantly more attention to the campaign in her bosses, and in his bosses, Deripaska's mind, and he will most likely looking for ways to reach out to you pretty soon, understanding all the time sensitivity. I am more than sure it will be resolved, and we will be able to get back to the original relationship with V's boss, Deripaska. 8 minutes later, Manafort replied that Kilimnik should tell Boyarkin's boss a reference to Deripaska, that if he needs private briefings, we can accommodate. Manafort has alleged to the office that he was willing to brief Deripaska only on public campaign matters and gave an example, why Trump selected Mike Pence as the vice presidential running mate. Manafort said he never gave Deripaska a briefing. Manafort noted that if Trump won, Deripaska would use Manafort to advance whatever interest Deripaska had in the United States and elsewhere. 3. Paul Manafort's 2 campaign period meetings with Konstantin Kilimnik in the United States. Manafort twice met with Kilimnik in person during the campaign period, once in May and again in August 2016. The first meeting took place on May 7, 2016 in New York City. In the days leading up to the meeting, Kilimnik had been working to gather information about the political situation in Ukraine. That included information gleaned from a trip that former Party of Regions official Yuri Boyko had recently taken to Moscow, a trip that likely included meetings between Boyko and high-ranking Russian officials. Kilimnik then traveled to Washington, D.C. on or about May 5, 2016. While in Washington, Kilimnik had prearranged meetings with State Department employees. Late on the evening of May 6th, Gates arranged for Kilimnik to take a 3 a.m. train to meet Manafort in New York for breakfast on May 7th. According to Manafort, during the meeting, he and Kilimnik talked about the events in Ukraine, and Manafort briefed Kilimnik on the Trump campaign, expecting Kilimnik to pass the information back to individuals in Ukraine and elsewhere. Manafort stated that opposition bloc members recognized Manafort's position on the campaign was an opportunity, but Kilimnik did not ask for anything. Kilimnik spoke about a plan of Boyko to boost election participation in the eastern zone of Ukraine, which was the base for the opposition bloc. Kilimnik returned to Washington, D.C. right after the meeting with Manafort. Manafort met with Kilimnik a second time at the Grand Havana Club in New York City on the evening of August 2, 2016. The events leading to the meeting are as follows. On July 28, 2016, Kilimnik flew from Kiev to Moscow. The next day, Kilimnik wrote to Manafort requesting that they meet using coded language about a conversation he had had that day. In an email with the subject line, "Black Caviar," Kilimnik wrote, "I met today with the guy who gave you your biggest black caviar jar several years ago. We spent about 5 hours talking about his story, and I have several important messages from him to you. He asked me to go and brief you on our conversation. I said I have to run it by you first, but in principle I am prepared to do it. It has to do about the future of our of his country, and it is quite interesting." Manafort identified, quote, "the guy who gave you your biggest black caviar jar" as Yanukovych. He explained that in 2010, he and Yanukovych had lunch to celebrate the recent presidential election. Yanukovych gave Manafort a large jar of black caviar that was worth approximately $30,000 to $40,000. Manafort's identification of Yanukovych as the guy who gave you your biggest black caviar jar is consistent with Kilimnik being in Moscow, where Yanukovych resided, when Kilimnik wrote, I met today with the guy," and with a December 2016 email in which Kilimnik referred to Yanukovych as as BG, redacted. Manafort replied to Kilimnik's July 29 email, "Tuesday, August 2nd is best, Tuesday or Wednesday in NYC." 3 days later, on July 31st, 2016, Kilimnik flew back to Kiev from Moscow, and on that same day wrote to Manafort that he would need about 2 hours for their meeting because it is a long caviar story to tell. Kilimnik wrote that he would arrive at JFK on August 2nd at 7:30 p.m. and he and Manafort agreed to a late dinner that night. Documentary evidence, including flight, phone, and hotel records, and the timing of text messages exchanged, confirmed the dinner took place as planned on August 2nd. Deripaska's private plane also flew to Teterboro Airport, New Jersey on the evening of August 2nd, 2016. According to Customs and Border Protection records, the only passengers on the plane were Deripaska's wife, daughter, mother, and father-in-law, and separate records obtained by our office confirmed that Kilimnik flew on a commercial flight to New York. As to the contents of the meeting itself, the accounts of Manafort and Gates, who arrived late to dinner, differ in certain respects, but their versions of events, which assessed alongside available documentary evidence and what Kilimnik told his business associate Sam Patton, indicate that at least three principal topics were discussed. First, Manafort and Kilimnik discussed a plan to resolve the ongoing political problems in Ukraine by creating an autonomous republic in its more industrialized region of Donbass, the Luhansk and Domestic People's Republics, which are located in the Donbass region of Ukraine, declared themselves independent in response to the popular unrest in 2014 that removed President Yanukovych from power. Pro-Russian Ukrainian militia forces, with backing from the Russian military, have occupied the region since 2014. Under the Yanukovych-backed plan, Russia would assist in withdrawing the military, and Donbass would become an autonomous region within Ukraine with its own prime minister. The plan emphasized that Yanukovych would be an ideal candidate to bring peace to the region as prime minister of the republic and facilitate the reintegration of the region into Ukraine with the support of U.S. and Russian presidents. As noted above, according to Redacted, the written documentation describing the plan for the plan to work, both U.S. and Russian support were necessary. And having Yanukovych, the Ukrainian president ousted in 2014, elected to head that republic. That plan, Manafort later acknowledged, constituted a backdoor means for Russia to control eastern Ukraine. Manafort initially said that if he had not cut off the discussion, Kilimnik would have asked Manafort in the August 2 meeting to convince Trump to come out in favor of the peace plan, and Yanukovych would have expected Manafort to use his connections in Europe and Ukraine to support the plan. Manafort also initially told the office that he had said to Kilimnik that the plan was crazy, that the discussion ended, and that he did not recall Kilimnik asking Manafort to reconsider the plan after their August 2 meeting. Manafort said, redacted, that he reacted negatively to Yanukovych's sending, years later, an urgent request when Yanukovych needed him. When confronted with an email written by Kilimnik on or about December 8, 2016, however, Manafort acknowledged Kilimnik raised the peace plan again in the email. Manafort ultimately acknowledged Kilimnik also raised the peace plan in January and February 2017 meetings with Manafort. Redacted. Second, Manafort briefed Kilimnik on the state of the Trump campaign and Manafort's plan to win the election. That briefing encompassed the campaign's messaging and its internal polling data. According to Gates, it also included discussion of battleground states, which Manafort identified as Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Minnesota. Manafort did not refer explicitly to battleground states in his telling of the August 2 discussion. Redacted. Third, according to Gates and what Kilimnik told Patton, Manafort and Kilimnik discussed two sets of financial disputes related to Manafort's previous work in the region. Those consisted of the unresolved Deripaska lawsuit and the funds that the opposition bloc owed to Manafort for his political consulting work, and how Manafort might be able to obtain payments. After the meeting, Gates and Manafort both stated that they left separately from Kilimnik because they knew the media was tracking Manafort and wanted to avoid media reporting on his connections to Kilimnik. C. Post-resignation activities. Manafort resigned from the Trump campaign in mid-August 2016, ultimately 2 weeks after his second meeting with Kilimnik, amidst negative media reporting about his political consulting work for the pro-Russian Party of Regions in Ukraine. Despite his resignation, Manafort continued to offer advice to campaign officials through the November election. Manafort told Gates that he still spoke with Kushner, Bannon, and candidate Trump, and some of those post-resignation contacts are documented in emails. For example, on October 21, 2016, Manafort sent Kushner an email and attached a strategy memorandum proposing that the campaign make the case against Clinton, quote, as the failed and corrupt champion of the establishment, and that WikiLeaks provides the Trump campaign the ability to make the case in a very credible way by using the words of Clinton, its campaign officials, and DNC members, end quote. Later, in a November 5, 2016 email to Kushner entitled Securing the Victory, Manafort stated that he was really feeling good about our prospects on Tuesday and focusing on preserving the victory. And that he was concerned the Clinton campaign would respond to a loss by moving immediately to discredit the Trump victory and claim voter fraud and cyber fraud, including the claim that the Russians had hacked into the voting machines and tampered with the results. Trump was elected president on November 8th, 2016. Manafort told the office that in the wake of Trump's victory, he was not interested in an administration job. Manafort instead preferred to stay on the outside and monetize his campaign position to generate business given his familiarity and relationship with Trump and the incoming administration. Manafort appeared to follow that plan as he traveled to the Middle East, Cuba, South Korea, Japan, and China, and was paid to explain what a Trump presidency would entail. Manafort's activities in early 2017 included meetings relating to Ukraine and Russia. The first meeting, which took place in Madrid, Spain, in January 2017, was with Georgy Oganov, who had previously worked at the Russian embassy in the United States, was a senior executive at a Deripaska company who was believed to report directly to Deripaska. Manafort initially denied attending the meeting. When he later acknowledged it, he claimed that the meeting had been arranged by his lawyers and concerned only the Pericles lawsuit. Other evidence, however, provides reason to doubt Manafort's statement that the sole topic of the meeting was the Pericles lawsuit. In particular, text messages to Manafort from a number associated with Kilimnik suggest that Kilimnik and Boyarkin, not Manafort's counsel, had arranged the meeting between Manafort and Oganov. Kilimnik's message states that the meeting was supposed to be not about money or Pericles, but instead about recreating the old friendship, ostensibly between Manafort and Deripaska, and talking about global politics. Manafort also replied by text that he, quote, needs this finished before Jan 20, which appears to be a reference to resolving Pericles before the inauguration. On January 15, 2017, 3 days after his return from Madrid, Manafort emailed KT McFarland, who was at that time designated to be Deputy National Security Advisor and was formally appointed to that position on January 20, 2017. Manafort's January 15 email to McFarland stated, quote, I have some important information I want to share that I picked up on my travels over the last month, end quote. Manafort told the office that the email referred to an issue regarding Cuba, not Russia or Ukraine, and Manafort had traveled to Cuba in the past month. Either way, McFarland, who was advised by Flynn not to respond to the Manafort inquiry, appears not to have responded to Manafort. Manafort told the office that around the time of the presidential inauguration in January, he met with Kilimnik and Ukrainian oligarch Serhiy Lvochkin at the Westin Hotel in Alexandria, Virginia. During this meeting, Kilimnik again discussed the Yanukovych peace plan that he had broached at the August 2 meeting, and in a detailed December 8th, 2016 message found in Kilimnik's DMP account. Broached at the August and in a detailed December 8th, 2016 message found in Kilimnik's DMP email account. In that December 8 email, which Manafort acknowledged having read, Kilimnik wrote, quote, "All that is required to start the process is a very minor wink or slight push from DT," an apparent reference to the president-elect Trump, quote, "and a decision to authorize you to be a special representative and manage this process." Kilimnik assured Manafort with that authority he, quote, "could start the process and within 10 days visit Russia. Yanukovych guarantees your reception at the very top level," and that, quote, "DT could have peace in Ukraine basically within a few months after inauguration." As noted above, redacted and statements to the office, Manafort sought to qualify his engagement on and support for the plan. Redacted. On February 26, 2017, Manafort met Kilimnik in Madrid, where Kilimnik had flown from Moscow. In his first two interviews with the office, Manafort denied meeting with Kilimnik on his Madrid trip, and then, after being confronted with documentary evidence that Kilimnik was in Madrid at the same time as him, recognized that he met with him in Madrid. Manafort said that Kilimnik had updated him on a criminal investigation into so-called black ledger payments to Manafort that was being conducted by Ukraine's National Anti-Corruption Bureau. Redacted. In resolving whether Manafort breached his cooperation plea agreement by lying to the office, the district court found that Manafort had lied about, among other things, his contacts with Kilimnik regarding the peace plan, including the meeting in Madrid. Those contacts included matters pertaining to the criminal charges brought by the office and the Ukraine peace plan. In early 2018, Manafort retained his longtime polling firm to craft a draft poll in Ukraine, sent the pollsters a 3-page primer on the plan sent by Kilimnik, and worked with Kilimnik to formulate the polling questions. The primer sent to the pollsters specifically called for the United States and President Trump to support the Autonomous Republic of Donbass, with Yanukovych as prime minister. And a series of questions in the draft poll asked for opinions on Yanukovych's role in resolving the conflict in Donbass. The poll was not solely about Donbass. It also sought participants' views on leaders apart from Yanukovych as they pertained to the 2019 Ukraine presidential election. The office has not uncovered evidence that Manafort brought the Ukraine peace plan to the attention of the Trump campaign or the Trump administration. Kilimnik continued his efforts to promote the peace plan to the executive branch, for example, the U.S. Department of State, into the summer of 2018. No one's watching right now, but that was definitely the longest section. 3 hours and 19 minutes, more than half of the time so far. I am going to take a quick break just to set... Oh, Frogmaster! Ooh, thanks for watching. The view numbers must be off. But yeah, oof. I knew that was going to be the long one. It is, I think, literally the longest split. I'm coming up on the intermission. I only have like 40 more pages in Volume 1. And then we will have Volume 2, which similarly has tons of redactions and whatever. Yeah, I think I'm on a decent pace. Probably not going to make it under 12 hours, but that's okay. Okay, break time. I will be back in, let's just say, not very long, 5 minutes. All right, be back.
All right, I'm back. What a bust. Okay, I realized on my break, because it was the first time I actually checked any of my socials, that I fucking posted the wrong link on all of the different posts that I made. Like 4 different posts, I posted the wrong link. It's okay. Okay. Yeah, I kind of can't believe that I fucked that up so bad. Oh well. You know what? I'll be right back. We're gonna pause again. Just gonna redo the thread. Howdy, folks. Welcome back. So, shout out to Austin for pointing out the fact that I totally bungled the rollout and posted the wrong links. Did what damage control I could. Way too far into it now to start over. Just gotta follow through, and whatever comes out, comes out. Alright, here we go. Picking back up with here we go. B. Post-election and transition period contacts. Trump was elected president on November 8, 2016. Beginning immediately after the election, individuals connected to the Russian government started contacting officials on the Trump campaign and transition team through multiple channels, sometimes through Russian Ambassador Kislyak and at other times through individuals who sought reliable contacts through U.S. persons not formally tied to the campaign or transition team. The most senior levels of the Russian government encouraged these efforts. The investigation did not establish that these efforts reflected or constituted coordination between the Trump campaign and Russia in its election interference activities. 1. Immediate post-election activity. As soon as news broke that Trump had been elected president, Russian government officials and prominent Russian businessmen began trying to make inroads into the new administration. They appeared not to have pre-existing contacts and struggled to connect with senior officials around the president-elect. As explained below, those efforts entailed both official contacts through the Russian embassy in the United States and outreaches sanctioned at high levels of the Russian government through business rather than political contacts. A. Outreach from the Russian government. At approximately 3 a.m. on election night, Trump campaign press secretary Hope Hicks received a telephone call on her personal cell phone from a person who sounded foreign but was calling from a number with a DC area code. Although Hicks had a hard time understanding the person, she could make out the words Putin call. Hicks told the caller to send her an email. The following morning, on November 9, 2016, Sergei Kuznetsov, an official at the Russian embassy to the United States, emailed Hicks from his email address with the subject line, Message from Putin. Attached to the email was a message from Putin in both English and Russian, which Kuznetsov also asked Hicks to convey to the president-elect. In the message, Putin offered his congratulations to Trump for his electoral victory, stating he, quote, looked forward to working with Trump on leading Russian-American relations out of crisis, end quote. Hicks forwarded the email to Kushner asking, quote, can you look into this? Don't want to get duped, but don't want to blow off Putin. Kushner stated in congressional testimony that he believed that it would be possible to verify the authenticity of the forwarded email through the Russian ambassador, whom Kushner had previously met in April 2016. Unable to recall the Russian ambassador's name, Kushner emailed Dmitry Simes of CNI, whom he had consulted previously about Russia, see Volume 1, Section 4A4, and asked, quote, what is the name of Russian ambassador? End quote. Kushner forwarded Simes's response, which identified Kislyak by name, to Hicks. After checking with Kushner to see what he had learned, Hicks conveyed Putin's letter to transition officials. 5 days later, on November 14, 2016, Trump and Putin spoke by phone in the presence of transition team members, including incoming National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. B. High-level encouragement of contacts through alternative channels. As Russian officials in the United States reach out to the president-elect and his team, a number of Russian individuals working in the private sector began their own efforts to make contact. Petr Avin, a Russian national who heads Alfa Bank, Russia's largest commercial bank, described to the office interactions with Putin during this time period that might account for the flurry of Russian activity. Avin provided information to the office in an interview and through an attorney proffer redacted. Avin told the office that he is one of approximately 50 wealthy Russian businessmen who regularly meet with Putin in the Kremlin. These 50 men are often referred to as oligarchs. Avin told the office that he met on a quarterly basis with Putin, including in the fourth quarter Q4 of 2016, shortly after the U.S. presidential election.
Avin said that he took these meetings seriously and understood that any suggestions or critiques that Putin made during these meetings were implicit directives, and that there would be consequences for Avin if he did not follow through. As was typical, the 2016 Q4 meeting with Putin was preceded by a preparatory meeting with Putin's chief of staff, Anton Vaino. According to Avin, at his Q4 2016 one-on-one meeting with Putin, Putin raised the prospect that the United States would impose additional sanctions on Russian interests, including sanctions against Avin and or Alfa Bank. Putin suggested that Avin needed to take steps to protect himself and Alfa Bank. Avin also testified that Putin spoke of the difficulty faced by the Russian government in getting in touch with the incoming Trump administration. According to Avin, Putin indicated that he did not know with whom formally to speak and generally did not know the people around the president-elect. Jumping back real quick. One-on-one meeting with Putin. At the time of his Q4 2016 meeting with Putin, Avin was generally aware of the press coverage about Russian interference in the U.S. election. According to Avin, he did not discuss the topic with Putin at any point, and Putin did not mention the rationale behind the threat of new sanctions. Avin, redacted, told Putin he would take steps to protect himself and the Alfa Bank shareholders from potential sanctions, and one of the steps would be to try to reach out to the incoming administration to establish a line of communication. Avin described Putin responding with skepticism about Avin's prospect for success. According to Avin, although Putin did not expressly direct him to reach out to the Trump transition team, Avin understood that Putin expected him to try to respond to the concerns he had raised. Avin's efforts are described in Volume 1, Section 4b5. 2. Kirill Dmitriev's transition-era outreach to the incoming administration. Avin's description of his interactions with Putin is consistent with the behavior of Kirill Dmitriev, a Russian national who heads Russia's sovereign wealth fund and is closely connected to Putin. Dmitriev undertook efforts to meet members of the incoming Trump administration in the months after the election. Dmitriev asked a close business associate who worked for the United Arab Emirates UAE Royal Court, George Nader, to introduce him to Trump transition officials. And Nader eventually arranged a meeting in the Seychelles between Dmitriev and Eric Prince. In the Seychelles between Dmitriev and Eric Prince, a Trump campaign supporter and an associate of Steve Bannon. In addition, the UAE National Security Advisor introduced Dmitriev to a hedge fund manager and friend of Jared Kushner, Rick Gerson, in late November 2016. In December 2016 and January 2017, Dmitriev and Gerson worked on a proposal for reconciliation between the United States and Russia, which Dmitriev implied he cleared through Putin. Gerson provided that proposal to Kushner before the inauguration, and Kushner later gave copies to Bannon and Secretary of State Rex Tillerson. Remember him? A. Background. Dmitriev is a Russian national who was appointed CEO of Russian Sovereign Wealth Fund, the Russian Direct Investment Fund, RDIF, when it was founded in 2011. Dmitriev reported directly to Putin and frequently referred to Putin as his boss. RDIF has co-invested in various projects with UAE sovereign wealth funds. Dmitriev regularly interacted with Nader, a senior advisor to UAE Crown Prince Mohammed bin Zayed, Crown Prince Mohammed, in connection with RDIF's dealings with the UAE. Putin wanted Dmitriev to be in charge of both the financial and the political relationship between Russia and the Gulf states, in part because Dmitriev had been educated in the West and spoke English fluently. Nader considered Dmitriev to be Putin's interlocutor in the Gulf region and would relay Dmitriev's views directly to the Crown Prince Mohammed. Nader developed contacts with both U.S. presidential campaigns during the 2016 election and kept Dmitriev abreast of his efforts to do so. According to Nader, Dmitriev said that his and the government in Russia's preference was for the candidate Trump to win, and asked Nader to assist him in meeting members of the Trump campaign. Redacted. Nader did not introduce Dmitriev to everyone associated with the Trump campaign before the election. Redacted. Eric Prince is a businessman who had relationships with various individuals associated with the Trump campaign, including Steve Bannon, Donald Trump Jr., and Roger Stone. Prince did not have a formal role in the campaign, although he offered to host a fundraiser for Trump and sent unsolicited policy papers on issues such as policy, trade, and Russian election interference to Bannon. After the election, Prince frequently visited transition offices at Trump Tower, primarily to meet with Bannon, but on occasion to meet Michael Flynn and others. Prince and Bannon would discuss, inter alia, foreign policy issues and Prince's recommendations regarding who should be appointed to fill key national security positions. Although Prince was not formally affiliated with the transition, Nader received assurances that the incoming administration considered Prince a trusted associate. B. Kirill Dmitriev's post-election contacts with incoming administration. Soon after midnight on election night, Dmitriev messaged who was traveling to New York to attend the 2016 World Chess Championship. Dmitry Peskov, the Russian Federation's press secretary, who was also attending the World Chess Championship. At approximately 2:40 a.m. on November 9, 2016, news reports stated that candidate Clinton had called President-elect Trump to concede. Wrote to Dmitriev, Putin has won. Later that morning, Dmitriev contacted Nader, who was in New York, to request a meeting with the key people in the incoming administration as soon as possible in light of the great results. He asked Nader to convey to the incoming administration that we want to start rebuilding the relationship in whatever is a comfortable pace for them. We understand all of the insensitivities and are not in a rush. Dmitriev and Nader had previously discussed Nader introducing him to the contacts Nader had made within the Trump campaign. Dmitriev also told Nader that he would ask Putin for permission to travel to the United States, where he would be able to speak to media outlets about the positive impact of Trump's election and the need for reconciliation between the United States and Russia. Later that day, Dmitriev flew to New York, where Peskov was separately traveling to attend the chess tournament. Dmitriev invited Nader to the opening of the tournament and noted that if there was a, quote, chance to see anyone key from Trump camp, he would love to start building for the future, end quote. Dmitriev also asked Nader to invite Kushner to the event so that Dmitriev, could meet him. Nader did not pass along Dmitriev's invitation to anyone connected with the incoming administration. Although one World Chess Federation official recalled hearing from an attendee that President-elect Trump had stopped by the tournament, the investigation did not establish that Trump or any campaign or transition team official attended the event, and the president's written answers denied that he had. Nader stated that Dmitriev continued to press him to set up a meeting with transition officials and was particularly focused on Kushner and Trump Jr. Dmitriev told Nader that Putin would be very grateful to Nader and that a meeting would make history. Redacted. According to Nader, Dmitriev was very anxious to connect with the incoming administration and told Nader he would try other routes to do so besides Nader himself. Nader did not ultimately introduce Dmitriev to anyone associated with the incoming administration during Dmitriev's post-election trip to New York. In early December 2016, Dmitriev again broached the topic of meeting incoming administration officials with Nader in January or February. Dmitriev sent Nader a list of publicly available quotes of Dmitriev speaking positively about Trump, quote, in case they were helpful. C. Eric Prince and Kirill Dmitriev meet in the Seychelles. 1. George Nader and Eric Prince arranged Seychelles meeting with Dmitriev. Nader traveled to New York in early January 2017 and had lunchtime and dinner meetings with Eric Prince on January 3, 2017. Nader and Prince discussed Dmitriev. Nader informed Prince that the Russians were looking to build a link with the incoming Trump administration. Redacted, he told Prince that Dmitriev had been pushing Nader to introduce him to someone from the incoming administration. Redacted. Nader suggested, in light of Prince's relationship with transition team officials, that Prince and Dmitriev meet to discuss issues of mutual concern. Redacted. Prince told Nader that he needed to think further about it and to check with transition team officials. After his dinner with Prince, Nader sent Prince a link to a Wikipedia entry about Dmitriev and sent Dmitriev a message stating that he had just met, quote, with some key people within the family and inner circle, a reference to Prince, and that he had spoken at length and positively about Dmitriev. Nader told Dmitriev that the people he met had asked for Dmitriev's bio, and Dmitriev replied that he would update and send it. Nader later received from Dmitriev 2 files concerning Dmitriev. One was a 2-page biography, and the other was a list of Dmitriev's positive quotes about Donald Trump. The next morning, Nader forwarded the message and attachments Dmitriev had sent him to Prince. Nader wrote to Prince with these documents were the versions to be used with some additional details for them, with them referring to members of the incoming administration. Prince opened the attachments at Trump Tower within an hour of receiving them. Prince stated that while he was at Trump Tower that day, he spoke with Kellyanne Conway, Wilbur Ross, Steve Mnuchin, and others while waiting to see Bannon. Cell site location data for Prince's mobile phone indicates that Prince remained at Trump Tower for approximately 3 hours. Prince said that he could not recall whether, during those 3 hours, he met with Bannon and discussed Dmitriev with him. Redacted. Prince booked a ticket to the Seychelles on January 7, 2017. The following day, Nader wrote to Dmitriev that he had a pleasant surprise for him, namely that he had arranged for Dmitriev to meet a special guest from the new team, referring to Prince. Nader asked Dmitriev if he could come to the Seychelles for the meeting on January 12, 2017, and Dmitriev agreed. The following day, Dmitriev sought assurance from Nader that the Seychelles meeting would be worthwhile. Dmitriev was not enthusiastic about the idea of meeting with Prince, and that Nader redacted. Dmitriev was not enthusiastic about the idea of meeting with Prince, and that Nader assured him that Prince wielded influence with the incoming administration. Nader wrote to Dmitriev, quote, "This guy Prince is designated by Steve Bannon to meet you. I know him, and he is very, very well connected and trusted by the new team. His sister is now a minister of education." End quote. According to Nader, Prince had led him to believe that Bannon was now aware of Prince's upcoming meeting with Dmitriev, and Prince acknowledged that it was fair for Nader to think that Prince would pass information on to the transition team. Bannon, however, told the office that Prince did not tell him in advance about his meeting with Dmitriev. 2. The Seychelles meeting. Dmitriev arrived with his wife in the Seychelles on January 11, 2017, and checked into the Four Seasons resort where Crown Prince Mohammed and Nader were staying. Prince arrived that same day. Prince and Dmitriev met for the first time that afternoon in Nader's villa, with Nader present. The initial meeting lasted approximately 30 to 45 minutes. Redacted. Prince described the 8 years of the Obama administration in negative terms, and stated that he was looking forward to a new era of cooperation and conflict resolution. According to Prince, he told Dmitriev that Bannon was effective, if not conventional, and that Prince provided policy papers to Bannon. Redacted. The topic of Russian interference in the 2016 campaign did not come up. Redacted. Prince added that he would inform Bannon about his meeting with Dmitriev, and that if he was interested in continuing the discussion, Bannon or someone else on the transition team would do so. Redacted. Afterwards, Bannon returned to his room, where he learned that a Russian aircraft carrier had sailed to Libya, which led him to call Nader and ask him to set up another meeting with Dmitriev. According to Nader, Prince called and said he had checked with his associates back home and needed to convey to Dmitriev that Libya was off the table. Nader wrote to Dmitriev that Prince had, quote, received an urgent message that he needs to convey to you immediately, and arranged for himself, Dmitriev, and Prince to meet at a restaurant on the Four Seasons property. At the second meeting, Prince told Dmitriev that the United States could not accept any Russian involvement in Libya because it would make the situation there much worse. Redacted. After the brief second meeting concluded, Nader and Dmitriev discussed what had transpired. Dmitriev told Nader that he was disappointed in the meetings with Prince for two reasons. First, he believed the Russians needed to be communicating with someone who had more authority with the incoming administration than Prince had. Second, he had hoped to have a discussion with greater substance, such as outlining a strategic roadmap for both countries to follow. Dmitriev told Nader redacted. Prince's comments redacted were insulting. Redacted. Hours after the second meeting, Prince sent 2 text messages to Bannon from the Seychelles. As described further below, investigators were unable to obtain the content of these or other messages between Prince and Bannon, and the investigation also did not identify evidence of any further communication between Prince and Dmitriev after their meetings and in the Seychelles. 3. Eric Prince's meeting with Steve Bannon after the Seychelles trip. After the Seychelles meetings, Prince told Nader that he would inform Bannon about his discussion with Dmitriev and would convey that someone within the Russian power structure was interested in seeking better relations with the incoming administration. On January 12, 2017, Prince contacted Bannon's personal assistant to set up a meeting for the following week. Several days later, Prince messaged her again asking about Bannon's schedule. Prince said that he met Bannon at Bannon's home after returning to the United States in mid-January and briefed him about several topics, including his meeting with Dmitriev. Prince told the office that he explained to Bannon and that Dmitriev was the head of a Russian sovereign wealth fund and was interested in improving relations between the United States and Russia. Prince had on his cell phone a screenshot of Dmitriev's Wikipedia page dated January 16, 2017. And Prince told the office that he likely showed that image to Bannon. Prince also believed he provided Bannon with Dmitriev's contact information. According to Prince, Bannon instructed Prince not to follow up with Dmitriev, and Prince had the impression that the issue was not a priority for Bannon. Prince related that Bannon did not appear angry, just relatively uninterested. Bannon, by contrast, told the office that he never discussed with Prince anything regarding Dmitriev, RDIF, or any meetings with Russian individuals or people associated with Putin. Bannon had also stated that had Prince mentioned such a meeting, Bannon would have remembered it, and Bannon would have objected to such a meeting taking place. The conflicting accounts provided by Bannon and Prince could not be independently clarified by reviewing their communications because neither one was able to produce any of the messages they exchanged in the time period surrounding the Seychelles meeting. Prince's phone contained no text messages prior to March 2017, though provider records indicate that he and Bannon exchanged dozens of messages. Prince denied deleting any messages but claimed he did not know why there were no messages on his device before March 2017. Bannon's devices similarly contained no messages in the relevant time period, and Bannon also stated he did not know why messages did not appear on his device. Bannon told the office that during both the months before and after the Seychelles meeting, he regularly used his personal BlackBerry and personal email for work-related communications, including those with Prince, and he took no steps to preserve these work communications. D. Kirill Dmitriev's post-election contact with Rick Gerson regarding U.S.-Russia relations. Dmitriev's contacts during the transition period were not limited to those facilitated by Nader. In approximately late November, 2016, the UAE National Security Advisor introduced Dmitry to Rick Gerson, a friend of Jared Kushner who runs a hedge fund in New York. Gerson stated he had no formal role in the transition and had no involvement in the Trump campaign other than occasional casual discussions about the campaign with Kushner. After the election, Gerson assisted the transition by arranging meetings for transition officials with former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair and a UAE delegation led by Crown Prince Mohammed. When Dmitriev and Gerson met, they principally discussed potential joint ventures between Gerson's hedge fund and RDIF. Dmitriev was interested in improving economic cooperation between the United States and Russia and asked Gerson who he should meet with in the incoming administration who would be helpful towards his goal. Gerson replied that he would try to figure out the best way to arrange appropriate introductions, but noted that confidentiality would be required because of the sensitivity of holding such meetings before the new administration took power and before cabinet nominees had been confirmed by the Senate. Gerson said he would ask Kushner and Michael Flynn who the key person or people were on the topics of reconciliation with Russia, joint security concerns, and economic matters. Dmitriev told Gerson that he had been tasked by Putin to develop and execute a reconciliation plan between the United States and Russia. He noted in a text message to Gerson that if Russia was, quote, approached with respect and willingness to understand our position, we could have major breakthroughs quickly. Gerson and Dmitriev exchanged ideas in December 2016 about what such reconciliation plans would include. Gerson told the office that the transition team had not asked him to engage in these discussions with Dmitriev and that he did so on his own initiative and as a private citizen. On January 9, 2017, the same day he had asked Nader whether meeting Prince would be worthwhile, Dmitriev sent his biography to Gerson and asked him if he could share it with Jared or someone else very senior on the team, so that they know that we are focused from our side on improving the relationship, and my boss asked me to play a key role in that, end quote. Dmitriev also asked Gerson if he knew Prince and if Prince was somebody important or worth spending time with. After his trip to the Seychelles, Dmitriev told Gerson that Bannon had asked Prince to meet with Dmitriev and that the two had had a positive meeting. On January 16, 2017, Dmitriev consolidated the ideas for U.S.-Russia reconciliation that he and Gerson had been discussing into a 2-page document that listed 5 main points. 1. Jointly fighting terrorism. 2. Jointly engaging in anti-weapons of mass destruction efforts. 3. Developing win-win economic and investment initiatives. 4. Maintaining an honest, open, and continual dialogue regarding issues of disagreement. And 5. Ensuring proper communication and trust by key people from each country. On January 18, 2017, Gerson gave a full copy of the document to Kushner. Kushner had not heard of Dmitriev at the time. Gerson explained that Dmitriev was the head of RDIF, and Gerson may have alluded to Dmitriev being well connected. Kushner placed the document in a file and said he would get to it. He would get it to the right people. Kushner ultimately gave one copy of the document to Bannon and another to Rex Tillerson. According to Kushner, neither of them followed up with Kushner about it. On January 19, 2017, Dmitriev sent Nader a copy of the 2-page document, telling him that this was, quote, a view from our side that I discussed in my meeting on the islands and with you and with our friends. Please share with them. We believe this is a good foundation to start from, end quote. Gerson informed Dmitriev that he had given the document to Kushner soon after delivering it. On January 26, 2017, Dmitriev wrote to Gerson that his boss, an apparent reference to Putin, was asking if there had been any feedback on the proposal. Dmitriev said, "We do not want to rush things and move at a comfortable speed. At the same time, my boss asked me to try to have the key U.S. meetings in the next 2 weeks if possible." End quote. He informed Gerson that Putin and President Trump would speak by phone that Saturday and noted that the information was, quote-unquote, very confidential. That same day, Dmitriev wrote to Nader that he had seen his boss again yesterday, who had, quote, emphasized that this is a great priority for us and that we need to build this communication channel to avoid bureaucracy. On January 28, 2017, Dmitriev texted Nader that he wanted to, quote, see if I can confirm to my boss that your friends may use some of the ideas from the two-pager I sent you on the telephone call that will happen at 12 Eastern Standard Time. An apparent reference to the call scheduled between President Trump and Putin. Nader replied, quote, definitely paper was so submitted to team by Rick and me. They took it seriously, end quote. After the call between President Trump and Putin occurred, Dmitriev wrote to Nader that quote, the call went very well. My boss wants me to continue making some public statements that us-Russia cooperation is good and important, end quote. Gerson also wrote to Dmitriev to say that the call had gone well, and Dmitriev replied that the document they had drafted together, quote, played an important role. Gerson and Dmitriev appeared to stop communicating with one another in approximately March 2017, when the investment deal that they had been working on together showed no signs of progressing. 3. Ambassador Kislyak's meeting with Jared Kushner and Michael Flynn in Trump Tower following the election. On November 16, 2016, Catherine Vargas, an executive assistant to Kushner, received a request for a meeting with Russian Ambassador Sergei Kislyak. That same day, Vargas sent Kushner an email with the subject, missed call, Russian Ambassador to the U.S., Sergei Ivanovich Kislyak. The text of the email read, setting up a time to meet with you on 12/1. Let me know how you proceed, end quote. Kushner responded in relevant part, quote, I think I do this one. Confirm with Dmitry, Symes of CNI, that this is the right guy, end quote. After reaching out to a colleague of Symes at CNI, Vargas reported back to Kushner that Kislyak was, quote, the best go-to guy for routine matters in the U.S., end quote, while Yuri Yushakov, a Russian foreign policy advisor, was the contact for, quote, more direct, substantial matters. Bob Forsman, the UBS investment bank executive who had previously tried to transmit to candidate Trump an invitation to speak at an economic forum in Russia, see Volume 1, Section 4A1D2, may have provided similar information to the transition team. According to Forsman, at the end of an early December 2016 meeting with incoming National Security Advisor Michael Flynn and his designated deputy, KT McFarland, in New York, Flynn asked Forsman for his thoughts on Kislyak. Forsman had not met Kislyak, but told Flynn that while Kislyak was an important person, Kislyak did not have a direct line to Putin. Forsman subsequently traveled to Moscow, inquired of a source he believed to be close to Putin, and heard back from that source that Ushakov would be the official channel for the incoming U.S. National Security Advisor. Forsman acknowledged that Flynn had not asked him to undertake that inquiry in Russia, but told the office that he nonetheless felt obligated to report the information back to Flynn, and that he worked to get a face-to-face meeting with Flynn in January 2017 so that he could do so. Email correspondence suggests that the meeting ultimately went forward, but Flynn has no recollection of it or the earlier December meeting. The investigation did not identify evidence of Flynn or Kushner meeting with Ushakov after being given his name. In the meantime, although he had already formed the impression that Kislyak was not necessarily the right point of contact, Kushner went forward with the meeting that Kislyak had requested on November 16. It took place at Trump Tower on November 30, 2016. At Kushner's invitation, Flynn also attended. Bannon was invited but did not attend. During the meeting, which lasted approximately 30 minutes, Kushner expressed a desire on the part of the incoming administration to start afresh with U.S.-Russia relations. Kushner also asked Kislyak to identify the best person, whether Kislyak or somebody else, with whom to direct future discussions, someone who had contact with Putin and the ability to speak for him. The three men also discussed U.S. policy towards Syria, and Kislyak floated the idea of having Russian generals brief the transition team on the topic using a secure communications line. After Flynn explained that there was no secure line in the transition team offices, Kushner asked Kislyak if they could communicate using secure facilities at the Russian embassy. Kislyak quickly rejected the idea. 4. Jared Kushner's meeting with Sergei Gorkov. On December 6, 2016, the Russian embassy reached out to Kushner's assistant to set up a second meeting between Kislyak and Kushner. Kushner declined several proposed meeting dates, but Kushner's assistant indicated that Kislyak was very insistent about securing a second meeting. Kushner told the office that he did not want to take another meeting because he had already decided Kislyak was not the right channel for him to communicate with Russia, so he arranged to have one of his assistants, Avi Berkovitz, meet with Kislyak in his stead. Although embassy official Sergei Kuznetsov wrote to Berkovitz and that Kislyak thought it important to continue the conversation with Mr. Kushner in person, Kislyak nonetheless agreed to meet instead with Berkovitz once it became apparent that Kushner was unlikely to take a meeting. Berkowitz met with Kislyak on December 12, 2016 at Trump Tower. The meeting lasted only a few minutes, during which Kislyak indicated that he wanted Kushner to meet someone who had a direct line to Putin, Sergei Gorkov, the head of a Russian government-owned bank, Vneshnekombank, Econobank, VEB. Kushner agreed to meet with Gorkov. The one-on-one meeting took place the next day, December 13, 2016, at the Colony Capitol building in Manhattan, where Kushner had previously scheduled meetings. VEB was and is the subject of Department of Treasury economic sanctions imposed in response to Russia's annexation of Crimea. Kushner did not, however, recall any discussion during his meeting with Gorkov about the sanctions against VEB or sanctions more generally. Kushner stated in an interview that he did not engage in any preparation for the meeting and that no one on the transition team even did a Google search for Gorkov's name. At the start of the meeting, Gorkov presented Kushner with two gifts, a painting and a bag of soil from the town in Belarus where Kushner's family originated. The accounts from Kushner and Gorkov differ as to whether the meeting was diplomatic or business in nature. Kushner told the office that the meeting was diplomatic, with Gorkov expressing disappointment with U.S.-Russia relations under President Obama and hopes for improved relations for the incoming administration. According to Kushner, although Gorkov told Kushner a little bit about his bank and made some statements about the Russian economy, the two did not discuss Kushner's companies or private business dealings of any kind. At the time of the meeting, Kushner companies had a debt obligation coming due on the building it owned at 666 Fifth Avenue, and there had been public reporting both about efforts to secure lending on the property and possible conflicts of interest for Kushner arising out of his company's borrowing from foreign lenders. In contrast, in a 2017 public statement, VEB suggested Gorkov met with Kushner in Kushner's capacity as CEO of Kushner Companies for the purpose of discussing business rather than as a part of a diplomatic effort. In particular, VEB characterized Gorkov's meeting with Kushner as a part of a series of quote-unquote roadshow meetings with representatives of major U.S. banks and business circles, which included negotiations and discussion with the most promising business lines and sectors. Forsman, the investment bank executive mentioned in Volume 1, Sections 4A1 and 4B3, told the office that he met with Gorkov and VEB Deputy Chairman Nikolai Chemchekomsky in Moscow just before Gorkov left for New York to meet Kushner. According to Forsman, Gorkov and Chemchekomsky told him that they were traveling to New York to discuss post-election issues with U.S. financial institutions, and that their trip was sanctioned by Putin, and that they would be reporting back to Putin upon their return. The investigation did not resolve the apparent conflict in the accounts of Kushner and Gorkov or determine whether the meeting was diplomatic in nature, as Kushner stated, focused on business, as VEB's public statement indicated, or whether it involved some combination of these matters or other matters. Regardless, the investigation did not identify evidence that Kushner and Gorkov engaged in any substantive follow-up after the meeting. Rather, a few days after the meeting, Gorkov's assistant texted Kushner's assistant, "Hi, please inform your side that the information about the meeting had a very positive response." Over the following weeks, the two assistants exchanged a handful of additional cordial texts. On February 8, 2017, Gorkov's assistant texted Kushner's assistant, Berkowitz, to try to set up another meeting, and followed up by text at least twice in the days that followed. According to Berkowitz, he did not respond to the meeting request in light of the press coverage regarding the Russian investigation, and did not tell Kushner about the meeting request. Petr Avin's outreach efforts to the transition team. In December 2016, weeks after the one-on-one meeting with Putin described in Volume 1, Section 4B1b, Peter Avin attended what he described as a separate, all-hands oligarch meeting between Putin and Russia's most prominent businessmen. As in Avin's one-on-one meeting, a main topic of discussion at the oligarch meeting in December 2016 was the prospect of forthcoming U.S. economic sanctions. After the December 2016 all-hands meeting, Avin tried to establish a connection to the Trump team. Avin instructed Richard Burt to make contact with the incoming Trump administration. Burt was on the board of directors for Letter One, L1, another company headed by Avin, and had done work for Alpha Bank. Burt had previously served as U.S. Ambassador to Germany and Assistant Secretary of State for European and Canadian Affairs, and one of his primary roles with Alpha Bank and L1 was to facilitate introductions to business contacts in the United States and other Western countries. While at a L1 board meeting held in Luxembourg in late December 2016, Avin pulled Burt aside and told him that he had spoken to someone high in the Russian government who expressed interest in establishing a communications channel between the Kremlin and Trump transition team. Avin asked for Burt's help in contacting members of the Trump transition team. Although Burt had been responsible for helping Avin build connections in the past, Burt viewed Avin's request as unusual and outside the normal realm of his dealings with Avin. Burt, who is a member of the board of CNI, discussed in Volume 1, Section 4A4, decided to approach CNI President Dimitri Simes for help facilitating Avin's request, recalling that Simes had some relationship with Kushner. At the time, Simes was lobbying the Trump transition team on Burt's behalf to appoint Burt U.S. Ambassador to Russia. Burt sanctioned Simes by telephone and asked if he could arrange a meeting with Kushner to discuss setting up a high-level communications channel between Putin and the incoming administration. Simes told the office that he declined and stated to Burt that setting up such a channel was not a good idea in light of the media attention surrounding Russian influence in the U.S. presidential election. According to Simes, he understood that Burt was seeking a secret channel, and Simes did not want CNI to be seen as an intermediary between the Russian government and the incoming administration. Based on what Simes had read in the media, he stated that he already had concerns that Trump's business connections could be exploited by Russia, and Simes said that he did not want CNI to have any involvement or apparent involvement in facilitating any connection. In an email dated December 22, 2016, Burt recounted for Avin his conversation with Simes, quote, "Through a trusted third party, I have reached out to the very influential person I mentioned in Luxembourg concerning Project A. There is an interest and an understanding for the need to establish such a channel, but the individual emphasized that at this moment, with so much intense interest in the Congress and the media over the question of cyber hacking and who ordered what, Project A was too explosive to discuss. The individual agreed to discuss it again after the new year. I trust the individual's instincts on this," end quote. Oh, if this is unclear or you would like to discuss, don't hesitate to call, end quote. According to Burt, the, quote, very influential person referenced in his email was Simes, and the reference to the trusted third party was a fabrication, as no such third party existed. Project A was a term that Burt created for Avin's effort to help establish a communications channel between Russia and the Trump team, which he used in light of the sensitivities surrounding what Avin was requesting, especially in light of the recent attention to Russia's influence in the U.S. presidential election. According to Burt, his report that there was interest in a communications channel reflected Simes' views, not necessarily those of the transition team, and in any event, Burt acknowledged that he added some hype to that sentence to make it sound like there was some more interest from the transition team than may have actually existed. Avin replied to Burt's email on the same day, saying, quote, "Thank you, all clear." According to Avin, this statement indicated that he did not want the outreach to continue. Burt spoke to Avin sometime thereafter about his attempt to make contact with the Trump team, explaining to Avin that the current environment made it impossible. Redacted. Burt did not recall discussing Avin's request with Simes again, nor did he recall speaking to anyone else about the request. In the first quarter of 2017, Avin met again with Putin and other Russian officials. At that meeting, Putin asked about Avin's attempt to build relations with the Trump administration, and Avin recounted his lack of success. Redacted. Putin continued to inquire about Avin's efforts to connect to the Trump administration in several subsequent quarterly meetings. Avin also told Putin's chief of staff that he had been subpoenaed by the FBI. As part of that conversation, he reported that he had been asked by the FBI about whether he had worked to create a back channel between the Russian government and the Trump administration. According to Avin, the official showed no emotion in response to this report and did not appear to care. Six, Carter Page contact with Deputy Prime Minister Arkady Dvorkovich. In December 2016, more than 2 months after he was removed from the Trump campaign, former campaign foreign policy advisor Carter Page again visited Moscow in an attempt to pursue business opportunities. Redacted. Among other meetings, Page contacted Andrei Baranov, head of investor relations at Rosneft, as they discussed the sale of Rosneft and meetings Baranov had attended with Rosneft CEO Igor Sechin. Redacted. According to Konstantin Kalimnik, Paul Manafort's associate, Page also gave some individuals in Russia the impression that he had maintained his connections to President-elect Trump. In a December 8, 2016 email intended for Manafort, Kalimnik wrote, quote, "Carter Page is in Moscow today, sending messages he is authorized to talk to Russia on behalf of DT on a range of issues of mutual interest, including Ukraine," end quote. On December 9, 2016, Page went to dinner with NES employees Shlomo Weber and Andrei Krikovic. Weber had contacted Dvorkovich to let him know that Page was in town and to invite him to stop by the dinner if he wished to do so, and Dvorkovich came to the restaurant for a few minutes to meet with Page. Dvorkovich congratulated Page on Trump's election and expressed interest in starting a dialogue between the United States and Russia. Dvorkovich asked Page if he could facilitate connecting Dvorkovich with individuals involved in the transition to begin a discussion of future cooperation. Redacted. Dvorkovich separately discussed working together in the future by forming an academic partnership. Redacted. 7. Contacts with and through Michael T. Flynn. Incoming National Security Advisor Michael Flynn was the transition team's primary conduit for communications with the Russian ambassador and dealt with Russia on 2 sensitive matters during the transition period: a United States Security Council vote on the Russian government's reaction to the United States imposition of sanctions for the Russian interference in the 2016 election. Despite Kushner's conclusion that Kislyak did not wield influence inside the Russian government, the transition team turned to Flynn's relationship with Kislyak on both issues. As to the sanctions, Flynn spoke by phone to KT McFarland, his incoming deputy, to prepare for his call to Kislyak. McFarland was with the president-elect and other senior members of the transition team at Mar-a-Lago at the time. Although transition officials at Mar-a-Lago had some concern about possible Russian reactions to the sanctions, the investigation did not identify evidence that the president-elect asked Flynn to make any request of Kislyak. Flynn asked Kislyak not to escalate the situation in response to U.S. sanctions imposed on December 29, 2016, and Kislyak later reported to Flynn that Russia had acceded to that request. A. United Nations vote on Israeli settlements. On December 21, jumping back. As discussed further in Volume 1, Section 5, C4, Flynn pleaded guilty to making false statements to the FBI in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1001 about these communications with Ambassador Kislyak. Flynn's plea agreement required that he cooperate with this office, and the statements from Flynn in this report reflect his cooperation over the course of multiple debriefings in 2017 and 2018. On December 21, 2016, Egypt submitted a resolution to the United Nations Security Council calling on Israel to cease settlements activity in Palestinian territory. The Security Council, which includes Russia, was scheduled to vote on the resolution the following day. There was speculation in the media that the Obama administration would not oppose the resolution. According to Flynn, the transition team regarded the vote as a significant issue and wanted to support Israel by opposing the resolution. On December 22, 2016, multiple members of the transition team, as well as President-elect Trump, communicated with foreign government officials to determine their views on the resolution and to rally support to delay the vote or defeat the resolution. Kushner led the effort for the transition team. Flynn was responsible for the Russian government. Minutes after an early morning phone call with Kushner on December 22nd, Flynn called Kislyak. According to Flynn, he informed Kislyak about the vote and the transition team's opposition to the resolution and requested that Russia vote against or delay the resolution. Later that day, President-elect Trump spoke with Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi about the vote. Ultimately, Egypt postponed the vote. On December 23, 2016, Malaysia, New Zealand, Senegal, and Venezuela resubmitted the resolution. Throughout the day, members of the transition team continued to talk with foreign leaders about the resolution, with Flynn continuing to lead the outreach with the Russian government through Kislyak. When Flynn again spoke with Kislyak, Kislyak informed Flynn that if the resolution came to a vote, Russia would not vote against it. The resolution later passed 14-0, with the United States abstaining. U.S. sanctions against Russia. B. U.S. sanctions against Russia. Flynn was also the transition team member who spoke with the Russian government when the Obama administration imposed sanctions and other measures against Russia to impose the Russians in response to Russia's interference in the 2016 presidential elections. On December 28, 2016, then-President Obama signed Executive Order 13757, which took effect at 12:01 a.m. on the following day, and imposed sanctions on 9 Russian individuals and entities. On December 29, 2016, the Obama administration also expelled 35 Russian government officials and closed 2 Russian government-owned compounds in the United States. During the rollout of the sanctions, President-elect Trump and multiple transition team senior officials, including McFarland, Steve Bannon, and Reince Priebus, were staying at the Mar-a-Lago Club in Palm Beach, Florida. Flynn was on vacation in the Dominican Republic, but was in daily contact with McFarland. The transition team and President-elect Trump were concerned that these sanctions would harm the United States' relationship with Russia. Although the details and timing of sanctions were unknown on December 28, 2016, the media began reporting that retaliatory measures from the Obama administration against Trump were forthcoming. When asked about imposing sanctions on Russia for its alleged interference in the 2016 presidential election, President-elect Trump told the media, quote, "I think we ought to get on with our lives," end quote. Russia initiated the outreach to the transition team. On the evening of December 28, 2016, Kislyak texted Flynn, quote, "Can you kindly call me back at your convenience?" Flynn did not respond to the text message that evening. Someone from the Russian embassy also called Flynn the next morning at 10:38 a.m., but they did not talk. The sanctions were announced publicly on December 28, 2016. At 1:53 p.m. that day, McFarland began exchanging emails with multiple transition team members and advisors about the impact the sanctions would have on the incoming administration. At 2:07 p.m., a transition team member texted Flynn a link to a New York Times article about the sanctions. At 2:29 p.m., McFarland called Flynn, but they did not talk. Shortly thereafter, McFarland and Bannon discussed the sanctions. According to McFarland, Bannon remarked that the sanctions would hurt their ability to have good relations with Russia and that Russian escalation would make things more difficult. McFarland believed she told Bannon that Flynn was scheduled to talk to Kislyak later that night. McFarland also believed she may have discussed the sanctions with Priebus and likewise told him that Flynn was scheduled to talk to Kislyak that night. At 3:14 p.m., Flynn texted a transition team member who was assisting McFarland, "Time for a call, question. The transition team member responded that McFarland was on the phone with Tom Bossert, a transition team senior official, to which Flynn responded, "Tit for tat with Russia, not good. Russia, Ambo, reaching out to me today." Flynn recalled that he chose not to communicate with Kislyak about the sanctions until he had heard from the team at Mar-a-Lago. He first spoke with Michael Ledeen, a transition team member who advised on foreign policy and national security matters, for 20 minutes. Flynn then spoke with McFarland for almost 20 minutes to discuss what, if anything, to communicate to Kislyak about the sanctions. On that call, McFarland and Flynn discussed the sanctions, including their potential impact on the incoming Trump administration's foreign policy goals. McFarland and Flynn also discussed that transition team members in Mar-a-Lago did not want Russia to escalate the situation. They both understood that Flynn would relay a message to Kislyak in hopes of making sure the situation would not get out of hand. Immediately after speaking with McFarland, Flynn called and spoke with Kislyak. Flynn discussed multiple topics with Kislyak, including the sanctions, scheduling a video teleconference between President-elect Trump and Putin, and an upcoming terrorism conference, and Russia's views about the Middle East. With respect to the sanctions, Flynn requested that Russia not escalate the situation, not get into a tit-for-tat, and only responded to the sanctions in a reciprocal manner. Multiple transition team members were aware that Flynn was speaking with Kislyak that day. Were aware. In addition to her conversations with Bannon and Reince Priebus at 4:43 p.m., McFarland sent an email to transition team members about the sanctions, informing the group that General Flynn is talking to Russian ambassador this evening. Less than an hour later, McFarland briefed President-elect Trump, Bannon, Priebus, Sean Spicer, and other transition team members were present. Oh, wait. Yeah. During the briefing, President-elect Trump asked McFarland if the Russians did it, meaning the intrusions intended to influence the presidential election. McFarland said yes, and President-elect Trump expressed doubt that it was the Russians. McFarland also discussed potential Russian responses to the sanctions, and said Russia's responses would be an indicator of what the Russians wanted going forward. President-elect Trump opined that these sanctions provided him with leverage to use with the Russians. McFarland recalled that at the end of the meeting, someone may have mentioned to President-elect Trump that Flynn was speaking to the Russian ambassador that evening. After the briefing, Flynn and McFarland spoke over the phone. Flynn reported on the substance of his call with Kislyak, including their discussion of the sanctions. According to McFarland, Flynn mentioned that the Russian response to the sanctions was not going to be escalatory because they wanted a good relationship with the incoming administration. McFarland also gave Flynn a summary of her recent briefing with President-elect Trump. The next day, December 30th, 2016, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov remarked that Russia would respond in kind to the sanctions. Putin superseded that comment 2 hours later, releasing a statement that Russia would not take retaliatory measures in response to the sanctions at that time. Hours later, President-elect Trump tweeted, "Great move on delay by V. Putin." Shortly thereafter, Flynn sent a text message to McFarland summarizing his call with Kislyak from the day before, which she emailed to Kushner, Bannon, Priebus, and other transition team members. The text call and email did not include sanctions as one of the topics discussed with Kislyak. Flynn told the office that he did not document his discussion of sanctions because it could be perceived as getting in the way of the Obama administration's foreign policy. On December 31st, 2016, Kislyak called Flynn and told him the request had been received at the highest levels and that Russia had chosen not to retaliate to the sanctions in response to the request. 2 hours later, Flynn spoke with McFarland and relayed his conversation with Kislyak. According to McFarland, Flynn remarked that the Russians wanted a better relationship and that the relationship was back on track. Flynn also told McFarland that he believed his phone call had made a difference. McFarland recalled congratulating Flynn in response. Flynn spoke with other transition team members that day, but does not recall whether they discussed the sanctions. Flynn recalled discussing the sanctions with Bannon the next day, and that Bannon appeared to know about Flynn's conversation with Kislyak. Bannon, for his part, recalled meeting with Flynn that day, but said he did not remember discussing sanctions with him. Additional information about Flynn's sanctions-related discussions with Kislyak and the handling of those discussions by the transition team and the Trump administration is provided in Volume 2 of this report. In sum, the investigation established multiple links between Trump campaign officials and individuals tied to the Russian government. Those links included Russian offers of assistance to the campaign. Oh, that's period. In some instances, the campaign was receptive to the offer, while in other instances, the campaign officials shied away. Ultimately, the investigation did not establish that the campaign coordinated or conspired with the Russian government in its election interference activities. Pause there real quick. Okay. Five, prosecution and declination decisions. The appointment order authorized the special counsel's office to, quote, prosecute federal crimes arising from its investigation, end quote, of the matters assigned to it. In deciding whether to exercise this prosecutorial authority, the office has been guided by the principles of federal prosecution set forth in the Justice, formerly U.S. Attorney's Manual. In particular, the office has evaluated whether the conduct of the individuals considered for prosecution constituted a federal offense and whether admissible evidence would probably be sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction for such an offense. Justice Manual, Section 927, 220, 2018. Where the answer to those questions was yes, the office further considered whether the prosecution would serve a substantial federal interest. The individuals were subject to effective prosecution in another jurisdiction, and there existed an adequate non-criminal alternative to prosecution. As explained below, those considerations led the office to seek charges against two sets of Russian nationals for their roles in perpetrating the Active Measures social media campaign and computer intrusion operations. Redacted. The office similarly determined that the contacts between campaign officials and Russian-linked individuals either did not involve the commission of federal crime, or in the case of campaign finance offenses, that our evidence was not sufficient to obtain and sustain a criminal conviction. At the same time, the office concluded that the principles of federal prosecution supported charging certain individuals connected to the campaign with making false statements or otherwise obstructing its investigation or parallel congressional investigations. A. Russian Active Measures social media campaign. On February 16, 2018, a federal grand jury in the District of Columbia returned an indictment charging 13 Russian nationals and 3 Russian entities, including the Internet Research Agency, IRA, and Concord Management and Consulting, LLC, Concord, with violating U.S. criminal laws in order to interfere with U.S. elections and political processes. The indictment charges all of the defendants with conspiracy to defraud the United States, count 1, 3 defendants with conspiracy to commit wire fraud and bank fraud, count 2, and 5 defendants with aggravated identity theft, counts 3 through 8. Internet Research Agency indictment. Concord, which is one of the entities charged with in the count 1 conspiracy, entered an appearance through U.S. counsel and moved to dismiss the charge on multiple grounds. In orders and memorandum opinions issued on August 13 and November 15, 2018, the District Court denied Concord's motions to dismiss. United States v. Concord Management Consulting, 2018. As of this writing, the prosecution of Concord remains ongoing before the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia. The other defendants remain at large. Although members of the IRA had contact with individuals affiliated with the Trump campaign, the indictment does not charge any Trump campaign official or any other U.S. person with participating in the conspiracy. That is because the investigation did not identify evidence that any U.S. person who coordinated or communicated with the IRA knew that he or she was speaking with Russian nationals engaged in criminal conspiracy. The office therefore determined that such persons did not have the knowledge or criminal purpose required to charge them in the conspiracy to defraud the United States, count 1, or in the separate count alleging a wire or bank fraud conspiracy involving the IRA and 2 individual Russian nationals, count 2. The office did, however, charge 1 U.S. national for his role in supplying false or stolen bank account numbers that allowed the IRA conspirators to access U.S. online payment systems by circumventing those systems' security features. On February 12, 2018, Richard Pinedo pleaded guilty pursuant to a single count information to identity fraud in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1028A7 and B1D, plea agreement, United States v. Richard Pinedo from 2018. Document 10. The investigation did not establish that Pinedo was aware of the identity of the IRA members who purchased bank account numbers from him. Pinedo's sales of account numbers enabled the IRA members to anonymously access a financial network through which they transacted with U.S. persons and companies. On October 10th, 2018, Pinedo was sentenced to 6 months of imprisonment, to be followed by 6 months of home confinement, and was ordered to complete 100 hours of community service. B. Russian hacking and dumping operations. 1. Section 1030 Computer Intrusion Conspiracy. A. Background. On July 13, 2018, a federal grand jury in the District of Columbia returned an indictment charging U.S. military intelligence officers from the GRU with conspiring to hack into various U.S. computers used by the Clinton campaign, DNC, DCCC, and other U.S. persons in violation of 18 U.S.C. Sections 1030 and 371, count 1, committing identity theft and conspiring to commit money laundering in furtherance of the hacking conspiracy, and a separate conspiracy to hack into the computers of U.S. persons and entities responsible for the administration of the U.S. 2016 election. As of this writing, all 12 defendants remain at large. The Natik Show indictment alleges that the defendants conspired with one another and with others to hack into the computers of U.S. persons and entities involved in the 2016 U.S. presidential election, steal documents from those computers, and stage releases of the stolen documents to interfere with the election. Natik Show indictment, paragraph 2. The indictment also describes how, in staging the releases, the defendants used the Guccifer 2.0 persona to disseminate documents through WikiLeaks. On July 22, 2016, WikiLeaks released over 20,000 emails and other documents that the hacking conspirators had stolen from the DNC. Natik Show indictment. In addition, on October 7, 2016, WikiLeaks began releasing emails that some conspirators had stolen from Clinton campaign chairman John Podesta after a successful spear phishing operation. Redacted. B. Charging decision as to redacted. The office also considered but ruled out charges on the theory that the post-hacking sharing and dissemination of emails could constitute trafficking in or receipt of stolen property under the National Stolen Property Act, NSPA. The statutes comprising the NSPA cover, quote, goods, wares, and merchandise, and lower courts have largely understood that phrase to be limited to tangible items since the Supreme Court's decision in Dowling v. United States in 1985. One of these post-Dowling decisions, United States versus Brown in 91, specifically held that the NSPA does not reach, quote, a computer program in source code form, even though that code was stored in tangible items, that is, a hard disk and in a 3-ring notebook. Congress, in turn, cited the Brown opinion in explaining the need for amendments to 18 U.S.C. Section 1030A2 that, quote, would ensure that the theft of intangible information by the unauthorized use of computer is prohibited in the same way theft of physical items is protected. That sequence of events would make it difficult to argue that hacked emails in electronic form, which are the relevant stolen items here, constitute goods, wares, or merchandise within the meaning of NSPA. redacted, 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 redacted. 2. Potential Section 1030 violation by redacted, redacted, redacted. See United States versus Willis, 2007, explaining that the 1986 amendments to Section 1030 reflect Congress's desire to reach, quote, intentional acts of unauthorized access rather than mistaken, inadvertent, or careless ones. In addition, the computer redacted likely qualifies as a protected one under the statute, which reaches, quote, effectively all computers with internet access. Redacted. Applying the principles of federal prosecution, however, the office determined that prosecution of this potential violation was not warranted. Those principles instruct prosecutors to consider, among other things, the nature and seriousness of the offense, the person's culpability in connection with the offense, and the probable sentence to be imposed if the prosecution is successful. Redacted. 6. Russian government outreach and contacts. As explained in Section 4 above, the office's investigation uncovered evidence of numerous links, that is, contacts, between Trump campaign officials and individuals having or claiming to have ties to the Russian government. The office evaluated the contacts under several sets of federal laws, including conspiracy laws and statutes governing foreign agents who operate in the United States. After considering the available evidence, the office did not pursue charges under these statutes against any of the individuals discussed in Section 4 above, with the exception of FARA charges against Paul Manafort and Richard Gates based on their activities on behalf of Ukraine. One of the interactions between the Trump campaign and Russian-affiliated individuals, the June 9, 2016 meeting between high-ranking campaign officials and Russians promising derogatory information on Hillary Clinton, implicates an additional body of law, campaign finance statutes. Schemes involving the solicitation or receipt of assistance from foreign sources raise difficult statutory and constitutional questions. As explained below, the office evaluated those questions in connection with the June 9 meeting, redacted. The office ultimately concluded that even if the principal legal questions were resolved favorably to the government, a prosecution would encounter difficulties proving that campaign officials or individuals connected to the campaign willfully violated the law. Finally, although the evidence of contacts between campaign officials and Russia-affiliated individuals may not have been sufficient to establish or sustain criminal charges, several U.S. persons connected to the campaign made false statements about those contacts and took other steps to obstruct the office's investigation and those of Congress. This office has therefore charged some of those individuals with making false statements and obstructing justice. 1. Potential coordination. Conspiracy and collusion. As an initial matter, this office evaluated potentially criminal conduct that involved the collective action of multiple individuals not under the rubric of collusion, but through the lens of conspiracy law. In so doing, the office recognized that the word collude appears in the Acting Attorney General's August 2, 2017 memorandum. It has frequently been invoked in public reporting, and it is sometimes referenced in antitrust law. See, for example, Brook Group versus Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corp., 1993. But collusion is not a specific offense or theory of liability found in the U.S. Code, nor is it a term of art in federal criminal law. To the contrary, even as defined in legal dictionaries, collusion is largely synonymous with conspiracy, as that crime is set forth in the General Federal Conspiracy Statute, 18 U.S.C. Section 371. Collusion is, quote, an agreement to defraud another or to do or obtain something forbidden by law, end quote. Or a law dictionary and glossary, quote, an agreement between two or more persons to defraud another by the forms of law or to employ such forms as a means of accomplishing some unlawful object. Or from Bouvier's Law Dictionary, quote, an agreement between two or more persons to defraud a person of his rights by the forms of law or to obtain an object forbidden by law. For that reason, this office's focus in involving the question of joint criminal liability was on conspiracy as defined in federal law, not the commonly discussed term collusion. The office considered in particular whether contacts between Trump campaign officials and Russian-linked individuals could trigger liability for the crime of conspiracy, either under statutes that have their own conspiracy language, for example, 18 U.S.C. sections 1349 and 1951A, or under general conspiracy statute 18 U.S.C. section 371. The investigation did not establish that the contacts described in Volume 1, Section 4 amounted to an agreement to commit any substantive violation of federal criminal law, including foreign influence and campaign finance laws, both of which are discussed further below. The office therefore did not charge any individuals associated with the Trump campaign with conspiracy to commit federal offense arising from Russia contacts, either under a specific statute under sections 371's under a specific statute or under section 371's offenses clause. The office also did not charge any campaign official or associate with a conspiracy under section 371's defraud clause. That clause criminalizes participating in an agreement to obstruct a lawful function of the U.S. government or its agencies through deceitful or dishonest means. See Dennis v. United States, 1963, Hammerschmidt v. United States, 1924, United States v. Concord Management and Consulting, LLC, 2018. The investigation did not establish any agreement among campaign officials or between such officials and Russia-linked individuals to interfere or obstruct a lawful function of a government agency during the campaign or transition period. And, as discussed in Volume 1, Section 4A, the investigation did not identify evidence that any campaign official or associate knowingly and intentionally participated in the conspiracy to defraud that the office charged, namely the active measures conspiracy described in Volume 1, Section 2. Accordingly, the office did not charge any campaign associate or other U.S. person with conspiracy to defraud the United States based on the Russia-related contacts described in Section 4 above. 2. Potential coordination, foreign agent statutes, FARA and 18 U.S.C. Section 951. The office next assessed the potential liability of campaign-affiliated individuals under federal statutes regulating actions on behalf of or work done for a federal government. A. Governing law. Under 18 U.S.C. Section 951, it is generally illegal to act in the United States as an agent of foreign government without providing notice to the Attorney General. Although the defendant must act on behalf of a foreign government as opposed to other kinds of foreign entities, the acts must not involve espionage. Rather, the acts need not involve espionage. Rather, acts of any type suffice for liability. See United States v. Duran, 2010, United States v. Latchin, 2009, United States v. Dumacy, 2005. An agent of a foreign government is an individual who agrees to operate in the United States subject to the direction or control of a foreign government or official. The crime defined by Section 951 is complete upon knowingly acting in the United States as an unregistered foreign government agent. The statute does not require willfulness, and knowledge of the notification requirement is not an element of the offense. United States v. Campa, 2008, Duran, Dumacy, etc. The Foreign Agents Registration Act, FARA, generally makes it illegal to act as an agent of a foreign principal by engaging in certain largely political activities in the United States without registering with the Attorney General. The triggering agency relationship must be with a foreign principal or, quote, a person any of whose activities are directly or indirectly supervised, directed, controlled, financed, or subsidized in whole or in major part by a foreign principal, end quote. That includes a foreign government or political party and various foreign individuals and entities. A covered relationship exists if a person acts as an agent, representative, employee, or servant, or, quote, in any other capacity at the order, request, or under the foreign principal's direction or control. It is sufficient if the person agrees, consents, assumes, or purports to act as, or who is or holds himself out to be, whether or not pursuant to contractual relationship, an agent of a foreign principal. The triggering activity is that the agent, quote, directly or through any other person in the United States, 1, engages in political activities for the interests of the foreign principal, which includes attempts to influence federal officials or the public. 2, acts as public relations counsel, publicity agent, information service employee, or political consultant for or in the interests of such foreign principal. 3, solicits, collects, disperses, or dispenses contributions, loans, money, or other things of value for or in the interest of such foreign principal. Or 4, represents the interests of such foreign principal before any federal agency or official. It is a crime to engage in a willful violation of any provision or the act of in any provision of the act or any regulation thereunder. It is also a crime willfully to make false statements or omissions of material facts in FARA registration statements or supplements. Most violations have a maximum penalty of 5 years imprisonment and a $10,000 fine. B. Application. The investigation uncovered extensive evidence that Paul Manafort's and Richard Gates's pre-campaign work for the government of Ukraine violated FARA. Manafort and Gates were charged for that conduct and admitted to it when they pleaded guilty to superseding criminal information in the District of Columbia prosecution. The evidence underlying those charges is not addressed in this report because it was discussed in public court documents and in a separate prosecution memorandum submitted to the acting attorney general before the original indictment in that case. In addition, the investigation produced evidence of FARA violations involving Michael Flynn. Those potential violations, however, concerned a country other than Russia, that is Turkey, and were resolved when Flynn admitted to the underlying facts in the statement of offense that accompanied his guilty plea to a false statements charge. Statement of offense, United States v. Michael Flynn, 2017. The investigation did not, however, yield evidence sufficient to sustain any charge that any individual affiliated with the Trump campaign acted as an agent of a foreign principal within the meaning of FARA or in terms of Section 951, subject to the direction or control of the government of Russia or any official thereof. In particular, the office did not find evidence likely to provide beyond a reasonable doubt that campaign officials such as Paul Manafort, George Papadopoulos, and Carter Page acted as agents of the Russian government or at its direction, control, or request during the relevant time period. Redacted. As a result, the office did not charge redacted any other Trump campaign official with violating FARA in Section 951 or attempting or conspiring to do so based on contacts with the Russian government or a Russian principal. Finally, the office investigated whether one of the above campaign advisors, George Papadopoulos, acted as an engaged agent of or at the direction and control of the government of Israel. While the investigation revealed significant ties between Papadopoulos and Israel, and search warrants were obtained on that basis, the office ultimately determined that the evidence was not sufficient to attain this and sustain a conviction under FARA or Section 951. 3. Did I miss? Yes. On 4 occasions, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court issued warrants based on a finding of probable cause to believe that Page was an agent of a foreign power. The FISC's probable cause finding was based on a different and lower standard than the one governing the office's decision whether to bring charges against Page, which is whether admissible evidence would likely be sufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Page acted as an agent of the Russian Federation during a period at issue. Okay. 3. Campaign finance. Several areas of the office's investigation involved efforts or offers by foreign nationals to provide negative information about candidate Clinton to the Trump campaign or to distribute that information to the public to the anticipated benefit of the campaign. As explained below, the office considered whether two of those efforts, in particular the June 9, 2016 meeting at Trump Tower, redacted, constituted prosecutable violations of the campaign finance laws. The office determined that the evidence was not sufficient to charge either incident as a criminal violation. A. Overview of governing law. The United States has a compelling interest in limiting the participation of, quote, the United States has a compelling interest in limiting the participation of foreign citizens in activities of democratic self-government, and in thereby preventing foreign influence over the U.S. political process. Blumen versus FEC 2011. Kavanaugh J. for 3-judge court, affidavit 2012. I don't know. To that end, federal campaign finance law broadly prohibits foreign nationals from making contributions, donations, expenditures, or other disbursements in connection with federal, state, or local candidate elections, and prohibits anyone from soliciting, accepting, or receiving such contributions or donations. As relevant here, foreign nationals may not make, and no one may solicit, accept, or receive from them, quote, a contribution or donation of money or thing or other thing of value, or an express or implied promise to make a contribution or donation in connection with a federal, state, or local election. The term contribution, which is used throughout the campaign finance law, includes any gift, subscription, loan, advance, or deposit of money or anything of value made by any person for the purpose of influencing any election for federal office. It excludes, among other things, the value of volunteer services. Foreign nationals are also barred from making an expenditure, independent expenditure, or disbursement for electioneering communication. The term expenditure includes any purchase, payment, distribution, loan, advance, deposit, or gift of money or anything of value made by any person for the purpose of influencing any election for federal office. It excludes, among other things, news stories and nonpartisan get-out-the-vote activities. An independent expenditure is an expenditure expressly advocating the election or defeat of a clearly identified candidate and made independently of the campaign. An electioneering communication is a broadcast communication that refers to a clearly identified candidate for federal office and is made within specified time periods and targeted at the relevant electorate. The statute defines foreign national by reference to FARA and the Immigration and Nationality Act with minor modification. That definition yields 5 sometimes overlapping categories of foreign nationals, which include all of the individuals and entities relevant for present purposes, namely foreign governments and political parties, individuals outside of the U.S. who are not legal permanent residents, and certain non-U.S. entities located outside of the U.S. A knowing and willful violation involving an aggregate of $25,000 or more in a calendar year is a felony. A knowing and willful violation involving an aggregate of $2,000 or more in a calendar year, but less than $25,000 a year, is a misdemeanor. B. Application to June 9 Trump Tower meeting. The office considered whether to charge Trump campaign officials with crimes in connection with the June 9 meeting described in Volume 1, Section 4A5 above. The office concluded that in light of the government's substantial burden of proof on issues of intent, knowing, and willful, and the difficulty of establishing the value of the offered information, criminal charges would not meet the Justice Manual standard that the admissible evidence will probably be sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction. In brief, the key facts are that on June 3, 2016, Robert Goldstone emailed Donald Trump Jr. to pass along from Emin and Aras Agalarov an offer from Russia's Crown Prosecutor to the Trump campaign of official documents and information that would incriminate Hillary and her dealings with Russia and would be very useful to Trump Jr.'s father, end quote. The email described this as, quote, very high-level and sensitive information that is part of Russia and its government's support to Mr. Trump, helped along by Aras and Amin. Trump Jr. responded, quote, "If it's what you say, I love it, especially later in the summer," end quote. Trump Jr. and Amin Agalarov had follow-up conversations and, within days, scheduled a meeting with Russian representatives that was attended by Trump Jr., Manafort, and Kushner. The communications set up by the meeting and attendance by high-level campaign representatives support an inference that the campaign anticipated receiving derogatory documents and information from official Russian sources that could assist candidate Trump's electoral prospects. This series of events could implicate the federal election law ban on contributions and donations by foreign nationals. Specifically, Goldstone passed along an offer purportedly from a Russian government official to provide, quote, "official documents and information" to the Trump campaign for the purposes of influencing the presidential election. Trump Jr. appears to have accepted that offer and to have arranged a meeting to receive those materials. Documentary evidence in the form of email chains supports the inference that Kushner and Manafort were aware of that purpose and attended the June 9 meeting, anticipating the receipt of helpful information to the campaign from Russian sources. The office considered whether this evidence would establish a conspiracy to violate the foreign contributions ban in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 371. The solicitation of an illegal foreign source contribution, or the acceptance or receipt of an express or implied promise to make a foreign source contribution, both in violation of 52 U.S.C. Section 30121A1, A2. There are reasonable arguments that the offered information would constitute a thing of value within the meaning of these provisions, but the office determined that the government would not likely to be able to obtain and sustain a conviction for two other reasons. First, the office did not obtain admissible evidence likely to meet the government's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that these individuals acted willfully, that is, with general knowledge of the illegality of their conduct. And second, the government would likely encounter difficulty in proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the value of the promised information exceeded the threshold for a criminal violation. 1. Thing of value element. A threshold legal question is whether providing to a campaign documents and information of the type involved here would constitute a prohibited campaign contribution. The foreign contribution ban is not limited to contributions of money. It expressly prohibits a contribution of donation of money or other thing of value. And the term contribution is defined throughout the campaign finance laws to include any gift, subscription, loan, advance, or deposit of money, or anything of value. The phrases thing of value and anything of value are broad and inclusive enough to encompass at least some of the forms of valuable information. Throughout the United States Code, these phrases serve as terms of art that are construed broadly. Thing of value, United States versus Nelson, 1992, thing of value includes both tangibles and intangibles. See also, for example, bribery statutes, theft of government property. For example, the term thing of value encompasses law enforcement reports that would reveal the identity of informants, such as in United States v. Gerard, 1979, classified materials, United States v. Fowler, 1991, confidential information about a competitive bid, United States v. Matskin, 1984, secret grand jury information, United States v. Jeter, 1985, and information about a witness's whereabouts, United States v. Schecker, 1980. And in the public corruption context, thing of value is defined broadly to include the value which the defendant subjectively attaches to the items received. United States v. Renzi, 2014. Federal Elections Commission FEC regulations recognize the value to a campaign of at least some forms of information, stating that the term anything of value includes the provision of any goods or services without a charge, such as membership lists and mailing lists. The FEC has concluded that the phrase includes a state-by-state list of activists. Likewise, polling data provided to a campaign constitutes a contribution. And in the specific context of the foreign contributions ban, the FEC has concluded that, quote, election materials used in previous Canadian campaigns, including flyers, advertisements, door hangers, trifold signs, and other printed material, constitute anything of value, even though the value of these materials may be nominal or difficult to ascertain. These authorities would support the view that candidate-related opposition research given to a campaign for the purpose of influencing an election could constitute a contribution to which the foreign source ban could apply. A campaign can be assisted not only by the provision of funds, but also by the provision of derogatory information about an opponent. Political campaigns frequently conduct and pay for oppositional research. A foreign entity that engaged in such research and provided resulting information to a campaign could exert a greater information on an election and a greater tendency to ingratiate the donation to the candidate than a gift of money or tangible things of value. At the same time, no judicial decision has treated the voluntary provision of uncompensated oppositional research or similar information as a thing of value that could amount to a contribution under campaign finance law. Such an interpretation could have implications beyond the foreign source ban. See 52 U.S.C. Section 30116A, imposing monetary limits on campaign contributions, and raise First Amendment questions. Those questions could be especially difficult where the information consisted simply of the recounting of historically accurate facts. It is uncertain how courts would resolve those issues. 2. Willfulness. Even assuming that the promised documents and information that would incriminate Hillary constituted a thing of value under campaign finance law, the government would encounter other challenges in seeking to obtain and sustain a conviction. More significantly, the government has not obtained admissible evidence that is likely to establish the scienter requirement beyond a reasonable doubt. To prove that a defendant acted knowingly and willfully, the government would have to show that the defendant had general knowledge that his conduct was unlawful. U.S. Department of Justice, Federal Prosecution Defenses, C. Blumen, noting that a willful violation requires, quote, proof of the defendant's knowledge of the law, knowledge of general unlawfulness. This standard creates an elevated scienter element requiring, at the very least, the application of the law to the facts in question to be fairly clear. When there is substantial doubt concerning whether the law applies to the facts of a particular matter, the offender is more likely to have an intent defense. On the facts here, the government would unlikely be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the June 9 meeting participants had general knowledge that their conduct was unlawful. The investigation has not developed evidence that the participants in the meeting were familiar with the foreign contribution ban or the application of federal law to the relevant factual context. The government does not have strong evidence of surreptitious behavior or efforts at concealment at the time of the June 9 meeting. While the government has evidence of later efforts to prevent disclosure of the nature of the June 9 meeting that could circumstantially provide support for a showing of scienter, see Volume 2, Section 2G, that concealment occurred more than a year later, involved individuals who did not attend the June 9 meeting, and may reflect an intention to avoid political consequences rather than any prior knowledge of illegality. Additionally, in light of the unresolved legal questions about whether giving documents and information of the sort if offered here constitutes a legal contribution, Trump Jr. could mount a factual defense that he did not believe his responses to the offer and the June 9 meeting itself violated the law. Given his less direct involvement in arranging the June 9 meeting, Kushner could likely mount a similar defense. And while Manafort is experienced with political campaigns, the office has not developed evidence showing that he had relevant knowledge of these legal issues. 3. Difficulties in valuing promised information. The office would also encounter difficulty proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the value of the promised documents and information exceeds the $2,000 threshold for a criminal violation, as well as the $25,000 threshold for felony punishment. The type of evidence commonly used to establish the value of non-monetary contributions, such as pricing the contribution on a commercial market or determining the upstream acquisition costs or the cost of distribution, would likely be unavailable or ineffective in this factual setting. Although damaging opposition research is surely valuable to a campaign, it appears that the information ultimately delivered in the meeting was not valuable. And while value in a conspiracy may well be measured by what participants expected to receive at the time of the agreement, see United States v. Umbrello, 1982, Goldstone's description of the offered materials here was quite general. His suggestion of the information's value, that is, that it would incriminate Hillary and would be very useful to Trump Jr.'s father, was nonspecific and may have been understood as being as being of uncertain worth or reliability, given Goldstone's lack of direct access to the original source. The uncertainty over what would be delivered would be reflected in Trump Jr.'s responses. If it's what you say, I love it. Emphasis added. Accordingly, taking into account the high burden to establish a culpable mental state in campaign finance prosecution and the difficulty in establishing the required valuation, the office decided not to pursue criminal campaign finance charges against Trump Jr. or other campaign officials for the events culminating in the June 9 meeting. C. Application to redacted. 1. Questions over whether redacted. 2. Willfulness. As discussed, to establish a criminal campaign finance violation, the government must prove that the defendant acted knowingly and willfully. That standard requires proof that the defendant knew generally that his conduct was unlawful. Given the uncertainties noted above, the willfulness requirement would pose a substantial barrier to prosecution. 3. Constitutional considerations. Finally, the First Amendment could pose constraints on a prosecution. Redacted analysis. 4. Analysis as to redacted. 4. False statements and obstruction of the investigation. The office determined that certain individuals associated with the campaign lied to investigators about campaign contacts with Russia and have taken other actions to interfere with the investigation. As explained below, the office therefore charged some U.S. persons connected to the campaign with false statements and obstruction offenses. A. Overview of governing law. False statements. The principal federal statute criminalizing false statements to government investigators is 18 U.S.C. Section 1001. As relevant here under Section 1001A2, it is a crime to knowingly and willfully make any materially false, fictitious, or fraudulent statement or representation in any matter within the jurisdiction of the executive branch of the government. An FBI investigation is a matter within the executive branch's jurisdiction. United States v. Rogers, 1984. The statute also applies to a subset of legislative branch actions. In that administrative matters and investigations or reviews conducted by a congressional committee or subcommittee. Whether the statement was made to law enforcement or congressional investigators, the government must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the same basic non-jurisdictional elements. The statements were false, fictitious, and fraudulent. The defendant knew both that it was false and that it was unlawful to make a false statement, and that the false statement was material. See, for example, United States v. Smith, 2017. See also Ninth Circuit pattern instruction explaining that the Section 1001 jury instruction was modified in light of the Department of Justice's position that the phrase knowingly and willfully in the statute requires the defendant's knowledge that his or her conduct was unlawful. In the D.C. Circuit, the government must prove that the statement was actually false. A statement that is misleading but literally true does not satisfy Section 1001A2. See United States v. Milton, 1993, United States v. Dale, also 93. For that false statement to qualify as material, it must have a natural tendency to influence or be capable of influencing a discrete decision or any other function of the agency to which it is addressed. Perjury. Under the federal perjury statutes, it is a crime for a witness testifying under oath before a grand jury to knowingly make any false material declaration. See 18 U.S.C. Section 1623. The government must prove 4 elements beyond a reasonable doubt to obtain a conviction under Section 1623A. The defendant testified under oath before a federal grand jury. The defendant's testimony was false in one or more respects. the false testimony concerned matters that were material to the grand jury investigation, and that the false testimony was knowingly given. The general perjury statute, 18 U.S.C. section 1621, also applies to grand jury testimony that has similar elements, except that it requires that the witness have acted willfully and that the government satisfy strict common law requirements for establishing falsity. See Dunn v. United States, 1979, explaining the two-witness rule and the corroboration that it demands. Obstruction of justice. Three basic elements are common to the obstruction statutes pertinent to this office's charging decisions. An obstructive act, some form of nexus between the obstructive act and an official proceeding, and a criminal, that is, corrupt intent. A detailed discussion of those elements and the law governing obstruction of justice more generally is included in Volume 2 of this report. Application to certain individuals. 1. George Papadopoulos. Investigators approached Papadopoulos for an interview based on his role as a foreign policy advisor to the Trump campaign and his suggestion to a foreign government representative that Russia had indicated that it could assist the campaign through the anonymous release of information damaging to candidate Clinton. On January 27, 2017, Papadopoulos agreed to be interviewed by FBI agents, who informed him that the interview was part of the investigation into potential Russian government interference in the 2016 presidential election. During the interview, Papadopoulos lied about the timing, extent, and nature of his communications with Joseph Mifsud, Olga Polinskaya, and Ivan Timofeev. With respect to timing, Papadopoulos acknowledged that he had met Mifsud and that Mifsud had told him that the Russians had dirt on Clinton in the form of thousands of emails, but Papadopoulos stated multiple times that those communications occurred before he joined the Trump campaign and that it was a very strange occurrence to be told of the dirt before he started working for the campaign. This account was false. Papadopoulos met Mifsud for the first time on approximately March 14, 2016, after Papadopoulos had already learned he would be a foreign policy advisor for the campaign. Mifsud showed interest in Papadopoulos only after learning of his role on the campaign. Mifsud told Papadopoulos about the Russians possessing dirt on candidate Clinton in late April 2016, more than a month after Papadopoulos had joined the campaign and been publicly announced by candidate Trump. Papadopoulos also made false statements in an effort to minimize the extent and importance of his communications with Mifsud. For example, Papadopoulos stated that Mifsud's a nothing, that he thought Mifsud was just a guy talking up connections or something, and that he believed Mifsud was BSing, to be completely honest with you, end quote. In fact, however, Papadopoulos understood Mifsud to have substantial connections to high-level Russian government officials, and that Mifsud spoke with some of those officials in Moscow before telling Papadopoulos about the dirt. Papadopoulos also engaged in extensive communications over a period of months with Mifsud about foreign policy issues for the campaign, including efforts to arrange a history-making meeting between the campaign and Russian government officials. In addition, Papadopoulos failed to inform investigators that Mifsud had introduced him to Timofeev, the Russian national, who Papadopoulos understood to be connected to the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, despite being asked if he had met with Russian officials, with Russian nationals, or anyone with a Russian accent during the campaign. Papadopoulos also falsely claimed that he met Polinskaya before he joined the campaign, and falsely told the FBI that he had no relationship at all with her. He stated that the extent of their communication was her sending emails, just, "Hi, how are you? That's it." Quote, end quote. In truth, however, Papadopoulos met Polinskaya on March 24, 2016, after he had joined the campaign. He believed that she had connections to high-level government officials and could help him arrange a potential foreign policy trip to Russia. During the campaign, he emailed and spoke with her over Skype on numerous occasions about the potential foreign policy trip. To Russia. Papadopoulos' false statements in January 2017 impeded the FBI's investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. Most immediately, those statements hindered investigators' ability to effectively question Mifsud when he was interviewed in the lobby of a of a Washington, D.C. Hotel on February 10, 2017. During that interview, Mifsud admitted to knowing Papadopoulos and to having introduced him to Polinskaya and Timofeev. But Mifsud denied that he had advanced knowledge that Russia was in possession of emails damaging to candidate Clinton, stating that he and Papadopoulos had discussed cybersecurity and hacking as a larger issue, and that Papadopoulos must have misunderstood their conversation. Mifsud also falsely stated that he had not seen Papadopoulos since the meeting at which Mifsud introduced him to Polinskaya, even through emails, text messages, and other information. Even though emails, text messages, and other information show that Mifsud met with Papadopoulos on at least 2 other occasions, April 12 and April 26, 2016. In addition, Mifsud admitted that he had drafted or edited the follow-up message that Polinskaya sent to Papadopoulos following the initial meeting, and that, as reflected in the language of the email chain, "Baby, thank you," Mifsud may have been involved in a personal relationship with Polinskaya at the time. The false information and omissions in Papadopoulos' January 2017 interview undermined investigators' ability to challenge Mifsud when he made those inaccurate statements. Given the seriousness of the lies and omissions and their effect on the FBI's investigation, the office charged Papadopoulos with making false statements to the FBI in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1001. On October 7, 2017, Papadopoulos pleaded guilty to that charge pursuant to a plea agreement. On September 7, 2018, he was sentenced to 14 days of imprisonment, a $9,500 fine, and 200 hours of community service. 2. Redacted. 3. Michael Flynn. Michael Flynn agreed to be interviewed by the FBI on January 24, 2017, 4 days after he had officially assumed his duties as National Security Advisor to the President. During the interview, Flynn made several false statements pertaining to his communications with the Russian ambassador. First, Flynn made 2 false statements about his conversations with the Russian ambassador Kislyak in late December 2016, at a time when the United States had imposed sanctions on Russia for interfering with the 2016 presidential election, and Russia was considering its response. Flynn told the agents that he did not ask Kislyak to refrain from escalating the situation in response to the United States imposition of sanctions. That statement was false. On December 29, 2016, Flynn called Kislyak to request Russian restraint. Flynn made the call immediately after speaking to a senior transition team official, KT McFarland, about what to communicate to Kislyak. Flynn then spoke with McFarland again after the Kislyak call to report on the substance of that conversation. Flynn also falsely told the FBI that he did not remember a follow-up conversation in which Kislyak stated that Russia had chosen to moderate its response to the U.S. sanctions as a result of Flynn's request. On December 31, 2016, Flynn in fact had such a conversation with Kislyak, and he again spoke with McFarland within hours of the call to relay the substance of his conversation with Kislyak. Second, Flynn made false statements about calls he had previously made to representatives of Russia and other countries regarding a resolution submitted by Egypt to the United Nations Security Council on December 21st, 2016. Specifically, Flynn stated that he only asked the country's positions on how they would vote on this resolution, and that he did not request that any of the countries take a particular action on the resolution. That statement was false. On December 22, 2016, Flynn called Kislyak, informed him of the incoming Trump administration's opposition to the resolution, and requested that that Russia vote against or delay the resolution. Flynn also falsely stated that Kislyak never described Russia's response to his December 22 request regarding the resolution. Kislyak, in fact, told Flynn in a conversation on December 23, 2016, that Russia would not vote against the resolution if it came to vote. Flynn made these false statements to the FBI at a time when he was serving as National Security Advisor and when the FBI had an open investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election, including the nature of any links between the Trump campaign and Russia. Flynn's false statements and omissions impeded and otherwise had a material impact on that ongoing investigation. They also came shortly before Flynn made separate submissions to the Department of Justice pursuant to FARA that also contained materially false statements and omissions. Based on the totality of that conduct, the office decided to charge Flynn with making false statements to the FBI in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1001A. On December 1st, 2017, and pursuant to a plea agreement, Flynn pleaded guilty to that charge and also admitted his false statements to the department in his FARA filing. Flynn is awaiting sentencing. Michael Cohen. 4. Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen was the executive vice president and special counsel to the Trump Organization when Trump was president of the Trump Organization. From the fall of 2015 through approximately June 2016, Cohen was involved in a project to build a Trump-branded tower and adjoining development in Moscow. The project was known as Trump Tower Moscow. In 2017, Cohen was called to testify before the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, HPSCI, and the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, SSCI, both of which were investigating Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election and possible links between Russia and the presidential campaigns. In late August 2017, in advance of his testimony, Cohen caused a 2-page statement to be sent to SSCI and HPSCI addressing Trump Tower Moscow. The letter contained 3 representations relevant here. First, Cohen stated that the Trump Moscow project had ended in January 2016 and that he had briefed candidate Trump on the project only 3 times before making the unilateral decision to terminate it. Second, Cohen represented that he never agreed to travel to Russia in connection with the project and never considered asking Trump to travel for the project. Third, Cohen stated that he did not recall any Russian government contact about the project, included any response to an email that he had sent to a Russian government email account, including any response to an email that he had sent to a Russian government email account. Cohen later asked that his 2-page statement be incorporated into his testimony transcript before SSCI and ultimately gave testimony to SSCI that was consistent with that statement. Each of the foregoing representations in Cohen's 2-page statement was false and misleading. Consideration of the project had extended through approximately June 2016 and included more than 3 progress reports from Cohen to Trump. Cohen had discussed with Felix Sater his own travel to Russia as part of the project, and he inquired about the possibility of Trump traveling there, both with the candidate himself and with senior campaign official Corey Lewandowski. Cohen did not recall that he had received a response to the email that he had sent to Russian government spokesman Dmitry Peskov, in particular that he received an email reply and a follow-up phone conversation with an English-speaking assistant to Peskov in mid-January 2016. Cohen knew the statements in the letter to be false at the time and admitted that he made them in an effort, 1, to minimize the links between the project and Trump, who by this time was president, and 2, to give the false impression that the project had ended before the first vote in the Republican Party primary process in the hopes of limiting the ongoing Russian investigation. Given the nature of the false statements and the fact that he repeated them during the initial interview with the office, we charged Cohen with violating Section 1001. On November 29th, 2018, Cohen pleaded guilty pursuant to a plea agreement to a single-count information charging him with making false statements in a matter within the jurisdiction of the legislative branch in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1001 A2 and C. The case was transferred to the district judge presiding over the separate prosecution of Cohen pursued by the Southern District of New York after a referral from our office. On December 7th, 2018, the office submitted a letter to that judge recommending that Cohen's cooperation with our investigation be taken into account in sentencing Cohen in both the false statements charge and the offenses in the Southern District prosecution. On December 12th, 2018, the judge sentenced Cohen to 2 months of imprisonment on the false statements count, to run concurrently with a 36-month sentence imposed on the other counts. Redacted, 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 redacted. 6. Jeff Sessions. As set forth in Volume 1, Section 4A6, the investigation established that while a U.S. senator and a Trump campaign advisor, former Attorney General Jeff Sessions interacted with Russian Ambassador Kislyak during the week of the Republican National Convention in July 2016, and again at a meeting in Sessions' Senate office in December 2016. The investigation also established that Sessions and Kislyak both attended a reception held before candidate Trump's foreign policy speech at the Mayflower Hotel in Washington, D.C. in April 2016, and that it is possible that they met briefly at that reception. The office considered whether, in light of these interactions, Sessions committed perjury before or made false statements to Congress in connection with his confirmation as Attorney General. In January 2017, testimony during his confirmation hearing, General Sessions stated in response to a question about Trump campaign communications with the Russian government that he had, quote, been called a surrogate at a time or two in that campaign, and I did not have communications with the Russians, end quote. In written responses submitted on January 17, 2017, Sessions answered no to a question asking whether he had, quote, been in contact with anyone connected with any part of the Russian government about the 2016 election, either before or after Election Day. And in a March 2017 supplement to his testimony, Sessions identified 2 of the campaign period contacts with Ambassador Kislyak noted above, which had been reported in the media following the January 2017 confirmation hearing. Sessions stated in the supplemental response that he quote, did not recall any discussions with the Russian ambassador or any other representative of the Russian government regarding the political campaign on these occasions or any other occasion, end quote. Although the investigation established that Sessions interacted with Kislyak on the occasions described above and that Kislyak mentioned the presidential campaign on at least one occasion, the evidence is not sufficient to prove that Sessions gave knowingly false answers to Russian-related questions in light of the wording and context of those questions. With respect to Sessions' statements that he did not, quote, recall any discussions with the Russian ambassador regarding the political campaign, and he, end quote, and he had not been in contact with any Russian official about, quote, this 2016 election, the evidence concerning the nature of Sessions' interactions with Kislyak makes it plausible that Sessions did not recall discussing the campaign with Kislyak at the time of his statements. Similarly, while Sessions stated in his January 2017 oral testimony that he did not have communications with Russians, he did so in response to a question that had linked such communications to an alleged continuing exchange of information between the Trump campaign and Russian government intermediaries. Sessions later explained to the Senate and to the office that he understood the question as narrowly calling for disclosure of interactions with Russians that involved the exchange of campaign information as distinguished from more routine contacts with Russian nationals. Given the context in which the questions was asked, that understanding was plausible. Accordingly, the office concluded that the evidence was insufficient to prove that Sessions was willfully untruthful in his answers, and thus insufficient to obtain or sustain a conviction for perjury or false statements. Consistent with the principles of federal prosecution, the office therefore determined not to pursue charges against Sessions and informed his counsel of that decision in March 2018. 7. Others interviewed during the investigation. The office considered whether, during the course of the investigation, other individuals interviewed either omitted material information or provided information determined to be false. Applying the principles of federal prosecution, the office did not seek criminal charges against any individuals other than those listed above. In some instances, that decision was due to evidentiary hurdles to proving falsity. In others, the office determined that the witness ultimately provided truthful information and that considerations of culpability, deterrence, and resource preservation weighed against prosecution. Redacted, 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 redacted. Okay. That concludes Volume 1 of the Mueller Report. 7 hours and 40 minutes. A little longer than I expected. Any test runs I'd done on those redacted pages were I thought it would be going a little bit faster, but that's okay. I'm here for the long haul. Want to see how long it takes to really just read it yourself. Also, I know I'm going to slip into tomorrow, and I will be technically a Twitch scab, but as long as I am making the point that once I finish this arduous exercise, I will be logging off for the next 2 days as a way of showing my solidarity with Amazon workers. But for right now, I am going to take a real break, intermission of sorts, where I'm going to make some tea and put some honey in it and make some food. But I'm going to do all of that in... Oop, oop. I'm going to try to do all of that in just 15 minutes. See, I have a meeting tomorrow in the morning and a lot of work to do tomorrow. So I probably shouldn't be up until 7 a.m. doing this. But we'll see. It's just one of those things, huh? So, that said, thanks anyone who's come through, who's hanging out. Might have had more of an audience had I not screwed up all of the links when I first posted it. But yeah. All that said, I'm gonna be back in just a little bit. See you soon.
Hello. Welcome back. You might have thought I wasn't coming back, but I am. I have to follow through now. So, where was I? Oh yeah, about halfway through. Great. Got tea, got food. Got ready for tomorrow. And without further ado, okay. Report on the investigation into the Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election, Volume 2 of 2. Special Counsel Robert S. Mueller III, submitted pursuant to 28 CFR Section 600.8c, Washington, D.C., March 2019. Table of contents we will read as we go. Introduction to Volume 2. This report is submitted to the Attorney General pursuant to 28 CFR Section 600.8c, which states that at the conclusion of the Special Counsel's work, he shall provide the Attorney General a confidential report explaining the prosecution or declination decisions the Special Counsel reached. Beginning in 2017, the President of the United States took a variety of actions toward the ongoing FBI investigation in Russia's interference in the 2016 presidential election and related matters that raised questions about whether he had obstructed justice. The order appointing the Special Counsel gave this office jurisdiction to investigate matters that arose directly from the FBI's in Russia investigation, including whether the president had obstructed justice in connection with Russia-related investigations. The Special Counsel's jurisdiction also covered potentially obstructive acts related to the Special Counsel's investigation itself. This volume of our report summarizes our obstruction of justice investigation of the president. We first describe the considerations that guided our obstruction of justice investigation, and then provide an overview of this volume. First, a traditional prosecution or declination decision entails a binary determination to initiate or decline a prosecution, but we determined not to make a traditional prosecutorial judgment. The Office of Legal Counsel, OLC, has issued an opinion finding that, quote, the indictment of criminal prosecution of a sitting president would impermissibly undermine the capacity of the executive branch to perform its constitutionally assigned functions in violation of the constitutional separation of powers. Given the role of the Special Counsel as an attorney in the Department of Justice and the framework of the Special Counsel regulations, see 28 U.S.C. Section 515, 28 CFR Section 600.7a, this office accepted OLC's legal conclusion for the purpose of exercising prosecutorial jurisdiction. And apart from OLC's constitutional view, we recognize that a federal criminal accusation against a sitting president would place burdens on the president's capacity to govern and potentially preempt constitutional processes for addressing presidential misconduct. Preempting. Second, while the OLC opinion concludes that a sitting president may not be prosecuted, it recognizes that a criminal investigation during the president's term is permissible. The OLC opinion also recognizes that a president does not have immunity after he leaves office, and if individuals other than the president committed an obstruction offense, they may be prosecuted at this time. Given those considerations, the facts known to us, and the strong public interest in safeguarding the integrity of the criminal justice system, we conducted a thorough factual investigation in order to preserve the evidence when memories were fresh and documentary materials were available. Third, we considered whether to evaluate the conduct we investigated under the Justice Manual standards governing prosecution and declination decisions, but we determined not to apply an approach that could potentially result in a judgment that the president committed crimes. The threshold step under the Justice Manual standards is to assess whether a person's conduct constitutes a federal offense. U.S. Department of Justice, U.S. Department of Justice, Justice Manual, Section 927-220, 2018 Justice Manual. Fairness concerns counseled against potentially reaching that judgment when no charges can be brought. The ordinary means for an individual to respond to an accusation is through a speedy and public trial with all the procedural protections that surround a criminal case. An individual who believes he was wrongly accused can use that process to seek to clear his name. In contrast, a prosecutor's judgment that crimes were committed, but that no charges will be brought, affords no such adversarial opportunity for public name clearing before an impartial adjudicator. The concerns about the fairness of such determination would be heightened in the case of a sitting president, where a federal prosecutor's accusation of a crime, even in an internal report, could carry consequences that extend beyond realm of criminal justice. OLC noted similar concerns about sealed indictments. Even if an indictment were sealed during the president's term, OLC reasoned it would be very difficult to preserve an indictment's secrecy, and if indictment became public, the stigma in opprobrium could imperil the president's ability to govern. Although a prosecutor's internal report would not represent a formal public accusation akin to an indictment, the possibility of the report's public disclosure and the absence of a neutral adjudicatory forum to review its findings counseled against potentially determining that the person's conduct constitutes a federal offense. Fourth, if we had confidence, after a thorough investigation of the facts, that the president clearly did not commit obstruction of justice, we would so state. Based on the facts and the applicable legal standards, however, we are unable to reach that judgment. The evidence we obtained about the president's actions and intent presents difficult issues that prevent us from conclusively determining that no criminal conduct occurred. Accordingly, while this report does not conclude that the president committed a crime, it also does not exonerate him. This report on our investigation consists of 4 parts. Section 1 provides an overview of obstruction of justice principles and summarizes certain investigatory and evidentiary considerations. Section 2 sets forth the factual results of our obstruction investigation and analyzes the evidence. Section 3 addresses statutory and constitutional defenses. Section 4 states our conclusion. Wait. Did I miss something in the table of contents? Hold on. Wait. Shit. I can fix this. Oh no. I can't edit while it's going. All right, well, the stream recording will know that 6:23 was where I got to the executive summary. But I'm going to have to technically include the executive summary timing in the introduction. I forgot to add that. All right, back on track. All right, so back to executive summary to Volume 2. Our obstruction of justice inquiry focused on a series of actions by the president that related to the Russian interference investigations, including the president's conduct toward the law enforcement officials overseeing the investigations and the witnesses to relevant events. Factual results of the obstruction investigation. The key issues and events we examined include the following.
The campaign's response to reports about Russian support for Trump. During the 2016 presidential campaign, questions arose about the Russian government's apparent support for candidate Trump. After WikiLeaks released politically damaging Democratic Party emails that were reported to have been hacked by Russia, Trump publicly expressed skepticism that Russia was responsible for the hacks at the same time that he and other campaign officials privately sought information redacted about any further planned WikiLeaks releases. Trump also denied having any business in or connections to Russia, even though as late as June 2016, the Trump Organization had been pursuing a licensing deal for a skyscraper to be built in Russia called Trump Tower Moscow. After the election, the president expressed concerns to advisors that reports of Russia's election interference might lead the public to question the legitimacy of this election. Conduct involving FBI Director Comey and Michael Flynn. In mid-January 2017, incoming National Security Advisor Michael Flynn falsely denied to the Vice President, other administration officials, and FBI agents that he had talked to Russian Ambassador Sergei Kislyak about Russia's response to U.S. sanctions on Russia for its election interference. On January 27, the day after the president was told that Flynn had lied to the vice president and had made similar statements to the FBI, the president invited FBI Director Comey to a private dinner at the White House and told Comey that he needed loyalty. On February 14, the day after the president requested Flynn's resignation, the president told an outside advisor, "Now that we fired Flynn, the Russia thing is over." The advisor disagreed and said the investigations would continue. Later that afternoon, the president cleared the Oval Office to have a one-on-one meeting with Comey. Referring to the FBI's investigation of Flynn, the president said, quote, "I hope you can see your way clear to letting this go, to letting Flynn go. He's a good guy. I hope you can let this go," end quote. Shortly after requesting Flynn's resignation and speaking privately to Comey, the president sought to have National Secretary Advisor K.T. McFarland draft an internal letter stating that the president had not directed Flynn to discuss sanctions with Kislyak. McFarland declined because she did not know whether that was true, and a White House counsel's office attorney thought that the request would look like quid pro quo for an ambassadorship she had been offered. The president's reaction to the continuing Russia investigation. In February 2017, Attorney General Jeff Sessions began to assess whether he had to recuse himself from the campaign-related investigations because of his role in the Trump campaign. In early March, the president told White House counsel Donald McGahn to stop Sessions from recusing. And after Sessions announced his recusal on March 2, the president expressed anger at the decision and told advisors that he should have an attorney general who would protect him. That weekend, the president took Sessions aside at an event and urged him to unrecuse. Later in March, Comey publicly disclosed at a congressional hearing that the FBI was investigating the Russian government's efforts to interfere in the 2016 presidential election, including any links or coordination between the Russian government and the Trump campaign. In the following days, the president reached out to the Director of National Intelligence and the leaders of the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, and the National Security Agency, NSA, to ask them what they could do to publicly dispel the suggestion that the president had any connection to the Russian election interference effort. The president also twice called Comey directly, notwithstanding guidance from McGahn to avoid direct contacts with the Department of Justice. Comey had previously assured the president that the FBI was not investigating him personally, and the president asked Comey to, quote, lift the cloud of the Russia investigation by saying that publicly. The president's termination of Comey. On May 3rd, 2017, Comey testified in a congressional hearing but declined to answer questions about whether the president was personally under investigation. Within days, the president decided to terminate Comey. The president insisted that the termination letter, which was written for public release, state that Comey had informed the president that he was not under investigation. The day of the firing, the White House maintained that Comey's termination resulted from independent recommendations from the Attorney General and Deputy Attorney General that Comey should be discharged for mishandling the Hillary Clinton email investigation. But the president had decided to fire Comey before hearing from the Department of Justice. The day after firing Comey, the president told Russian officials that he had, quote, faced great pressure because of Russia, which had been, quote, taken off by Comey's firing. The next day, the president acknowledged in a television interview that he was going to fire Comey regardless of the Department of Justice's recommendation, and that when he decided to just do it, he was thinking that, quote, this thing with Trump and Russia is a made-up story. In response to a question about whether he was angry with Comey about the Russian investigation, the president said, quote, as far as I'm concerned, I want the thing to be absolutely done properly, end quote, adding that the firing Comey, quote, might even lengthen out the investigation. It's true. The appointment of a special counsel and efforts to remove him. On May 17, 2017, the acting attorney general for the Russia investigation appointed a special counsel to conduct the investigation and related matters. The president reacted to news that a special counsel had been appointed by telling advisors that it was, quote, the end of his presidency, end quote, and demanding that Sessions resign. Sessions submitted his resignation, but the president ultimately did not accept it. The president told aides that the special counsel had conflicts of interest and suggested the special counsel therefore could not serve. The president's advisors told him the asserted conflicts were meritless and had already been considered by the Department of Justice. On June 14, 2017, the media reported that the special counsel's office was investigating whether the president had obstructed justice. Press reports called this, quote, a major turning point, end quote, in the investigation. While Comey had told the president he was not under investigation following Comey's firing, the president now was under investigation. Following Comey's firing, the president was now under investigation. The president reacted to this news with a series of tweets criticizing the Department of Justice and the special counsel's investigation. On June 17, 2017, the president called McGahn at home and directed him to call the acting attorney general and say that the special counsel had conflicts of interest and must be removed. McGahn did not carry out the direction, however, deciding that he would resign rather than trigger what he regarded as a potential Saturday night massacre. Efforts to curtail the special counsel's investigation. 2 days after directing McGahn to have the special counsel removed, the president made another attempt to affect the course of the Russian investigation. On June 19, 2017, the president met one-on-one in the Oval Office with his former campaign manager, Corey Lewandowski, a trusted advisor outside the government, and dictated a message for Lewandowski to deliver to Sessions. The message said that Sessions should publicly announce that, notwithstanding his recusal from the Russian investigation, the investigation was, quote, very unfair to the president. The president had done nothing wrong, and Sessions planned to meet with the special counsel and, quote, let him move forward with the investigation, let him move forward with investigating election meddling for future elections, end quote. Lewandowski said he understood what the president wanted Sessions to do. 1 month later, in another private meeting with Lewandowski on July 19, 2017, the president asked about the status of his message for Sessions to limit the special counsel investigation to future election interference. Lewandowski told the president that the message would be delivered soon. Hours after that meeting, the president publicly criticized Sessions in an interview with the New York Times, and then issued a series of tweets making it clear that Sessions' job was in jeopardy. Lewandowski did not want to deliver the president's message personally, so he asked senior White House official Rick Dearborn to deliver it to Sessions. Dearborn was uncomfortable with the task and did not follow through. Efforts to prevent public disclosure of evidence. In the summer of 2017, the president learned that media outlets were asking questions about the June 9, 2016 meeting at Trump Tower between senior campaign officials, including Donald Trump Jr. and a Russian lawyer who was said to be offering damaging information about Hillary Clinton as part of Russia and its government's support for Mr. Trump. On several occasions, the president directed aides not to publicly disclose the emails setting up the June 9 meeting, suggesting that the emails would not leak and that the number of lawyers with access to them should be limited. Before the emails became public, the president edited a press statement for Trump Jr. by deleting a line that acknowledged that the meeting was with, quote, an individual who Trump Jr. might have told who was told might have information helpful to the campaign, end quote, and instead said only that the meeting was about adoptions of Russian children. When the press asked questions about the president's involvement in Trump Jr.'s statement, the president's personal lawyer repeatedly denied the president had played any role. Further efforts to have the Attorney General take control of the investigation. In early summer 2017, the president had sessions at home had called Sessions at home and again asked him to reverse his recusal from the Russian investigation. Sessions did not reverse his recusal. In October 2017, the president met privately with Sessions in the Oval Office and asked him to, quote, take a look at investigating Clinton. In December 2017, shortly after Flynn pleaded guilty pursuant to a cooperation agreement, the president met with Sessions in the Oval Office and suggested, according to notes taken by a senior advisor, that if Sessions unrecused and took back supervision of the Russian investigation, he would be a hero. The president told Sessions, quote, I'm not going to do anything or direct you to do anything. I just want to be treated fairly, end quote. In response, Sessions volunteered he had never seen anything, quote, improper, unquote, in the campaign, and told the president that there was a, quote, whole new leadership team, end quote, in place. He did not unrecuse. Efforts to have McGahn deny that the president had ordered him to have the special counsel removed. In early 2018, the press reported that the president had directed McGahn to have the special counsel removed in June 2017, and that McGahn had threatened to resign rather than carry out the order. The president reacted to the news by directing White House officials to tell McGahn to dispute the story and create a record stating that he had not been ordered to have the special counsel removed. McGahn told the officials that the media reports were accurate in stating that the president had directed McGahn to have the special counsel removed. The president then met with McGahn in the Oval Office and again pressured him to deny the reports. In the same meeting, the president also asked McGahn why he had told the special counsel and the president's effort to remove about the president's effort to remove the special counsel and why McGahn took notes of the conversation with the president. McGahn refused to back away from what he remembered happening and perceived the president to be testing his mettle. Conduct toward Flynn Manafort redacted. After Flynn withdrew from a joint defense agreement with the president and began cooperating with the government, the president's personal counsel left a message for Flynn's attorney reminding them of the president's warm feelings towards Flynn, which he said still remains, and asking for a heads up if Flynn knew information that implicates the president. When Flynn's counsel reiterated that Flynn would no longer share information pursuant to a joint defense agreement, the president's personal counsel said that he would make sure that the president knew that Flynn's actions reflected hostility towards the president. During Manafort's prosecution, and when the jury in his criminal trial was deliberating, the president praised Manafort in public, said that Manafort was being treated unfairly and declined to rule out a pardon. After Manafort was convicted, the president called Manafort a brave man for refusing to break and said that flipping also almost ought to be outlawed. Redacted. Conduct involving Michael Cohen. The president's conduct toward Michael Cohen, a former Trump Organization executive, changed from praise for Cohen when he falsely minimized the president's involvement in Trump Tower Moscow project to castigation of Cohen when he became a cooperating witness. From September 2015 to June 2016, Cohen had pursued the Trump Tower Moscow project on behalf of the Trump Organization and had briefed candidate Trump on the project numerous times, including discussing whether Trump should travel to Russia to advance the deal. In 2017, Cohen provided false testimony to Congress about the project, including stating that he had only briefed Trump on the project 3 times and never discussed travel to Russia with him, in an effort to adhere to a party line that Cohen said was developed to minimize the president's connections to Russia. When preparing for the first congressional testimony, Cohen had extensive discussions with the president's personal counsel, who, according to Cohen, said that Cohen should stay on message and not contradict the president. After the FBI searched Cohen's home and office in April 2018, the president publicly asserted that Cohen would not flip, contacted him directly to tell him to stay strong, and it privately passed messages of support to him. Cohen also discussed pardons with the president's personal counsel and believed that if he stayed on message, he would be taken care of. But after Cohen began cooperating with the government in the summer of 2018, the president publicly criticized him, called him a rat, and suggested that his family members had committed crimes. Overarching factual issues. We did not make a traditional prosecution decision about these facts, but the evidence we obtained supports several general statements about the president's conduct. Several features of the conduct we investigated distinguish it from typical obstruction of justice cases. First, the investigation concerned the president, and some of his actions, such as firing the FBI director, involved facially lawful acts within his Article II authority, which raises constitutional issues discussed below. At the same time, the president's position as the head of the executive branch provided him with unique and powerful means of influencing official proceedings, subordinate officers, and potential witnesses, all of which is relevant to a potential obstruction of justice analysis. Second, unlike cases in which a subject engages in obstruction of justice to cover up a crime, the evidence we obtained did not establish that the president was involved in underlying crime related to the Russian election interference. Although the obstruction statutes do not require proof of such a crime, the absence of that evidence affects the analysis of the president's intent and requires consideration of other possible motives for his conduct. Third, many of the president's acts directed at witnesses, including discouragement of cooperation with the government and suggestions of possible future pardons, took place in public view. That circumstance is unusual, but no principle of law excludes public acts from the reach of the obstruction laws. If the likely effect of public acts is to influence witnesses or alter their testimony, the harm to the justice system's integrity is the same. Although the series of events we investigated involved discrete acts, the overall pattern of the president's conduct toward the investigation can shed a light on the nature of the president's acts and the inferences that can be drawn about his intent. In particular, the actions we investigated can be divided into two phases, reflecting a possible shift in the president's motives. The first phase covered the period from the president's first interactions with Comey through the president's firing of Comey. During that time, the president had been repeatedly told he was not personally under investigation. Soon after the firing of Comey and the appointment of the special counsel, however, the president became aware that his own conduct was being investigated in an obstruction of justice inquiry. At that point, the president engaged in a second phase of conduct involving public attacks on the investigation, non-public efforts to control it, and efforts both public and private to encourage witnesses not to cooperate with the investigation. Judgments about the nature of the president's motives during each phase would be informed by the totality of the evidence. Statutory and constitutional defenses. The President's Counsel raised statutory and constitutional defenses to a possible obstruction of justice analysis of the conduct we investigated. We concluded that none of these legal defenses provided a basis for declining to investigate the facts. Statutory defenses. Consistent with precedent and the Department of Justice's general approach to interpreting obstruction statutes, we included that several statutes apply here. See 18 U.S.C. sections 1503, 1505, 1512b3, 1512c2. Sections 1512c2 is an omnibus obstruction of justice provision that covers a range of obstructive acts directed at pending or contemplated official proceedings. No principle of statutory construction justifies narrowing the provision to cover only conduct that impairs the integrity or availability of evidence. Sections 1503 and 1505 also offer broad protection against obstructive acts directed at pending grand jury, judicial, administrative, and congressional proceedings, and they are supplemented by a provision in Section 1512b aimed specifically at conduct intended to prevent or hinder the communication to law enforcement of information related to a federal crime. Constitutional defenses. As for constitutional defenses arising from the president's status as the head of the executive branch, we recognized that the Department of Justice and the courts have not definitively resolved these issues. We therefore examined those issues through the framework established by the Supreme Court, by Supreme Court precedent governing separation of powers issues. The Department of Justice and the President's personal counsel have recognized that the President is subject to statutes that prohibit obstruction of justice by bribing a witness or suborning perjury because that conduct does not implicate his constitutional authority. With respect to whether the President can be found to have obstructed justice by exercising his powers under Article II of the Constitution, we concluded that Congress has authority to prohibit a President's corrupt use of his authority in order to protect the integrity of the administration of justice. we concluded this, to prohibit a president's corrupt use of his authority in order to protect the integrity of the administration of justice. Under applicable Supreme Court precedent, the Constitution does not categorically and permanently immunize a president for obstructing justice through the use of his Article II powers. The separation of powers doctrine authorizes Congress to protect official proceedings, including those of courts and grand juries, from corrupt, obstructive acts regardless of their source. We also concluded that any inroad on presidential authority that would occur from prohibiting corrupt acts does not undermine the president's ability to fulfill his constitutional mission. The term corruptly sets a demanding standard. It requires a concrete showing that a person acted with an intent to obtain an improper advantage for himself or someone else, inconsistent with official duty and the rights of others. A preclusion of corrupt official action does not diminish the president's ability to exercise Article II powers. For example, the proper supervision of criminal law does not demand freedom for the president to act with a corrupt intention of shielding himself from criminal punishment, avoiding financial liability, or preventing personal embarrassment. To the contrary, a statute that prohibits official action undertaken for such corrupt purposes furthers, rather than hinders, the impartial and even-handed administration of the law. It also aligns with the president's constitutional duty to faithfully execute the laws. Finally, we concluded that in the rare case in which a criminal investigation of the president's conduct is justified, inquiries to determine whether the president acted for a corrupt motive should not impermissibly chill his performance of his constitutionally assigned duties. The conclusion that Congress may apply the obstruction laws to the president's corrupt exercise of powers of office accords with our constitutional system of checks and balances and the principle that no person is above the law. The conclusion that Congress may apply the obstruction laws to the president's corrupt exercise of the powers of office accords with our constitutional system of checks and balances and the principle that no person is above the law. Okay. Conclusion. Because we determined not to make a traditional prosecutorial judgment, we did not draw ultimate conclusions about the president's conduct. The evidence we obtained about the president's actions and intent presents difficult issues that would need to be resolved if we were to make a traditional prosecutorial judgment. At the same time, if we had confidence, after a thorough investigation of the facts, that the president clearly did not commit obstruction of justice, we would so say. Based on the facts and the applicable legal standards, we are unable to reach that judgment. Accordingly, while the report does not conclude that the president committed a crime, it also does not exonerate him. 1. Section 1. Background, legal, and evidentiary principles. There's no more context. Section A. Legal framework of obstruction of justice. The May 17, 2017 appointment order and the special counsel regulations provided this office with jurisdiction to investigate, quote, federal crimes committed in the course of and with intent to interfere with the special counsel's investigation, such as perjury, obstruction of justice, destruction of evidence, and intimidation of witnesses. Because of that description of our jurisdiction, we sought evidence for our obstruction of justice investigation with the elements of obstruction offenses in mind. Our evidentiary analysis is similarly focused on the elements of such offenses, although we do not draw conclusions on the ultimate questions that govern a prosecutorial decision under the principles of federal prosecution. Here we summarize the law interpreting the elements of potentially relevant obstruction statutes in any ordinary case. This discussion does not address the unique constitutional issues that arise in an inquiry into official acts by the president. Those issues are discussed in a later section of this report addressing constitutional defenses that the President's Counsel have raised. See Volume 2, Section 3B. Three basic elements are common to most of the relevant obstruction statutes. 1, an obstructive act. 2, a nexus between the obstructive act and an official proceeding. And 3, a corrupt intent. We describe those elements as they have been interpreted by the courts. We then discuss a more specific statute aimed at witness tampering and describe the requirements for attempted offenses and endeavors to obstruct justice. Obstructive act. Obstruction of justice law, quote, reaches all corrupt conduct capable of proceeding an effect that prevents justice from being duly administered regardless of the means employed. An effort to influence a proceeding can qualify as an endeavor to obstruct justice if the effort was subtle or circuitous, and however cleverly or with whatever cloaking of purpose it was made. The verbs obstruct or impede are broad and can refer anything that blocks, makes difficult, or hinders. An improper motive can render an actor's conduct criminal even when the conduct would otherwise be lawful and within the actor's authority. Nexus to a pending or contemplated official proceeding. Obstruction of justice law generally requires a nexus or a connection to an official proceeding. In Section 1503, the nexus must be to pending judicial or grand jury proceedings. In Section 1505, the nexus can include a connection to a pending federal agency proceeding or a congressional inquiry or investigation. Under both statutes, the government must demonstrate, quote, a relationship in time, causation, and logic between the obstructive act and the proceedings or inquiry to be obstructed. I'm going to choose not to read all the case law stuff. I'm going to find all the meat, though. Section 1512C prohibits obstructive efforts aimed at official proceedings, including judicial and grand jury proceedings. For purposes of Section 1512, an official proceeding need not be pending or about to be instituted at the time of the offense. Although a proceeding need not already be in progress to trigger liability under Section 1512C, a nexus to a contemplated proceeding still must be shown. The nexus requirement narrows the scope of obstruction statutes to ensure that individuals have fair warning of what the law prescribes. The nexus showing has subjective and objective components. As an objective matter, a defendant must act in the manner that is likely to obstruct justice, such as the statute excludes defendants who have an evil purpose but use means that would only unnaturally and improbably be successful. The endeavor must have the natural and probable effect of interfering with the due administration of justice. As a subjective matter, the actor must have contemplated a particular foreseeable proceeding. A defendant need not directly impede the proceeding. Rather, a nexus exists if discretionary actions of a third person would be required to obstruct the judicial proceeding if it was foreseeable to the defendant that the third party would act on the defendant's communication in such a way as to obstruct the judicial proceeding. Corruptly. The word corruptly provides the intent element for obstruction of justice and means acting knowingly and dishonestly or with an improper motive. To act corruptly means to act with an improper purpose and to engage in conduct knowingly and dishonestly with the specific intent to subvert, impede, or obstruct the relevant proceeding. As used in Section 1505, the term corruptly means acting with an improper purpose, personally or by influencing another. Interpreting corruptly to mean wrongful, immoral, depraved, or evil, or holding that acting knowingly corruptly in 18 U.S.C. Section 512b requires consciousness of wrongdoing. The requisite showing is made when a person acted with an intent to obtain an improper advantage for himself or someone else inconsistent with official duty and the rights of others. Okay. Witness tampering. A more specific provision in Section 1512 prohibits tampering with a witness, making it Section 1512b1.3 making it a crime to knowingly use intimidation or corruptly persuade another person or engage in misleading conduct towards another person with the intent to influence, delay, or prevent the testimony or of any person in an official proceeding, or to hinder, delay, or prevent the communication to a law enforcement officer of information relating to the commission or possible commission of a federal offense. To establish corrupt persuasion, it is sufficient that this defendant asks a potential witness to lie to investigators in contemplation of a likely federal investigation into conduct. The persuasion need not be coercive, intimidating, or explicit. It is sufficient to urge, induce, ask, argue, give reasons, or coach or remind witnesses by planting misleading facts. Corrupt persuasion is shown where a defendant tells a potential witness a false story as if the story were true, intending that the witness believe the story and testify it. It also covers urging a witness to recall a fact that the witness did not know, even if the fact was factually true. Corrupt persuasion can also be shown in certain circumstances when a person with an improper motive urges a witness not to cooperate with law enforcement. When the charge is acting with the intent to hinder, delay, or prevent the communication of information to law enforcement under Section 1512b3, the nexus to a proceeding inquiry articulated in Aguilar, that an individual have, quote, knowledge that his actions are likely to affect the judicial proceeding. 512 U.S. The nexus to a proceeding inquiry articulated in Aguilar does not apply because the obstructive act is aimed at the communication of information to investigators, not at impeding an official proceeding. Acting knowingly, corruptly requires proof that the individual was conscious of wrongdoing. It is an affirmative defense that the conduct consisted solely of lawful conduct and that the defendant's sole intention was to encourage, induce, or cause the other person to testify truthfully. Attempts and endeavors. Section 1512c2 covers both substantive obstruction offenses and attempts to obstruct justice. Under general principles of attempt law, a person is guilty of an attempt when he has the intent to commit a substantive offense and takes an overt act that constitutes a substantial step toward that goal. The act must be substantial in that it was strongly corroborative of the defendant's criminal purpose. While mere abstract talk does not suffice, any concrete and specific acts that corroborate the defendant's intent can constitute a substantial step. Thus, soliciting an innocent agent to engage in conduct constituting an element of the crime may qualify as a substantial step. The Omnibus Clause of 18 U.S.C. Section 1503 prohibits an endeavor to obstruct justice, which sweeps more broadly than Section 1512's attempt provision. It is well established that an obstruction of justice offense is complete when one corruptly endeavors to obstruct or impede the due administration of justice. The prosecution need not prove that the due administration of justice was actually obstructed or impeded. B. Investigative and evidentiary considerations. After the appointment of the special counsel, this office obtained evidence about the following events relating to potential issues of obstruction of justice involving the president. A. The President's January 27, 2017 dinner with former FBI Director James Comey, in which the President reportedly asked for Comey's loyalty 1 day after the White House had been briefed by the Department of Justice on contacts between former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn and the Russian ambassador. B. The President's February 14, 2017 meeting with Comey, in which the President reportedly asked Comey not to pursue an investigation of Flynn. C. The President's private requests to Comey to make public the fact that the President was not a subject of an FBI investigation and to lift what the President regarded as a cloud. D. The President's outreach to the Director of National Intelligence and the Directors of the National Security Agency and the Central Intelligence Agency about the FBI's Russia investigation. E. The president's stated rationales for terminating Comey on May 9, 2017, including statements that could reasonably be understood as acknowledging that the FBI's Russian investigation was a factor in Comey's termination, and F, the president's reported involvement in issuing a statement about the June 9, 2016 Trump Tower meeting between Russians and senior Trump campaign officials that said the meeting was about adoption and omitted that the Russians had offered to provide the Trump campaign with derogatory information about Hillary Clinton. Taking into account that information and our analysis of applicable statutory and constitutional principles discussed below in Volume 2, Section 3, we determined that there was a sufficient factual and legal basis to further investigate potential obstruction of justice issues involving the president. Many of the core issues in an obstruction of justice investigation turn on an individual's actions and intent. We therefore requested that the White House provide us with documentary evidence in its possession on the relevant events. We also sought and obtained the White House's concurrence in our conducting interviews of White House personnel who had relevant information, and we interviewed other witnesses who had pertinent knowledge, attained documents on a voluntary basis where possible, and used legal process where appropriate. These investigative steps allowed us to gather a substantial amount of evidence. We also sought a volunteer interview with the president. After more than a year of discussion, the president declined to be interviewed. Redacted. During the course of our discussions, the president did agree to answer written questions on certain Russia-related topics, and he provided us with answers. He did not similarly agree to provide written answers to questions on obstruction topics or questions on events during the transition. Ultimately, while we believed that we had the authority and legal justification to issue grand jury subpoena to obtain the president's testimony, we chose not to do so. We made that decision in view of the substantial delay that such an investigative step would likely produce at the late stage in our investigation. We also assessed that based on the significant body of evidence we had already obtained of the president's actions and his public and private statements describing or explaining those actions, we had sufficient evidence to understand relevant events and to make certain assessments without the president's testimony. The office's decision-making process on this issue is described in more detail in Appendix C, in a note that precedes the president's written responses. In assessing the evidence we obtained, we relied on common principles that apply in any investigation. The issue of criminal intent is often inferred from circumstantial evidence. See, the principle that intent can be inferred from circumstantial evidence is a necessity in criminal cases, given the right of a subject to assert his privilege against compelled self-incrimination under the Fifth Amendment and therefore decline to testify. Accordingly, determinations on intent are frequently reached without the opportunity to interview an investigatory subject. Obstruction of justice cases are consistent with this rule. The rest is citation. Credibility judgments may also be made based on objective facts and circumstantial evidence. Standard jury instructions highlight a variety of factors that are often relevant in assessing credibility. These include whether a witness had a reason not to tell the truth, whether the witness has a good memory, whether the witness had the opportunity to observe the events about which he testified, whether the witness's testimony was corroborated by other witnesses, and whether anything the witness said or wrote previously contradicts his testimony. In addition to those general factors, we took into account more specific factors in assessing the credibility of conflicting accounts of the facts. For example, contemporaneous written notes can bring strong corroborative evidence. Similarly, a witness's recitation of his account before he had any motive to fabricate also supports the witness's credibility. Ooh. Finally, a witness's false description of an encounter can imply consciousness of wrongdoing. We applied those settled legal principles in evaluating the factual results of our investigation. Uh, I'm going to briefly, quickly, just because I hit this section 2, I'm going to stop and answer your question, Tail Hunter. You're asking, anyone know the world record time on this? There isn't one. No one's tried this before. So that's one reason that I'm doing it, because it seems like a fun thing to speed run, or a weird thing to speed run. But also, I've just never seen anybody read it themselves. So, yeah. We'll see what the world record is when I get it. Though I know that the Washington Post is 19 hours. Vice did a sort of abridged collaborative reading at 12 hours. And a couple of theater companies did like collaborative public like events that were like Arena Stage did Volume 2 in 11 hours. All right, back to it. Actually, I'm going to refill my tea. All right. Oh, shit. 2. Factual results of the obstruction investigation. This section of the report details the evidence we obtained. We first provided an overview of how Russia became an issue in the 2016 presidential campaign, and how candidate Trump responded. We then turned to the key events that we investigated: the president's conduct concerning the FBI investigation of Michael Flynn, the president's reaction to the public confirmation of the FBI's Russia investigation, events leading up to and surrounding the termination of FBI Director Comey, efforts to terminate the special counsel, efforts to curtail the scope of special counsel's investigation, efforts to prevent disclosure of information about the June 9, 2016 Trump Tower meeting between Russians and senior campaign officials, efforts to have the Attorney General unrecused, and conduct toward McGahn, Cohen, and other witnesses. We summarize the evidence we found and then analyze it by references to the 3 statutory obstruction of justice elements: obstructive act, nexus to a proceeding, and intent. We focus on elements because By regulation, the special counsel has, quote, jurisdiction to investigate federal crimes committed in the course of and with the intent to interfere with the special counsel's investigation, such as perjury, obstruction of justice, destruction of evidence, and intimidation of witnesses. Consistent with our jurisdiction to investigate federal obstruction crimes, we gathered evidence that is relevant to the elements of those crimes and analyzed them within an elements framework, while refraining from teaching or from reaching ultimate conclusions about whether crimes were committed for the reasons explained above. This section also does not address legal and constitutional defenses raised by counsel for the president. Those defenses are analyzed in Volume 2, Section 3. A. The campaign's response to reports about Russian support for Trump. During the 2016 campaign, the media raised questions about a possible connection between the Trump campaign and Russia. This section summarizes and cites various news stories, not for the truth of the information contained in the stories, but rather to place candidate Trump's response to those stories in context. Volume 1 of this report analyzes the underlying facts of several relevant events that were reported on the media during the campaign. Though questions intensified after WikiLeaks released politically damaging Democratic Party emails that were reported to have been hacked by Russia, Trump responded to questions about possible connections to Russia by denying any business involvement in Russia, even though the Trump organization had pursued a business project in Russia as late as June 6, 2016. Trump also expressed skepticism that Russia had hacked the emails at the same time as he and other campaign advisors privately sought information redacted about any further planned WikiLeaks releases. After the election, when questions persisted about possible links between Russia and the Trump campaign, the president-elect continued to deny any connections to Russia and privately expressed concerns that reports of Russian election interference might lead the public to question the legitimacy of his election. As discussed in Volume 1, while the investigation identified numerous links between individuals with ties to the Russian Russian government and the individuals associated with the Trump campaign, the evidence was not sufficient to charge that any member of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with representatives of the Russian government to interfere in the 2016 election. 1. Press reports allege links between the Trump campaign and Russia. On June 16, 2015, Donald J. Trump declared his intent to seek nomination as the Republican candidate for president. By early 2016, he distinguished himself among Republican candidates by speaking of closer ties with Russia, saying he would get along well with Russian President Vladimir Putin, questioning whether the NATO alliance was obsolete, and praising Putin as a strong leader. The press reported that Russian political analysts and commentators perceived Trump as favorable to Russia. These are all just media citations. Beginning in February 2016 and continuing through the summer, the media reported that several Trump campaign advisors appeared to have ties to Russia. For example, the press reported that campaign advisor Michael Flynn was seated next to Vladimir Putin at an RT gala in Moscow in December 2015, and that Flynn had appeared regularly on RT as an analyst. The press also reported that foreign policy advisor Carter Page had ties to a Russian state-run gas company, and that campaign chairman Paul Manafort had done work for the Russian-backed former Ukrainian president Viktor Yanukovych. In addition, the press raised questions during the Republican National Convention about the Trump campaign's involvement in changing the Republican platform's stance on giving weapons to Ukraine to fight Russian and rebel forces. 2. The Trump campaign reacts to WikiLeaks' release of the hacked emails. On June 14, 2016, a cybersecurity firm that had conducted in-house analysis for the Democratic National Committee, DNC, posted an announcement that Russian government hackers had infiltrated the DNC's computer and obtained access to documents. On July 22nd, 2016, the day before the Democratic National Convention, WikiLeaks posted thousands of hacked DNC documents revealing sensitive internal deliberations. Soon thereafter, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager publicly contended that Russia had hacked the DNC emails and arranged their release in order to help candidate Trump. On July 26, 2016, the New York Times reported that U.S. intelligence agencies had told the White House they now have high confidence that the Russian government was behind the theft of emails and documents from the Democratic National Committee. Within the Trump campaign, aides reacted with enthusiasm to reports of the hacks. Redacted discussed with campaign officials that WikiLeaks would release the hacked material. Some witnesses said that Trump himself discussed the possibility of upcoming releases. Redacted. Michael Cohen, then executive vice president of the Trump Organization and special counsel to Trump, recalled hearing redacted. Cohen recalled that Trump responded, "Oh, good, all right," and redacted. Manafort said that shortly after WikiLeaks' July 22nd, 2016 release of hacked documents, he spoke to Trump, redacted. Manafort recalled that Trump responded that Manafort should, redacted, keep Trump updated. Deputy campaign manager Rick Gates said that Manafort was getting pressure about redacted information and that Manafort instructed Gates redacted status updates on upcoming releases. Around the same time, Gates was with Trump on a trip to an airport, redacted, and shortly after the call ended, Trump told Gates that more releases of damaging information would be coming, redacted, were discussed within the campaign. And in the summer of 2016, the campaign was planning a communication strategy based on the possible release of Clinton emails by WikiLeaks. 3. The Trump campaign reacts to allegations that Trump was seeking to aid candidate Trump. In the days that followed WikiLeaks' July 22, 2016 release of hacked DNC emails, the Trump campaign publicly rejected suggestions that Russia was seeking to aid candidate Trump. On July 26, 2016, Trump tweeted that it was crazy to suggest that Russia was dealing with Trump and that, for the record, he had zero investments in Russia. Oh, I missed a note that I want to read. Footnote 25. According to Cohen, after WikiLeaks' subsequent release of stolen DNC emails on July 22nd, Trump said to Cohen words to the effect of redacted. Cohen's role in the candidate's and later president's activities and his own criminal conduct is described in Volume 2, Section 2K. Okay. In a press conference the next day, July 27, 2016, Trump characterized this whole thing with Russia as a total deflection and stated that it was far-fetched and ridiculous. Trump said that the assertion that Russia had hacked the emails was unproven, but stated that it would give him no pause if Russia had Clinton's emails. Trump added, "Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. I think you will probably be rewarded mightily by our press." Within 5 hours of Trump's remark, a Russian intelligence service began targeting email accounts associated with Hillary Clinton for possible hacks. See Volume 1, Section 3. In written answers submitted to his investigation, the president stated that he made the, quote, "Russia, if you're listening" statement in jest and sarcastically, as was apparent to any objective observer. End quote. Trump also said that, quote, "There's nothing that I can think of that I'd rather do than have Russia friendly as opposed to the way they are right now." And in response to a question about whether he would recognize Crimea as Russian territory and consider lifting sanctions, Trump replied, "We'll be looking at that. Yeah, we'll be looking." In his written answers submitted in the investigation, the president said that his statements that "we'll be looking at Crimea and sanctions" did not communicate any position. During the press conference, Trump repeated, "I have nothing," quote, "I have nothing to do with Russia," 5 times. He stated that the closest he came to Russia was that Russians may have purchased a house or condo from him. He said that after he held the Miss Universe pageant in Moscow in 2013, he had never been interested in working with Russian companies that wanted to put a lot of money in developments into Russia. That he had been interested in working with Russian companies that wanted to put a lot of money in developments in Russia, but it never worked out. He explained, "Frankly, I didn't want to do it for a couple of reasons, but we had a major developer. They wanted to develop property in Moscow and other places, but we decided not to do it." The Trump organization, however, had been pursuing a building project in Moscow, the Trump Tower project, from approximately September 2015 through June 2016, and the candidate was regularly updated on developments, including possible trips by Michael Cohen to Moscow to promote the deal and by Trump himself to finalize it. The Trump Tower Moscow project and Trump's involvement in it is discussed in detail in Volume 1, Section 4A1, and Section 2, Section 2K. Volume 2, Section 2K. Cohen recalled speaking with Trump after the press conference about Trump's denial of any business dealings with Russia, which Cohen regarded as untrue. Trump told Cohen that Trump Tower Moscow was not a deal yet and said, quote, "Why mention it if it's not a deal?" According to Cohen, around this time, in response to Trump's disavowal of connections with Russia, campaign advisors had developed a party line that Trump had no business with Russia and no connections with Russia. The formation of the party line is described in greater detail. In addition to denying any connection with Russia, the Trump campaign reacted to reports of Russian election interference in aid of the campaign by seeking to distance itself from Russian contacts. For example, in August 2016, Foreign Policy Advisor J.D. Gordon declined an invitation to Russian Ambassador Sergei Kislyak's residence because the timing was not optimal in view of media reports about Russian interference. The invitation... On August 19, 2016, Manafort was asked to resign amid media coverage scrutinizing his ties to a pro-Russian political party in Ukraine and links to Russian business. There were also a wave of fresh headlines dealing with investigations into Manafort's ties to a pro-Russian political party in Ukraine. And when the media published stories about Page's connections to Russia in September 2016, Trump campaign officials terminated Page's association with the campaign and told the press that he had played, quote, no role in the campaign. And on October 7, 2016, WikiLeaks released the first set of emails stolen by a Russian intelligence agency from Clinton's campaign chairman, John Podesta. The same day, the federal government announced that, quote, the Russian government directed the recent compromises of emails from U.S. persons and institutions, including from U.S. political organizations. The government statement directly linked Russian hacking to the releases on WikiLeaks, with the goal of interfering with the presidential election, and concluded that, quote, that only Russia's senior-most officials could have authorized these activities, based on their scope and sensitivity. On October 11, 2016, Podesta stated publicly that the FBI was investigating Russia's hacking and said that candidate Trump might have known in advance that the hacked emails were going to be released. Vice presidential candidate Mike Pence was asked whether the Trump campaign was in cahoots with WikiLeaks in releasing damaging Clinton-related information and responded, "Nothing could be farther from the truth." 4. After the election, Trump continues to deny any contacts or connections with Russia or that Russia aided his election. On November 8, 2016, Trump was elected president. 2 days later, Russian officials told the press that the Russian government had maintained contacts with Trump's immediate entourage during the campaign. There were contacts, and I cannot say it all, but a number of them maintained contacts with Russian representatives, quoting Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Ryabkov. He also said, "I don't say that all of them, but a whole array of them supported contacts with Russian representatives." In response, Hope Hicks, who had been the Trump campaign spokesperson, said, quote, "We are not aware of any campaign representatives that were in touch with any foreign entities before yesterday, when Mr. Trump spoke with many world leaders." Hicks gave an additional statement denying any contacts between the campaign and Russia. It never happened. There was no communication between the campaign and any foreign entity during the campaign. Hicks recalled that after she made that statement, she spoke with campaign advisors Kellyanne Conway, Stephen Miller, Jason Miller, and probably Kushner and Bannon to ensure it was accurate, and there was no hesitation or pushback from any of them. On December 10th, 2016, the press reported that U.S. intelligence agencies had, quote, concluded that Russia interfered in last month's presidential election to boost Donald Trump's bid for the White House, end quote. Reacting to the story the next day, the President-elect Trump stated, I think it's ridiculous. I think it's just another excuse. He continued that no one really knew who was responsible for the hacking, suggesting that the intelligence community had, quote, no idea if it's Russian or China or somebody. It could be somebody sitting in a bed someplace. The president-elect also said that Democrats were putting out the story of Russian interference because they suffered one of the greatest defeats in the history of politics. On December 18, 2016, Podesta told the press that the election was distorted by Russian interference or intervention, but distorted by the Russian intervention, and questioned whether Trump campaign officials had been in touch with the Russians. That same day, incoming Chief of Staff Reince Priebus appeared on Fox News Sunday and declined to say whether the president-elect accepted the intelligence community's determination that Russia intervened in the election. When asked about any contact or coordination between the campaign and Russia, Priebus said, even this question is insane. Of course we didn't interface with the Russians. Priebus added that the whole thing is a spin job and said the real question is why the Democrats are doing everything they can to delegitimize the outcome of the election. On December 29, 2016, the Obama administration announced that in response to Russian cyber operations aimed at the U.S. election, it was opposing sanctions and other measures on several Russian individuals and entities. When first asked about the sanctions, President-elect Trump said, I think we ought to get on with our lives. He then put out a statement and said, it's, quote, it's time for our country to move on to bigger and better things, but indicated he would meet with intelligence community leaders the following week for a briefing on Russian interference. The briefing occurred on January 6, 2017. Following the briefing, the intelligence community released the public version of its assessment, which concluded with high confidence that Russia had intervened in the election through a variety of means, with the goal of harming Clinton's electability. The assessment further concluded with high confidence that Putin and the Russian government had developed a clear preference for Trump. Several days later, BuzzFeed published unverified allegations compiled by former British intelligence officer Christopher Steele during the campaign about candidate Trump's Russia connections under the headline, "These reports allege Trump has deep ties to Russia." In a press conference the next day, the president-elect called the release an absolute disgrace and said, I have no dealings with Russia. I have no deals that would ever happen with Russia because we've stayed away. So I have no deals. I have no loans and I have no deals. We could make deals in Russia very easily if we wanted to. I just don't want to because I think that would be a conflict. Several advisors recalled that the president-elect viewed stories about his Russian connections, the Russian investigations, and the intelligence community assessment of the Russian interference as a threat to the legitimacy of his electoral victory. Hicks, for example, said that the president-elect viewed the intelligence community assessment as his Achilles heel because even if Russia had no impact on the election, people would think Russia helped him win, taking away from what he accomplished. Sean Spicer, the first White House communications director, recalled that the president thought the Russia story was developed to undermine the legitimacy of his election. Gates said the president viewed the Russia investigation as an attack on the legitimacy of his win. And Priebus recalled that when the intelligence assessment came out, the president-elect was concerned people would question the legitimacy of his win. B. The president's conduct concerning the investigation of Michael Flynn. Overview. During the presidential transition, incoming National Security Advisor Michael Flynn had 2 phone calls with the Russian ambassador to the United States about the Russian response to U.S. sanctions imposed because of Russia's election interference. After the press reported on Flynn's contacts with the Russian ambassador, Flynn lied to incoming administration officials by saying that he had not discussed sanctions on the calls. The officials publicly repeated those lines in press interviews. The FBI, which previously was investigating Flynn for other matters, interviewed him about the calls in the first week after the inauguration, and Flynn told similar lies to the FBI. On January 26, 2017, Department of Justice DOJ officials notified the White House that Flynn and the Russian ambassador had discussed sanctions and that Flynn had been interviewed by the FBI. The next night, the president had a private dinner with FBI Director James Comey in which he asked for Comey's loyalty. On February 13, 2017, the president had asked Flynn to resign. The following day, the president had a one-on-one conversation with Comey in which he said, quote, "I hope you can see your way clear to letting this go, to letting Flynn go." End quote. Evidence. 1. Incoming National Security Advisor Flynn discusses sanctions with Russia on Russia with Russian Ambassador Sergei Kislyak. Shortly after the election, President-elect announced that he would appoint Michael Flynn as his national security advisor. For the next 2 months, Flynn played an active role on the Presidential Transition Team (PTT), coordinating policy positions and communicating with foreign government officials, including Russian Ambassador to the United States Sergei Kislyak. On December 29, 2016, as noted in Volume 2, Section 2A4, the Obama administration announced that it was imposing sanctions and other measures on several Russian individuals and entities. That day, multiple members of the PTT exchanged emails about the sanctions and the impact they would have on incoming administration. And Flynn informed members of the PTT that he would be speaking to the Russian ambassador later in the day. Flynn, who was in the Dominican Republic at the time, and K.T. McFarland, who was slated to become the Deputy National Security Advisor and was at the Mar-a-Lago Resort in Florida with the President-elect and other senior staff, talked by phone about what, if anything, Flynn should communicate to Kislyak about the sanctions. McFarland had spoken with incoming administration officials about the sanctions and Russia's possible responses and thought she had mentioned in those conversations that Flynn was scheduled to speak with Kislyak. Based on these conversations, McFarland informed Flynn that incoming administration officials at Mar-a-Lago did not want Russia to escalate the situation. At 4:43 that afternoon, McFarland sent an email to several officials about the sanctions and informed the group that General Flynn is talking to a Russian ambassador this evening. Approximately 1 hour later, McFarland met with the president-elect and senior officials and briefed them on the sanctions and Russia's possible responses. Incoming Chief of Staff Reince Priebus recalled that McFarland may have mentioned at the meeting that the sanctions situation could be cooled down and not escalated. McFarland recalled that at the end of the meeting, someone may have mentioned to the president that Flynn was speaking to the Russian ambassador. McFarland recalled that at the end of the meeting, someone may have mentioned to the president-elect that Flynn was speaking to the Russian ambassador that evening. McFarland did not recall any response by the president-elect. Priebus recalled that the president-elect viewed the sanctions as an attempt by the Obama administration to embarrass him by delegitimizing the election. Immediately after discussing the sanctions with McFarland on December 29, 2016, Flynn called Kislyak and requested that Russia responded to the sanctions only in a reciprocal manner without escalating the situation. After the call, Flynn briefed McFarland on its substance. Flynn told McFarland that the Russian response to the sanctions was not going to be escalatory because Russia wanted a good relationship with the Trump administration. On December 30, 2016, Russian President Vladimir Putin announced that Russia would not take retaliatory measures in response to the sanctions at that time, and would instead, quote, plan further steps to restore Russian-U.S. relations based on the policies of the Trump administration, end quote. Following that announcement, the president-elect tweeted, "Great move on delay by V. Putin. I always knew he was very smart." On December 31, 2016, Kislyak called Flynn and told him that Flynn's request had been received at the highest levels and Russia had chosen not to retaliate in response to the request. Later that day, Flynn told McFarlane about this follow-up conversation with Kislyak and Russia's decision not to escalate the sanctions situated based on Flynn's request. McFarlane recalled that Flynn thought his phone call had made a difference. Flynn spoke with other incoming administration officials that day, but does not recall whether they discussed the sanctions. Flynn recalled discussing the sanctions issue with incoming administration official Stephen Bannon the next day. Flynn said that Bannon appeared to know about Flynn's conversation with Kislyak, and he and Bannon agreed that they had, quote, stopped the train on Russia's response, end quote, to the sanctions. Bannon recalled meeting with Flynn that day, but said he did not remember discussing sanctions with him. On January 3rd, 2017, Flynn saw the president-elect in person and thought they discussed the Russian reaction to the sanctions, but Flynn did not have a specific recollection of telling the president-elect about the substance of his calls with Kislyak. Members of the intelligence community were surprised by Russia's decision not to retaliate in response to the sanctions. While analyzing Russia's response, they became aware of Flynn's discussion of sanctions with Kislyak. Previously, the FBI had opened an investigation of Flynn based on his relationship with the Western government. Flynn's contacts with Kislyak became a key component of that investigation. 2. President-elect Trump is briefed on the intelligence community's assessment of Russian interference in the election, and Congress opens election interference investigations. On January 6, 2017, as noted in Volume 2, Section 2A4, intelligence officials briefed President-elect Trump and the incoming administration on the intelligence community's assessment that Russia had interfered in the 2016 presidential election. When the briefing concluded, Comey spoke with the president-elect privately to brief him on unverified, personally sensitive allegations compiled by Steele. According to a memorandum Comey drafted, immediately after their private discussion, the president-elect began the meeting by telling Comey he had conducted himself honorably over the prior year and had a great reputation. Comey memo. Comey began drafting the memorandum summarizing the meeting immediately after it occurred. He finished the memorandum that evening and finalized it the following morning. The president-elect stated that he thought highly of Comey, looked forward to working with him, and hoped he planned to stay on as FBI director. Comey memo. Comey identified several other occasions in January 2017 when the president reiterated that he hoped Comey would stay on as FBI director. On January 11, President-elect Trump called Comey to discuss the Steele reports and stated that he thought Comey was doing great and the president-elect hoped he would remain in his position as FBI director. During that call, he asked me again, "Hope you're going to stay. You're doing a great job," and I told him I intended to. On January 22nd, at a White House reception honoring law enforcement, the president greeted Comey and said he looked forward to working with him. And as discussed in greater detail in Volume 2, Section 2D, on January 27, the president invited Comey to dinner at the White House and said he was glad Comey wanted to stay on as FBI director. Comey responded that he intended to continue serving in that role. Comey then briefed the president-elect on the sensitive material in the Steele reporting. Comey memo. Comey's briefing included the Steele reporting's unverified allegations that the Russians had compromising tapes of the president involving conduct when he was a private citizen during a 2013 trip to Moscow for the Miss Universe pageant. During the 2016 presidential campaign, a similar claim may have reached candidate Trump. On October 30, 2016, Michael Cohen received a text from Russian businessman Georgy Rishkaladze that said, quote, "Stopped flow of tapes from Russia, but not sure if there's anything else, just so you know." Text message. Richelazi to Cohen. Richelazi said tapes referred to compromising tapes of Trump rumored to be held by persons associated with the Russian real estate conglomerate Crocus Group, which had helped host the 2013 Miss Universe pageant in Russia. Cohen said he spoke to Trump about the issue after receiving the texts from Richelazi. Richelazi said he was told the tapes were fake, but he did not communicate that to Cohen. Interesting. Comey recalled that the president-elect seemed defensive, so Comey decided to assure him that the FBI was not investigating him personally. Comey recalled that he did not want the president-elect to think of the conversation as a J. Edgar Hoover move. On January 10, 2017, the media reported that Comey had briefed the president-elect on the Steele reporting. And BuzzFeed News published information compiled by Steele Online, stating that the information included specific, unverified, and potentially unverifiable allegations of contact between Trump aides and Russian operatives. The next day, the president-elect expressed concern to intelligence community leaders about the fact that the information had leaked and asked whether they could make public statements refuting the allegations in the Steele reports. In the following weeks, 3 congressional committees opened investigations to examine Russia's interference in the election and whether the Trump campaign had colluded with Russia. On January 13, 2017, the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, SSCI, announced that it would conduct a bipartisan inquiry into Russian interference in the election, including any, quote, links between Russia and individuals associated with political campaigns, end quote. On January 25, 2017, the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, SCI, announced that it had been conducting an investigation into Russian election interference and possible coordination with the political campaigns. And on February 2, 2017, the Senate Judiciary Committee announced that it, too, would investigate Russian efforts to intervene in the election. 3. Flynn makes false statements about his communications with Kislyak to incoming administration officials, the media, and the FBI. On January 12, 2017, a Washington Post columnist reported that Flynn and Kislyak communicated on the day the Obama administration announced the Russia sanctions. The column questioned whether Flynn questioned whether Flynn had said something to undercut the U.S. sanctions, and whether Flynn's communication had violated the letter or spirit of the Logan Act. The Logan Act makes it a crime for any citizen of the United States, wherever he may be, to, without authority of the United States, directly or indirectly commence or carry on any correspondence or intercourse with any foreign government or any officer or agent thereof in relation to any disputes or controversies with the United States, or to defeat the measures of the United States. President-elect Trump called Priebus after the story was published and expressed anger about it. Priebus recalled that the president-elect said, "What the hell is this all about?" Priebus called Flynn and told him that the president-elect was angry about the reporting on Flynn's conversation with Kislyak. Flynn recalled that he felt a lot of pressure because Priebus had spoken to the boss and said Flynn needed to kill the story. McFarland made the call as Flynn had requested, although she knew she was providing false information, and the Washington Post updated the column to reflect that a Trump official had denied that Flynn and Kislyak discussed sanctions. When Priebus and other incoming administration officials questioned Flynn internally about the Washington Post column, Flynn maintained that he had not discussed sanctions with Kislyak. Flynn repeated that claim to Vice President-elect Michael Pence and to incoming Press Secretary Sean Spicer. In subsequent media interviews in mid-January, Pence, Priebus, and Spicer denied that Flynn and Kislyak had discussed sanctions, basing those denials on their conversations with Flynn. The public statements of incoming administration officials denying that Flynn and Kislyak had discussed sanctions alarmed senior DOJ officials who were aware that the statements were not true. Those officials were concerned that Flynn had lied to his colleagues, who in turn had unwittingly misled the American people, creating a compromise situation for Flynn because the Department of Justice assessed that the Russian government could prove Flynn lied. The FBI investigative team also believed that Flynn's calls with Kislyak and subsequent denials about discussing sanctions raised potential Logan Act issues and were relevant to the FBI's broader Russia investigation. On January 20, 2017, President Trump was inaugurated and Flynn was sworn in as National Security Advisor. On January 23, 2017, Spicer delivered his first press briefing and stated that he had spoken with Flynn the night before, who confirmed that the calls with Kislyak were about topics unrelated to sanctions. Spicer's statements added to the Department of Justice's concerns that Russia had leveraged over Flynn based on his lies, and could use that derogatory information to compromise him. On January 24, 2017, Flynn agreed to be interviewed by agents from the FBI. During the interview, which took place at the White House, Flynn falsely stated that he did not ask Kislyak to refrain from escalating the situation in response to the sanctions on Russia imposed by the Obama administration. Flynn also falsely stated that he did not remember a follow-up conversation in which Kislyak stated that Russia had chosen to moderate its response to those sanctions as a result of Flynn's request. Flynn admitted to making these false statements and pleaded guilty to violating 18 U.S.C. Section 1001, which makes it a crime to knowingly and willfully make any materially false, fictitious, or fraudulent statement or representation to federal law enforcement officials. 4. DOJ officials notify the White House of their concerns about Flynn. On January 26, 2017, Acting Attorney General Sally Yates contacted the White House counsel Donald McGahn and informed him that she needed to discuss a sensitive matter with him in person. Later that day, Yates and Mary McCord, a senior national security official at the Department of Justice, met at the White House with McGahn and White House counsel's office attorney James Burnham. Yates said that the public statements made by the vice president denying that Flynn and Kislyak discussed sanctions were not true and put Flynn in a potentially compromised position because the Russians would know he had lied. Yates disclosed that Flynn had been interviewed by the FBI. She declined to answer a specific question about how Flynn had performed during that interview, but she indicated that Flynn's statements to the FBI were similar to the statements he had made to Pence and Spicer, denying that he had discussed sanctions. McGahn came away from the meeting with the impression that the FBI had not pinned Flynn down in lies, but he asked John Eisenberg, who served as legal advisor to the National Security Council, to examine potential legal issues raised by Flynn's FBI interview and his contacts with Kislyak. That afternoon, McGahn notified the president that Yates had come to the White House to discuss concerns about Flynn. McGahn described what Yates had told him, and the president asked him to repeat it, so he did. McGahn recalled that when he described the FBI interview of Flynn, he said that Flynn did not disclose having discussed sanctions with Kislyak, but that there may have been a clear violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1001. The president asked about Section 1001, and McGahn explained the law to him, and also explained the Logan Act. The president instructed McGahn to work with Priebus and Bannon to look into the matter further, and directed that they not discuss it with any other officials. Priebus recalled that the president was angry with Flynn in light of what Yates had told the White House, and said, Not again, this guy, this stuff. Several witnesses said that the president was unhappy with Flynn for other reasons at this time. Bannon said that Flynn's standing with the president was not good by December 2016. The president-elect had concerns because President Obama had warned him about Flynn shortly after the election. Priebus said that Priebus said that the president had become unhappy with Flynn even before the story of his calls with Kislyak broke, that the president had and had become so upset with Flynn that he would not look at him during intelligence briefings. Hicks said that the president thought Flynn had bad judgment and was angered by tweets sent by Flynn and his son, and described Flynn as being on thin ice by early February 2017. That evening, the president dined with several senior advisors and asked the group what they thought about FBI Director James Comey. According to Director of National Intelligence Dan Coates, who was at the dinner, no one openly advocated terminating Comey, but the consensus on him was not positive. Coates told the group that he thought Comey was a good director. Coates encouraged the president to meet Comey face-to-face and spend time with him before making a decision about whether to retain him. 5. McGahn has a follow-up meeting about Flynn with Yates. President Trump has dinner with FBI Director Comey. The next day, January 27, 2017, McGahn and Eisenberg discussed the results of Eisenberg's initial legal research into Flynn's conduct, and specifically whether Flynn may have violated the Espionage Act, the Logan Act, or 18 U.S.C. Section 1001. Based on his preliminary research, Eisenberg informed McGahn that there was a possibility that Flynn had violated 18 U.S.C. Section 1001 and the Logan Act. Eisenberg noted that the United States had never successfully prosecuted an individual under the Logan Act and that Flynn could have possible defenses, and told McGahn that he believed it was unlikely that a prosecutor would pursue a Logan Act charge under the circumstances. That same morning, McGahn asked Yates to return to the White House and discuss Flynn again. In that same meeting, McGahn expressed doubts that the Department of Justice would bring a Logan Act prosecution against Flynn, but stated that the White House did not want to take action that would interfere with an ongoing FBI investigation of Flynn. Yates responded that the Department of Justice had notified the White House so that it could take action in response to the information provided. Yates draft memo. Yates was unwilling to confirm or deny that there was an ongoing investigation, but did not indicate that the Department of Justice would not object to the White House taking action against Flynn. McGahn ended the meeting by asking Yates for access to the underlying information the Department of Justice possessed pertaining to Flynn's discussions with Kislyak. In accordance with McGahn's request, the Department of Justice made the underlying information available, and Eisenberg viewed the information in early February. Also, on January 27, the president called FBI Director Comey and invited him to dinner that evening. Priebus recalled that before the dinner, he told the president something like, "Don't talk about Russia, whatever you do," and the president promised he would not talk about Russia at the dinner. McGahn had previously advised the president that he should not communicate directly with the Department of Justice to avoid the perception or reality of political interference or law enforcement. When Bannon learned about the president's planned dinner with Comey, he suggested that he or Priebus also attend, but the president stated that he wanted to dine with Comey alone. Comey said that when he arrived for dinner that evening, he was surprised and concerned to see that no one else had been invited. Comey provided an account of the dinner in a contemporaneous memo, an interview with his office, and congressional testimony. According to Comey's account of the dinner, the president repeatedly brought up Comey's future, asking whether he wanted to stay at the FBI as FBI director. Because the president had previously said he wanted Comey to stay on as FBI director, Comey interpreted the president's comments as an effort to create a patronage relationship by having Comey ask for his job. The president also brought up the Steele reporting that Comey had raised in the January 6, 2017 briefing, and stated that he was thinking about ordering the FBI to investigate the allegations to prove they were false. Comey responded that the president should think carefully about issuing such an order because could create a narrative that the FBI was investigating him personally, which is incorrect. Later in the dinner, the president brought up Flynn and said, quote, "The guy has serious judgment issues." Comey did not comment on Flynn, and the president did not acknowledge any FBI interest in or contact with Flynn. According to Comey's account, at one point during the dinner, the president stated, "I need loyalty. I expect loyalty." Comey did not respond, and the conversation moved on to other topics. But the president returned to the subject of Comey's job at the end of the dinner and repeated, "I need loyalty." Comey responded, "You will always get honesty from me." The president said, "That's what I want, honest loyalty." Comey said, "You will get that from me." After Comey's account of the dinner became public, the president and his advisors disputed that he had asked for Comey's loyalty. Quoting Sarah Sanders as saying, "The president would never even suggest the expectation of personal loyalty." Quoting the president's personal counsel as saying, "The president also never told Mr. Comey, 'I need loyalty, I expect loyalty,' in form or substance." Remarks from the president, by President Trump in press conference, "I hardly know the man. I'm not going to say, 'I want you to pledge allegiance.' Who would do that? Who would ask a man to pledge allegiance under oath?" In a private conversation with Spicer, the president stated that he had never asked for Comey's loyalty, but added that if he had asked for loyalty, who cares? The president also told McGahn that he never said what Comey said he had. The president also indicated that he had not invited Comey to dinner, telling a reporter that he thought Comey had asked for the dinner because he wanted to stay on. But substantial evidence corroborates Comey's account of the dinner invitation and the request for loyalty. The president's daily diary confirms that the president extended a dinner invitation to Comey on January 27. President's daily diary, reflecting that the president called Comey in the morning on January 27, and the purpose of the call was to extend a dinner invitation. In addition, 2 witnesses corroborate Comey's account that the president reached out to schedule the dinner without Comey having asked for it. The president asked to schedule the January 27 dinner because he did not know much about Comey and intended to ask him whether he wanted to stay as FBI director. Rybicki recalling that Comey told him about the president's dinner invitation on the day of the dinner. With respect to the substance of the dinner conversation, Comey documented the president's request for loyalty in a memorandum he began drafting the night of the dinner. Senior FBI officials recall that Comey told them about the loyalty request shortly after the dinner occurred. After leaving the White House, Comey called Deputy Director of the FBI, Andrew McCabe, summarized what he and the president had discussed, including the president's request for loyalty, and expressed shock over the president's request. Comey also convened a meeting with his senior leadership team to discuss what the president had asked of him during the dinner and whether he had handled the request for loyalty properly. In addition, Comey distributed his memorandum documenting the dinner to his senior leadership team, and McCabe confirmed that the memorandum captured what Comey said on the telephone call immediately following the dinner. And Comey described the request while under oath in congressional proceedings and in a subsequent interview with investigators subject to penalties for lying under oath, for lying under 18 U.S.C. Section 1001. Comey's memory of the details of the dinner, including the president's requested loyalty, has remained consistent throughout. There's also evidence that corroborates other aspects of the memoranda Comey wrote documenting his interactions with the president. For example, Comey recalled, and his memoranda reflect, that he told the president in his January 6, 2017 meeting and on phone calls on March 30 and April 11, 2017, that the FBI was not investigating the president personally. On May 8, 2017, during White House discussions about firing Comey, the president told Rosenstein and others that Comey had told him 3 times that he was not under investigation, including once in person and twice over the phone. 6. Flynn's resignation. On February 2nd, 2017, Eisenberg reviewed the underlying information relating to Flynn's calls with Kislyak. Eisenberg recalled that he prepared a memorandum about criminal statutes that could apply to Flynn's conduct, but he did not believe the White House had enough information to make a definitive recommendation to the president. Eisenberg and McGahn discussed that Eisenberg's review of the underlying information confirmed his preliminary conclusion that Flynn was unlikely to be prosecuted for violating the Logan Act. Because while White House officials were uncertain what Flynn had told the FBI, however, they could not assess his exposure to prosecution for violating 18 U.S.C. Section 1001. The week of February 6, Flynn had a one-on-one conversation with the president in the Oval Office about the negative media coverage of his contacts with Kislyak. Flynn recalled that the president was upset and asked him for information on the conversations. Flynn listed the specific dates on which he remembered speaking with Kislyak, and the president corrected one of the dates he listed. But the president corrected one of the dates he listed. The president asked Flynn what he and Kislyak discussed, and Flynn responded that he might have talked about sanctions. On February 9, 2017, the Washington Post reported that Flynn discussed sanctions with Kislyak the month before the president took office. After the publication of that story, Vice President Pence learned of the Department of Justice's notification to the White House about the content of Flynn's calls. He and other advisors then sought access to and reviewed the underlying information about Flynn's contacts with Kislyak. FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe, who provided the White House officials access to the information and was present when they reviewed it, recalled the officials asking him whether Flynn's conduct violated the Logan Act. McCabe responded that he did not know, but the FBI was investigating the matter because it was a possibility. Based on the evidence of Flynn's contacts with Kislyak, McGahn and Priebus concluded that Flynn could not have forgotten the details of the discussions of sanctions and had instead been lying about what he discussed with Kislyak. Flynn had also told White House officials that the FBI had told him that the FBI was closing out its investigation of him, but Eisenberg did not believe him. After reviewing the materials and speaking with Flynn, McGahn and Priebus concluded that Flynn should be terminated and recommended that course of action to the president. That weekend, Flynn accompanied the president to Mar-a-Lago. Flynn recalled that on February 12, 2017, on the return flight to D.C. on Air Force One, the president asked him whether he had lied to the vice president. Flynn responded that he may have forgotten details of his calls, but he did not think that he lied. The president responded, "Okay, that's fine, I got it." On February 13, 2017, Priebus told Flynn he had to resign. Flynn said he wanted to say goodbye to the president, so Priebus brought him to the Oval Office. Priebus recalled that the president hugged Flynn, shook his hand, and said, quote, "We'll give you a good recommendation. You're a good guy. We'll take care of you." End quote. Talking points on the resignation prepared by the White House counsel's office and distributed to the White House communications team stated that McGahn had advised the president that Flynn was unlikely to be prosecuted, and the president had determined that this issue with Flynn was one of trust. Spicer told the press the next day that Flynn was forced to resign not based on a legal issue, but based on a trust issue, where a level of trust between the president and General Flynn had eroded to the point where the president felt that he had to make a change. From Sean Spicer, after Flynn pleaded guilty to violating 18 U.S.C. Section 1001 in December 2017, the president tweeted, "I had to fire General Flynn because he lied to the vice president and the FBI." The next day, the president's personal counsel told the press that he had drafted the tweet. 7. The president discusses Flynn with FBI Director Comey. On February 14, 2017, the day after Flynn's resignation, the president had lunch at the White House with with New Jersey Governor Chris Christie. According to Christie, at one point during the lunch, the president said, "Now that we've fired Flynn, the Russia thing is over." Christie laughed and responded, "No way." He said, "This Russia thing is far from over," and, quote, "we'll be here on Valentine's Day 2018 talking about this," end quote. The president said, quote, "What do you mean? Flynn met with the Russians. That was the problem. I fired Flynn. It's over." Christie said he thought when the president said the Russia thing, he was referring to not just the investigations, but also press coverage about Russia. Christie thought the more important thing was that there was an investigation. Christie recalled responding that based on his experience both as a prosecutor and as someone who's been investigated, firing Flynn would not end the investigation. Christie said that there was no way to make an investigation shorter, but a lot of ways to make it longer. The president asked Christie what he meant, and Christie told the president not to talk about the investigation, even if he was frustrated at times. Christie also told the president that he would never be able to get rid of Flynn like gum on the bottom of your shoe. And Christie also recalled that during the lunch, Flynn called Kushner, who was at the lunch, and complained about what Spicer had said about Flynn in his press briefing that day. Kushner told Flynn words to the effect of, "You know the president respects you. The president cares about you. I'll get the president to send out a positive tweet about you later," end quote. Kushner looked at the president when he mentioned the tweet, and the president nodded his assent. Flynn recalled getting upset at Spicer's comments in the press conference and calling Kushner to say he did not appreciate the comments. Towards the end of the lunch, the president brought up Comey and asked if Christie was still friends with him. Christie said that he was. The president told Christie to call Comey and tell him that the president really likes him. Tell him he's part of the team. At the end of the lunch, the president repeated his request that Christie reach out to Comey. Christie had no intention of complying with the president's request that he contact Comey. He thought the president's request was nonsensical, and Christie did not want to put Comey in a position of having to receive such a phone call. Christie thought it would have been uncomfortable to pass on that message. At 4 p.m. that afternoon, the president met with Comey, Sessions, and other officials for a Homeland Security briefing. At the end of the briefing, the president dismissed the other attendees and stated that he wanted to speak to Comey alone. Sessions and senior advisor to the president, Jared Kushner, remained in the Oval Office as other participants left, but the president excused them, repeating that he wanted to speak only with Comey. At some point, after others had left the Oval Office, Priebus opened the door, but the president sent him away from the Comey memos. Sessions recalled that the president asked to speak to Comey alone, and that Sessions was one of the last to leave the room. He described Comey's testimony about the events leading up to the private meeting with the president as pretty accurate. Kushner had no recollection of whether the president had asked Comey to stay behind. According to Comey's account of the meeting, once they were alone, the president began the conversation by saying, "I want to talk about Michael Flynn." The president stated that Flynn had not done anything wrong in speaking with the Russians, but had to be terminated because he had misled the vice president. The conversation turned to the topic of leaks of classified information, and the president returned to Flynn, saying he's a good guy who's been through a lot. But the president stated, quote, "I hope you can see your way to letting this go, to letting Flynn go. He's a good guy. I hope you can let this go." Comey agreed that Flynn is a good guy, but did not commit to ending the investigation of Flynn. From the Comey memo, Comey said he was highly confident that the words and quotations in his memorandum documenting the meeting were the exact words used by the president. He said he knew from the outset of the meeting that he was about to have a conversation of consequence, and he remembered the words used by the president and wrote them down soon after the meeting. Comey testified under oath that he took the president's statement as a direction because of the president's position and the circumstances of the one-on-one meeting. Comey further stated, "I mean, this is the president of the United States, with me alone, saying, I hope this. I took it as, this is what he wants me to do." Comey took the statement as an order to shut down the Flynn investigation. Shortly after the meeting with the president, Comey began drafting a memorandum documenting their conversation. Comey also met with his senior leadership team to discuss the president's request, and they agreed not to inform FBI officials working on the Flynn case of the president's statements, so the officials would not be influenced by the request. Comey also asked for a meeting with Sessions and requested that Sessions not leave Comey alone with the president again. From Sessions, confirming that later in the week, following Comey's one-on-one meeting with the president in the Oval Office, Comey told the Attorney General that he did not want to be alone with the president. Great. 8. The media raises questions about the president's delay in terminating Flynn. After Flynn was forced to resign, the press raised questions about why the president waited more than 2 weeks after the DOJ notification to remove Flynn, and whether the president had known about Flynn's contacts with Kislyak before the DOJ notification. See, for example, Sean Spicer. Questions from the press included, quote, "If the president was notified 17 days ago that Flynn had misled the vice president, other officials here, and that he was a potential threat to blackmail by the Russians, why would he be kept on for almost 3 weeks? And did the president instruct Flynn to talk about sanctions with the Russian ambassador?" Priebus recalled that the president initially equivocated on whether to fire Flynn because it would generate negative press to lose his national security advisor so early in his term. The president also continued to raise questions about connections between Russia and the president's campaign. The press also continued to raise questions about the president's campaign. On February 15, 2017, the president told reporters, "General Flynn is a wonderful man. I think he's been treated very, very unfairly by the media." On February 16, 2017, the president held a press conference and said that he removed Flynn because Flynn didn't tell the vice president of the United States the facts, and then he didn't remember. And that just wasn't acceptable to me. The president said he did not direct Flynn to discuss sanctions with Kislyak, but it certainly would have been okay with me if he did. I would have directed him to do it if I thought he wasn't doing it. I didn't direct him, but I would have directed him because that's his job. Remarks by President. The president also said that Flynn's conduct wasn't wrong, what he did in terms of the information he saw. The president said that Flynn was just doing the job, and if anything, he did something right. In listing the reasons for terminating Flynn, the president did not say that Flynn had lied to him. The president also denied having any connection to Russia, stating, "I have nothing to do with Russia. I told you, I have no deals there. I have known anything." The president also said he had nothing to do with WikiLeaks publication of information hacked during hacked from the Clinton campaign. 9. The president attempts to have KT McFarland create a witness statement denying that he directed Flynn's discussions with Kislyak. On February 22, 2017, Priebus and Bannon told McFarland that the president wanted her to resign as the Deputy National Security Advisor, but they suggested to her that the administration could make her the ambassador to Singapore. The next day, the president asked Priebus to have McFarland draft an internal email that would confirm that the president did not direct Flynn to call the Russian ambassador about sanctions. Priebus said that he told the president he would only direct McFarland to write such a letter if she were comfortable with it. Priebus called McFarland into his office to convey the president's request that she memorialize in writing that the president did not direct Flynn to talk to Kislyak. McFarland told Priebus she did not know whether the president had directed Flynn to talk to Kislyak about sanctions, and she declined to say yes or no to the request. In her memo, "I said I did not know whether he did or didn't, but was in Mar-a-Lago the week between Christmas and New Year's while Flynn was on vacation in the Caribbean, and I was not aware of any Flynn-Trump or Trump-Russian phone calls. Priebus understood that McFarland was not comfortable with the president's request, and he recommended that she talk to attorneys in the White House counsel's office. McFarland then reached out to Eisenberg. McFarland told him that she had been fired from her job as Deputy National Security Advisor and offered the ambassadorship in Singapore, but that the president and Priebus wanted a letter from her denying that the president directed Flynn to discuss sanctions with Kislyak. Eisenberg advised McFarland not to write the requested letter. As documented by McFarland in a contemporaneous memorandum for the record, that she wrote, because she was concerned by the president's request, quote, Eisenberg thought that the requested email and letter would be a bad idea. From my side, because the email would be awkward. Why would I be emailing Priebus to make a statement for the record? But it would be also a bad idea for the president because it looked as if my ambassadorial appointment was in some way a quid pro quo. Later that evening, Priebus stopped by McFarland's office and told her not to write the email and to forget he even mentioned it. Around the same time, the president asked Priebus to reach out to Flynn and let him know that the president still cared about him. Priebus called Flynn and said he was checking in and that Flynn was an American hero. Priebus thought the president did not want Flynn saying bad things about him. On March 31, 2017, following news that Flynn had offered to testify before the FBI and congressional investigators in exchange for immunity, the president tweeted, quote, Mike Flynn should ask for immunity in that this is a witch hunt excuse for big election loss by media and Dems of historic proportions. In late March or early April, the president asked McFarland to pass a message to Flynn telling him the president felt bad for him and that he should say strong. Analysis. In analyzing the president's conduct related to the Flynn investigation, the following evidence is relevant to the elements of obstruction of justice. A. Obstructive act. According to Comey's account of the February 14, 2017 meeting in the Oval Office, the president told him, I hope you can see your way clear to letting this go, to letting Flynn go. I hope you can let this go. In analyzing whether these statements constitute an obstructive act, a threshold question is whether Comey's account of the interaction is accurate, and if so, whether the president's statements had the tendency to impede the administration of justice by shutting down an inquiry that could result in a grand jury investigation and criminal charge. After Comey's account, where's the 269? After Comey's account of the president's request to let Flynn go became public, the president publicly disputed several aspects of the story. The president told the New York Times that he did not shoo other people out of the room when he talked to Comey, and that he did not remember having a one-on-one conversation with Comey. The president also publicly denied that he had asked Comey to let Flynn go or otherwise communicated that Comey should drop the investigation of Flynn. In a statement on May 16, 2017, the White House said, while the president has repeatedly expressed his view that General Flynn is a decent man who served and protected our country, the president has never asked Mr. Comey or anyone else to end any investigation, including any investigation involving General Flynn. This is not a truthful or accurate portrayal of the conversation between the president and Mr. Comey. In private, the president denied aspects of Comey's account to White House advisors, but acknowledged to Priebus that he brought Flynn up at the meeting with Comey and stated that Flynn was a good guy. Priebus recalled that the president acknowledged telling Comey that Flynn was a good guy and he hoped everything worked out for him. McGahn recalled that the president denied saying to Comey that he hoped Comey would let Flynn go, but added that he was allowed to hope. The president told McGahn he did not think he crossed any lines. Despite those denials, substantial evidence corroborates Comey's account. First, Comey wrote a detailed memorandum of his encounter with the president on the same day it occurred. Comey had told senior FBI officials about the meeting with the president that day, and the recollections of what Comey told them at the time are consistent with Comey's account. Second, Comey provided testimony about the president's request that he let Flynn go under oath in congressional proceedings and in interviews with federal investigators subject to penalties for lying under 18 U.S.C. Section 1001. Comey's recollections of the encounter have remained consistent over time. Third, the objective, corroborated circumstances of how the one-on-one meeting came to occur support Comey's description of the event. Comey recalled that the president cleared the room to speak with Comey alone or after a Homeland Security briefing in the Oval Office, that Kushner and Sessions lingered and had to be shooed out by the president, and that Priebus briefly opened the door during the meeting, prompting the president to wave him away. While the president has publicly denied those details, other administration officials who were present have confirmed Comey's account and how he ended up in a one-on-one meeting with the president. After the president acknowledged to Priebus and McGahn that he in fact spoke to Comey about Flynn in their one-on-one meeting. Fourth, the president's decision to clear the room and in particular to exclude the Attorney General from the meeting signals the president wanted to be alone with Comey, which is consistent with the delivery of a message of the type that Comey recalls, rather than a more innocuous conversation that could have occurred in the presence of the Attorney General. Finally, Comey's reaction to the president's statements is inconsistent with the president having asked him to let Flynn go. Comey met with the FBI leadership team, which agreed to keep the president's statements closely held and not to inform the team working on the Flynn investigation so that they would not be influenced by the president's request. Comey also promptly met with the Attorney General to ask him not to be left alone with the president again on account of an account verified by Sessions, FBI Chief of Staff James Rybicki, and Jody Hunt, who was then the Attorney General's Chief of Staff. A second question is whether the president's statements, which were not phrased as a direct order to Comey, could impede or interfere with the FBI's investigation of Flynn. While the FBI said he hoped Comey could let Flynn go, rather than affirmatively directing him to do so, the circumstances of the conversation show that the president was asking Comey to close the FBI's investigation into Flynn. First, the president arranged the meeting with Comey so that they would be alone and purposely excluded the Attorney General, which suggests that the president meant to make a request to Comey that he did not want anyone else to hear. Second, because the president is the head of the executive branch, when he says that he hopes a subordinate will do something, it is reasonable to expect the subordinate will do what the president wants. Indeed, the president repeated a version of the "let this go" 3 times, and Comey testified that he understood the president's statements as a directive, which was corroborated by the way Comey reacted at the time. B. Nexus to a proceeding. To establish a nexus to a proceeding, it would be necessary to show that the president could reasonably foresee and actually contemplated that the investigation of Flynn was likely to lead to a grand jury investigation or prosecution. At the time of the president's one-on-one meeting with Comey, no grand jury subpoenas had been issued as part of the FBI's investigation into Flynn, but Flynn's lies to the FBI violated federal criminal law, redacted, and resulted in Flynn's prosecution for violating 18 U.S.C. Section 1001. By the time the president spoke to Comey about Flynn, DOJ officials had informed McGahn, who informed the president, and that Flynn's statements to senior White House officials about his contacts with Kislyak were not true, and that Flynn had told the same version of events to the FBI. McGahn also informed the president that Flynn's conduct could violate 18 U.S.C. Section 1001. After the vice president and senior White House officials reviewed the underlying information about Flynn's calls on February 10, 2017, and they believed that Flynn could not have forgotten his conversations with Kislyak and concluded that he had been lying. In addition, the president's instruction to the FBI director to let Flynn go suggests his awareness that Flynn could face criminal exposure for his conduct and was at risk of prosecution. C. Intent. As part of our investigation, we investigated whether the president had a personal stake in the outcome of an investigation into Flynn. For example, whether the president was aware of Flynn's communications with Kislyak close in time to when they had occurred, such that the president knew that Flynn had lied to senior White House officials and that those lies had been passed on to the public. Some evidence suggests that the president knew about the existence and content of Flynn's calls when they occurred, but the evidence is inconclusive and could not be relied upon to establish the president's knowledge. In advance of Flynn's initial call with Kislyak, the president attended a meeting where the sanctions were discussed, and an advisor may have mentioned that Flynn was scheduled to talk with Kislyak. Flynn told McFarland about the substance of his calls with Kislyak and said they may have made a difference in Russia's response, and Flynn recalled talking to Bannon in early January 2017 about how they had successfully stopped the train on Russia's response to sanctions. It would have been reasonable for Flynn to have wanted the president to know of his communications with Kislyak because Kislyak told Flynn his request had been received at the highest level of Russia because Kislyak told Flynn his request had been received at the highest levels in Russia, and that Russia had chosen not to retaliate in response to the request, and the president was pleased by the Russian response, calling it a great move. And the president never said publicly or internally that Flynn had lied to him about the calls with Kislyak. But McFarland did not recall providing the president-elect with Flynn's readout of his calls with Kislyak, and Flynn does not have a specific recollection of telling the president-elect directly about the calls. Bannon also said he did not recall hearing about the calls from Flynn. And in February 2017, the president asked Flynn what was discussed on the calls and whether he had lied to the vice president, suggesting that he did not already know. Our investigation accordingly did not produce evidence that established the president knew about Flynn's discussions of sanctions before the Department of Justice notified the White House of those discussions in late January 2017. The evidence also does not establish Flynn otherwise possessed information damaging to the president that would give the president a personal incentive to end the FBI's inquiry into Flynn's conduct. Evidence does establish that the president connected the Flynn investigation to the FBI's broader Russia investigation, and that he believed, as he told Christie, that terminating Flynn would end the whole Russia thing. Flynn's firing occurred at a time when the media and Congress were raising questions about Russia's interference in the election and whether members of the president's campaign had colluded with Russia. Multiple witnesses recalled that the president viewed the Russia investigations as a challenge to the legitimacy of his election. The president paid careful attention to negative coverage of Flynn and reacted with annoyance and anger when the story broke, disclosing that Flynn had discussed sanctions with Kislyak. Just hours before meeting one-on-one with Comey, the president told Christie that firing Flynn would put an end to the Russia inquiries. And after Christie pushed back, telling the president that firing Flynn would not end the Russia investigation, the president asked Christie to reach out to Comey and conveyed that the president liked him and he was part of the team. That afternoon, the president cleared the room and asked Comey to let Flynn go. That afternoon. We also sought evidence relevant to assessing whether the president's direction to Comey was motivated by sympathy towards Flynn. In public statements, the president repeatedly described Flynn as a good person who had been harmed by the Russian investigation. And the president directed advisors to reach out to Flynn to tell him the president cared about him and felt bad for him. At the same time, multiple senior advisors, including Bannon, Priebus, and Hicks, said the president had become unhappy with Flynn well before Flynn was forced to resign, and that the president was frequently irritated with Flynn. Priebus said he believed the president's initial reluctance to fire Flynn stemmed not from personal regard, but from concern about the negative press that would be generated by firing the national security advisor so early in the administration. And Priebus indicated that the president's post-firing expressions of support for Flynn were motivated by the president's desire to keep Flynn from saying negative things about him. The way in which the president communicated the request to Comey also is relevant to understanding the president's intent. When the president first learned about the FBI investigation into Flynn, he told McGahn, Bannon, and Priebus not to discuss the matter with anyone else in the White House. The next day, the president invited Comey for a one-on-one dinner against the advice of an aide who recommended that other White House officials also attend. At the dinner, the president asked Comey for loyalty and at a different point in the conversation, mentioned that Flynn had judgment issues. When the president met with Comey the day after Flynn's termination, shortly after being told by Christie that firing Flynn would not end the Russia investigation, the president cleared the room, even excluding the attorney general, so that he could again speak to Comey alone. The president's decision to meet one-on-one with Comey contravened the advice of the White House counsel that the president should not communicate directly with the Department of Justice to avoid any appearance of interfering in law enforcement activities. And the president later denied that he had cleared the room and asked Comey to let Flynn go, a denial that would have been unnecessary if he believed his request was a proper exercise of prosecutorial discretion. Finally, the president's effort to have McFarland write an internal email denying that the president had directed Flynn to discuss sanctions with Kislyak highlights the president's concern about being associated with Flynn's conduct. The evidence does not establish that the president was trying to have McFarland lie. The president's request, however, was sufficiently irregular that McFarland, who did not know the full extent of Flynn's communication with the president and thus could not make the representation that the president wanted, felt the need to draft an internal memorandum documenting the president's request, and Eisenberg was concerned that the request would look like a quid pro quo in exchange for an ambassadorship. I need to be right back. I got a little bio break. Excuse me. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a short break. But yeah, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. Nice to see you. Shout out Javetica and Justin. What's up? Welcome. Be right back.
All right, welcome back. Um, yeah, I okay. Okay. All right. All right. C. The President's reaction to public confirmation of the FBI's Russia investigation. Overview. In early March 2017, the President learned that Sessions was considering recusing from the Russia investigation and tried to prevent the recusal. After Sessions announced his recusal on March 2nd, the President expressed anger at Sessions for the decision and privately asked Sessions to unrecuse. On March 20, 2017, Comey publicly disclosed the existence of the FBI's Russia investigation. In the days that followed, the President contacted Comey and other intelligence agency leaders and asked them to push back publicly on the suggestion that the President had any connection to the Russian election interference effort in order to lift the cloud of the ongoing investigation. Evidence. 1. Attorney General Sessions refocuses from the Russia investigation. In late February 2017, the Department of Justice began an internal analysis of whether Sessions should recuse from the Russia investigation based on his role in the 2017 Trump campaign. On March 1st, 2017, the press reported that, in his January confirmation hearing to become Attorney General, Senator Sessions had not disclosed 2 meetings he had with Russian Ambassador Kislyak before the presidential election, leading to congressional calls for Sessions to recuse or for a special counsel to investigate Russia's interference in the presidential election. Also, on March 1st, the President called Comey and said he wanted to check in and see how Comey was doing. According to an email Comey sent to his chief of staff after the call, the President talked about Sessions a bit, said he had heard Comey was doing great, and said that he hoped Comey would come by to say hello when he was at the White House. Comey interpreted the call as an effort by the President to pull him in, but he did not perceive the call as an attempt by the President to find out what Comey was doing with the Flynn investigation. The next morning, the President called him again and urged him to contact Sessions to tell him not to recuse himself from the Russia investigation. McGahn understood the President to be concerned that a recusal would make Sessions look guilty for omitting details in his confirmation hearing, leave the President unprotected from an investigation that would hobble the presidency and derail his policy objectives, and detract from favorable press coverage of a presidential address to Congress the President had delivered earlier in the week.
McGahn reached out to Sessions and reported that the president was not happy about the possibility of recusal. Sessions replied that he intended to follow the rules of recusal. McGahn reported back to the president about the call with Sessions, and the president reiterated that he did not want Sessions to recuse. Throughout the day, McGahn continued trying on behalf of the president to avert Sessions' recusal, but by speaking to Sessions' personal counsel, Sessions' chief of staff, and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, and by contacting Sessions himself 2 more times. Sessions recalled that other White House advisors also called him that day to argue against his recusal. That afternoon, Sessions announced his decision to recuse from any existing or future investigations of any matters related in any way to the campaigns for the President of the United States. Attorney General Sessions' statement on recusal. At the time of Sessions' recusal, Dana Boente, then the acting Deputy Attorney General and U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, became the acting Attorney General for campaign-related matters pursuant to the executive order specifying the order of succession at the Department of Justice. Sessions believed the decision to recuse was not a close call, given the applicable language in the Code of Federal Regulations, CFR, which Sessions considered to be clear and decisive. Sessions, that 28 CFR section 45.2 provides that, quote, no employee shall participate in a criminal investigation or prosecution if he has a personal or political relationship with any person or organization substantially involved in the conduct that is subject of the investigation or prosecution, and defines political relationship as a close identification with a elected official, a candidate, whether or not successful for elective public office in a political party or a campaign organization arising from service as a principal advisor thereto or a principal official thereof. Sessions thought that any argument that the CFR did not apply to him was very thin. Sessions got the impression, based on calls he received from White House officials, that the president was very upset with him and did not think he had done his duty as Attorney General. It's not clear whether the president was aware of the White House counsel's office direction not to contact Sessions about this recusal. Shortly after Sessions announced his recusal, the White House counsel's office directed that Sessions should not be contacted about this matter. McGahn said he believed that McGahn said he believed the note "No comms serious concerns about obstruction" may have referred to concerns McGahn had about the press team saying crazy things and trying to spin Sessions' recusal in ways that would raise concerns about obstruction. Donaldson recalled that "no comms" referred to the order that no one should contact Sessions. On March 3, the day after Sessions' recusal, McGahn was called into the Oval Office. Other advisors were there, including Priebus and Bannon. The president opened the conversation by saying, "I don't have a lawyer." The president expressed anger at McGahn about the recusal and brought up Roy Cohn, stating that he wished Cohn was his attorney. Cohn had previously served as a lawyer for the president during his career as a private businessman. Priebus recalled that when the president talked about Cohn, he said Cohn would win cases for him that had no chance, and that Cohn had done incredible things for him. Bannon recalled that the president described Cohn as a winner and a fixer, someone who got things done. McGahn interpreted this comment as directed at him, suggesting that Cohn would fight for the president, whereas McGahn would not. The president wanted McGahn to talk to Sessions about the recusal, but McGahn told the president that DOJ ethics officials had weighed in on Sessions' decision to recuse. The president then brought up former Attorney General Robert Kennedy and Eric Holder and said that they had protected their presidents. Bannon said the president saw Robert Kennedy and Eric Holder as Attorney Generals who protected their presidents they served. The president thought Holder always stood up for President Obama and even took a contempt charge for him, and Robert Kennedy always had his brother's back. Priebus recalled that the president said he had been told his entire life he needed to have a great lawyer, a bulldog, and added that Holder had been willing to take a contempt of Congress charge for Obama. The president also pushed back on the DOJ context policy and said words to the effect of, "You're telling me that Bobby and Jack didn't talk about investigations, or Obama didn't tell Eric Holder who to investigate?" Bannon recalled that the president was as mad as Bannon had ever seen him, and that he screamed at McGahn about how weak Sessions was. Bannon recalled telling the president that Sessions' recusal was not a surprise, and that before the inauguration they had discussed that Sessions would have to recuse from campaign-related investigations because of his work on the Trump campaign. That weekend, Sessions and McGahn flew to Mar-a-Lago to meet with the president. Sessions recalled that the president pulled him aside to speak with him alone and suggested that Sessions should unrecuse from the Russian investigation. The president contrasted Sessions with Attorney General Holder and Kennedy, who had developed a strategy to help their presidents where Sessions had not. Sessions said he had the impression that the president feared that the investigation would spin out of control and disrupt his ability to govern, which Sessions could have helped avert if he were still overseeing it. On March 5, 2017, the White House counsel's office was informed that the FBI was asking for transition period records relating to Flynn, indicating that the FBI was still actively investigating him. Hicks recalled that after Sessions recused, the president was angry and scolded Sessions in her presence, but she could not remember exactly when the conversation occurred. On March 5, 2017, the White House counsel's office was informed that the FBI was asking for transition period records relating to Flynn, indicating that the FBI was actively investigating him. Oh yeah, just said that. On March 6, the president told advisors he wanted to call the acting attorney general to find out whether the White House or the president was being investigated, although it was not clear whether the president knew at the time of the FBI's recent request regarding concerning Flynn. 2. FBI Director Comey publicly confirms the existence of the Russia investigation in testimony before HPSCI. On March 9, 2017, Comey briefed the Gang of 8 congressional leaders about the FBI's investigation of Russian interference, including an identification of the principal U.S. subjects of the investigation. Although it is unclear whether the president knew of that briefing at the time, notes taken by Annie Donaldson, then McGahn's chief of staff, on March 12, 2017, state, POTUS in panic/chaos. Need binders to put in front of POTUS. 1. All things related to Russia. End quote. Donaldson said she was not part of the conversation that led to these notes, and must have been told about it from others. The week after Comey's briefing, the White House counsel's office was in contact with SSCI chairman, Senator Richard Burr, about the Russia investigations, and appears to have received information about the status of the FBI investigation. On March 20, 2017, Comey was scheduled to testify before HPSCI in advance of Comey's testimony. In advance of Comey's testimony, congressional officials made it clear that they wanted Comey to provide information about the ongoing FBI investigation. What is this? On March 16, 2017, the White House counsel's office was briefed by Senator Burr on the existence of 4 to 5 targets. The targets were identified in notes by Donaldson as Flynn, FBI was in wrapping up, DOJ looking for phone records, Comey to Manafort, Ukraine plus Russia, not campaign, redacted, Carter Page, money game, and Greek guy, potentially referring to George Papadopoulos, later charged with violating 18 U.S.C. Section 1001 for lying to the FBI. Donaldson and McGahn both said that they believed these were targets of the SSCI. but SSCI does not formally investigate individuals as targets. The notes on their face reference the FBI, the Department of Justice, and Comey, and the notes track the background materials prepared by the FBI for Comey's briefing on the Gang of Eight for March 9. Donaldson cannot rule out that Burr had told McGahn those individuals were the FBI's targets. Donaldson cannot rule out. On March 20, 2017, Comey was scheduled to testify before HPSCI. In advance of Comey's testimony, congressional officials made clear that they wanted Comey to provide information on Dana Boente, who at that time was the acting attorney general for the Russia investigation, authorized Comey to confirm the existence of the Russia investigation and agreed that Comey should decline to comment on whether any particular individual, including the president, were being investigated. In his opening remarks at the HPSCI hearing, which were drafted in consultation with the Department of Justice, Comey stated that he had been authorized by the Department of Justice to confirm that the FBI, as part of its counterintelligence mission, is investigating the Russian government's effort to interfere with the 2016 presidential election, and that includes investigating the nature of any links between individuals associated with the Trump campaign and the Russian government, and whether there was any coordination between the campaign and Russia's efforts. As with any counterintelligence investigation, this will also include an assessment of whether any crimes were committed. Comey added that he would not comment further on what the FBI was doing and whose conduct it was examining because the investigation was ongoing and classified, but he observed that it had taken the extraordinary step in consultation with the Department of Justice of briefing this Congress's leaders in a classified setting in detail about the investigation. Comey was specifically asked about whether President Trump was under investigation during the campaign or under investigation now. Comey declined to answer, stating, "Please don't overinterpret what I've said. As the chair and ranking know, we have briefed him in great detail on the subjects of the investigation and what we're doing, but I'm not going to answer about anybody in this forum." End quote. Comey was also asked whether the FBI was investigating the information contained in the Steele dossier, or in the Steele reporting, and he declined to answer. According to McGahn and Donaldson, the president had expressed frustration with Comey before his March 20 testimony, and the testimony made matters worse. The president had previously criticized for too frequently making headlines and for not attending intelligence briefings at the White House, and the president suspected Comey of leaking certain information to the media. McGahn said the president thought Comey was acting like his own branch of the government. Press reports following Comey's March 20 testimony suggested that the FBI was investigating the president, contrary to what Comey had told the president at the end of the January 6, 2017 intelligence assessment briefing. McGahn, Donaldson, and senior advisor Stephen Miller recalled that the president was upset with Comey's testimony and the press coverage that followed because of the suggestion that the president was under investigation. Notes from the White House counsel's office dated March 21st, 2017 indicated that the president was beside himself over Comey's testimony. The president called McGahn repeatedly that day to ask him to intervene with the Department of Justice, and according to the notes, the president was getting hotter and hotter. Get rid? Officials in the White House counsel's office became so concerned with the president that the president would fire Comey that they began drafting a memorandum that examined whether the president needed cause to terminate the FBI director. White House counsel's office attorney Uttam Dillon did not recall a triggering event causing the White House counsel's office to begin this research. Metadata from the document, which was provided by the White House, established that it was created March 21st, 2017. At the president's urging, McGahn contacted Boente several times on March 21st, 2017 to seek Boente's assistance in having Comey or the Department of Justice correct the misperception that the president was under investigation. Boente did not specifically recall the conversations, although he did remember one conversation with McGahn around this time when McGahn asked if there was any way if there was a way to speed up or end the Russia investigation as quickly as possible. Bounty said McGahn told him that the president was under a cloud, and it made it hard for him to govern. Bounty recalled telling McGahn that there was no good way to shorten an investigation, and attempting to do so could erode confidence in the investigation's conclusions. Bounty said McGahn agreed and dropped the issue. The president also sought to speak with Bounty directly, but McGahn told the president that Bounty did not want to speak to the president about the request to intervene with Comey. McGahn recalled Bounty telling him in calls that day that he did not think it was sustainable for Comey to stay on as FBI director for the next 4 years, which McGahn said he conveyed to the president. McGahn recalled Bounty telling him in calls that he did not think it was sustainable for Comey to... Bounty did not recall discussing with McGahn or anyone else the idea that Comey should not continue as the FBI director. 3. The president asks intelligence community leaders to make public statements that he had no connection to Russia. In the weeks following Comey's March 20, 2017 testimony, the president repeatedly asked intelligence community officials to push back publicly on any suggestion that the president had a connection to the Russian election interference effort. On March 22, 2017, the president asked Director of National Intelligence Daniel Coates and CIA Director Michael Pompeo to stay behind in the Oval Office after a presidential daily briefing. According to Coates, the president asked them whether they could say publicly that no link existed between him and Russia. Coates responded that the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, ODNI, had nothing to do with investigations, and it was not his role to make a public statement on the Russian investigation. Pompeo had no recollection of being asked to stay behind after the March 22 briefing, but he recalled that the president regularly urged officials to get the word out that he had done nothing wrong related to Russia. Coates told this office that the president never asked him to speak to Comey about the FBI investigation. Some ODNI staffers, however, had a different recollection of how Coates described the meeting immediately after it occurred. According to senior ODNI official Michael Dempsey, Coates said after the meeting that the president had brought up the Russian investigation and asked him to contact Comey to see if there was a way to get past the investigation, get it over with, end it, or words to that effect. Dempsey said that Coates described the president's comments as falling somewhere between musing about hating the investigation and wanting Coates to do something to stop it. Dempsey said Coates made it clear that he would not get involved with an ongoing FBI investigation. Edward Gustaro, another ODNI official, recalled that right after Coates' meeting with the president, on the walk from the Oval Office back to the Eisenhower Executive Office building, Coates said that the president had kept him behind to ask him what he could do to help with the investigation. Another ODNI staffer who had been waiting for Coates outside the Oval Office talked to Gustaro a few minutes later and recalled Gustaro reporting that Coates was upset because the president had asked him to contact Comey to convince him that there was nothing to the Russia investigation. On Saturday, March 25, 2017, 3 days after the meeting in the Oval Office, the president called Coates and again complained about the Russia investigation, saying words to the effect of, "I can't do anything with Russia. There's things I'd like to do with Russia, with trade, with ISIS. They're all over me with this." Coates told the president that the investigations were going to go on and the best thing to do was just let them run their course. Coates later testified in a congressional hearing that he had never felt pressured to intervene or interfere in any way or in any shape with shaping intelligence or in a political way or in relationship to an ongoing investigation. On March 26, 2017, the day after the president called Coates, the president called NSA Director Admiral Michael Rogers. The president expressed frustration with the Russia investigation, saying that it made relations with the Russians difficult. The president told Rogers the thing with Russians was messing up. his ability to get things was messing up his ability to get things done with Russia. The president also said that the news stories linking him with Russia were not true and asked Rogers if he could do anything to refute the stories. Deputy Director of the NSA, Richard Leggett, who was present for the call, said it was the most unusual thing he experienced in 40 years of government service. After the call concluded, Leggett prepared a memorandum that he and Rogers both signed documenting the content of the conversation and the president's request, and they placed the memorandum in a safe. But Rogers did not perceive the president's request to be in order, and the president did not ask Rogers to push back on the Russia investigation itself. Rogers later testified in congressional hearing that as NSA director, he had never been directed to do anything he believed to be illegal, immoral, unethical, or inappropriate, and did not recall ever feeling pressured to do so. In addition to the specific comments made to Coates, Pompeo, and Rogers, the president spoke on other occasions in the presence of intelligence community officials about the Russia investigation and stated that it interfered with the ability to conduct foreign relations. On at least 2 occasions, the president began presidential daily briefings by stating that there was no collusion with Russia, and he hoped a press statement to that effect could be issued. Pompeo recalled that the president vented about the investigation on multiple occasions, complaining that there was no evidence against him and that nobody would publicly defend him. Rogers recalled a private conversation with the president in which he vented about the investigation, said he had done nothing wrong, and said something like the Russia thing has got to go away. Coates recalled the president bringing up the Russia investigation several times, and Coates said he finally told the president that Coates' job was to provide intelligence and not get involved in investigations. 4. The president asks Comey to lift the cloud created by the Russia investigation. On the morning of March 30th, 2017, the president reached out to Comey directly about the Russia investigation. According to Comey's contemporaneous record of the conversation, the president said he was trying to run the country and the cloud of the Russia business was making that difficult. Comey memorandum. Comey subsequently testified before Congress about this conversation and described it to our office. His recollections were consistent with his memorandum. The president asked Comey what could be done to lift the cloud. Comey explained that we were running it down as quickly as possible and that there would be great benefit if we didn't find anything to our good housekeeping seal of approval, but we had to do our work. Comey also told the president that congressional leaders were aware that the FBI was not investigating the president personally. The president said several times, "We need to get that fact out." The president recommended that if there was some satellite, which Comey took to mean an associate of the president's or the campaign, that did something, it would be good to find that out. But that he himself that did something, it would be good to find that out. But that he himself had not done anything wrong, and he hoped Comey would find a way to get out that we weren't investigating him. After the call ended, Comey called Boente and told him about the conversation, asked for guidance on how to respond, and said he was uncomfortable with direct contact from the president about the investigation. On the morning of April 11, 2017, the president called Comey again. According to Comey's contemporaneous record of the conversation, the president said he was following up to see if Comey did what the president had asked last time, getting out that he personally is not under investigation. Comey responded that he had passed the request to Boente, but he had not heard back, and he informed the president that the traditional channel for such a request would be to have the White House counsel contact DOJ leadership. But the president said he would take that step. The president then added, "Because I have been very loyal to you, very loyal. We had that thing, you know." In a televised interview that was taped early that afternoon, the president was asked if it was too late for him to ask Comey to step down. It was asked if it was too late for him to ask Comey to step down. The president responded, "No, it's not too late, but I have confidence in him. We'll see what happens, It's going to be interesting." After the interview, Hicks told the president she thought the president's comment about Comey should be removed from the broadcast of the interview, but the president wanted to keep it in, but which Hicks thought was unusual. Later that day, the president told senior advisors, including McGahn and Priebus, that he had reached out to Comey twice in recent weeks. The president acknowledged that McGahn would not approve of the outreach to Comey because McGahn had previously cautioned the president that he should not talk to Comey directly to prevent any perception that the White House was interfering with investigations. The president told McGahn that Comey had indicated the FBI could make a public statement that the president was not under investigation if the Department of Justice approved that action. Oh, I missed one. Directly prevent interfering with investigations. Later in April, the president told other attorneys in the White House counsel's office that he had called Comey, even though he knew they had advised against direct contact. Recalling, the president said, "I know you told me not to, but I called Comey anyway." After speaking with the president, McGahn followed up with Boente to relay the president's understanding that the FBI could make a public statement if the Department of Justice cleared it. McGahn recalled that Boente and Comey had told him that there was nothing obstructive about the calls from the president, but they made Comey uncomfortable. According to McGahn, Boente responded that he did not want to issue a statement about the president not being under investigation because of the potential political ramifications, and he did not want to order Comey to do it because the action could prompt the appointment of a special counsel. Boente did not recall that aspect of his conversation with McGahn, but did recall telling McGahn that the direct outreaches from the president to Comey were a problem. Boente recalled McGahn agreed and said he would do what he could to address that issue. Analysis. In analyzing the president's action to Sessions' recusal and the requests he made to Coates, Pompeo, Rogers, and Comey, the following evidence is relevant to the elements of obstruction of justice. Obstructive act. The evidence shows that after Comey's March 20, 2017 testimony, the president repeatedly reached out to intelligence agency leaders to discuss the FBI's investigation. But witnesses had different recollections of the precise content of those outreaches. Some ODNI officials recalled that Coates told them immediately after the March 22 Oval Office meeting that the president had asked Coates to intervene with Comey and stop the investigation. But the first-hand witnesses to the encounter remembered the conversation differently. Pompeo had no memory of the specific meeting, but generally recalled the president urging officials to get the word out that the president had not done anything wrong related to Russia. Coates recalled that the president had asked that Coates state publicly that no link existed between the president and Russia, but did not ask him to speak with Comey or to help end the investigation. The other outreaches by the president during this period were similar in nature. The president asked Rogers if he could do anything to refute the stories linking to the president to Russia, and the president asked Comey if he could make a public statement that would lift the cloud of the ongoing investigation by making clear that the president was not personally under investigation. These requests, while significant enough that Rogers thought it important to document the encounter in a written memorandum, were not interpreted by the officials who received them as directives to improperly interfere with the investigation. Nexus to a proceeding. At the time of the president's outreaches to leaders of the intelligence agencies in late March and early April 2017, the FBI's Russia investigation did not yet involve grand jury proceedings. The outreaches, however, came after and were in response to Comey's March 20, 2017 announcement that the FBI, as a part of its counterintelligence mission, was conducting an investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. Comey testified that the investigation included any links or coordination with Trump campaign officials and would include an assessment of whether any crimes were committed. C. Intent. As described above, the evidence does not establish that the president asked or directed intelligence agency directors to stop, or agency leaders to stop or interfere with the FBI's Russia investigation, and the president affirmatively told Comey that if some satellite was involved in Russian election interference, it would be good to find that out. But the president's intent in trying to prevent Sessions' recusal and in reaching out to Coates, Pompeo, Rogers, and Comey following Comey's public announcement of the FBI's Russia investigation is nevertheless relevant to understanding that what motivated the president's other actions toward the investigation. The evidence shows that the president was focused on the Russian investigation's implications for his presidency, and specifically on dispelling any suggestion that he was under investigation or had links to Russia. In early March, the president attempted to prevent Sessions' recusal, even after being told that Sessions was following DOJ conflict of interest rules. After Sessions recused, the White House counsel's office tried to cut off further contact with Sessions about the matter, although it is not clear whether that direction was conveyed to the president. The president continued to raise the issue of Sessions' recusal when he had the opportunity. He pulled Sessions aside and urged him to unrecuse. The president also told advisors that he wanted an attorney general who would protect him, the way he perceived Robert Kennedy and Eric Holder to have protected their presidents. The president made statements about being able to direct the course of criminal investigations, saying words to the effect of, "You're telling me that Bobby and Jack didn't talk about investigations, or Obama didn't tell Eric Holder who to investigate?" After Comey publicly confirmed the existence of the FBI's Russia investigation on March 20, 2017, the president was beside himself and expressed anger that Comey did not issue a statement correcting any misperception that the president himself was under investigation. The president sought to speak with acting Attorney General Boente directly and told McGahn to contact Boente to request that Comey make a clarifying statement. The president then asked other intelligence community leaders to make public statements to refute the suggestion that the president had links to Russia, but the leaders told him they could not publicly comment on the investigation. On March 30 and April 11, against the advice of White House advisors who had informed him that any direct contact with the FBI could be perceived as improper interference in an ongoing investigation, the president made personal outreaches to Comey, asking him to lift the cloud of the Russian investigation by making public that the fact that the president was not personally under investigation. Evidence indicates that the president was angered by both the existence of the Russia investigation and the public reporting that he was under investigation, which he knew was not true based on Comey's representations. The president complained to advisors that if people thought Russia helped him with the election, it would detract from what he had accomplished. Other evidence indicates that the president was concerned about the impact of the Russia investigation on his ability to govern. The president complained that the perception that he was under investigation was hurting his ability to conduct foreign relations, particularly with Russia. The president told Coates that he can't do anything with Russia. He told Rogers that the thing with the Russians was interfering with his ability to conduct foreign affairs. And he told Comey that he was trying to run the country, and the cloud of this Russia business was making that difficult.